Network 0. I came home from burying my father with black dirt still under my fingernails and rainwater drying on the shoulders of my suit. The funeral home had smelled like carnations, floor polish, and coffee that had been left too long on a burner. People had shaken my hand, told me how strong I was, and promised I would be in their thoughts. By the time I unlocked my front door, I could not remember a single face clearly. My father had lasted 1 year and 16 days after my mother died. His doctor called it heart trouble. The woman from the church called it grief. I had no reason to argue with either of them because both things can live in the same chest until one finally wins. He had been a hard man in the way old craftsmen are hard, quiet, more than cruel, proud more than cold. When my mother was alive, she softened the room around him. When she was gone, the house turned hollow. He ate less, spoke less, and sat on the porch each evening as if she might still come walking up the drive with grocery bags in her hands. Now they were both in the ground, and I was the last person left to carry their name. I stood in my living room without turning on the lights. The place was clean because I had paid a woman to clean it before the service, not because it felt cared for. The furniture looked staged. The photographs on the mantel seemed to belong to another man. My mother smiling beside a lake. My father holding a stringer of trout. Me at 17, narrow and awkward, wearing a graduation gown and the expression of somebody who believed the world would eventually explain itself. It never had. I took off my tie, folded it across the back of a chair, and went into the kitchen. There were sympathy casseroles stacked in the refrigerator, each one labeled with tape. I was not hungry. I poured water into a glass, drank half of it, then stood listening to the refrigerator hum and the faint tick of the wall clock. I had no brothers. I had no sisters. No aunts called to check on me because there were no aunts left to call. Family, for me, had always been small enough to fit around a 2-seat kitchen table. After that day, it fit inside a cardboard box of documents from the attorney's office. The strange part was that money was not the problem. My parents had been careful people. They had left me the house, savings, a few investments my father had bought and forgotten about, and a modest rental property that produced enough to keep the lights on if I never took another job. I did not need to work the next morning. I went anyway. Work was easier than grief. Routers did not ask me how I felt. Cable runs did not expect me to cry. A network either passed signal or it did not, and if it did not, there was always a reason. A bad connector, a pinched line, a cheap switch someone had hidden behind a cabinet, a password typed wrong by a person who swore they had typed it right. My business had started as weekend work for neighbors and grown into a steady operation setting up secure home networks for ranches, large houses, small offices, and people with enough money to fear being watched. The newest job sat south of Aspen up a private road in the foothills. The owner had called himself Cliff and said he needed a reliable network for ranch, records, cameras, weather monitoring, and some office equipment in a back room. He sounded old, direct, and suspicious of anything that blinked. I liked him before I met him. Men like that complained the whole time and paid on the spot if the work was done right. I packed my tools before sunrise. Cable tester, crimpers, connectors, labeled patch cords, access points, 2 hardened routers, battery backup units, a small rack, and enough spare parts to fix mistakes that had not happened yet. The morning air was cold and a line of cloud lay over the mountains like smoke that had forgotten how to rise. I loaded the truck by habit and tried not to look at the empty porch chair where my father had spent his last months. The drive took me through towns that still believed the world was ordinary. Delivery trucks backed into alleys. A woman in a red coat walked a shaggy dog along a slushy sidewalk. 2 men argued at a gas pump, not in anger, but in the lazy way men argue when coffee has not reached the blood yet. The radio drifted between weather reports, market chatter, and a cheerful host talking about travel deals for people who still thought airports were places of inconvenience rather than targets. The first odd report came just after 8. The regional station broke into a song with a short update about problems at a water treatment plant in another state. They called it a systems outage. A little later, another update mentioned delays at several airports because of corrupted scheduling software. By the third report, I turned the volume higher. The announcer kept saying officials were investigating. That phrase always made me uneasy. It meant the people in charge did not know enough to lie with confidence yet. I pulled into a convenience store for fuel outside of town, whose name I forgot as soon as I left it. The lot was half full. A mother argued softly with a teenage son over breakfast burritos. A man in a work coat stood near the pumps, staring at his phone, tapping the screen with increasing force. I paid cash because the machine finally froze, then stepped back into the cold and smelled snow on the wind. Somewhere beyond the town, behind the ridges and pine, the job waited. I told myself it was just another installation. 2 days of work, maybe 3 if the house had stone walls or an owner who changed his mind too often. I would mount equipment, label cables, test signal, collect payment, and drive back to a house that no longer had anyone in it. That thought pushed harder than the weather. By the time I reached the private road, the sky had darkened. The driveway curved to spruce and aspen stands, climbing toward a ranch house set on a broad shelf of land. It was not huge, but it looked built by people who respected winter. Low roof lines, deep porches, stone at the base, heavy doors. A barn stood off to the side with fenced pasture beyond it, and the whole place had the quiet readiness of a home that knew storms were real. An older man stepped out before I finished parking. He wore a heavy canvas coat, jeans, and boots that looked older than some buildings. His hair was silver, cut short, and his eyes were the pale blue of winter daylight. A younger woman came out behind him, wiping her hands on a towel. She was close to my age, with dark blonde hair pulled back loose, a face made stronger by worry, and the kind of steady gaze that made a man stand a little straighter without knowing why. I shut off the truck and climbed out. "Morning," I said. "My name is Kurt. I am here to set up your network." The older man looked me over from boots to shoulders, not rude exactly, just measuring. "Cliff Mercer. This is my granddaughter, Cindy." "Nice to meet you both," I said. Cindy smiled, and for one strange second the cold seemed less sharp. "Granddad has been talking about this network like it is a wild horse he has to break." Cliff grunted. "If it works, I will call it useful. If it does not, I will call it what it deserves. Then I will try hard to keep my equipment from earning names," I said. Cindy laughed, and Cliff almost did. It was a small thing, but after a funeral, even a small laugh can feel like sunlight through a boarded window. The ranch house smelled like coffee, cedar, and the faint mineral bite of wood smoke. A row of coats hung beside the door. Boots stood beneath them in pairs, some old, some new, some small enough to belong to children who were not there anymore. The hallway opened into a large kitchen with a table scarred by years of meals and work. Beyond that, through a doorway, I saw the back room Cliff had described on the phone. "This is where we handle cattle records, orders, bills, weather checks, and anything else that refuses to stay simple," Cliff said. The room had once been a den. Somebody had turned it into an office without losing the warmth of the house. There were 2 desks, a filing cabinet, a printer that had seen better years, and a shelf full of binders labeled by hand. A corkboard held receipts, maps, pasture notes, and a photograph of a younger Cliff standing beside a boy and a girl. The boy looked restless even in a still picture. The girl was Cindy, younger but already carrying the same direct look. "Where does the internet line come in?" I asked. Cliff pointed to a corner. "That mess." He was not wrong. A cable modem sat on the floor beside a power strip with too many plugs. 2 old routers blinked from beneath a desk. There were cords tangled behind boxes, 1 camera receiver sitting loose on a stack of papers, and enough dust to prove nobody had enjoyed touching any of it. "I can clean this up," I said. "It will take most of today to mount the rack, run better lines, and separate the house devices from the office equipment. Tomorrow I can finish settings, cameras, and backups." "What kind of backups?" Cliff asked. "A local copy of important ranch files," I said. "Cloud storage is fine until the cloud turns into fog." Cindy leaned against the doorframe. "That may be the first thing you've said that Granddad fully understands." "I understand plenty," Cliff said. "You once called the tablet a flat television with opinions. It was acting like one." The rhythm made the room feel lived in. They argued the way people argue when the love underneath is old enough to survive rough edges. I had spent too many evenings in houses where silence stood between people like furniture. This was different. It made me feel like an intruder and a guest at the same time. I unloaded the first round of equipment from the truck. Cindy held the door open even after I told her I had it. Cliff carried the battery units despite my protest, proving that stubbornness did not retire with age. Outside, the ranch rolled away under a gray morning, pasture fenced in dark rails, barn doors shut against the cold, mountains rising in layers beyond the fields. I heard cattle lowing somewhere out of sight and the metallic clank of something loose in the wind. Inside the office, I started by tearing out what did not belong. Old cords came free. A dead switch hit the floor with a plastic rattle. I labeled the good cables, tossed the bad, mounted the rack on wall studs, and ran fresh lines through the crawl space with Cliff watching as if I might offend the house by drilling wrong. "You always look that serious?" he asked. "Only around wiring and funerals," I said before I could stop myself. The room went still. Cliff's expression changed, not softened exactly, but settled. "You buried somebody." "My father," I said. "It was yesterday." Cindy had been passing the doorway with a stack of folded towels. She stopped. "I am sorry, Kurt." The words were simple, and because they were simple, they did not irritate me. I had heard too many polished condolences from people who wanted grief to be graceful for their comfort. "Thank you," I said. "My mother passed last year. It never got right after that." Cliff rested one hand on the desk. "A man can keep walking after half of him is gone. That does not mean he is alive the same way." I looked down at the cable in my hands. "That sounds about right." Cindy came farther into the room. "It is just us here now, too. Granddad and me. My parents died in a wreck years ago. My brother James left after a fight and stayed gone." "I am sorry," I said. "Thank you," she replied. "It gets strange when a house is built for more voices than it has." That landed harder than I expected. I had no answers, so I did what I always did. I went back to work. The day settled into the steady music of tools. The drill bit, the connectors clicked, the cable pulled cleanly, and every label made the next task easier. Cliff came and went, pretending not to be interested while asking enough questions to prove he was. Cindy brought coffee first, then water, then a tall glass of sweet tea with ice that cracked softly in the quiet room. "I hope you drink sweet tea," she said. "I'm from farther north than that, but I can learn." "We are from Texas," she said. "It is less of a drink and more of a family rule." I took a sip. It was too sweet and somehow exactly what I needed. That might keep me alive until supper. "Late lunch," she corrected. "Granddad eats supper when the sun says so. I eat when I get hungry. Today I got hungry early. I should keep working." "You should eat before you fall through the floor with a cable in your hand." "That sounds bad for business. It would also upset me, and I am less polite than business." There was humor in her voice, but not weakness. Cindy Mercer had the kind of confidence that came from fixing fences, handling grief, and learning early that nobody was coming to make life easy. She did not flirt like a woman trying to be noticed. She spoke like a woman who expected to be heard. When she left, the office felt colder. I finished mounting the main router and checked the line. The modem connected, dropped, connected again, then hesitated longer than it should have. I frowned at the diagnostic page. There were packet losses upstream, small but steady. A remote server failed to answer. Another answered late. It could have been provider trouble. It could have been weather. It could have been the beginning of something worse, but I did not yet have enough evidence to call fear by its proper name. From the kitchen, the radio played old country music with a thin layer of static under the song. Cliff had one of those battery radios that looked like it had survived 3 decades of dust and bad news. He kept it on a shelf near the pantry. I heard Cindy moving around, heard the hollow clink of plates, heard Cliff outside starting a piece of equipment near the barn. The network finally stabilized enough for basic setup. I created separate access for the office, the house, and the exterior cameras. I set long passwords that would annoy everyone and protect them anyway. I configured local storage for their ranch documents, added automatic backups to a small drive, and wrote instructions in plain language on a yellow pad because Cliff looked at printed manuals like they were tax notices. Around mid-afternoon, the music died. It did not fade. It cut off mid-lyric. A burst of static snapped from the kitchen. Then a news voice came through, tight and hurried. Multiple states are reporting service interruptions affecting electrical grids, water systems, dispatch centers, airports, and fuel distribution terminals. Officials have not confirmed a single source, but early indications suggest coordinated cyber attacks against infrastructure control networks. Citizens are urged to limit travel, conserve fuel, and avoid spreading unconfirmed information. I stepped into the hallway. Cindy stood in the kitchen with a dish towel in one hand and her eyes on the radio. Cliff came in through the back door, bringing cold air and the smell of hay with him. "Turn it up," he said. Cindy did. The voice continued, and each sentence made the house feel smaller. Internet outages, cell phone failures, angry crowds at airports, refineries shutting down out of caution, water pressure dropping in several cities, hospitals switching to emergency power. Cliff looked at me. Could something like that happen everywhere at once? The right answer was no. The honest answer was worse. "Not by accident," I said. Cindy's hand tightened around the towel. "Is this war?" I thought of the frozen card reader at the store, the airport footage, the line errors on Cliff's modem, and the way the announcer avoided every word that might cause panic. "It may be the first step of one," I said. Before I finished the first equipment run, Cindy showed me where the old phone line entered through a utility chase behind the office wall. The line was dead, but the copper was still clean enough to use for a basic signal path if the modern equipment failed. Most people tore old systems out because new ones looked better on a receipt. My father had taught me to keep anything that could carry power, sound, water, or heat until I knew why it should be discarded. Standing in Cliff's office with the radio muttering and the weather turning, that lesson felt less like thrift and more like prophecy. "You're smiling at a wall," Cindy said. "I found old copper. That makes you happy?" "It makes me cautiously optimistic." "That is the most careful version of happy I've ever heard." I opened the wall plate and showed her the line. "If your main service dies, I can use parts of this house like a backup nervous system. It will not be pretty, but it might let us pass simple signals between rooms or outbuildings. You talk about houses like they are alive. The good ones are." She looked around the office at the cork board, the shelves, the old photograph, the dust in the corners. Nobody cared about until a stranger came to work. "This one is stubborn. That may be useful. It has kept Granddad alive. He will never admit that, but it has. After my grandmother died and then my parents, this place gave him chores when grief tried to give him excuses. Animals still needed feed. Fences still needed repair. Snow still needed moving. A ranch does not care if your heart is broken. It gets you out of bed anyway." The words settled between us. I thought of my father's porch chair and wondered if the absence of chores had helped kill him. He had retired from the machine shop and told everyone he was grateful for rest. Maybe rest had become a room with no doors. Maybe he had needed a fence to mend, a cow to feed, a reason bigger than memory. "I should have given my father more to do," I said. Cindy's expression changed. "Do not start that." "Start what?" "The punishment, Matt. If I had called more, if I had stayed longer, if I had said the right thing on the right day. I know that math. It never totals right because grief keeps changing the numbers." I looked at her, surprised by how precisely she had named it. "That sounds like experience talking," I said. "It is. I blamed myself for my parents for years, and I was not even in the car. James blamed Granddad. Granddad blamed the road, the weather, the driver who crossed the center line, and himself for not somehow stopping a thing he never saw coming. Blame is easy to carry because it feels like control. It is still heavy." From the barn, Cliff shouted something at his stubborn latch. Cindy smiled faintly. Cindy did not let the news ruin the meal. That impressed me more than it should have. Plenty of people talk about staying calm, but the first crack in normal life usually sends them grabbing phones, whispering rumors, and burning through their courage before anything has actually reached the front door. Cindy listened, turned the radio lower, washed her hands, and pulled a pan from the oven as if feeding people was an act of defiance. "Food is ready," she called, though we were all close enough to hear her speak. The kitchen table filled with more than a late lunch deserved. Grilled chicken was skin crisp at the edges, mashed potatoes thick with butter, gravy peppered just right, corn bright as summer against the gray light, biscuits stacked under a towel, warm enough to fog the air when Cindy lifted the cloth. The smell hit me with a force that made my stomach remember it had been ignored since the funeral coffee. Cliff washed at the sink, glanced at the spread, then looked at me. "She does not cook like this for just me." "Granddad," Cindy said, "I am stating a fact. You're trying to embarrass our guest. If he is staying in this house, he needs to build some strength." I paused with a chair half pulled out. "I am staying in town tonight. I have not booked a room yet, but I plan to. Cliff sat at the head of the table like a judge taking the bench. Town is 45 minutes when the roads are kind. More if snow starts. James's room is empty. You can use it. I appreciate that, but I do not want to make things unprofessional. Professional is doing good work and not stealing spoons. The rest is manners people invented to keep from saying what they mean. Cindy set a plate in front of me. He is inviting you because he likes you. That is the simple version. I did not say that, Cliff muttered. You carried his battery box and told him where the good studs were. That is practically a declaration from you. I wanted to refuse because refusing was safer. I knew hotels. I knew receipts. I knew the clean line between customer and contractor. I did not know what to do with a table that had already made room for me. Thank you, I said carefully. I will think about it. Cindy sat across from me. Thinking is allowed. Eating comes first. So I ate. At first, conversation stayed where strangers keep it. We talked about weather, work, and roads. How long I had been in business. How many cattle Cliff ran in a good year. What kind of winter they expected. Then the talk loosened. Cliff told a story about a bull that hated one specific red feed bucket and destroyed 2 gates trying to get at it. Cindy described learning to drive a truck in a pasture before she was old enough for a license. I told him about a client who wanted secure cameras installed to protect a wine cellar, but used the word password as his actual password for every device he owned. Cindy laughed with her whole face. Cliff tried to hide his amusement behind a biscuit and failed. The radio kept muttering beneath us. Reports repeated. More stations joined the pattern. The same careful words kept returning: outage, disruption, and unconfirmed. Officials were monitoring the situation. The same careful words lined up like sandbags against a flood. My father used to listen to the radio every morning, I said before I realized I was going to. He trusted radio more than television because television gave people too much time to act important. Cliff nodded. Your father sounds sensible. He was. Hard to please. Good with his hands. Bad at telling people he loved them until it was almost too late. Cindy's expression softened. Did he tell you? I looked at my plate. Knew the end. He said he should have said it more when it would have sounded less like goodbye. Nobody rushed to fill the silence. That might have been the moment I began trusting them. People who fear silence often fear truth too. Cliff reached for his tea. When my daughter died, Cindy was 15 and James was 17. My wife was already gone, so it was just me and 2 kids with more pain than sense. Cindy got tough. James got angry. I got old all at once. Cindy lowered her voice. Please, Granddad. It is true. It is not the whole truth. It never is. I looked between them, understanding there were doors in that family nobody opened without warning. I had enough of those in my own life to respect the lock. After the meal, Cindy brought out apple pie. I tried to refuse and lost. The pie was warm, the crust flaky, the filling sharp with cinnamon and not too sweet. For a few minutes, the house felt impossible. A family I had not known at sunrise fed me like I had driven through a blizzard to reach them. The world outside was cracking, but inside that kitchen there was light on wood, coffee in mugs, and the low comfort of voices. I am not used to this kind of kindness from strangers, I said. Cindy held my gaze. When you break bread with someone, you are not a stranger in this house. Maybe that sounds old-fashioned, but it kept my family together when almost everything else tried to tear it apart. And if you trust a man at your table, Quiv added, you trust him enough to see what he does next. That sounded less like hospitality and more like a test. I should have resented it. Instead, I respected the honesty. By late afternoon, the sky pressed low enough to make the windows dark. I went back to the office and continued working while Cliff checked the barn and Cindy cleaned the kitchen. The internet slowed until some pages would not load at all. A camera feed glitched, recovered, then froze. I switched several devices to local control and made notes for Cliff in case outside service died completely. The network, at least inside the house, would keep working without the larger internet. Their documents would save locally. Cameras could record to the office drive. The wireless signal would cover the house, barn, and most of the yard. It was not perfect, but it was better than most houses had. Near dusk, the power flickered. The power flickered once, then twice. The kitchen lights dimmed to the color of old butter, then brightened. A few seconds later, the battery units in the office chirped in complaint. I heard Cindy say something under her breath. Cliff came in from the mudroom carrying a lantern. "Grid trouble?" he asked. "Could be local," I said. "Could be related. Your equipment is on backups now. The house power is still up but unstable. Generator is ready," he said. "Propane tank is full. Woodpile is stacked. Pantry is not where I want it, but Cindy says I always say that." "Because you do," Cindy called from the kitchen. He ignored that. "What would you do if this was your place?" I looked at the rack, the battery lights, the camera monitor, and the lines I had spent the day making neat. I would assume outside service could fail. I would print critical records, keep the radio on, charge every device, fill containers with water, and limit white after dark. I would also check every gate. Cliff's eyes sharpened. "Why gates?" "If people panic in town, some will head into the hills. Most will be scared. A few will be dangerous. A closed gate makes them stop and think. An open gate invites them to keep coming." Cindy appeared in the doorway. "You talk like you have thought about this before?" "My father worried about things. I inherited the habit." "Worry is useless unless it makes you prepare," Cliff said. "Looks like yours did." The compliment was small and rough, but it warmed me anyway. I agreed to stay before anyone asked again. I told myself it was because of the road, the weather, and the unstable grid. Those were good reasons. They were not the whole reason. The whole reason was standing in the kitchen doorway with flour on her sleeve and a stubborn gentleness in her eyes. Cindy showed me to James's room. It was at the end of a short hallway, clean but not stripped bare. A bed with a heavy quilt, a dresser, a shelf with old paperbacks, a cracked baseball, a pocket knife in a display case, and a photograph of a younger James grinning from the driver's seat of a muddy truck. The room smelled faintly of cedar and thyme. "I can sleep on the couch," I said. "The couch is old enough to be a legal adult, and it hates everybody," Cindy said. "Take the room." "Will James mind?" Her smile faded a little. "James has not minded anything about this house in a long time." I did not press. She left me with towels and a set of clothes that had belonged to her brother. The jeans were a little loose. The flannel shirt fit well enough. Wearing another man's clothes should have felt strange. After the day I had, it felt like being pulled into a story already underway. I washed up, checked my phone, and found no service. Not weak service, not unreliable service, but no service at all. The icon looked like a tiny accusation. I tried calling my office line from habit and got nothing. The house line gave a fast, busy signal. Outside, the wind moved along the eaves with a low voice. For the first time since my father's funeral, I wanted to call someone. There was no one left to call. I sat on the edge of James's bed and listened to the house settling around me. Somewhere in the kitchen, Cindy and Cliff spoke in low tones. I could not make out the words, only the shape of concern. The power flickered again and held. The battery radio murmured on. I lay down without undressing all the way, because some part of me had already stopped believing in normal sleep. I thought of my father's porch chair. I thought of Cindy saying bread changed what strangers were. I thought of the network rack humming quietly in the back room, a small, organized island inside a country that might be losing its mind. Then exhaustion took me. A flashlight beam cut across my face in the middle of the night. I came awake hard, throwing one arm up and twisting away from the light. My heart slammed so fast it hurt. For a second I did not know where I was. Not my house, not my bed. Cedar walls, heavy quilt, cold air, the shape of a man standing in the doorway. "What are you doing in here?" I snapped. The man lowered the flashlight a few inches. "That is an interesting question from somebody sleeping in my room." The overhead light flickered on before either of us moved. Cindy stood behind him in a robe and boots, hair loose over her shoulders, one hand pressed to her chest. Cliff came up beside her with a pistol down along his leg as naturally as another man might carry a cane. Cindy stared at the man in the doorway. "James, you came back." He gave her a tired smile. He was close to her in age but carried himself differently, all lean angles and restless energy. His beard was short, his coat dusty, and one cheek had a fresh scrape with dried blood at the edge. His eyes looked like they had spent too many hours watching roads and mirrors. "Hey, sis," he said. For a moment, Cindy did not move. Then she crossed the room and hugged him hard enough to make him exhale. He held her with one arm and kept the flashlight in the other hand. That told me more than his face did. A man who hugged his sister while keeping a light ready had not come home from an ordinary drive. Cliff's expression did not change. "Coffee," he said, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. James watched him go. "Good to see you too, Granddad." "He is glad," Cindy said softly. "He has a funny way of showing it. You left a funny way." That landed. James looked away first. I got out of bed, suddenly aware that I was wearing his old shirt. "I am Kurt. I was here setting up the network. Cliff offered me the room because of the weather and the outages." James looked me over, then grinned. "Of course he did. I leave for years, and he replaces me with a cable guy overnight. That tracks. I can move my things. Do not bother. I slept in worse places this week. Barn will feel like a hotel if the mice are polite." Cindy hit his arm, not hard enough to hurt him. "You are not sleeping in the barn tonight." "I might, depending on how long Granddad stares through me over coffee." We gathered in the kitchen. Cliff had already started a pot on the gas stove as if midnight reunions were part of ranch life. The power was out for good now, but lanterns burned on the table and counters. Their light made the windows black mirrors. Outside, the wind had dropped. That quiet felt wrong. James wrapped both hands around a mug before he spoke. "I was in Denver 2 days ago, working security contracts, mostly network audits for companies that paid late and lied early. I started seeing patterns last month. Ports probed in waves, login attempts from places that made no sense. Old industrial systems touched, not broken, just mapped. Everybody I warned said the same thing. Isolated incidents, routine scans, nothing to panic about." "Then today happened," I said. He looked at me with new interest. "You saw it?" "I saw pieces, airport delays, water plants, grid instability, fuel terminals. Cell service died here." "It is bigger than they are saying." James leaned closer to the table. "It is not just criminals. It is not some kids in a basement. Somebody spent years getting ready. They had power controls, emergency dispatch, fuel routing, payment systems, satellite communication links, and logistics. They did not have to destroy everything. They only had to make enough things lie at the same time." Cindy hugged her mug. "Who is they?" James shook his head. "More than one answer? That is the bad part. Smaller nations, private military groups, hackers hired through cutouts, maybe people inside our own agencies who sold access for money. I do not know the whole shape, but I know this was time. The drones and spy balloons everyone argued about on television were not the main event. They were measuring reactions. They were mapping. They were learning how slow we were." Cliff's jaw tightened. "You came all this way because of computer trouble?" James met his eyes. "I came because computer trouble is how you open the gate before the army reaches it." The kitchen went quiet except for the coffee pot. The radio sat in the center of the table. Cliff turned the dial slowly and passed static, a preacher, more static, and a station from somewhere west carrying a nervous announcer who kept losing words. Then a stronger signal came through, filled with clipped reports and the thin panic of people trying to sound official. Authorities confirm hostile actions against multiple domestic targets. Citizens are advised to remain indoors. Reports of fuel shortages and civil disturbances are increasing. Several governors have activated emergency measures. Travel is discouraged unless necessary. The voice faded behind static, then returned. Unconfirmed reports indicate troop movements by hostile coalitions overseas, as well as suspicious activity near key ports and border crossings. Officials urge calm. James laughed once without humor. "Urge calm. That is what they say when they cannot offer control." "What do we do?" Cindy asked. Cliff answered before James could. "We stay put. We secure the ranch. We inventory food, water, fuel, tools, medical supplies, and ammunition. We check on neighbors we trust and keep distance from those we do not." His eyes came to me. "And Kurt stays." I set my mug down. "Cliff, that is kind of you, but you do not know me. I know enough. You worked all day without wasting motion. You did not talk down to me in my own house. You told the truth when it would have been easier to make me feel better. You ate at my table. You are alone, and I need hands. Those are facts." "Facts can still be too fast," I said. Cindy leaned forward. "We are past slow, Kurt. I know this is strange. I know we just met. But we have an old man, one woman, one prodigal brother who may or may not remember how to take orders, and a ranch that could look tempting if town empties the wrong way. You have skills we need. You also need people, even if you do not want to admit it tonight. James pointed at her. She gets direct when scared. I get direct when men pretend loneliness is a strategy. That should have stung. It did. It also sounded true. I looked at Cliff, then Cindy, then James. They were all waiting, but not in the same way. Cliff waited like a man offering a handshake that meant more than politeness. James waited with the weary curiosity of somebody who had run out of safe roads. Cindy waited with hope she was trying not to show. If you will have me, I said, I will stay and do what I can. Cindy came around the table and hugged me before I knew she had moved. Her hair smelled faintly of smoke and soap. I stood stiff for half a breath, then let myself hold her back. I had been alone so long that kindness felt almost dangerous. I knew we could count on you, she said. Cliff gave a single nod. This is your home for as long as you stand with it. James lifted his mug. Welcome to the family, replacement me. He is not replacing you, Cindy said. Granddad gave him my room. That is a pretty strong opening move. Cliff looked at James. Kurt needs rest and a door that closes. You can take the couch. James sighed. The couch still hates everybody. It hates deserters in particular. Cindy's face tightened. Granddad, please. James looked down into his coffee. I deserve some of that. Not all, but some. Cliff did not apologize. He also did not walk away. In that family, maybe staying was the apology. A low boom rolled through the mountains. The windows trembled. Coffee rippled in the mugs. Every face turned toward the black glass. A second boom followed, farther away but heavier, the kind of sound that seemed to press against the bones. Then the horizon lit beyond the ridge, not lightning, not any natural thing. A dull orange pulse rose and faded. Another flashed to the east, then another southward, like storms answering one another from every direction. Cindy reached for my hand under the table. I felt her fingers close around mine and did not pull away. James stood. It started. The radio exploded with static, then a broken voice forced its way through. This is an emergency broadcast. Multiple hostile strikes have been reported against infrastructure, military facilities, communication centers, and transportation hubs. Attacks may include domestic sabotage. Citizens are advised to shelter in place, avoid unnecessary travel, conserve resources, and remain vigilant. Protect yourselves and your neighbors. Cliff picked up the pistol from the counter and checked it with calm, practiced hands. Time to load up, he said. Texas did not send us into these mountains empty-handed. James looked at me and managed to grin. Kurt, you are about to find out what this family calls a starter kit. Cindy still held my hand. When I glanced at her, she did not smile. You chose a hard night to stop being alone, she said. Maybe I chose the right one, I replied. Cliff did not rush, and because he did not rush, the rest of us stayed useful. Panic wastes hands. Cliff knew that in his bones. He moved through the kitchen with a lantern in one hand and his pistol in the other, not barking, not comforting, just giving orders that had weight. Cindy locked the front and back doors. Curtains closed. No lights near windows. James, get the duffels from under the tack bench. Kurt, come with me. I followed him to the pantry, expecting canned food and flour sacks. Cindy had already pulled the curtains in the kitchen, and the lantern light made everything beyond the glass vanish. The house felt cut from the rest of the world. Cliff moved a metal shelf stacked with oats, jars, and paper towels. Behind it, set low in the floorboards, was a rectangular hatch with a recessed handle. He lifted it, revealing steep wooden steps leading down into darkness. Storm cellar? I asked. Partly, yes. That was all he said. The air below was cold and dry. Cliff lit a battery lamp hanging from a nail. The light spread across shelves packed with methodical care. Water containers, medical bags, grain buckets, canned goods, sealed boxes of batteries, tools wrapped in oilcloth, 2 old military footlockers, a gun safe bolted against the far wall. Along another shelf were radios, spare antennas, paper maps, notebooks, and a hand-cranked charger. I stopped at the bottom step. This is more than a storm cellar. My grandfather called it common sense, Cliff said. My neighbors called it paranoia until the blizzards came. Then they called it luck. How long could you stay supplied? Depends how many mouths, how hard winter hits, and how stupid people get. He opened a locker and handed me a canvas bag. It was heavy with magazines, boxes of ammunition, cleaning kits, and a compact medical roll. Then he opened the safe. Rifles stood inside in careful rows, oiled and ready. There were shotguns and a lever rifle old enough to have stories in the wood. A few modern rifles with slings and mounted lights. I should tell you I am not a soldier, I said. Did not ask if you were. Can you listen? Yes, I can. Can you keep your finger off a trigger until you mean it? Yes, I can. Can you learn fast when scared? I thought of the funeral, the dead phone, the radio, Cindy's hand around mine, and the orange flashes beyond the ridge. I can. Cliff handed me a rifle with the seriousness of a man lending me part of the house. Then you are ahead of fools who own guns and do not know when not to use them. Upstairs, James came in tearing duffels and a coil of rope. Cindy had a shotgun laid open on the table while she checked shells with steady hands. She saw me looking and raised one eyebrow. Texas family, she said. I was warned. Warning was not enough, was it? No, it was not. James dropped the duffels by the back door. Road bag, barn bag, truck bag, and the bag Granddad pretends is for camping. It is not for camping. Cliff ignored him. We need a full inventory before dawn. Not everything, just what matters tonight. Weapons ready. Food secured. Water drawn. Vehicles checked. Gates closed. Cameras recording. Kurt, can your new setup run without outside internet? Inside the ranch? Yes. The cameras should still record to the office drive. I can connect a monitor in the kitchen so we see the main views. Wireless signal covers the house and part of the yard. Barn may be weak at the far end, but I can fix that with a spare access point if the battery holds. James looked impressed despite himself. You build local networks for rich people who want to watch their gates? Among other things. Tonight that might make you the most useful person here. Do not let it go to your head. I will try to remain modest while saving your grandfather's cameras. Cindy smiled for the first time since the booms. It was brief, but it helped. We moved. That is the best way to describe the next hour. Not as individuals, but like parts of a machine Cliff had built long before we knew we were in it. Cindy filled every pot, jug, and clean jar with water. James checked doors and windows, then went out with Cliff to secure the barn and close the inner gate. I worked in the back room by lantern light, shifting the camera system to the local drive and bringing feeds onto an old monitor. The images came one at a time. Front porch, backyard, barn entrance, driveway curve, tool shed, fuel tank. The signal from the far gate flickered, then steadied. Grainy black and white views painted the ranch in ghost colors. Outside, distant flashes continued. Sometimes a boom followed. Sometimes there was only light, as if the world beyond the mountains had learned to explode in silence. Snow began falling after midnight, thin at first, then heavier. The camera over the driveway caught flakes racing sideways through the beam of its infrared lamp. Cindy came in carrying a plate of biscuits with ham folded inside. Eat while you work. You keep feeding me. I will start thinking you are trying to keep me. She leaned beside the desk, tired but not fragile. We already decided to keep you. Now we are seeing if you are worth the groceries. That seems fair. She watched the monitor. Can people hack this now? From outside, not if the internet is down. From inside, they would have to be close enough to connect, and I locked it down better than most homes. Nothing is perfect, but this is ours. It is local and quiet. Network 0, she said. I looked at her. What do you mean? She asked. That is a good name. For what? For a system that keeps working when the bigger system dies. A local network. No clout. No outside dependency. Just the people inside the fence. Cindy considered that. Then make it work, network man. That nickname is not going to stick. It might. A dark shape crossed the barn camera. I straightened. The shape paused, lowered its head, and resolved into one of the ranch dogs nosing the snow. I breathed again. Cindy noticed. His name is Huck. The other one is Blue. They like strangers until Granddad tells them not to. That is oddly comforting. Granddad trusts dogs more than people. He may have a point. A sharp crack sounded outside, not a boom from the distance. The sound was closer and smaller, maybe a branch breaking under snow or maybe something else. Cindy reached for the shotgun she had leaned near the door. James's voice came over a handheld radio. "Cliff, you hear that?" Cliff answered from outside. "I heard. Hold position." I watched the camera feeds. The views cycled through snow, porch, barn, and driveway, then movement near the tool shed. A shadow against shadow too tall for a dog. "Cindy," I said quietly. "Tool shed camera." She came close enough that her shoulder touched mine. On the screen, a man stumbled into view, then another. They were not sneaking. They were running blind in the snow, slipping, grabbing at each other, one holding his arm tight against his side. Blood showed black on his sleeve in the night camera's strange light. Cindy keyed the radio. "Granddad, 2 men near the tool shed. One is hurt." Cliff's reply came calm. "Do they have weapons?" I zoomed the feed as much as the camera allowed. "I cannot tell. One has something in his right hand. Could be a tire iron or a long flashlight." James cut in. "I have eyes from the barn corner. They are scared, not hunting." "Scared men can still kill," Cliff said. The injured man dropped to one knee in the snow. The other looked toward the house, saw the covered windows, and shouted something we could not hear through the camera. Huck and Blue began barking from the barn, deep and savage. Cindy's face tightened. "We cannot leave them out there if one is bleeding." Cliff did not answer right away. That silence told me the war had already reached the ranch in a small, ugly way. Every choice now had teeth. "James," Cliff said over the radio, "cover them from the barn. Kurt, bring the medical bag to the mudroom. Cindy, stay behind the door with the shotgun. We help if we can. We do not trust because we feel sorry." "Understood," Cindy said. I grabbed the medical roll from the kitchen table. My hands were steady until I reached the mudroom. Then they shook once, hard. I flexed them, thinking of cables, connectors, clean signal, anything precise. Cindy noticed. "First night in the family is always a lot. Is this a normal amount?" "No," she said. "This is worse than average." Despite everything, I laughed under my breath. Cliff brought the 2 men in 5 minutes later at gunpoint and mercy distance. They were brothers from a stalled truck on the lower road. Their names were Neil and Marcus. Neil had a deep gash along his upper arm from broken glass after their truck slid into a ditch when another vehicle came at them without headlights. Marcus kept saying people were fighting at the gas station in town. He had blood on his knuckles and fear in his throat. We treated Neil on the mudroom bench. The gash was ugly, dark red and slick, but not beyond pressure and bandage. Cindy worked with the medical kit like she had practiced. I held the lamp. James watched Marcus. Cliff watched everybody. Neil gritted his teeth while Cindy cleaned the cut. "I can pay. We have cash." "Nobody asked for money," Cindy said. Marcus looked toward the kitchen. "Can we stay?" "Just until morning. We can sleep anywhere." Cliff's eyes hardened. "You can warm up, get bandaged, and take food for the road. You cannot stay." Cindy looked at him but did not argue in front of them. Marcus's face changed. Not anger at first. Desperation becoming insult. "There are people out there. Bad people. We heard shooting." "Then you should move before they do," Cliff said. "I am sorry, but this house is not a shelter." That sounded cruel until I looked at the camera feed in my mind and imagined 10 more frightened people, then 20, then one man with a hidden pistol deciding the old rancher had more than he deserved. Mercy without limits could become a door left open for ruin. We gave them food, water, a blanket, and directions to a neighbor Cliff trusted enough to mention, but not enough to promise. James drove them to the lower gate in the ranch truck with Cliff beside him. Cindy stood in the mudroom until the truck lights vanished. "I hate this already," she said. I stood beside her. "Helping them? Not helping enough. You stopped the bleeding and sent them into the dark. You did not create the dark." She looked at me, eyes bright but dry. "No, but now we all have to live in it." I wanted to say something useful. Instead, I stood with her in silence until the truck returned. Dawn came without sunrise. The sky lightened from black to iron, and the mountains stayed hidden behind snow. The ranch looked smaller under the storm, fences half erased, barn roof white, driveway already difficult to read. The power had not returned. The phones had not returned. The larger internet might as well have been a rumor from another century. Nobody slept much. James took the couch and claimed it was trying to fold him in half. Cliff dozed in his chair with a rifle across his lap. Cindy rested for 2 hours in her room, then came out with her hair tied back and a notebook in her hand. I stayed in the office, half watching cameras, half improving the local network so the house could function like a small command post. I hated that phrase as soon as I thought it. Command posts belonged in games and military briefings. This was a home with pie cooling under a towel and family photographs on the walls. But the world had changed the meaning of things overnight. A kitchen became a planning room. A pantry became a supply depot. A ranch became a position to defend. By 7, Cliff called us to the table. "We need rules," he said. James rubbed his face. "Good morning to you, too. Rules first. Feelings after breakfast." Cindy set the notebook open. "I am writing them down." Cliff pointed at her approvingly. Rule 1. Nobody leaves the main yard alone. Rule 2. Nobody fires unless they see a real threat. Rule 3. We do not waste fuel, food, batteries, ammunition, or trust. Rule 4. We help neighbors we know, but we do not open the house to strangers. Rule 5. Decisions that affect all of us get discussed unless danger is already at the door. Rule 6, Cindy said. Granddad does not use the phrase "because I said so" when we ask fair questions. Cliff looked at her. "That is not a survival rule. It helps my survival." James pointed his coffee spoon at Cindy. "I second that rule." Cliff gave both of them a look, then glanced at me. "You have anything?" I did not expect to be asked. Information needs rules, too. Rumors can make people do stupid things. We write down what we know, who said it, and when. If a report cannot be confirmed, we mark it that way. We also keep a log of local events. Power outages, vehicle sightings, radio reports, fuel use, anything strange. James nodded slowly. "That is good. Patterns matter." "One more," I said. "The network stays local by default. If outside service comes back, we do not reconnect everything automatically. We decide what talks to the wider world." Cliff leaned back. "Because the wider world might be poisoned." "Exactly, because the wider world might be poisoned." Cindy wrote it down. "Network 0 stays clean." James smiled at me. "She named your baby. You are stuck with it." "I have accepted worse branding from clients," I said. Breakfast was oatmeal, eggs, and coffee made on the gas stove. It should have tasted plain. It tasted like survival. Outside, Huck and Blue barked at nothing visible, then settled. The camera at the lower driveway showed the inner gate closed, snow building against the bottom rail. Beyond it, the road curved down through trees toward a world we could no longer see. After breakfast, we worked through the inventory. Cindy had a system that mixed ranch practicality with military precision. Food in one column, water in another. Medical supplies, fuel, livestock feed, tools, ammunition, batteries, candles, clothing, seed, animal medicine, paper maps, cash, and trade goods. Each got their own careful place on the page. I saw Cliff notice me noticing the last category. "Coffee, salt, pain reliever, soap, and liquor," he said. "When money stops being money, comfort becomes currency." "You have done this before," I said. "Prepared, yes. Lived it? Not at this size. Nobody has." James returned from the barn with news that the livestock were calm, the generator was ready but still off, and the far pasture fence needed repair soon. Cliff did not like that. Fences mattered even more when every loose animal became food people might try to steal. The radio produced fragments through the morning. A city under curfew. A bridge closed after an explosion. A refinery fire. Reports of foreign ships changing course. Armed robberies at pharmacies. Emergency rooms overwhelmed by injuries from accidents, fights, and people trying to flee with no plan. The announcers sounded worse every hour. Not less professional, just more human. I wrote each report in the log with time, station, and signal strength. James sat across from me, adding notes from memory about systems he had seen probed before the attacks. We did not agree on everything. He saw enemies and patterns. I saw patterns first and enemies second. Both approaches had value. They also rubbed against each other. You think I am overstating it, he said. I think certainty can be a trap, I replied. So can hesitation. That is true. But if you treat every shadow as a shooter, you may end up making enemies who are only scared. James tapped the pencil against the table. And if you treat every scared man like a neighbor, one of them will slit your throat for canned peaches. Cindy looked up from the pantry list. Both of you are right enough to be annoying. Cliff almost smiled. That may be the truest thing said this morning. By noon, the snow slowed. Cliff decided we needed to check the lower gate, the road beyond it, and the mailbox area where strangers might turn in by mistake or intent. He paired us carefully. He would go with James in the ranch truck. Cindy and I would stay at the house, monitor cameras, finish water storage, and prepare a simple meal that could be eaten fast. James objected. I should stay on cameras. Kurt does not know the roads. Cliff looked at him. You know the roads, and you know how to read trouble. That is why you are going. Kurt knows the cameras and keeps Cindy from hauling full water buckets alone. Cindy folded her arms. Cindy can haul water buckets. Cindy can also let a man help without losing any pride, Cliff said. She stared at him until he turned toward the mudroom. James passed me with a grin. Careful, replacement me. She bites when managed. I heard that, Cindy said. I meant it with love. When the truck left, the house changed. Not empty, but sharper. Cindy stood beside me in the office as the camera showed Cliff and James opening the inner gate, driving through, then closing it behind them. I hate watching them leave, she said. They will be careful. Careful people die too. There was no good answer, so I gave her a useful one. Show me where the rest of the containers are. We can make every sink and tub count. We worked side by side. She knew the house the way I knew wiring. Every closet, every shelf, every hidden bin. We filled containers, labeled drinking water, separated wash water, and moved heavier items into a cooler room. The rhythm helped. We carried, filled, capped, marked, and stacked until the work became its own rhythm. Our shoulders brushed in narrow spaces. Once she reached past me for a marker and paused close enough that I could see the tiny scar near her chin. You are doing that thing, she said. What thing? Looking like you want to ask something but have decided questions are rude. I was wondering about James. She capped the marker. That is not rude. That is obvious. He left after a fight? After many fights. The last one was about selling part of the herd, money, and whether Granddad respected him. James said this place was a cage. Granddad said a man who calls duty a cage is not ready for freedom. James packed before sunrise. And you stayed. Somebody had to. Did you want to leave? She looked through the laundry room window toward the barn. Sometimes I did. Wanting is not the same as choosing. That answer carried more life than she had said aloud. I respected it. The handheld radio crackled. James's voice came through low. House, this is road team. Lower gate is intact. Mailbox area shows tire tracks, 2 sets, maybe from last night. No one visible. We are going another quarter mile to the bend. Cindy answered. Copy that. Stay careful. Only Static answered. Then Cliff, calm but tight. House, we have smoke beyond the bend. Maybe a vehicle. Stand by. Cindy's hand froze on the radio. I checked the driveway camera, useless at that distance. They will call it in. I know. We waited. The quiet stretched until every small noise in the house became huge. The refrigerator was off, so its silence became part of the pressure. The wind tapped a branch against the siding. Huth barked once from the barn. The radio clicked. James spoke fast. We have a wrecked car in the ditch and one body in the road. Looks like a robbery or crash after. Blood in the snow. No movement. We are not approaching until we scan the tree line. Cindy closed her eyes for one breath, then opened them. Copy that. Do not get trapped. Her voice did not break. Her fingers did. I gently took the radio from her hand before she crushed the plastic. They know what they are doing. She looked at my hand over hers. For a second, the war, the ranch, and the dead road beyond the gate fell away, leaving only the two of us in a dim laundry room with water jugs at our feet. Kurt, she said. A gunshot cracked through the radio speaker. Then another. While we waited for Cliff and James to report from the wreck, I found myself studying Cindy's hands. They were not delicate in the useless way magazine photographs like to sell. There were faint scars near 2 knuckles, a small burn mark near the base of her thumb, and a healing scrape across the back of one hand. Working hands. Capable hands. Hands that had held grief, tools, reins, dishes, and now a radio that might carry the last words of people she loved. She caught me looking. "Do I have blood on me?" "No, I was thinking you do not seem like somebody who waits well." "I hate waiting." "Most people do." "Most people say that and then do it anyway because they are afraid of choosing wrong." "I would rather choose wrong while moving than stand still and watch something bad happen. That can get a person killed. So can freezing." Her answer was sharp, but not careless. Cindy was not reckless. She was the kind of brave that had been forced to operate without permission for too long. I understood that better than I wanted to. My own habit was the opposite. I gathered facts until the decision became obvious, and when life refused to give enough facts, I delayed and called delay discipline. "My father used to say I could think a thing to death," I told her. Was he right? Often enough to be irritating. "My mother used to tell me I could carry a match into a powder shed and complain about the darkness." I smiled. Was she right? Cindy's face softened at the memory. Often enough to be irritating. For a moment, the two of us stood in the laundry room with our dead parents between us, not as ghosts, but as voices that had shaped the people we were becoming under pressure. I'd unexpected romance in an emergency. I had not expected anything close to tenderness while radios cracked and people bled in the road. But attraction does not wait for safe rooms. Sometimes it grows because danger strips away the ornamental parts of a person and reveals the frame beneath. The radio broke the moment apart with Cliff's report from the wreck. When the words "blood in the snow" came through, Cindy's face closed around duty. Whatever had almost passed between us went into a place we both silently agreed not to touch until the people we cared about came home. Cindy grabbed the radio back so fast her knuckles struck my hand. "James," she said. "James, answer me." Static hissed. Another shot came through, distant and flattened by the speaker. Then Cliff's voice snapped over the channel. "House stay put. 2 hostiles in trees." "James is fine." Truck took a round. We were pinned near the bend. Cindy was already moving toward the mudroom. I caught up in the hallway. Cliff said, "Stay put." Cliff is pinned. That changes the math. Running blind into gunfire changes it worse. She spun on me, shotgun in hand, face pale with anger and fear. "That is my family out there." "I know. That is why we need to help them without giving whoever is shooting a second target." She looked ready to argue, but the radio cut in again. James said, "They are not trained. Spray and pray from the trees. Maybe trying to scare us off the wreck. One has a hunting rifle. Other has a pistol. Granddad, left side, rock shelf." A shot from Cliff answered, not wild, not hurried, and in silence. I ran to the office monitor. The lower road was beyond the fixed cameras, but the far gate camera covered part of the drive and the tree line above it. I zoomed until pixels broke apart, then a flicker of movement high on the right slope, too far to identify. Somebody shifting between trunks. "Cindy," I called. "Do you have a trail camera or any view from the old stock path?" She appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. "There is a camera over the south equipment shed, but it points toward the pasture." "Can it rotate?" "It is old. Manual only." "Where is it mounted?" "Under the eave. Ladder is in the shed." I thought fast. The shooter might be above the bend, using the wreck as bait or cover. Cliff and James were pinned from one side. If we could see that slope from the ranch side, maybe we could guide them. "I need to get to that camera and turn it toward the road cut," I said. "That is outside, not near the shooting. Outside is not safe. Inside is not helping." Cindy stared at me. I saw the moment she decided. "I am going with you. I need you on the radio. I can carry a radio and a shotgun at the same time." There was no time to win. We moved low from the back door to the equipment shed, snow biting through my shoes because I had not stopped for proper boots. The air smelled of cold metal and distant smoke. Huck and Blue lunged against their kennel fence, furious at being left out of the danger. Cindy kept the shotgun angled down and her eyes moving. I carried a wrench, a small tool pouch, and the desperate hope that rotating a camera in a snowstorm was not the stupidest plan of my life. The shed eave sat higher than I wanted. Cindy held the ladder while I climbed. Wind pushed at my back. My fingers went numb almost at once. The camera housing was stiff with ice, and the bracket bolt fought me like it had taken a personal oath. The radio on Cindy's shoulder crackled. James said, "One moving uphill, maybe circling." Cindy looked up at me. "Faster, Kurt." "I have decided not to go slowly on purpose." The bolt gave. I twisted the camera toward the South Road cut, guessed the angle, tightened it enough to hold, and nearly slipped coming down. Cindy caught my coat and pulled me steady. "You good?" she asked. "If I say yes, it will sound more confident than I feel." We ran back inside. At the monitor, the camera feed showed snow, fence, and the gray slash of the road, bend beyond the trees. I adjusted settings. The image sharpened just enough. A man crouched behind a boulder above the road, rifle in his hands. He kept looking downhill, not toward the ranch. Another shape moved through brush 50 yards behind him, angling toward where Cliff and James would not see him until too late. "Cindy, radio." She keyed it. "Road team, camera has 2. One behind boulder above your left. One circling high behind the first, moving toward your backside." James answered, "Can you guide me?" I leaned close to the screen. "Tell James to stay low and move 10 yards back toward the truck's rear. Cliff should keep the boulder man busy. The second is passing a split pine now." Cindy relayed it cleanly. Her voice had no tremble. Fear had become function. Cliff fired once. The man behind the boulder ducked. James moved, a dark blur between trees on the poor camera feed. The circling man raised his pistol, maybe seeing movement, maybe guessing. "He sees James," I said. Cindy keyed the radio. "James, down now." James dropped as the pistol flashed. The shot cracked across the feed half a heartbeat later. Cliff fired again. The boulder man jerked backward, lost his rifle, and slid out of sight behind the rock. The second man turned to run. James rose from the snow like a shadow and hit him from the side. They went down hard. The pistol skittered away. The two shapes fought in the brush, brutal and close. Even on the grainy monitor, I could see arms, boots, hands clawing for leverage. James took a hit to the face. He drove his knee into the man's ribs, rolled on top, and pinned him until Cliff reached them. Cindy let out a breath that was almost a sob and almost a laugh. "They have him," I said. "I see." The radio clicked. Cliff's voice came through. "One dead, one alive." James has a split lip and too much pride. "We are checking the wreck. Keep watching." Cindy sank into the chair beside me. The shotgun rested across her knees. Her face had gone white except for 2 red spots high on her cheeks. "You saved them," she said. The camera helped. "They saved themselves." "Do not do that." "Do what?" "Make yourself smaller because you are uncomfortable being needed." I looked at the screen rather than her. I do not know how to be needed by people I just met. Learn fast. There it was again. Direct and kind, but direct enough to leave a mark. Cliff and James returned 40 minutes later with the captured man tied in the bed of the truck and a dead weight in both their faces. James's lip was split and swollen. Blood marked his chin and speckled the front of his coat. Cliff had a torn sleeve, but no injury beneath it. The truck's passenger door carried a bullet hole with bright metal showing around the edge. The captured man was named Wade, though none of us believed him at first. He was thin, maybe 30, with bad teeth, quick eyes, and fear that kept turning into anger because anger felt stronger. The dead man had been his cousin. They had found the wrecked car, discovered the driver already dead, and decided to wait for whoever came to check on it. That was his first story. Under Cliff's stare, the story shifted. They had followed the car from town. The driver had fuel cans. His cousin shot out a tire. The crash killed the driver, or nearly did. They took the cans. Then Cliff and James arrived. Cindy stood very still while Wade talked. "You murdered a man for fuel." Wade spat blood into the snow outside the mudroom door where Cliff made him kneel. World changed. You all just got enough walls to pretend it did not. James took one step forward. Cliff held him back with a glance. "The world changing does not make you less responsible for what you do in it," Cliff said. "What are you going to do, old man? Call the sheriff?" That was the question none of us wanted. Law had not vanished because a radio said emergency, but Law had moved farther away than it had ever been. The sheriff's office could not be reached. The roads were dangerous. Keeping Wade at the ranch risked all of us. Letting him go risked others. Killing him tied a stone to the soul of everyone present. Cliff looked at Cindy, then James, then me. We decided together. Nobody spoke for a long moment. James wiped blood from his mouth. If we let him walk, he comes back or hurts somebody else. Cindy's voice was tight. If we keep him, we have to guard him, feed him, and sleep near him. I looked at Wade. He tried to stare me down and failed because his fear kept showing. How far to the old line cabin you mentioned earlier? I asked Cliff. 5 miles by the service track. No heat except a stove. Stocked with a little wood. Put him there with food and water for 2 days. No weapons. Tie him if we must for the trip, not after. Mark the road on a map and leave it at the lower gate if the sheriff or deputies come through. It is not mercy exactly, but it is not execution. James frowned. He could walk out. With no gun in snow 5 miles from here after losing his partner? He may. But he will spend a while deciding whether survival means more than revenge. Cliff studied me. You willing to help take him? My stomach tightened. I did not want any part of Wade beyond the edge of a camera screen. But belonging, I was beginning to understand, meant showing up afterward sounded brave. Yes, I said. I will help. Cindy looked at me with something complicated in her eyes. Pride, worry, maybe anger because pride and worry had arrived together. We took Wade before noon, Cliff driving, James watching him, me holding the rifle and trying not to look like the amateur I was. The line cabin stood in a pocket of trees with a rusted stove and a bunk that smelled of mice. We left him with food, water, matches, and a warning from Cliff that had no wasted language. Wade called us cowards as we left. He kept yelling until the trees swallowed the sound. On the way back, James touched his split lip and looked at me from the passenger seat. You know he might come back. Yes, I said. You still think it was the right call? I watched snow fill our tracks behind us. I think it was the call we could live with today. Tomorrow may ask something worse. Cliff drove in silence for a while, then nodded once. That was all the approval I got. It felt like enough. By the time we returned from the line cabin, the ranch had stopped feeling like a place where I was visiting. That frightened me. Not because the house was unkind, but because part of me had been waiting years to belong somewhere and had chosen the worst possible moment to notice. Cindy met us in the mudroom with hot water, clean cloths, and the expression of a woman who had imagined too many bad endings while we were gone. She checked Cliff first because he would argue. She waited. Then she cleaned James's lip while he complained theatrically until she pressed a little harder and told him the next complaint would cost him soup. When she turned to me, she found no blood except Wade's on my sleeve. Are you hurt? She asked. No, I am fine. Fine is what men say when they do not want inspection. I am not bleeding. That is not the only way people are hurt. The room quieted. James suddenly became interested in hanging his coat. Cliff went to wash his hands. Cindy held my gaze, and I knew she was not asking about cuts. I am shaken, I said. I will keep working anyway. That is an honest answer. I can work with that. She handed me a cloth for my sleeve and turned away before either of us had to decide what the moment meant. The rest of the day became labor. There is a mercy in labor. It gives fear a job. Cliff decided the ranch needed visible boundaries before nightfall. We reinforced the inner gate with a chain and moved an old stock trailer to narrow the drive. James and I dragged fallen timber to block a side track that could lead around the pasture. Cindy painted a simple sign on plywood and nailed it to the gate. Private road. No fuel. No shelter. Help may be available at gate by daylight only. She read it aloud, then frowned. Too harsh? Cliff shook his head. Too soft, maybe. It tells scared people we are not monsters, she said. It tells dangerous people we have something worth protecting. I looked at the sign. It also tells everyone there are rules. In a bad moment, rules are better than guessing. Cindy gave Cliff a satisfied look. Network man agrees with me. James groaned. That nickname got stronger while I was bleeding. Earn a better one, she said. We placed a weatherproof box near the gate with 2 bottles of water, 2 protein bars, and a note telling travelers to move on and avoid town after dark. Cliff hated giving away supplies. Cindy hated not giving more. James said nothing, but I saw him tuck an extra bandage into the box when he thought nobody was watching. That was the thing about the Mercers. Their arguments were loud. Their decency was quieter. Back at the house, I set up a second monitor in the kitchen using one of my spare screens. The camera feeds now sat where everyone could see them without crowding the office. I added labels large enough for Cliff to read from the table. The labels were simple enough for a tired person to understand at a glance. Front porch, backyard, barn, fuel tank, driveway, gate, south shed, and road bend. The last feed came from the camera we had turned during the fight. Its view was imperfect but important. "You did all that in one day?" James asked. "Most of the hardware was already planned. Fear makes a strong project manager." "Can you record sound?" "Not from those cameras. I can rig a simple microphone near the gate if we have wire and weather cover." Cliff pointed toward a storage closet. "We have wire. We have coffee cans. We have tape that could hold a bumper on a truck. Then we have a plan." As we worked, the radio brought new fragments. Martial law in some cities, though not everyone used that term. There were curfews and fuel rationing where fuel still existed. Armed citizens guarding neighborhoods. Reports of sabotage at rail yards. Unconfirmed landings on distant coasts. A governor's voice broke during an address and recovered. Another station went silent mid-sentence and never returned. Cindy wrote it all in the log. "Do you think anyone is winning?" she asked. James stripped insulation from a wire with a pocket knife. "In the first days of something like this, everybody loses. Winners show up later and claim they planned it." Cliff grunted. "That is too smart for a man who slept on my couch with one boot on. The couch had me in a defensive posture." Cindy laughed softly. The sound moved through the kitchen like a match flame in a cold room. Evening came early. The snow stopped, leaving the world blue and still. We ate soup and biscuits at the table with rifles within reach and the camera monitor glowing at the end of the counter. I had known these people for less than 2 days. Already I knew how Cliff took coffee, how Cindy rubbed her thumb against her knuckle when worried, how James used jokes to keep shame from getting too close. They knew I watched doors when I entered a room, that I disliked speaking before I had facts, and that grief could make me quiet without making me weak. After supper, Cliff asked me to walk the porch with him. The cold outside had teeth. The stars were hidden, and the mountains were black shapes against a darker sky. Far away toward town, a glow pulsed faintly orange. Fire, maybe, or emergency lights reflected under cloud. The ranch dogs moved below the porch, restless but obedient. Cliff leaned on the rail. "You did well today." "I was scared most of the time." "Good, because fear keeps stupid men from mistaking themselves for heroes. I am no hero." "Did not say you were." "I said you did well." Learn to take a compliment without wrestling it to the ground. That sounded so much like something my father might have said that I had to look away. Cliff noticed. "Your old man." Yes, he had a similar way of making kindness sound like criticism. "That is efficient." I laughed, surprising myself. Cliff's voice lowered. "I meant what I said last night. You stand with this house stands with you. But I need you clear on something. Family is not a warm word we use because we are scared. It is work. It is debt. It is forgiveness you may not feel like giving. It is staying when the room gets hard. Cindy believes fast. James runs fast. I held too tight. You need to know what you stepped into. I think I am starting to." "No, you are not. But you stayed after the first blood, so maybe you will." We stood in silence. The porch boards creaked under our boots. "Do you trust James?" I asked. Cliff stared into the dark. "I trust that he came home." "That is not everything, but it still matters. He wants your forgiveness. He wants it without asking." "Those are different things." "Yes, they are." The front gate camera triggered an alert tone from inside, a small chime I had set on the system. Both of us turned at once and went back into the kitchen. Cindy was already at the monitor. James stood behind her with his rifle. The gate feed showed headlights on the road below, 3 vehicles moving slowly through the trees. They were not passing. They were approaching. The lead vehicle stopped near the sign. 2 figures got out. One shined a light over the gate, then toward the camera. Another vehicle behind them had something mounted across its roof, maybe luggage, maybe equipment, maybe a man standing through a sunroof with a rifle. "That is not a lost family," James said. Cliff's face settled into stone. "Everybody to positions. No lights. No shouting unless I tell you." I enlarged the feed. The image blurred, then sharpened enough to show the lead man's face under a knit cap. He was not Wade, but the way he moved, confident and hungry, told me he knew about places like ours. Places with fences, places with fuel, places with food, places with people who had not yet learned how many wolves a dead network could lose from ordinary towns. Cindy stood beside me, shotgun in hand. Her shoulder touched mine again, not by accident this time. "Network 0 is holding," I said, because I needed something useful to say. She looked at the monitor, and let us hope the people inside it do too. At the gate, the man with the light smiled up at the camera, as if he knew we were watching. He lifted one hand and tapped the barrel of his rifle against the metal rail, slow and deliberate. Cliff lifted the radio to his mouth and spoke in a voice as cold as the snow outside. "This road is closed. Turn around while you still have a choice." The man at the gate stopped smiling. For the first time since the funeral, I did not feel alone with the dead. I felt alive among the living, scared, armed, and claimed by a family I had met at the edge of disaster. Outside the fence, the old world kept falling. Inside it, we stood shoulder to shoulder and waited to see how much of ourselves the new world would demand. Cliff's warning rolled through the gate speaker and vanished into the snowy dark. On the monitor, the man in the knit cap stood very still, his rifle angled down but not harmless. The two vehicles behind him idled in the road with their lights low, throwing pale bars across the pines. Their engines sounded faint through the camera microphone, a rough mechanical breathing that made the kitchen feel too warm and too exposed. Nobody in the house moved for 3 full seconds. Then Cliff lowered the hand radio and pointed at us without looking away from the screen. "James, mudroom window. Cindy, pantry hall. Kurt, stay with the cameras and call what you see. Nobody fires unless I say or unless they force it. We do not waste ammunition on nerves." James was already moving. His face had lost the smirk he used to hide behind. Cindy checked the shotgun with calm hands, then touched my shoulder as she passed. It was not comfort exactly. It was a reminder that I had a place to stand and a job to do. I stayed at the office monitor because that was where my hands made sense. The system I had built for billing records and weather reports had become the ranch's eyes. I enlarged the front gate feed and split the side cameras onto the second screen. The picture was grainy in the night, but the battery backups were holding and the local recorder was still catching every frame. The outside world could lose every tower and every server, but inside our little closed circle, wires still talked to wires. The man at the gate looked up toward the camera again. He had a narrow face, hard cheekbones, and eyes that did not show fear. He lifted one hand in a slow, almost polite wave. "We're not here for trouble," he called. His voice arrived through the kitchen speaker a heartbeat late. He sounded younger than I expected, maybe early 30s, but there was an old cruelty in the easy way he stood outside another man's home with a gun in his hand. Cliff raised the radio. "Then turn around. Road is bad behind us. People are dying out here. We need fuel, food, and a warm place for a woman who got hurt." I leaned closer to the screen. The second vehicle was a dark sport utility truck with a cracked passenger window. The third was an old flatbed loaded with shapes under tarps. A woman could have been inside. A family could have been inside. That was the poison of the moment. A lie and a plea could wear the same face from 50 yards away. "Show the woman," Cliff said. The man at the gate smiled without showing teeth. "You want me to drag her out in the cold? I want proof before I open anything." A second man stepped from the lead truck. He was bigger, wide through the shoulders, with a hunting rifle carried across his chest. He spat into the snow, then stared up the driveway as if measuring the distance to the house. "They are counting us," I said into the quiet room. "Lead man by the gate. Big man your driver's side. 2 shapes in the first truck. 1 in the second, maybe more. I cannot see inside the flatbed." Cindy answered from the pantry hall, her voice low. "How many total?" "At least 6. Maybe 8. James cursed softly from the mudroom. Cliff did not react. The man at the gate lifted his rifle and rested it across the metal rail. "Old man, this does not need to become hard. There are more of us than there are of you. You have lights, cameras, and a warm house. You can share, or we can stop asking." Cliff's face hardened. "You are done asking. Leave now. We saw your sign. Help by daylight only. It is still night because people like you kept the good things behind fences. People like me worked for them. People like you had land when things broke. That makes you rich enough to pay tax." The big man laughed at that. The sound came through the speaker like gravel in a tin can. I switched to the side camera near the pasture. A flicker crossed the lower edge of the screen. I froze, then rewound 5 seconds on the local buffer and played it again. There it was. A man moved between 2 pines near the old sidetrack James and I had blocked with timber. He carried something long, not a rifle. Bolt cutters, maybe. He thought the gate was the conversation and the woods were the answer. "Sidetrack," I said. "One man in the trees. He is trying the block." James answered at once. "I can see him from here if he comes another 10 feet. Cliff clicked the radio again. "Tell your man in the trees to stop." The lead man's face changed for the first time. It was not fear, only annoyance. "You have good toys. I have good rules. Rules died today. Mine did not." Cindy's voice came from the hall. "Kurt, can you turn the barn floodlights on from there?" "Yes, but it will show our positions if I use the wrong lights." "Use the barn only. Leave the house dark." I found the relay control. My finger hovered over the key. The floodlights were on a separate exterior circuit tied into the new controls for convenience more than security. I had tested them that afternoon without imagining they might decide who lived through the night. "Cliff, are you ready?" I asked. "Do it when I speak," he said. He lifted the radio. "Last warning. Take your people and go." The man at the gate stepped back and looked toward the trees. His left hand opened and closed twice. I pressed the key. White light exploded from the barn eaves, not toward the house but across the pasture and sidetrack. The man in the trees jerked like a thief caught in a church. He had a pry bar in one hand and a pistol in the other. James fired from the mudroom window. The shot cracked through the house and snapped from the hills. The man spun, hit the side of a pine, and fell into the snow. The gate erupted. The big man raised his rifle. Cliff fired first from the front room. The kitchen window flashed orange, and the big man dropped behind the lead truck with a cry that turned into a wet cough. The lead man slammed himself against the gatepost and fired toward the house. Bullets hit the porch rail, the front stones, and one of the old windows Cliff had covered with heavy shutters after dinner. Wood splintered. Glass popped somewhere deeper in the house. My body wanted to crawl under the desk. My hands stayed on the keys. "Two moving left," I called. One behind the lead truck. One low by the ditch. Flatbed driver still inside. Cindy fired from the pantry hall. The shotgun blast shook dust from the ceiling. On the side camera, a man who had been crouching near the ditch threw his arms out and fell backward. His rifle skittered across the road. He tried to reach for it, then stopped trying. The second truck lurched forward. Its bumper hit the gate with a metallic boom that rattled through the speaker. The gate held, but the posts groaned. The driver reversed and came again. "They are going to ram it," I shouted. Cliff did not look away from his sights. "Can you kill the lights at the gate and leave the barn on?" "Yes, I can." "Do it." I cut the small gate lamps. The road went black except for the barn wash across the side field and the dull glow of vehicle headlights. The second truck came forward again, faster. Before it struck, James fired twice. The windshield starred. The truck veered, missed the gate's center, and slammed into the ditch hard enough to lift its rear tires. Steam burst from under the hood. The lead man shouted something I could not understand. A person inside the flatbed screamed. For 1 second, the attack lost its shape. Men who had come expecting fear met a house that answered with discipline, and the night filled with confusion. "Hold fire unless they advance," Cliff called. A shot came from the road and punched into the kitchen wall above the cabinets. A plate shattered. Cindy ducked, came up again, and fired toward the muzzle flash. The sound that followed was not loud, but it was worse than loud. It was a man's voice breaking around pain and surprise. The lead man got into the first truck. The tires spun. The truck backed hard, clipped the flatbed, then turned down the road with the passenger door still open. The flatbed followed badly, fishtailing on the frozen road. The crash sport utility truck stayed where it was, hissing, tilted, and useless. "They are leaving," I said. First and third vehicles moving away. One vehicle down at the gate. I see 2 bodies on the road, one in the trees, maybe one behind the truck. Nobody cheered. Nobody even breathed with relief at first. The house smelled like fired powder, broken plaster, and hot metal. My ears rang. My mouth tasted like pennies. Cindy came into the office with the shotgun held low. Her face was pale but steady. "Kurt, are you hit?" "I am not hit." She checked me anyway with a fast sweep of her eyes, then looked at the screen. The gate camera showed the crashed truck. One door hung open. A man crawled out on his elbows, leaving a dark trail across the snow. James came in from the mudroom, breathing hard. "We going out?" Cliff stood in the doorway, rifle in hand, older than he had looked an hour earlier and twice as dangerous. "Not yet. We watch." The first mistake after a fight is believing it is over because the noise stopped. On the monitor, the crawling man rolled onto his back and lifted one bloody hand toward the camera. "Please," he shouted, "do not leave me out here." Cindy closed her eyes for one breath. When she opened them, they were wet but not soft. Cliff looked at me. "Keep the cameras live. James, cover the road. Cindy, get the medical kit. If this is a trick, we answer it. If it is not, we are still human." The man in the snow kept begging. The network held. The gate held. The first blood of the new world lay black beneath the headlights, and none of us could pretend morning would put the old world back together. We waited 15 minutes before anyone opened a door. 15 minutes can become a long life when a man is begging in the snow and you are trying to decide whether mercy is a door or a trap. The wind pushed powder across the road and softened the hard edges of the bodies. The man by the crashed truck stopped shouting after a while and began making smaller sounds, the kind that slit between his teeth without pride. Cliff made the decision the way he made most decisions after measuring the cost and accepting that no clean choice remained. "Cindy, you stay inside with the radio. Kurt, you stay on camera until we are past the porch. Then take the rifle and watch the left tree line. James comes with me." Cindy did not like it. Her fingers tightened on the medical bag. "I can help outside. You can help by keeping the house covered." "Granddad, I am not made of glass." "I know what you are made of. That is why I need you where I put you." She wanted to argue, but the crawling man's voice rose again, thin and ragged. She swallowed the argument, handed the bag to James, and looked at me. "Do not let him do anything brave and stupid," she said. I glanced at Cliff. "Which one?" For half a second, Cindy almost smiled. That small almost smile did more for my courage than any speech could have. We moved through the mudroom and onto the porch. The night hit me with cold so sharp it cut through the heat left by fear. Cliff had killed the house lights. The barn lamp still burned across the pasture, leaving the driveway in broken shadows. Every shape looked like it had a hand around a weapon. Every tree seemed to hold a watcher. James walked on Cliff's left, rifle ready. I stayed a step behind with a borrowed rifle and the uncomfortable knowledge that the thing in my hands was no longer an idea. It had already spoken tonight, and men had fallen. At the gate, the first body lay beside the rail with one arm under him. He had been the big man who laughed. He did not laugh now. The snow around his chest had turned dark and glossy. His eyes were open to the sky, and the sight of them made my stomach twist. I looked away too fast and hated myself for it. Cliff noticed. You do not have to enjoy looking. You only have to see enough to stay alive. The man from the crashed truck lay halfway between the open door and the ditch. He was younger than the others, maybe 25, with a patchy beard and a face already gray from cold and fear. Blood pulsed from his thigh each time he moved. Cindy would have known exactly where to press. I only knew it was too much and too fast. "Hands where I can see them," Cliff said. The man lifted both hands. One shook badly. "I am done. I swear I am done." James circled wide and checked the truck. Driver's side clear. Back seat clear. "There is a pistol on the floor." "Kick it away," Cliff said. James did, then came back with the medical bag. Cliff cut the man's pant leg with a folding knife and pressed cloth hard against the bleeding. The man screamed, bucked, and tried to grab Cliff's wrist. James put the rifle barrel near his shoulder. "Do not," James said. His voice was calm enough to frighten me. The man froze. "Name," Cliff said. "My name's Reed Palmer." "Who sent you?" "Nobody sent us. We needed supplies." Cliff pressed harder. Reed screamed again. "Pain makes liars worse," Cliff said. "It does not make them better. Try again." Reed cried through clenched teeth. "Mason brought us. Mason Rusk. He said there was a ranch with food and fuel. Cameras, too. Said if we hit fast, old people would fold." The name meant nothing to me, but James stiffened. "You know him?" I asked. "I know of him," James said. "He used to run with some oil field boys near the state line. Always had men around him who thought cruel meant strong." Cliff looked down the road where the trucks had vanished. How did Mason know this place? Reed squeezed his eyes shut. Cliff did not ask twice. He just shifted pressure by a fraction. Reed cried out and spoke over his own pain. A man told him. Thin guy, bad teeth. Said an old rancher took him to a cabin and left him. Said there was a woman, an old man, a son, and a stranger with computer gear. Mason gave him a ride after he walked out. "Wade," I said. James spat into the snow. "We should have tied him to the stove." Cliff's jaw worked once. "We left him alive because we were not ready to become what he was. That choice may still have been right. It was not free." Reed reached toward Cliff's sleeve. "Please, I do not want to die." "Then answer faster," Cliff said. "How many with Mason now?" 4 left in the trucks? Maybe 5 if Booker made it. Wade was with them when we started, but he stayed back before we came up the road. Mason did not trust him. Where did he stay? Maybe Old Quarry Road. They had a place with a metal shed. I do not know the roads. I swear. The man in the trees groaned. I had forgotten him. That shame hit harder than the cold. He lay curled near the timber block, one hand pressed to his side. His pry bar was several feet away. His pistol had fallen near a root. "That one is alive, too," I said. James went to check and came back with a pistol held by 2 fingers. Alive, but not walking tonight. Cliff looked at the gate, the bodies, the wrecked truck, and the dark road beyond. I could almost see the math moving behind his eyes. 2 hurt attackers. At least 2 dead. Mason loose. Wade loose. A ranch that had won the first fight but announced to every predator within earshot that it was defended and therefore worth taking seriously. "We bring the living into the barn, not the house," Cliff said. Hands tied. Weapons cleared. Cindy can stop the bleeding if she chooses. "If she chooses?" I asked. He looked at me. "Mercy forced is not mercy. We dragged Reed first because he would not survive waiting. He cried and cursed and begged for his mother in the space of 20 yards. The other living man was named Hollis and said almost nothing, which bothered me more than Reed's noise. Hollis watched us with flat, calculating eyes, even while his own blood spotted the snow beneath him. Cindy met us at the barn door with a lantern, gloves, and the medical kit spread on an old tack table. She took in the scene quickly. Her mouth tightened at the sight of Reed's leg, but her hands did not hesitate. "Put him there. Hold this hard. Do not let up because he complains. James, wash your hands with the alcohol. Kurt, get more clean cloth from the house. Granddad, if either one reaches for anything, you know what to do." Cliff nodded. He did not argue with her in that tone. I ran back to the house and found towels in the mudroom cabinet. When I returned, Cindy was working on Reed with a fierce concentration that made the rest of us seem clumsy. She packed, wrapped, pressed, and tied. Reed cried until his voice wore out. Hollis sat against a post with his wrists tied in front of him, watching every door, every shelf, every mistake. "He needs a hospital," Cindy said. "There may not be one he can reach," Cliff answered. She looked up at him. "I know that. I am saying it anyway because someone should." The words hung in the barn with the smell of blood, hay, and gun smoke. When the bleeding slowed, Cliff questioned them again. Reed gave pieces between shivers. Mason had gathered men at a storage yard after the first outages. They had heard rumors about ranches with fuel tanks and freezers full of meat. Wade had given them our driveway, the gate, the sign, and the number of people he had seen. Mason wanted supplies first. Later he wanted the house because it had cameras and high ground. Hollis said nothing until Cliff asked about the woman Mason claimed was hurt. "There was no woman," Hollis said. His voice was dry and bored. Cindy's face went still. James took one step toward him, but Cliff lifted a hand. "Keep talking," Cliff said. Hollis shrugged, then winced despite himself. "Women make gates open. Kids do it faster." Mason knows what people want to believe about themselves. For a moment, nobody spoke. The truth of that sentence was uglier than the lie at the gate. Cindy shot the medical kit with too much force. "He used our decency as a pry bar." "He tried," Cliff said. "He failed. This time." That was the part none of us could answer. Before dawn, we moved the prisoners to an empty stall with a heater outside the bars, not inside. Cliff posted James in the loft with a rifle and told me to sleep for 2 hours. I laughed because the idea sounded impossible. He did not laugh with me. "You are no good to this house if your mind starts skipping," he said. I went inside because my legs were shaking and I did not want Cindy to see. She saw anyway. She caught me by the kitchen sink while I washed Reed's blood from my hands. The water turned pink, then clear, then pink again when I rubbed under my nails. "First time?" she asked quietly. "First time seeing men drop because people I know pulled triggers. First time helping keep one alive after he tried to kill us. First time all of it." She leaned beside me, shoulder to the cabinet. "I wish you had gotten more time before the world demanded that from you. Time was one of the things that died yesterday." Her eyes moved over my face. "Not all of it. We still get the next minute. Sometimes that has to be enough." I wanted to touch her hand. I did not yet. Instead, I turned off the water and listened to the pipe settle in the wall. Outside, the first gray of morning touched the windows. The ranch had survived the night, but in the barn 2 enemies breathed under our roof. Dead men lay by the gate, and somewhere down the road Mason Russ was learning that Cliff Mercer did not fold. Survival had not made the world smaller. It had made every choice heavier. Morning came without warmth. The sun rose behind a lid of cloud, and the ranch looked bruised in the gray light. Snow had drifted over parts of the road, but the gates still showed the night's violence. Tire ruts cut deep through the powder. The crashed truck sat crooked in the ditch with steam no longer rising from its crushed front end. Dark patches stained the snow where men had fallen, and the fence rail carried fresh scars from bullets and metal. Cliff would not let Cindy come to the gate until James and I had cleared the road. She hated that, but she knew better than to turn a necessary argument into a wasteful one. She stayed on the porch with the shotgun while I photographed the scene with the local system. Not because police were coming soon, but because the old world might ask questions someday. If it did, I wanted proof that the fight had come to us. James stood beside me with a shovel. His face was drawn from lack of sleep. Before yesterday, I thought coming home would mean getting yelled at for old mistakes. That still may happen. He gave me a sideways look. "You are getting comfortable here if you can joke before breakfast." That was not a joke. It was an assessment. He almost smiled, then looked at the bodies and lost it. I left because I was tired of being told what kind of man I needed to be. Then the country starts burning, and the first useful thing I do at home is shoot somebody from a window. You also stopped a truck from coming through the gate. That is the part people will thank me for. It does not make the other part sit any easier. I had no wisdom for him. I barely had enough strength to keep the shovel steady. We moved the dead to the far side of the barn under tarps. Cliff said frozen ground would not take a proper grave without more effort than we could spare that morning. The words proper grave sounded strange when applied to men who had come with lies and rifles, but Cliff said them anyway. That told me something about him. He did not confuse justice with delight. Reed slept in the stall after Cindy gave him something for pain. Hollis pretended to sleep while watching through his lashes. Cliff made it clear they would not be guests and they would not be abused. They would eat when we ate. They would use a bucket. They would answer questions. If they tried to escape or signal Mason, the discussion would end badly. "You planning to keep prisoners through the end of the world?" James asked when we were outside the barn. "I am planning to get through breakfast," Cliff said. "Then I will plan too much." That sounded simple. It was not. The question of Wade sat between us like a loaded gun. We had left him at the line cabin with food, water, and a warning. It apparently walked out, found Mason, and traded information for a ride or protection. If Reed told the truth, Wade had helped point danger at the ranch. If Reed lied, Mason still knew enough to come straight to our gate. Either way, the line cabin had become a loose end with teeth. Cliff decided we would check it before noon. Cindy did not like that either. You just fought off men at the gate. Now you want to leave the ranch with prisoners in the barn and Mason still somewhere nearby? That is why I want to know what is nearby. Send James and Kurt. You stay. Cliff's eyes narrowed. I am still standing. Yes, and I would like that to continue. The kitchen went quiet. James became fascinated with his coffee. I looked at the window because being caught between family members required skill I had not earned. Cliff set his cup down. You think I am too old. Cindy softened, but she did not retreat. I think you are too important. Those are not the same thing. For once, Cliff did not have a quick answer. He looked at her for a long moment, then nodded once. James drives. Kurt goes with him. I stay and hold the house. James blinked. You are agreeing? Do not make me regret it by talking. Cindy looked relieved and frightened at the same time. When I went to gather gear, she followed me to the back room. The office still smelled faintly of overheated electronics and dust, a normal smell in an abnormal morning. I checked the camera feeds, set the recorder to mark motion clips, and wrote a quick note explaining how to switch views if the screen layout froze. You do that when you are nervous, Cindy said. Do what? Make instructions for people who already know what they are doing. It helps me pretend the world has steps. She leaned against the desk, arms folded. Then give me steps. I looked at her. Keep Cliff from standing in the open. Keep James from feeling like he has to prove himself when we get back. Keep yourself away from Hollis if he starts talking. He is the kind who looks for cracks. Those are not network steps. Not exactly. Those are people's steps. I am less qualified for those. You are learning. Her voice made the room warmer. For a second, the distance between us shrank to something small enough to cross. Then James called from the mudroom and the moment had to wait its turn behind survival. The drive to the line cabin felt longer than it had the day before. James kept the truck slow, avoiding the center of the road where ambushes liked vehicles to be. I watched the trees until my eyes watered. Every stump became a crouched man. Every dark branch became a rifle. The world had gained too many shapes overnight. The line cabin sat in its hollow of pines, half hidden under snow and shadow. The door hung open. James stopped 50 yards short. That was closed when we left. Yes, it was. We got out on opposite sides. The cold stole breath from my mouth. James moved ahead with a confidence I envied, but not carelessly. He checked the ground, the window, the trees. I covered what he did not, or tried to. Inside, the cabin was empty. Wade was gone. The food we had left had been torn open. One can lay on the floor with beans smeared across the boards. The blanket was missing. The matches were gone. On the wall above the rusted stove, someone had scratched a crude mark into the wood, a circle with a slash through it. That new? I asked. James nodded. Not ours. A folded scrap of paper sat on the bunk, held down by a spent brass casing. James did not touch it at first. He leaned close, read, then swore under his breath. What does it say? He picked it up with gloved fingers and held it so I could read. Tell the old man his fence bought him one night. No signature. It did not need one. Behind the cabin, we found tracks. Many tracks. Wade had not left alone, and Mason had not simply picked him up from the road. Men had come here after we left. They had studied our mercy and found a use for it. The tracks led toward a narrow service trail that cut north through the timber. James crouched and touched one boot print. At least 4 men, maybe 5. One dragged a foot. Could be Wade. Could be someone we hit last night. Could be. We followed the trail only far enough to learn its direction. Cliff had told us not to play heroes, and for once, James seemed willing to obey. About 200 yards in, we found a second sign that changed the shape of the problem. A small piece of survey tape hung from a branch, bright orange against the snow. Another hung 20 yards beyond it. They marked a path, I said, for people who do not know the woods, or for people coming back in the dark. James looked through the trees. Mason is not done. We pulled the tape as we returned, but that did not erase the path from the memory of anyone who had walked it. At the cabin, James searched under the bunk, behind the stove, and around the woodpile. I checked the doorframe and found another piece of paper tucked into a crack near the hinge. This one had rough lines drawn on it, not words. A map, badly drawn but clear enough. It showed the main road, the gate, the barn, the sidetrack, and a square marked house. One side of the map held a question mark near the back pasture. Wade had not known about the cellar beneath the pantry. He had not known about the buried fuel tank Cliff had not mentioned in front of him. But he knew enough. More than enough. James stared at the map. We should have never let him see the gate from inside. We did not know he would sell the view. That is the problem with doing decent things. You have to do them before you know whether the other person deserves it. I folded the map and put it in my coat. Cindy said something last night. Mason used decency as a pry bar. James looked toward the open cabin door. Then we need to decide where decency ends and stupidity starts. On the way back, we saw smoke to the west, thin at first, then thicker as the road curved. It rose from somewhere beyond the lower ridge. Not close enough to threaten the ranch yet, but close enough to be seen by anyone watching the same sky. James slowed. Town direction. My stomach tightened. A house fire? Maybe a house fire, or maybe something bigger. The radio in the truck hissed uselessly. Cell phones were dead rectangles in our pockets. The internet beyond our local network was gone more often than it was present. We had cameras, power for now, food for now, and a gate that had held once. For the first time, I understood that the ranch was not a fortress. It was an island. Islands survive by guarding shorelines, but they also need to know what the sea is doing. When we reached Mercy Road, James stopped at the high bend. From there, we could see the ranch below, small and stubborn under the clouds. Beyond it, farther down the valley, another column of smoke began to rise. James gripped the steering wheel. We tell Cliff. Then we decide whether to go to town. You mean both of us? He looked at me with a tired grin that did not reach his eyes. Welcome to the family, network man. Around here, bad ideas come with company. I looked at the smoke and thought of empty shelves, scared families, Mason Rusk, and Wade walking free with their map in his head. Then let us make it a useful bad idea, I said. Cliff listened to our report without interrupting. That worried me more than anger would have. Anger uses air. Silence saves it for later. He stood in the back office with Wade's crude map spread across the desk, one finger resting on the square marked house. Cindy stood on the other side with her arms folded tight, and James leaned against the wall like a man, hoping the wall would offer advice. When I finished describing the marked trail and the smoke beyond the ridge, Cliff looked at the map for another long moment. Wade gave Mason enough to come back smarter, he said. Cindy's jaw tightened. So we wait for him? We prepare for him. Waiting is what people do when they think trouble needs permission. James pointed toward the window. The smoke could be town. If town is breaking, we need supplies before there are none left. Medical, batteries, salt, feed, fuel treatment, anything we forgot. We also need information, I said. If the county has any kind of emergency center operating, we need to know. If roads are blocked, we need to know. If Mason is gathering men, someone may have seen them. Cindy looked at me. You want to go? I wanted the opposite. I wanted to seal the gate, crawl into the pantry cellar, and count canned goods until fear became arithmetic. But staying blind felt worse. I think we need to go, I said. That is not the same as wanting it. Cliff studied me, then nodded. Good distinction. Wanting gets men killed. Need still might, but it wastes less time. The plan took shape around the kitchen table. Cliff would stay with Cindy and the prisoners. That decision led to another argument, shorter than the first because none of us had enough energy to spend on repeating ourselves. Cindy wanted to go. Cliff refused. James suggested she was the best shot among us at close range, which was meant to help and absolutely did not. Cindy told him that if he used her skill as an excuse to get her killed in town, she would haunt him with chores. In the end, Cliff settled it. Cindy knows the ranch systems now. She knows the medical supplies. She knows where everything is if I go down. She stays. James drives. Kurt watches, talks, and buys if buying still exists. We take cash, trade goods, and empty fuel cans. We do not take the main truck. We took an older ranch pickup with faded paint and a dented tailgate. Cliff said it looked poor enough to discourage hope and sturdy enough to get us home. We loaded 2 rifles, 2 sidearms, water, a small medical bag, cash, coffee, batteries, and 3 cartons of cigarettes Cliff had kept for trade despite not smoking for 20 years. Bad habits become currency before good sense does, he said when I stared at them. Before we left, Cindy walked me to the porch. James was already in the truck pretending not to watch us through the windshield. "Do not let town turn you into someone you are not," she said. "I am not completely sure who that is yet." Then let me put it another way. Come back as the man who helped Reed even after he came here with Mason. That man was mostly following orders. He still showed up. I looked at her hands, then at her face. "I will come back if I can. That is honest. I hate it, but it is honest." She reached up and fixed the collar of my coat even though it did not need fixing. The gesture landed somewhere in my chest and stayed there. The road into town had changed in less than 2 days. The first time I drove it, the mountains had looked beautiful and indifferent. Now every curve looked like a place where a tree could hide a man. We passed 2 abandoned cars before the highway. One had its doors open and luggage scattered behind it. The other had slid into a ditch. No one was in sight either, and that absence felt worse than a visible tragedy. Closer to town, traffic gathered in knots. Vehicles lined up outside the only working fuel station, though working was generous. A hand-lettered sign on the pump read, "Cash only, 10 gallons maximum, no arguing." People argued anyway. A man in a ski jacket shouted at the clerk through the glass. Another man stood beside a pickup with a shotgun visible across the seat, not pointing it, just making sure everyone noticed. James drove past without slowing. "Fuel line is a trap today. We need fuel. We need to get home more." The grocery store parking lot was worse. Cars sat at odd angles. People pushed carts piled with bottled water, dog food, flour, and anything that looked like it might become dinner. The automatic doors stood open because the power had failed and someone had forced them apart. Inside, the lights were off except for gray daylight through the front windows and a few battery lanterns near the registers. A man at the entrance held a baseball bat and wore a vest with the store logo. His name tag said, "Aaron." He looked 17 and 80 at the same time. "Cash only," he said. "No fighting. 2 carts per family. No medicine left except what is behind the counter, and that is for people with real need." James looked at him. "Who decides real need?" A woman's voice answered from inside. "I do." She came from behind the customer service counter carrying a clipboard and a pistol on her hip. She was maybe mid-40s with brown skin, tired eyes, and hair pulled back so tight it looked like it hurt. A small silver cross hung at her throat. "Marta Reyes," she said. "I manage the store when civilization is not falling to the floor. Today I manage whatever this is." "James Mercer," James said. "This is Kurt. We are from a ranch up Mercy Road." Her expression sharpened. "Mercer Ranch still standing?" "Standing enough." "That is good to hear. Your grandfather helped my brother after a stock trailer rollover 6 years ago. Would not take payment. Said neighbors do not invoice neighbors for bleeding on a road." James blinked. "That sounds like him." Marta turned to me. "You look like a man with a list. Several, but I can shorten them. Medical supplies, batteries, salt, yeast, water filters, canning lids, radio batteries, and anything that will help keep a small network alive without internet." For the first time all morning, somebody looked at me like my old profession still mattered. "Back office," she said. 10 minutes. After that, I need bodies near the door more than I need polite shoppers. The store smelled like fear, spilled milk, and cardboard. Shelves were stripped in strange patterns. Fancy crackers remained beside empty rice bins. Organic sauces sat untouched while cheap pasta had vanished. A freezer section had begun to thaw, and Marta had workers moving meat into coolers to sell fast before it spoiled. Nobody talked at normal volume. Every conversation sounded like it was happening beside a sleeping animal. In the back office, the store's small server cabinet beeped under a dying battery. Their inventory computer was useless without the wider network, but the local security camera still had power from a backup unit. "Can you keep the cameras running?" Marta asked. "People behave better when they think the future can identify them." "I can extend the battery life and turn off what you do not need," I said. "But it will not last forever." "Forever" got canceled yesterday. "Give me today." I worked fast. My hands remembered who I used to be. I disabled extra equipment, rewired the camera feed to a smaller monitor, and set the recorder to capture motion only. Marta watched with impatient gratitude. James filled boxes from the list, paying with cash first and coffee second. The cigarettes made Aaron's eyes widen like we had brought gold bars. A shout broke from the front. Marta moved before anyone else. James and I followed. Near the registers, 2 men were trying to push past Aaron with carts full of meat, liquor, and medicine from behind the counter. One had a crowbar. The other had a woman by the arm. She was older, with a bloodied temple and terror in her face. "Let her go," Marta said. The man with the crowbar laughed. "Store is done. Prices are done. We are done waiting behind people who think rules still matter." James angled right. I moved left because he did, not because I had a plan. The second man pulled the woman closer and pressed a knife near her ribs. The store went silent except for a child crying somewhere near the bread aisle. Marta did not raise her pistol yet. "You walk out with nothing but your hands and you live with the shame. That is my offer." "Your offer?" the crowbar man said. He swung at Aaron. Aaron ducked, but not enough. The metal caught his shoulder and knocked him into a rack of candy. James hit the crowbar man from the side with the rifle stock. The sound was ugly and final enough to make the second man flinch. I grabbed the woman's coat and pulled her down as the knife slashed empty air. Marta drew and fired once. The second man fell backward into a display of bottled water. Plastic cracked under him. Red spread across his shirt. He stared at the ceiling with surprise that lasted longer than the rest of him. The crowbar man tried to crawl. James put a boot on his wrist and looked at Marta. "Alive," he said. "For now," Marta answered. The older woman clung to my sleeve, shaking so hard I could feel it through my coat. "My grandson," she said. "Please, my grandson." We found him under a checkout counter, a boy of 8 or 9 with a backpack hubbed to his chest. His name was Caleb. His grandmother was Nora. They had been trying to buy medicine for Nora's husband when the men grabbed her. Marta pressed a cloth to Aaron's shoulder and looked at me. "Mercer Ranch had room for 2 more scared people." The question hit me unfairly. It was not my ranch. It was barely my home by invitation. But I thought of Cindy at the porch, telling me to come back as the man who helped Reed. "We have a gate," I said. "Cliff decides who comes through it, but we can bring them to ask." James stared at me, then nodded slowly. "Granddad is going to grumble like thunder. Will he say no?" James looked at Nora holding Caleb under the dead lights of the store. "Not if Cindy gets to him first." Outside, smoke thickened over town. Somewhere to the east, sirens wailed until they cut off mid-scream. We loaded supplies, Nora, Caleb, and more responsibility than the old pickup was built to carry. The store had no prices anymore, only costs. We should have left town the moment Nora and Caleb climbed into the truck. Every useful instinct said to get moving, keep our heads low, and return to the ranch before Mason or Panic closed the roads. But useful instincts have to compete with the human habit of looking once more toward trouble, especially when trouble is shouting from 2 blocks away. The smoke came from the county services building, a low brick place that handled permits, records, and enough public business to make it a symbol for everyone angry at a system that had stopped answering. A crowd had gathered outside. Some people carried signs left over from older grievances. Others carried tools. A sheriff's cruiser sat with one window broken and its light bar dead. The building's front doors were open and smoke rolled from inside in dirty waves. James slowed at the intersection. "We are not getting involved." Nora held Caleb against her side. "My husband may be at the clinic near there. He went for oxygen before the phones failed." James closed his eyes for 1 second. "Ma'am, that is the kind of sentence that ruins a good escape." I looked toward the clinic sign beyond the services building. "It is on the way out if we loop around." "It is absolutely not on the way out. It can become on the way out." James looked at me. "You've been in the family 2 days and already caught the Mercer disease." "What disease?" "Mistaking trouble for a chore." He turned anyway. The clinic parking lot was half full of cars and fully full of fear. People stood near the entrance demanding prescriptions, oxygen bottles, insulin, pain medicine, anything that made modern life possible for bodies that had grown dependent on steady supply. A nurse in blue scrubs held the door with 2 men behind her. She had a face carved thin by exhaustion and a voice already hoarse. "We are not a hospital," she called. "We have limited power and limited medicine. Emergencies only." A man near the front yelled, "Everything is an emergency now." He was not wrong. That was the problem. Nora spotted her husband's truck and began crying before she opened the door. James parked near the side, angled for a fast exit. Gert, you go with her. I stay with the supplies and the boy. 5 minutes. If people start rushing that door, you leave whether you found him or not." Nora heard him and shook her head. "I will not leave George." James's voice softened. "Then let us find him quickly." The clinic lobby smelled like sweat, antiseptic, and failing electricity. Emergency lanterns glowed along the walls. People sat on the floor because every chair was taken. A man held a towel to his scalp. A pregnant woman breathed slowly while her partner whispered to her. 2 elderly patients sat near a portable oxygen unit with one nurse counting minutes like coins. Nora pushed through the crowd, calling George's name. A thin man with a gray beard lifted his head from a chair near the hall. His skin had a bluish tint that frightened me. A small oxygen bottle sat beside him, nearly empty. "Nora," he said, and the word used most of his strength. She reached him and put both hands on his face. "I found Caleb. I have him. We are going somewhere safe." George looked at me. "Safe where?" That was a larger promise than I wanted to make. "A ranch at Mercy Road. It is defended. It has food for now and people who know how to make hard choices." He gave a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "That sounds safer than most places." The nurse in blue scrubs approached, carrying a clipboard and more worry than one person should have to hold. Her badge read, "Tessa Briggs. He cannot travel without oxygen." Nora's face crumpled. "Do you have a bottle?" "We have bottles." "We do not have enough bottles." The sentence did not accuse anyone, but it condemned the day. I looked toward the hall. "What powers your concentrators?" Tessa stared at me as if I had asked what color the moon was. "Electricity, which we barely have. Generator keeps tripping because someone wired 3 extra heaters into the same line last winter." "Show me." She hesitated. Then another light flickered overhead, and hesitation became a luxury. The generator connection was in a utility closet behind the clinic. It was not elegant, but it was understandable. Overloaded circuit, bad extension run, a power strip that had no right carrying medical equipment. I could not create electricity, but I could stop them from wasting what they had. I rerouted 2 critical devices, killed non-essential loads, and helped Tessa move a concentrator to the better line. The machine coughed, hummed, and held. Tessa looked at it like it was a miracle. "How long?" "Until fuel runs out, a wire fails, or someone plugs in something stupid." That is the most honest technical answer I have ever heard. "I have had a long week." She gave us 1 oxygen bottle for George. Not because we paid. Not because there were enough. Because George could leave, and every person who could leave made room for someone who could not. Nora thanked her through tears. Tessa accepted it badly, like thanks was just another wait. When we got George outside, the crowd at the clinic door had grown louder. A man with a red face shoved the nurse holding the entrance. James stepped away from the truck with his rifle visible. He did not point it. He did not need to. The red-faced man saw him, saw the way James stood, and remembered some small part of caution. Caleb climbed from the truck and ran to George. The old man held him with one arm while the oxygen line rested under his nose. It was a fragile reunion, but fragile things can still be real. We loaded them as carefully as we could. Nora kept saying thank you. James kept telling her to save breath. He was gentler than his words wanted people to believe. We were almost out of the parking lot when Tessa ran after us carrying a canvas bag. "Mercer Ranch," she said, breathless. He said Mercer Ranch. "Cliff still has the old veterinary fridge?" James nodded. "In the supply room, unless he finally threw it out after threatening to for 10 years. "He did not," I said. "I saw it yesterday." Tessa shoved the bag into my hands. "Insulin and antibiotics that will spoil if our power fails. I cannot keep them all here, and I cannot hand them to the crowd. If you can keep them cold, do it. If the clinic survives, I may come for some. If I do not, use them carefully. The trust of strangers is heavy when it arrives in a canvas bag." "Come with us," Nora said. Tessa looked back at the clinic. "I still have patience." "You cannot save everyone," James said. Her eyes flashed. "I know. I am saving the ones in front of me until I cannot." There was no arguing with that because it was the same rule Cliff lived by. The drive out of town turned worse near the fuel station. The line had broken into a fight. 2 men wrestled near Pump 3 while others shouted. Someone had tried to siphon fuel from a delivery truck and spilled enough gasoline to make a whole intersection smell dangerous. A woman screamed for people to stop smoking. Nobody listened until a small flame flared near the curb and a wave of panic shoved the crowd backward. James drove over the sidewalk to avoid the knot. The pickup bounced hard. Caleb buried his face in Nora's coat. George wheezed beside him. I held the canvas medical bag against my chest like a baby. A black pickup pulled behind us 3 blocks later. James noticed at the same time I did. Same one from the store? I do not know. It was parked near the loading dock. 2 men inside, James said. They are staying with us? We turned left. They turned left. We crossed the bridge over the creek. They crossed the bridge. James did not speed up. That surprised me. Why not run? I asked. Because running tells them we are scared and carrying something worth chasing. We are scared and carrying something worth chasing. Yes, but they do not need encouragement. At the edge of town, James took a service road that looked more like an alley between storage lots. The black pickup followed. He drove past 3 units, braked hard, and swung behind a row of parked snowplows. The pursuing truck overshot the turn. James killed our engine. We sat in sudden silence. George's oxygen hiss sounded enormous. The black pickup reversed slowly into view. The passenger leaned out with a pistol, scanning the wrong direction. James rested his rifle on the open window frame. Kurt, he whispered, when I say, start the truck, do not wait to see what happens. The passenger saw us. His pistol came up. James fired. The passenger dropped outside and the black truck lurched backward into a storage fence. I started our engine with fingers that barely worked. James shouted for me to get down, then fired again through the windshield as the driver tried to raise his own weapon. The black pickup rolled into a snowbank and stopped. For a second, no one spoke. Then Caleb began to cry, not loudly, just with the exhausted surrender of a child who had seen too much. James put the truck in gear and drove. His face was pale, his mouth set hard. Nora whispered, God forgive us. James did not look back. It can start with them. I have to get you home. He had called it home without thinking. I heard it. So did he. For the rest of the ride, none of us corrected him. Cindy opened the gate for us from the house, then closed it before the truck had fully cleared the posts. That told me how much the ranch had changed. 2 days earlier, the gate had been a boundary between private property and a public road. Now it was a decision point between life and exposure, and every inch it opened felt like a risk. Cliff met us in the driveway with a rifle in hand, and a storm gathered in his face. He saw Nora first, then Caleb, then George with the oxygen bottle, then the boxes of supplies, then the canvas medical bag clutched to my lap. You went shopping and came back with a family, he said. James climbed out. They needed help. So did half the town, I expect. Nora lowered herself from the truck before James could help. She was small, gray-haired, and shaking from more than cold, but she stood straight in front of Cliff Mercer as if fear had not stolen her manners. Mr. Mercer, my name is Nora Whitcomb. This is my husband, George, and our grandson, Caleb. We will not take more than you can spare. We can work. George is not strong, but I can cook, sew, clean, and mind children if more come. Caleb is a good boy. We are asking for a place to breathe until we can do better. Cliff looked at her for a long moment. His eyes moved to George, who was trying not to lean too visibly on James. Then to Caleb, who held his backpack straps with white fingers. Cindy came down the porch steps. Granddad, let them come in. Cliff did not look at her. I heard you walking up behind me with that tone. Then you know what I am going to say. I know what I am going to say, too. He turned back to Nora. You come in. We will talk rules once your husband is warm. Nora's composure cracked. She covered her mouth and nodded too many times. Cindy took charge from there. She sent James and me to unload while she brought Nora, George, and Caleb inside. Cliff watched them cross the porch, his face unreadable. When Caleb hesitated at the threshold, Cliff lowered his rifle and leaned down. You like dogs, boy? Caleb blinked. Yes, sir. That is good. We do not have one. That means you can stop looking around for what might jump on you. Caleb stared at him, then gave the smallest laugh. Cliff nodded as if the sound had settled the matter. Inside, the house stretched to make room. Cindy put George in the front sitting room where the old couch could be turned into a bed. The oxygen bottle stood beside him like a fragile promise. Nora helped, without being asked, folding blankets, moving pillows, learning the kitchen with fast, grateful eyes. Caleb stayed close to her until Cindy gave him a mug of hot chocolate made from powder and told him his only job for 10 minutes was to warm his hands around it. The boy obeyed like it was sacred work. In the office, I placed Tessa's medical bag in the old veterinary fridge and checked the temperature. The fridge rumbled, complained, and settled into duty. I added a battery thermometer and wrote the time on a piece of tape. Medical supplies had become treasure, and treasure needed records. Cindy came in while I was labeling shelves. "You brought insulin," she said. "Tessa from the clinic trusted us with it. She said she may come for some if the clinic holds. If it does not, then we keep it alive for whoever needs it next." Cindy touched one of the small boxes in the fridge. "That is a lot to carry." "The truck carried it. I just held the bag." "You know that is not what I meant." I did know. I was beginning to understand that every useful thing we saved also became a reason someone might come for us. Food, fuel, medicine, shelter, and knowledge. Even kindness could draw danger if word got out. Cliff called everyone to the kitchen before sunset. Even Reed and Hollis heard the meeting from the barn through the small radio Cliff had placed outside their stall. Not because they deserved a vote, but because they needed to know the rules applied past the house walls. Nora sat beside George, one hand on his shoulder. Caleb sat between them, his eyes wide. James stood near the mudroom. Cindy leaned against the counter. I sat at the table with a notebook because writing rules made them feel less like moods. Cliff began without ceremony. "This ranch is not a hotel. It is not a charity office. It is not a prison, though some in the barn may disagree. It is a home under threat. If you stay here, you work. If you can, you tell the truth, you do not steal, you do not waste, you do not open a door or gate without permission, and you do not bring trouble back without telling us." Nora nodded. "That is fair. Fair is a luxury. This is necessary. Food will be counted. Water will be counted. Fuel will be counted. Medicine will be controlled by Cindy unless a doctor or nurse steps through that door and proves useful." George lifted a weak hand. "I was a mechanic before my lungs went bad. Small engines mostly. Generators, pumps, tractors. I cannot lift much, but I can listen to a motor and tell when it is lying." Cliff's eyebrows rose. "That may be more useful than lifting." Nora said, "I kept books for a feed store for 22 years. I can track inventory. I can also make food stretch." Cindy smiled. "You and I need to talk after supper." Caleb looked at Cliff. "I can work too." Cliff studied him. "How old?" "I am 9. "Then your work is listening, carrying light things, and not pretending to be older than 9 unless danger leaves you no choice." Caleb considered that, then nodded solemnly. James looked at me. "He got better terms than I did." Cliff pointed at him. "You slept in a barn because you left your room. Do not reopen that case in front of guests." For the first time since town, laughter moved around the kitchen. Not much. Not enough to erase the day, but enough to remind the house that laughter still belonged to us. After supper, I checked the network. Power flickered twice, but the battery backups held. The internet connected for 6 minutes, long enough to pull fragments of news that were almost worse than silence. Several cities had imposed emergency curfews. Fuel distribution was crippled. Ports were stalled. Some military bases were locked down. There were reports of coordinated strikes, sabotage, and armed groups taking advantage of confusion. No one on the official channels admitted how bad it was. Their refusal told us plenty. I saved what I could to the local drive and set the system to capture any future connection automatically. Network Zero, the little closed system born out of necessity, was becoming more than cameras. It was our memory when the outside world flickered. It held maps, inventory, medical notes, weather records, names of neighbors, and video of the attack. If something happened to us, it might become a record of how we tried to remain human. Cindy found me still typing after everyone else settled. "You need sleep," she said. "People keep saying that like sleep is a switch. It is more like a stubborn animal. You have to stop chasing it and let it come near." I turned from the monitor. That sounded like something from a ranch. Almost everything useful does. She sat beside me. The room glowed blue from the screen. Outside the window, the yard lay dark except for one shielded barn light. Somewhere beyond the gate, Mason Rusk was breathing the same cold air and thinking about us. "I was scared when you were gone," she said. The directness caught me. "I was scared most of the time I was gone." "That is good. I do not trust men who are never scared." James seemed steady. James is terrified of not being useful enough to be forgiven. That is different. I looked toward the mudroom where he had gone out to check the barn. Will Cliff forgive him? He already started. He is just making James work enough to believe it. We sat quietly. Her knee touched mine under the desk. Neither of us moved away. "Kurt," she said, "if this gets worse, people will ask for shelter every day. Some will deserve it. Some will not. Some will be both. How do we choose?" I was hoping the network man had a system. Systems fail when the inputs are human. Then I guess we'd choose one face at a time. Before I could answer, the barn radio clicked twice. James's voice came through low and urgent. "Cliff, you need to come out here. Hollis wants to trade information. Says Mason is not the only one coming." Cindy stood. The warmth between us vanished under the return of duty. I saved the file, grabbed my coat, and followed her into the cold. The price of shelter had just increased again. Hollis sat in the stall at his back against the wall and his tied hands resting on his knees. Reed slept on a blanket nearby, pale and sweating, his injured leg wrapped in cloth Cindy had changed twice. The barn smelled of hay, animals, kerosene heat, and the sour human fear prisoners tried to hide. James stood in the aisle with a rifle across his chest. Cliff arrived first, then Cindy, then me, with Nora hovering at the barn door until Cliff told her the house needed watching. Hollis looked pleased by the audience. That alone made me dislike him more. "You said you had information," Cliff said. "Then start talking." Hollis's eyes moved to Cindy. I talk for terms. Cliff rested both hands on the top rail of the stall. "Your terms are that you talk before I lose patience. Then you do not understand what is coming." James stepped closer. "You mean Mason?" Hollis laughed softly. "Mason is a dog that found a torn sack of meat and thinks he discovered a kingdom. He is loud, mean, and useful until someone meaner arrives." "Name," Cliff said. "People are calling them the Circle." The scratched mark at the line cabin came back to me. A circle with a slash through it. We saw their mark. For the first time, Hollis looked at me with interest. Then Wade did more than talk. Cliff's voice stayed flat. "Who are they?" Some were militia types before this. Some were thieves. Some were private security boys who lost clients when the phones died. Some are just hungry men who like having a flag because it makes stealing feel organized. They are taking the lower roads, storage yards, fuel depots, and houses with generators. Mason wants in because he thinks they will crown him if he brings them a ranch with food and cameras. Cindy's face hardened. "How many?" "Depends which road you count. 20 or 40 and more by tomorrow if panic keeps feeding them." The barn seemed to get colder. James shook his head. "You expect us to believe an army formed overnight?" "Not an army," Hollis said. "A habit. Men who already wanted permission heard the country say it was busy. That sentence made the hair on my arms rise because it sounded true." Cliff looked down at Reed and back at Hollis. "Why tell us?" "Because Mason will give me to them if he gets me back. I know things about men who do not enjoy being known. You keep me alive, and I help you avoid the places they are already watching. You came here with him." "I came because Mason had fuel, and I did not. I did not shoot your house." James snorted. "You sat in a truck while others did. That is not innocence." "Innocence is another thing that got expensive," Hollis said. Cindy stepped forward. "Do not dress cowardice up like wisdom." Hollis looked at her and smiled faintly. "You are the one who patched Reed. That means you will patch me if I become useful enough." The rifle came up in James's hands before Cliff could move. Hollis stopped smiling. "Speak to my sister that way again," James said, "and useful will not save your teeth." Cliff let the threat sit for one breath before lowering James's barrel with 2 fingers. "We are not Mason. Remember that." James backed off, breathing hard. Hollis gave us roads, names, and fragments. Some might have been true. Some might have been bait. The Circle had men near the quarry road. They had taken a fuel truck near the interstate. They were marking routes with slash circles. They planned to move up into private roads once easier targets were stripped. Mason wanted to prove himself by bringing them the Mercer Ranch, or at least showing them how to cut it open. "He will not hit the front gate the same way," Hollis said. "He knows you have cameras. He will draw you out or make you divide. Fire works. So do cries for help. So does a neighbor at the wrong hour." Cindy glanced at me, and I knew we were both thinking about the lie at the gate. Cliff asked, "What would you do if you were him?" Hollis looked toward the barn wall, as if seeing the hills beyond it. "I would burn something you cared about, but not enough to empty the house. I would watch who came. Then I would strike the place they left thin." Nobody liked that answer. We returned to the house with more information and less comfort. Cliff locked Hollis and Reed in the stall again, posted James in the loft, and called a second meeting. Nora took inventory notes at the table with a steadiness that made her seem less like a refugee and more like someone the ranch had been missing. George listened from the couch, oxygen line under his nose, eyes closed but mind working. "Fire response," George said when Cliff finished. "That is where he will trick you. Ranchmen hate leaving fire alone." Cliff nodded. "Because fire does not stop at fences." "Then decide before the smoke starts," George said. "Who goes? Who stays? What burns if you cannot save it?" That became the hardest conversation of the day. The hay barn mattered. The fuel shed mattered more. The house mattered most. The cattle mattered because food on legs was still food. The line cabin no longer mattered except as bait. The outer pasture shed held old equipment and feed, useful but not worth dying over. Saying that out loud felt like betraying years of work, and I had only been there 2 days. I could see the pain in Cliff's face as he assigned value to pieces of his life. "The house, fuel, people, medical fridge, water system," I said, reading from the list Nora wrote. "Everything else comes after." Cliff looked at the paper. "You forgot dignity." Nora looked up. "No, sir." "That is in the people line." The old man stared at her, then nodded once. She had earned something from him with that. I spent the afternoon turning Hollis's warning into circuits and habits. I added a camera view aimed at the fuel shed. I rigged a door alarm on the pantry cellar that chimed only in the office and Cliff's room. I moved one wireless relay into a metal box at the barn and set a low-power local message board that any device inside the ranch network could open without internet. It was crude, ugly, and beautiful to me. A page with maps, rules, duty shifts, inventory, camera views, and a simple log. James watched over my shoulder for part of it. "So the whole ranch has its own little internet?" "Very little. Very local. No outside connection required. Network zero." That is what Cindy called it in my head before I admitted she was right. He smiled. "Careful with that. My sister likes being right. Feeding that habit is dangerous." I noticed. His smile faded. "You care about her." I kept typing. It sounded less like a question. It was. I stopped and looked at him. "Yes, I do. I also know this is a terrible time for it." James leaned against the desk. "Terrible times do not stop people from needing good things. They just make good things harder to protect." "Are you warning me off?" "I am warning you on. If you step toward her, step honest. She has buried enough people without having to bury trust too." There was no threat in his voice. That made it heavier. "I understand," I said. "Good to hear. Also, if you hurt her, Granddad gets first shot at you. I get whatever is left. There is the threat. I did not want you disappointed." The first smoke appeared near dusk. Not from the line cabin. From the outer pasture shed west of the barn and far enough from the house to make response tempting. The camera caught only the glow at first, then a smear of orange through the trees. Cliff did not move right away. That cost him. I saw it in his face. The shed held tack, old feed, fencing tools, spare lumber, things earned over years and stored because ranchers do not throw away what might save a trip later. Fire licked up one side and reached for the roof. James came in from the mudroom. "I can take the small tank and knock it down." "No," Cliff said. "Granddad, the shed is going." "No, we decided before the smoke. We do not abandon the house for a shed Mason wants us to love." Cindy stood beside the window, eyes shining with reflected flame. "He is out there watching." I pulled the side cameras wide. At first I saw only fire and trees. Then a shape moved near the lower fence, too far from the shed to be fighting the blaze. Another appeared near the old sidetrack. "2 men at lower fence," I said. "Maybe 3. They are not near the fire. They are waiting." James's jaw tightened. It is bait. Cliff lifted the radio to the barn. George, kill exterior lights on my mark except fuel shed and front gate. Nora, keep Caleb in the pantry hall. Cindy, with me. James, back window. Kurt, cameras. A shed roof collapsed in a fountain of sparks. Years of stored work burned against the dark and nobody ran to save it. That may have been the first true victory of the night. We refused the bait. The men at the lower fence waited for us to become foolish. When we did not, they grew restless. On the camera, their shape shifted among the trees, black against snow and firelight. The pasture shed burned behind them with a hungry roar, throwing sparks into the wind. Each spark made me think of the dry hay barn and the wooden porch and all the things a ranch needed that fire could take faster than men could rebuild. Cliff had us hold positions. That was harder than shooting. Shooting was action, and action gave fear somewhere to go. Holding meant sitting inside your own imagination while enemies tested patience from the dark. Cindy knelt below the front window with her shotgun across her lap. James watched the back field. George sat by the small power panel with a flashlight and a handwritten list of switches. Nora stayed in the pantry hall with Caleb, reading to him in a low voice from a children's book Cindy had found in a closet. The words drifted faintly through the house, soft and absurdly brave. I watched 6 camera feeds until they blurred. The lower fence, the fuel shed, the gate, the barn, the west pasture, the back porch. The local system held, but one outdoor camera flickered from heat, shimmer, and smoke. I adjusted contrast and cursed softly when the picture smeared. Cindy glanced back. What is the problem? Smoke is confusing the motion alerts? The system thinks the whole world is moving. It is not wrong. On the lower fence feed, one man raised an arm. Another started moving east, staying low. He carried a long bundle. Not a rifle. A ladder, maybe, or a board to cross the ditch. One moving east with something long, I called. Could be trying for the blind spot near the creek gate. Cliff answered from the front room. James, can you shift? I can shift to the pantry window and see the creek gate, James said. Do it slow. James moved through the house like he had learned its boards as a boy, avoiding the squeaks. I tracked the man on the camera as long as I could. Then he vanished behind smoke and brush. A minute later, James whispered from the pantry window. I have him. He is setting a ladder over the ditch. 2 behind him. What distance? Cliff asked. Far, but clear enough if they stand. Wait until they commit. The waiting became a physical thing. My shoulders ached. My jaw hurt from clenching. The man at the ditch placed the ladder, tested it, and waved the others forward. He thought the fire had pulled our eyes west. He thought the creek gate was quiet. He thought wrong. Cliff spoke into the radio, not to Mason, but to the dark around him. This is Mercer Ranch. The west fence is covered. The creek gate is covered. The fuel shed is covered. Turn around, and you may walk away. Cross another line, and you will not. For a second, the men froze. Then someone outside shouted, You cannot watch everywhere. Cliff's reply was calm. Try me. The man at the ladder raised his rifle toward the house. James fired once. The man dropped beside the ditch, knocking the ladder crooked as he fell. The 2 behind him scattered. One ran back toward the burning shed. The other dove behind a stump and fired 3 panicked shots that hit nothing but night. Cindy fired from the front room at a shape near the lower fence. Cliff fired after her. A cry came through the smoke. The remaining figures broke, retreating in different directions. Firelight caught one face for half a second. Nason Rusk. He had lost the knit cap and gained a streak of blood across his cheek. He looked toward the camera as if he knew I was behind it. He pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes, then toward the house. Mason is there, I said. Lower fence near the split pine. He is pulling back. Let him, Cliff said. The words sounded like stones. A running man can carry fear to his friends. The attack ended in pieces. A shot came from the trees, followed by silence. A branch cracked and silence returned. The shed burned down to itself while silence kept tightening around us. It took nearly an hour before Cliff allowed anyone to move outside, and even then we moved like people walking across thin ice. The pasture shed was gone. Nothing remained but a low frame of fire and blackened posts. The heat pushed us back when we got close. James found the man by the ditch, dead beside the ladder. Another lay near the lower fence, breathing in short, wet pulls. He was older than I expected, with a weathered face and a wedding ring on one hand. He stared at the sky as Cindy worked over him and asked for water. "What is your name?" Cliff said. The man swallowed. "My name is Booker." James looked at him sharply. "Reed said your name." Booker tried to smile and failed. "Reed talks too much." Cindy pressed cloth against his side. "Hold still. No point. Mason leaves slow men. Circle takes useful ones. I am either now." Cliff crouched beside him. "Where is Mason going?" Booker coughed. Blood flecked his lips. "The quarry, then Lower Road. They're coming up after full dark tomorrow." "Not just Mason. Circle wants fuel. Heard you got a tank. Heard you got medicine too." Cindy and I exchanged a look. The medical bag had not been at the ranch when Wade left. That meant town had talked, or someone from town had followed, or Mason had more eyes than we understood. It also meant our mercy had a scent now, and desperate people might follow it as surely as wolves followed blood on snow. "How many?" Cliff asked. Booker shivered. "Enough men. They got a radio working. Not like yours. Something bigger. They listen. I heard clinic woman say Mercer Ranch. Heard people asking where Nora went. Everybody talks when scared." The cost of shelter rose again. It always did. Booker grabbed at Cliff's sleeve with surprising strength. "Mason wants the girl alive. Says a woman who can patch people is worth more than cans." James made a sound low in his throat. Cindy's face went white, then hard. Cliff leaned closer. "Mason will not touch her." Booker's eyes moved towards Cindy. "Then kill him before Circle makes him brave." He died before dawn, not dramatically, not with a final speech that made sense of anything. He just stopped breathing while Cindy held pressure and stared at the place where his life had been. She stayed there too long. I knelt beside her, not touching it first. "Cindy," I said, "he came to burn us out." "Yes, he did." "I still tried to keep him alive." "Yes, you did. Some part of me hates that I tried." I sat back on my heels. "Some part of me is glad you did. That part may be the only useful thing left in the world." She looked at me then, and fire reflected in her eyes. "Do not make me sound better than I am. I am not. I am trying to remember what better looks like." Her hand found mine in the snow. This time neither of us pulled away. By morning, we were beyond tired. We had one burned shed, 3 more dead attackers, 1 dying prisoner in the barn, 1 dangerous prisoner who now looked less confident, and a warning that a larger force might come the next night. The ranch had not fallen. It had also not escaped notice. Every defense that saved us made us more interesting to men who measured value by how hard it was to steal. Cliff gathered us in the kitchen after sunrise. Nobody pretended breakfast tasted like anything. Caleb sat close to Nora. George's oxygen bottle was half spent, and his mechanical mind had already begun drawing plans for a compressor system that might or might not work if we found the right parts. James had ash on his cheek. Cindy had changed clothes but still smelled faintly of smoke. I had not slept longer than 20 minutes at a time. "We cannot hold alone forever," Cliff said. No one argued. He pointed to the paper map on the table. "There are ranches up the North Road, cabins toward the ridge, the old ranger station, and maybe neighbors who have not been hit yet. Some will be scared. Some will be fools. Some may already be gone. But Mason and the Circle are organizing. That means we organize faster or we become supplies." James leaned over the map. "You want to build an alliance. I want to find out who still believes in fences for the right reasons." Nora said, "People will come if they know you have food." "Then we do not start by offering food," Cliff replied. "We offer warning, communication, and rules." All eyes turned to me. The attention should have made me proud. Instead, it frightened me. 2 days ago, I had been a man people hired to fix dead zones, bad passwords, and expensive routers installed by cheap contractors. Now the same skills were being weighed against armed men, burning roads, and families who might freeze or starve if we failed to pass a message. I thought of my father's quiet house, my mother's empty chair, and the way grief had made me believe I had nothing left to lose. That had been ignorance, not courage. Loss had not emptied me. It had only made room for people whose names I was still learning. "I can try," I said. "I will not promise miracles, and I will not pretend equipment can replace trust. A network can carry a warning, but people still have to believe it. We need simple rules before wires and radios. Who answers? What code means danger? What code means medical need? What we never say over an open channel. If the circle listens, every careless word becomes a map. George opened his eyes. That is how old volunteer fire nets worked. Plain language for most things, agreed phrases for the rest. Cliff tapped the map. Then we build it like a fence, post by post, line by line, and strong enough that a scared person knows where to stand. I understood before anyone said it. Network Zero cannot reach miles through mountains without equipment, but we can build layers. Wired here. Short-range radio between close places. Message drops if we have to. A local bulletin at the ranch for anyone inside the fence. If we find high ground and working repeaters, maybe more. George lifted a finger. Old Ranger Station had a radio mass. Might still. James nodded. And a generator shed. If nobody stripped it. Cindy looked at Cliff. That is a trip. A dangerous one. Everything is a trip now, Cliff said. Even walking to the barn. The office monitor chimed before anyone could answer. Motion at the front gate. My body went cold so fast I almost dropped my coffee. I pulled up the feed. A horse stood outside the gate. Rider slumped forward in the saddle. Not Mason. Not Wade. A woman, hat low, coat torn. One hand tied clumsily around the reins as if she had been afraid of falling off. The horse's sides steamed in the morning cold. I turned on the speaker. This is Mercer Ranch. Identify yourself. The woman lifted her head with visible effort. Her face was bruised, her lips cracked, and her eyes found the camera like it was a person. My name is Ava Cole, she said. North Road. Circle hit us before dawn? My father sent me. He said if Cliff Mercer still lived, tell him the ridge is burning. Behind her, far beyond the lower trees, a new column of smoke rose into the pale morning. Part 2 ended the way Part 1 had ended, with the gate between us and a world that had learned our name. Only now the world was not just knocking. It was sending survivors ahead of the fire. Ava Cole looked too small for the horse beneath her, and the horse looked too tired for the last hill it had climbed. Steam rose from the animal's sides in the gray morning, twisting in thin white ropes before the wind tore it apart. Behind them, beyond the lower trees and the broken road, smoke climbed from the ridge in a thick black column that bruised the sky. For a moment, nobody inside the office moved. The gate camera framed Ava like a witness in a trial. None of us had agreed to attend. Her coat hung crooked on one shoulder, torn near the collar. One cheek had darkened to purple. Her left hand gripped the saddle horn with a desperation that made my own fingers ache. I keyed the speaker again. Ava, keep both hands where we can see them. Is anyone following you? She turned her head, and the movement nearly pulled her out of the saddle. I did not know. I lost them near the creek road. My father said not to stop until I found Cliff Mercer. He said Cliff would know what to do. Cliff stood behind me with a rifle across his chest, eyes narrowed. Harlan Cole sent her. That old mule would not send a child unless the roof was falling in. She is not a child, Cindy said from the doorway, though her voice softened as she looked at the monitor. She is scared half to death. James leaned over my shoulder. Could still be bait. Cindy shot him a look. Everything can be bait now. That does not mean we let a girl freeze at our gate. She said circle hit them, I reminded them. The word could mean the Circle Ranch, or it could mean the people who painted that mark on Wade's truck. Cliff reached over and took the radio from its charger. Kurt, open the small gate only, not the vehicle gate. James, you take the barn lane with me. Cindy, medical bag. Nobody stands in the open longer than they have to. I can bring her in through the camera blind, I said. The small gate gives a narrow angle, but if someone is watching from the trees, they will see where we move. Cliff looked at me with the same measuring stare he had used the first day I arrived as a hired man and accidentally became family. What do you suggest? We use the horse lane on the east side. It is old, half hidden, and I wired a sensor there yesterday when James found the sidetrack. I can unlock the inner latch from here if James clears the outside. We keep the front gate shut, make any watcher think we refused her or brought her in another way. James gave me a quick nod. That is not bad. Cliff almost smiled. Do it. When her boots touched the ground, her knees failed. James caught her under the arms and half carried her through the narrow gap. The horse followed with its head low, too tired to resist. I closed the latch behind them and watched the sensor light go green. "They are inside," I said. Cindy moved with calm urgency. "Ava, I am Cindy Mercer. I am going to check you over. Tell me where it hurts worst." Ava tried to speak and coughed instead. I'd poured water before anyone asked. She took it with shaking hands and spilled half of it down her coat. "My shoulder," she managed. "My ribs. The rest is mostly from falling." "Did anyone hurt you after you fell?" Cindy asked. Ava's eyes flicked to James, then to Cliff, then to me. Shame and anger fought in her face. "They tried. My father shot the man before he could drag me into the feed room. Then he put me on honey and slapped her hard enough to make her run. I heard him yelling after me. I heard the barn burning." The kitchen changed around those words. Cliff's face hardened until he looked carved from old fence wood. James looked away. Cindy placed one hand over Ava's and kept her voice gentle. "You made it here," Cindy said. "That means your father got something right." Ava's eyes filled, but she did not cry. "He said, tell Cliff the circle is not just thieves. They have a radio. They have maps. They knew which ranches had fuel, which had wells, which had solar. They asked for passwords. They asked where the backup drives were. When Dad refused, they beat Reed in the yard." I felt the room tilt slightly. "Backup drives?" Ava looked at me as if she had just noticed I was there. "That is what they said. Computers, radios, anything with lists. They said the war was already decided and people with information would be allowed to live if they handed it over." James cursed under his breath. "That sounds bigger than hungry men with rifles." "It is," I said. "If they are collecting records, they are building a picture. Ranch inventories, fuel stores, addresses, family names, equipment. A group with that information can take the valley piece by piece." Cliff's eyes moved to the office, where my little closed network hummed in defiance of the dead internet. "Can they get ours?" "Not from outside unless someone is already inside the house. I isolated everything. No wireless reaching beyond the walls except the short encrypted link to the barn camera relay, and that is locked to hardware keys. But paper can be stolen. People can be forced. Old machines can have saved passwords and lists. Most folks never think about what their computers remember." Ava gripped a cup harder. "They took our office computer. Tore it right out of the desk. They took Dad's address book, too." Cindy looked at. It was Cliff. "Harlan knows everyone north of Red Creek, and everyone knows him," Cliff said. "If he sent Ava here, he is either dead, trapped, or hoping I am still mean enough to be useful." "We have to help them," Cindy said. James answered before Cliff could. "We have to know what we are riding into. One survivor and a smoke column are not a map." I expected Cindy to snap at him. Instead, she looked at Ava and asked, "How many attackers?" Ava shut her eyes and counted silently. 9 at first. Maybe 12 after the second truck came in. 2 wore sheriff jackets, but they were not deputies. One had a tablet computer in a plastic case. He kept asking names and typing. The leader had a white stripe in his beard. He used a radio with a short antenna and talked to someone he called dispatch. Bispatch. The word made the small hairs lift along my neck. Criminals loved titles. Militias loved structure. A title meant there was a second place somewhere with someone answering. Cliff noticed my expression. "Say it. They are not wandering. They have command and collection. If they hit ranches in a pattern, they may be using roads as spokes and a radio hub as the center. The circle mark could be a name or a routing symbol." "Then we find the center," James said. "Not yet," Cliff replied. "First we keep the girl alive and keep our own place from lighting up like a dinner bell." Ava opened her eyes. "My father is still there. Reed and Mia were in the cellar when I left. There were children in the east bunkhouse. If the fire reached the hay shed, they might not get out." Cindy looked at Cliff with her whole heart in her face. Cliff looked back like a man remembering every debt he had ever owed. "Harlan Cole pulled me out of a ravine in 1991 with a chain, a mule, and language not fit for church," he said quietly. "I suppose I owe him a rude visit." James straightened. "I will get the truck ready." "Not the main truck," Cliff said. "We take the old service pickup and the horse trailer. Looks poor from a distance, runs better than it should. Kurt stays here with Cindy and Ava." I can help with cameras and radios from here, I said, trying not to sound relieved and failing not to sound afraid. Cliff shook his head. You are coming too. If those people are stealing systems and lists, I need the man who understands what that means. Cindy stays with Ava and holds this place. James and I can pull triggers, but we need eyes that see wires. Cindy's head turned. Granddad, no. He did not raise his voice. Yes, you know this house. You know the safe room. You know how to defend the lower hall, and Ava needs someone who will not scare her awake every time he breathes. James made a face. That hurts. But it is fair. Cindy ignored him and looked at me. You come back. I will do everything I can, I said. That is not what I said. I wanted to promise something no man could promise. Instead, I stepped close enough that only she could hear me. Then I will come back. She held my eyes, searching for the lie. Maybe she found it. Maybe she forgave it. Her fingers brushed mine once, quick and hidden. Then she turned toward Ava and became all business again. Before we left, I checked the local recorder one more time. The camera showed the main gate, the east lane, the barn, the lower pasture, and the driveway fading into snow. Cindy stood in the kitchen doorway with the shotgun in her hands and Ava on a chair behind her wrapped in a quilt. She looked scared, but not helpless. Cliff climbed into the passenger seat. James drove. I sat in the cramped back with the laptop against my knees. The gate opened just enough for us to slip through, then closed behind us with a low metal clank. The sound felt final. Cliff unfolded the map on his knee. Circle Road is 12 miles if the bridge is clear. Longer if we cut through Red Creek. Kurt, you tell me if any signal wakes up. James, you keep us out of the ditch. James glanced at me in the mirror. And if we find Harlan alive? Cliff's voice went low. Then we bring him home. And if we find the circle waiting? Cliff checked the rifle across his lap and looked out at the smoke. Then they learned that burning one ranch can call another one to war. The road north had changed overnight. It was the same narrow strip of county pavement that locals had used for years without thinking. The same bends, the same mailboxes, the same kneeling cattle fences and frozen culverts, but fear had rewritten every mile. A stalled sedan sat nose first in the ditch with its driver door open and snow collecting on the seat. A delivery van rested sideways near a turnout, back doors hanging open, empty shelves inside where packages had been cut loose and taken. Farther on, a dead cell tower blinked, no lights against the morning sky. James drove like a man trying not to imagine what waited around each corner. He kept both hands on the wheel, jaw set, eyes moving. Every so often he glanced at the rearview mirror, not to check on me, but to check whether his past was still chasing him. I had learned enough about him to know he had left the ranch to prove he did not need it. Now he was driving back into trouble because the ranch needed him. The scanner in my lap hissed through empty bands. I had set it to sweep local emergency channels, business frequencies, common handheld ranges, and the odd scraps James remembered from his online groups. Most of what came back was static, short bursts, or distant voices broken so badly they sounded underwater. The valley had not gone silent. It had become a room full of people whispering through walls. Anything useful? Cliff asked. Not yet. A few weak bursts? Someone south of town is calling for a doctor. A volunteer fire channel keeps repeating a station number with no response. I caught one encrypted squawk but could not hold it. James looked at me in the mirror. Encrypted like military? Could be cheap digital voice. Could be business radios. Could be people with more money than sense. Encryption does not mean professional by itself. But if Ava heard someone called dispatch, we should assume they have a channel plan. I liked it better when bad men just shouted, James said. They still shout, Cliff said. They just learned to shout with antennas. We passed the first sign of a fight 2 miles before Circle Road. A mailbox had been shot loose from its post. Tire tracks cut across the snowy shoulder in overlapping loops. There were spent casings near the ditch, brass bright against the gray slush. The house beyond the fence sat dark, curtains drawn, no smoke from the chimney. A plastic child's sled lay upside down near the porch steps. James slowed without being told. Cliff shook his head. Not now. We mark it and come back if we can. If anyone is inside, they may not have until later, James said. If we stop at every bad sign, we never reach the fire. Harlan sent Ava because he needed speed. Keep driving. "Why are you typing?" James asked. "Because memory lies under stress. If we survive today, details might matter tonight." Cliff grunted approval. "Keep doing it." At Red Creek Bridge, James stopped. He had no choice. A pickup with a snowplow blade blocked half the span, and the other half was choked with debris, branches, a broken guardrail section, and a burned tire still smoking in the cold. A hand-painted sign leaned against the plow blade. Toll for crossing. Food, fuel, ammo. Nobody stood near the sign. That made it worse. James killed the engine and the sudden quiet pressed against my ears. The creek below ran black between shelves of ice. Pines crowded both sides of the road. The bridge was the kind of place a foolish man would block if he wanted supplies, and the kind of place a clever man would leave empty if he wanted to see who came to clear it. Cliff scanned the tree line. "Kurt, camera." I opened the side window just enough to slip out one of the small battery camera nodes. It was meant for a porch corner, not a tactical scout, but it had a magnet base, a wide lens, and a local signal that reached my laptop. I fixed it to the truck's roof and rotated it toward the far bank. The picture appeared grainy but usable. I zoomed, adjusted, and saw what the naked eye missed. A dark shape behind the far guardrail. Not a person, just a pack. A second shape near the left pines. Too straight for a branch. I switched to thermal mode, weak but helpful at short range. 3 warm smears glowed in the trees across the bridge. 3 people far side, I whispered. 2 left, 1 right. Maybe more behind the rise. James's hands tightened around the wheel. "Road tax collectors." "Or Circle Scouts," Cliff said. "Either way, we are not paying." "We could backtrack through Miller's Low Road," James said. "If it is not drifted over. If the culvert is not washed. If the circle is not waiting there because every local knows the detour." Cliff looked at me. "Can you make them think we backed off?" I did not answer at once. The old me, the man who fixed Wi-Fi dead zones in rich houses and avoided awkward dinners, would have said no. The new me had spent the last 2 nights turning convenience into defense. "Maybe," I said. "If I leave the camera on the roof and we roll back around the bend, it will keep transmitting for a while. I can set the truck horn to chirp from the remote start fob if we move close enough again, but that is not much. Better option is noise. James, do you have firecrackers, air horn, anything like that?" James turned around slowly with one eyebrow raised. "Do I look 12? Cliff did not blink. "You had a box of ranch hazing shells in the barn." James's eyebrow dropped. "Those are not toys." "Good." 5 minutes later, we had a plan that felt ridiculous until it worked. James backed the truck around the bend out of direct sight. Cliff and I slipped out into the trees on our side with more stealth in Cliff's first step than I had in my whole body. James stayed behind the wheel. He fired 2 noise shells into the slope south of the bridge, sharp cracks that echoed through the pines like shots from another group. The 3 watchers across the bridge reacted exactly as Cliff hoped. One rose enough to look south. Another shifted left for a better angle. The third stood too high. Cliff fired once, not at the man but at the plow blade. Metal rang. The watchers scattered, convinced they had been caught between 2 threats. James gunned the truck forward before I had fully climbed back in. We hit the bridge with the plow blade scraping the passenger side and branches snapping beneath the tires. A shot cracked from the far bank. The windshield sprouted a white star near the top corner. James ducked but did not slow. Cliff fired through his open window. I held the laptop with one hand and the seat with the other, while the world became engine noise, ice, and shouting. Then we were across. The truck fishtailed, cocked, and lunged up the road beyond the bridge. In the side mirror, a man ran from the trees with a rifle, then stopped when James tossed a smoke canister from the window. Gray smoke bloomed across the bridge behind us, swallowing the sign and the plow and the toll collectors who had just learned that not every traveler arrived alone. James laughed once, a hard, short sound that held more panic than humor. "I hated that plan." "You drove it fine," Cliff said. "That is not the same as wiking it." I checked the laptop. The roof camera signal died as the bridge fell behind us. We lost the node. "Can you replace it?" Cliff asked. "Yes, I'm more worried they can find it and see the hardware." "Will it lead them to us?" "Not by itself. No names on it, no network address outside its closed link. But people learn by looking." Cliff nodded. then we learn faster. Circle Road turned from pavement to rutted gravel beneath an arch of pine branches heavy with ash-stained snow. The smoke column was close now. It no longer sat on the horizon like a warning. It moved among the trees ahead, crawling low when the wind shifted, thick enough to dim the morning. A mile in, we found the first body. James stopped before Cliff told him to. Nobody spoke for several breaths. Circle did not leave him there for warning, Cliff said at last. He fell running. I wrote the location down because my hands needed a task. Body near north fence line, wire in hand, likely trying to open pasture. The scanner hissed, then caught a voice. Unit 3, report. North team, report. I froze. The signal was clearer than anything we had heard all morning. Male voice. The voice was calm and close. I lifted a finger for silence and adjusted the scanner. The voice came again. Dispatch to North team. Smoke line has shifted. Collect what you can and pull back to Junction Barn. Repeat, pull back to Junction Barn before county response comes over the hill. James whispered. County response? There was no response. They may not know that, I whispered back. Or they are using it as a timer. Cliff leaned closer. Can you find the direction? Not with this alone. But the signal was strong. Junction Barn may be their rally point. If we can get higher, I might catch enough to estimate. Circle Ranch first, Cliff said. Harlan first. A white ring with a slash had been painted across the side of the office building. James whispered something I did not catch. Cliff's face went still in a way that frightened me more than anger would have. I raised the scanner. The dispatch voice returned, close and careless. North team, hurry it up. Mercer may have taken the girl. If the old man moves, tag the road behind him. Command wants his place on the board by nightfall. The truck went silent. They knew Cliff by name. They knew Ava might reach us. They already had the Mercer Ranch in their plans. Cliff checked his rifle, slow and exact. Then we do this fast, he said. We find the living. We take what proof we can. We leave before their board gets another piece. We left the truck behind the rise and went down on foot. The basin offered no kindness to men who wanted to move unseen. The snow had thinned near the ranch yard, melted by heat and churned by tires, hooves, and boots. Smoke crawled low across the ground in gray sheets, hiding some things and revealing others too late. The burning barn popped and groaned like a living animal that hated us for watching it die. Cliff led with the confidence of a man who had walked this land in better years. He used fence lines, stacked hay equipment, and a shallow drainage ditch to cut the open ground into shorter run. James followed close, rifle ready. I came last with the laptop bag banging against my hip and a pistol I did not trust myself to use well. Every few steps I wanted to look back toward the hill, but I forced my eyes forward because fear behind me would not save anyone in front of me. Let them run, Cliff said before James could ask. People first. Cliff stopped at the threshold. Harlan. No answer came from inside. James raised his voice. Reed, Mia, anyone alive in there? A faint thump answered from below the floor. We all froze. Cliff moved first, stepping over splintered boards into the hall. Smoke hung near the ceiling, but the lower air was breathable. The house smelled of old coffee, burned insulation, and blood. I followed James into a kitchen where every cabinet had been emptied. A small table lay on its side. A chair had been smashed against the wall. Beside the cellar door, dark handprints marked the paint. The thump came again. Killer, James said. The cellar door had been jammed shut with a steel bar pushed through the handle and a bracket screwed into the frame. Not a hurried barricade from inside. A prison from outside. Cliff's face changed when he saw it. They locked them in, he said. James grabbed the bar and pulled. It did not move. He took a pry tool from his belt and drove it against the bracket. I helped, more with panic than skill. The screws tore loose one by one, wood cracking around them. From below, a child's voice began to cry. Hold on, Cindy would have said if she had been with us. I said it for her, louder than I felt. We are opening it. Stay back from the door. A man climbed the steps first, hands raised because the world had taught him manners at gunpoint. He was in his 30s, broad-shouldered, one eye swollen nearly shut. Do not shoot. We are coal people. Reed? Cliff asked. The man stopped. Cliff Mercer. Clifford, where's Harlan? Reed's face collapsed around the name. They took him to the office. He was alive and they dragged him out. Mia is down there with the kids. We have 2 hurt bad. James went down into the cellar without waiting. I heard him speaking softly, then children crying harder because rescue can scare people almost as much as danger. One by one they came up. A woman with soot on her face and a baby tied against her chest. 2 boys in socks. A girl clutching a stuffed horse. An older ranch hand with blood dried along his scalp. And the teenager carrying another child whose ankle had been caught under a shelf when the first explosion hit the barn. There were 12 people in the cellar. Ava had non-exaggerated. The attackers had trapped them below and left the fire to decide the rest. Cliff's hand shook once when he looked at the children, and the shaking stopped. Reed, can you walk? I can walk. Can you fight? Reed looked toward the office building with one swollen eye and one burning eye. If Harlan is in there, I can fight. Good. James, get these people to the drainage ditch and up to our truck. Kurt, help me check the office. A man stepped out from behind the office before we reached it. He wore a stolen sheriff jacket over a gray hoodie. His beard had a white stripe through the middle, and Ava's description hit me so hard I stopped walking. He had a pistol in his hand, held low, and a radio clipped to his shoulder. Cliff Mercer, he said. I figured you would come. Cliff did not lift his rifle all the way, but the muzzle centered itself on the man's chest like it had chosen a home. Where is Harlan? Alive if you behave, dead if you do not. Reed made a sound behind us, pure rage, but James caught him before he could charge across the yard. The man smiled at that. He had the kind of calm that came from believing other people were already inside his plan. I am Deputy Marsh for anyone keeping score. The badge is old, but it still helps people listen. You are not a deputy, Quip said. Not anymore. Not officially. But official got soft and died overnight, did it not? Someone has to organize. Someone has to decide who eats, who guards, who wastes air. You burned a ranch with children locked below. Marsh shrugged. Smoke motivates cooperation. Fire got ahead of us. That happens in transitions. Cliff's voice did not change. Send Harlan out. You are not making demands from the weak side of the board. Here's what happens. You take the survivors and go home. You tell the girl her father died brave. You leave the office equipment and all written records. By dark, you open your gate to my people, and we discuss terms. If you refuse, every road to your place gets teeth. Maybe it was Harlan. Cliff saw my eyes flick and knew better than to follow them. He kept Marsh talking. Terms with a man who hides behind children. Marsh's smile thinned. Terms with a man who has 30 people, fuel, radios, and a list of every strong place in this valley. You have one ranch, one bitter old name, and a granddaughter people talk about like she is worth stealing. Do not make me prove the difference. Everything happened at once. A rifle barked from inside the office. Cliff shoved me down behind a water trough. Splinters flew from the rail where my head had been. James fired toward the window. Reed fired again and missed. Marsh crawled toward his pistol with his bad arm hanging useless. Inside right, I shouted because the muzzle flash had burned itself into my sight. Cliff rose just enough to shoot through the lower corner of the broken window. A man inside screamed and fell backward into a filing cabinet. Harlan's boot moved again, kicking hard now. Marsh reached the pistol. I saw his hand close around it. I also saw a boy from the cellar standing too far from cover, eyes wide, frozen by the noise. I fired. I do not remember choosing to. I remember the pistol bucking in my hands, louder than I expected, and Marsh jerking sideways as the shot struck his forearm. The pistol fell from his grip and slid across the frozen mud. Cliff was on him before Marsh could reach it again. The old man kicked the weapon away and pressed his rifle down until Marsh stopped moving. Call your people off, Cliff said. Marsh laughed through clenched teeth. They are not pets. A voice came from inside the office, rough and furious. Cliff, if that is you, quit flirting with the devil and cut me loose. Cliff's eyes closed for half a heartbeat. Harlan, you old fool. I knew you would come if I sent my girl. Your girl nearly fell off a horse at my gate. She always did ride dramatic. Tech man, he said. You are the one they mentioned. I did not answer. You people think wires make you clever. Command loves clever men. They either work or they get used as examples. Cliff struck him across the mouth with the back of his hand. Speak to him again and you lose teeth you still need. Marsh spat blood into the snow and laughed anyway. James and Reed carried Harlan out between them. Harlan Cole was a lean old man with a silver beard, a broken nose, and eyes so bright they made the rest of his battered face seem like weathered leather on two coals. His wrists were tied with electrical cord. His shirt was dark at one side where a bullet or blade had cut him. He saw Marsh on the ground and tried to lunge even while supported by two men. "You left my people in that cellar," Harlan said. "Your people should have joined sooner," Marsh replied. Harlan tried again to reach him. Reed held him back, tears cutting clean tracks through soot on his face. The scanner hissed from my bag, then spoke in Dispatch's calm voice. "North Team, status. Junction Barn reports county smoke on the West Hill. Pull back now. Leave markers if Mercer responds. Repeat, leave markers." Cliff and I looked at each other. The word markers stayed with me. A sharp whistle sounded from the ridge above the basin. James turned first. Movement on the left. I raised the laptop and used the small camera node still clipped to my bag. I zoomed, captured, and saved the image. Their faces blurred through smoke, but the mark was clear. The circle had not come back to finish the fight. They had come to label the board. "We move," Cliff said. "Now." The retreat up the hill took too long. Children stumbled. Injured people leaned on those barely stronger. James and Reed dragged Marsh with a rope around his wrists because leaving him felt dangerous and killing him in the yard felt like becoming something none of us were ready to name. At the rise, I looked back. The coal ranch burned behind us, smoke rising into a sky the color of tin. On the guardrail above the basin, the fresh circle mark shone white. Cliff saw me looking. "Take the picture." I already did. "Good. Someday someone will deny what happened here. Make sure the dead have a witness." Then we loaded as many people as the truck and trailer could hold and turned back toward Red Creek, heavy with survivors, proof, and a prisoner who smiled like he knew the road ahead better than we did. The return trip began badly and got worse before we had gone 2 miles. The horse trailer was never meant to carry people. It smelled of old hay, leather, and fear, and every rut threw the survivors against one another despite the blankets James had spread across the floor. Harlan sat in the back seat beside me with his hands free but his side wrapped tight. He refused to lie down. Marsh rode in the truck bed under a tarp with his wrist tied to a welded ring and Reed watching him with a rifle. "You should have let me end him," Harlan said. Cliff, in the front passenger seat, did not turn around. "I still might, but not because he makes you angry. He killed Walt. He locked the cellar. He burned my barn. Then he knows who told him to do it." Harlan's mouth tightened because the answer was correct and hateful. He looked at me instead. "You the computer fellow?" "Curt. Ava made it. She made it. Cindy is with her." For the first time since we pulled him from the office, Harlan's face cracked. Relief took 10 years off him and added 20 more behind it. He pressed his hand over his eyes, then dragged it down his face. "Good girl. I told her to ride." She argued, of course. Her mother argued the same way. "She said you slapped the horse to make it run." I slapped that horse and prayed she would forgive me later. The scanner hissed. Dispatch returned in broken pieces, fading in and out as the hills turned between us and whatever tower or ridge they were using. Norse board marked. Mercer confirmed mobile. Prisoner status unknown. Junction Barn to hold until command clears west route. Harlan stared at the scanner. That voice was in my yard, not the same man. Marsh answered to him. "Did you see their equipment?" I asked. "Radios, tablets, a drone. Small one, black, quiet until it was close. They flew it over the cattle pens before the trucks came in. Shot our camera off the office roof with the first burst." James glanced back. "Can your system spot a drone?" "Not reliably. We can watch for motion and sound, maybe use cheap microphones as alarms if I rig them right. Radar is not exactly sitting in my toolkit. Can you make one? Out of ranch parts and panic? No, I can make a warning system that might catch the sound or see movement where movement should not be. That is not the same thing." Cliff nodded. "Might is better than blind." That did not comfort anyone. Kurt, Cliff said. I already had the scanner up. The air was crowded with static and distant fragments. Nothing close. I switched to the camera node in my bag, but without a placed viewpoint, it saw only the dashboard and Harlan's knee. James slowed. We cannot race it with the trailer. Then we clear it, Cliff said. That is how people get shot. Driving into the plow gets us stuck and then shot. Pick your sermon. We stopped 50 yards short. James and Reed moved to the left tree line. Cliff took the right. I stayed with Harlan because he could barely sit upright and because someone needed to listen. The survivors in the trailer had gone silent. Silence from children scared me more than crying. The radio on Mercer's shoulder, now sitting on the floorboard beside my boot, clicked once. A voice said, "North 3, you are late. Report." I stared at it. The radio clicked again. "North 3, report or clear channel." Harlan looked at me. "Can you answer?" "I can make words. That is not the same as sounding like him." "You heard him. Be sick." Men in pain sound alike if the listener expects it. I looked through the windshield at Cliff moving through the trees. If dispatch believed Marsh was silent too long, they might send someone. If they believed Marsh was alive and delayed, maybe they would wait. I picked up the radio. My heart began hammering so hard it seemed impossible the microphone would not catch it. I pressed the side button. "North 3, I rasped, forcing my voice low and rough. Smoke shifted. "Bridge trouble. 2 down. Pulling back slow." Static answered. Then the voice returned. Authentication. I closed my eyes. Of course they had a challenge. Even criminals with command structure learn not to trust open air. Harlan leaned close and whispered. Marsh said white stone when the radio asked him before they hit us. I thought it was foolish nonsense. I pressed the button again. White stone. 3 seconds passed. Copy. North 3. Proceed Junction Barn. Command wants Mercer's status. I hesitated only a fraction. Mercer confirmed at Cole. Took losses. Unknown return route. Copy. Leave East Teeth of Abel. Do not engage alone. Command says Mercer Gate is priority after dusk. The transmission ended. Harlan let out a breath. You lie better than you look like you lie? That is probably the strangest compliment I have ever received. Take it. I do not hand them out while bleeding. Cliff returned first, face grim but not alarmed. Tree line is clear for the moment. James found drag marks? They left in a hurry. Dispatch called, I said. They think Marsh is alive and delayed. They plan to hit your gate after dusk. They said East Teeth. Cliff's eyes sharpened. Road spikes. Maybe traps. They also said Junction Barn. That name came up twice. Harlan shifted painfully. Old auction place, east of the highway. Big roof, concrete floor, loading pens. If someone wanted a rally point with doors wide enough for trucks, that would do. A mile south of the bridge, we found the house with the child's sled again. This time there was smoke from the chimney. James slowed. Cliff looked at the sled, the dark windows, the faint smoke. We cannot carry many more. A small face appeared behind a curtain, then vanished. Nobody spoke. That was worse than an argument because it meant everyone understood the question. Cliff rubbed his eyes with thumb and finger. James, stop. Kurt, stay on the radio. Harlan, do not bleed on my seat more than needed. Harlan snorted. I will ration it. Cliff approached with his rifle lowered and his hands visible. James flanked wide. I watched from the truck with the radio in one hand and my pistol in the other, hoping I would not need either. Elise Barlow opened the door with a shotgun that looked too big for her thin arms and a face that had used up sleep. She spoke with Cliff for less than a minute before breaking down. Then she pulled herself back together because her children were watching. That control hurt to see. The van in her ditch had belonged to strangers. They had tried to force their way in before dawn. Jonah had fired to the door and hit one. The others left, promising to come back with friends. Their phone had died. Their radio had only static. They had no idea whether town still existed. We cannot take the house, James said when Cliff came back. We are loaded. I know. We cannot leave kids here with raiders promising to come back. I know that too. The new math returned, crueler than before. The truck had no room. The trailer was packed with Cole survivors and 2 injured people. Walking a family with children back to the Mercer Ranch through smoke and ambush country would slow us to a crawl. I looked at the offline map. There is an old logging spur behind their property. It connects to the Mercer lower pasture if the gate at Miller's fence is not chained. It is rough but shorter than the road and away from the bridge. Harlan leaned over with a grunt. That spur was passable last fall. Bad ruts, but a four-wheeler can make it. Maybe a small tractor. Elise had a small tractor. An hour later, the convoy looked like something assembled by desperate children with a farm toy box, our service pickup, the horse trailer full of survivors, Elise Barlow's compact tractor pulling a utility cart with bedding, canned food, 2 girls and an old dog who refused to stay behind. Jonah rode on the tractor fender with the shotgun, trying to look older than 15 and failing in a way that made me want to protect him and scold him at the same time. The logging spur punished every wheel we had. Branches scraped the truck. Mud under the snow grabbed the trailer. Twice the tractor bowed down and James had to pull it free with a rope. The children in the trailer began crying again. The baby needed milk. Harlan's bandage soaked through. Marsh cursed from the truck bed until Reed threatened to gag him with a feed sack. Through it all, dispatch called for North 3 every 20 minutes. I answered twice, each time shorter and more broken, letting the hills explain the bad signal. The last time, dispatch said, command moving schedule. Mercer pressure before full dark. Watch east approach. Full dark was not far away. When we finally rolled inside the fence, Cindy came out with her shotgun, her hair pulled back, her face pale with relief and anger. Ava stood behind her wrapped in a blanket, eyes searching every face until she saw Harlan. She ran to him before the truck fully stopped. Harlan climbed out despite 3 people telling him not to. Ava hit him with such force that he staggered, then wrapped his arms around her and held on. He made one sound, low and broken, and buried his face in her hair. "You came back," she said. "You told me to." Her mouth trembled once, then steadied. Do not get proud about following one instruction. As I carried the stolen radio equipment into the office, the dispatch voice crackled from Marsh's radio one more time. "All units, Mercer window begins at dusk. Command confirms priority. Bring the tech alive if possible. Burn the rest if needed." The office went quiet. Cindy stood in the doorway. Cliff looked at me. Jim stopped halfway through loading a magazine. "Alive if possible." The words settled on my skin like ash. The circle was not coming only for the ranch anymore. They were coming for me. A ranch built for family can hold guests. It cannot easily hold a village. By late afternoon, the Mercer house had become a crowded refuge of blankets, whispered names, muddy boots, crying children, and wounded pride. People lined the hallways because the bedrooms filled first. The kitchen table became a medical station. The pantry became a ration room. The office became command, whether any of us wanted to call it that or not. Cindy moved through the chaos like she had been born for a disaster she never asked for. She cleaned cuts, set water to boil, found dry socks for the Barlow girls, and spoke to frightened people in a tone that made them believe the next 5 minutes could be survived. Ava helped despite her bruises until Harlan ordered her to sit, then she ignored him until Cindy made it an order too. Jiggs and Reed hauled supplies from the barn. Jonah followed them with the anxious pride of a boy allowed near men with rifles. Cliff sent him back and sagged twice. The third time, Jonah returned carrying firewood and a look that said he would rather be useful and scolded than safe and useless. Cliff let him keep carrying wood. I built the Mercy line because there had to be one. No one opens a gate alone. No one transmits on an unknown radio without permission. No one leaves the inner yard after dark unless assigned. Children stay below window height when alarms sound. Weapons remain with trained adults unless Cliff or Cindy says otherwise. Food is shared by count, not by who shouts loudest. The last rule caused the first real argument. Reed wanted more food for the coal hens because they had lost everything and had fought hard. Elise Barlow wanted milk for the baby and crackers for the girls. Harlan said he would eat boot leather before taking from children. Marsh, locked in the tack room and guarded by James, shouted through the door that we would all be eating each other within a week if we kept pretending kindness was a plan. Cliff walked into the mudroom, opened the tack room door, and hit Marsh once. Not hard enough to kill him. Hard enough to stop the speech. When Cliff returned, nobody argued for a full minute. Cindy used that minute. Every person gets something warm now. Children first, injured second, everyone else after. Tonight we count everything. Tomorrow we adjust. Nobody gets forgotten, and nobody gets special because grief is loud. Eva looked at her with something close to admiration. You sound like my mother. Cindy's face softened. Then your mother must have spent too much time making stubborn men act right, every day of her life. James leaned against the door frame while I worked. You look like you are building a case for court. Maybe I am building a case for memory. Court is gone. Kurt, maybe, but if we stop keeping proof, people like Marsh get to write what happened. James considered that. I thought you were the kind of guy who fixed routers and avoided trouble. I was. What are you now? I looked at the waveform crawling across the screen, Dispatch's voice turning into peaks and valleys. I do not know yet. James nodded, like that was the only honest answer. For what it is worth, you did all right at Circle Road. I shot a man in the arm and nearly threw up. Both can be true. He started to leave, then stopped. Cindy was scared while we were gone. She hid it from everyone except me, which means she did a bad job hiding it from everyone. I was scared too. I know. That is why I'm telling you not to waste it. Waste what? He gave me a look that made him seem more like Cindy than he probably wanted. The fact that someone cares whether you come back. Then he left before I could answer. James had a talent for dropping truth in a room like a tool on concrete and walking away from the noise. Near sunset, Cliff called the first counsel at the kitchen table. Counsel was too grand a word, but nobody had a better one. Cliff sat at one end, Harlan at the other with a blanket around his shoulders and stubbornness keeping him upright. Cindy stood near the stove. James, Reed, Elise, Ava, Jonah, and I filled the remaining spaces. Others listened from the hall. Cliff began without ceremony. Circle plans to pressure this ranch before full dark. We heard it from the radio. They want supplies, maps, control, and Kurt alive if possible. That means they think he can give them something they do not already have. All eyes turned to me. I hated it. I do not know what they think I can give them, I said. Maybe access to systems. Maybe a way to organize stolen data. Maybe they heard Marsh call me Tech Man and decided I was useful. Harlan coughed, then winced. Marsh asked about network storage. Said Valley records were worth more than canned food. Elise hugged her arms around herself. Why would anyone care about records now? Because records tell you where to go, I said. Property maps, wells, fuel tanks, livestock counts, medical supplies, family names, ham radio operators who owns generators. If you combine enough small lists, you get a conquest map. People think cyber attacks are all distant, banks and power grids and airports, but the same idea works locally. Break information, steal information, control movement. Network zero means when big networks die, the smallest networks become the battlefield. Cindy looked at me. Our house network. And their radios, and paper address books, and memory. Jonah spoke for the first time. Can we make fake records? Everyone looked at him. He shrank, then lifted his chin. If they want lists, give them bad ones. Make them go to empty places. James smiled slowly. I like the kid. Cliff did not smile, but his eyes sharpened. Kurt? The sleep. Maybe we would need them to believe the data came from a real capture. Marsh's radio could help. If they think North 3 still has partial access, we can feed bad information. But if we transmit too much, they may triangulate or challenge us. Harlan grunted. Used a prisoner. Cindy's face hardened. For what? Make him talk. The room went quiet. Reed said. He made children beg through a cellar door. I do not care what we do to him. Cindy spoke carefully. If we start hurting a tired man for answers, we do not become safer. We become different. Harlan's eyes flashed. Girl, he would do worse to you by breakfast. That may be true. It does not decide what I do. Reed pushed his chair back. Easy to say when your barn is still standing. Cindy's face went pale, but she did not step back. Cliff's hand came down on the table once, hard enough to silence the room. Enough. This house will defend itself without turning into Marsh's house. We question him. We pressure him with what we know. We do not torture him. Any man who cannot live with that can leave through the gate before dark and try the Circle's hospitality. No one moved. That was the mercy line. Not soft. Not naive. A line drawn because without lines, survival became just another word for surrendering slowly. We questioned Marsh in the tack room 30 minutes later. Cliff stood in front of him. Harlan sat on a crate because he refused to miss it. Cindy remained by the door with a medical bag, not because Marsh deserved care, but because she would not let a prisoner die from something preventable on her watch. I recorded audio with the laptop. James kept his rifle ready. Reed was not allowed inside. Marsh looked worse than he had at the Cole Ranch, but not weaker. Some men feed on rooms that hate them. His arm had been bandaged. His mouth was split from Cliff's earlier strike. His eyes were bright. Cliff began. Junction Barn. Command was the name behind it. How many? Marsh smiled. You think I'm scared of an old rancher council? I think you are scared of failing whoever gave you that jacket. The smile twitched. I noticed it. So did it, was Cliff. Command does not forgive failure, Cliff asked. Marsh leaned back against the wall. Command understands losses. Does Command understand you losing radios, a prisoner, a girl, and the Cole records? Marsh's eyes flicked to me. You did not get the records. I opened the damaged backup drive on my palm and lied with my face as blank as I could make it. We got enough. His jaw tightened. Cliff stepped closer. How many at Junction Barn? Marsh said nothing. I played the recorded dispatch clip. Bring the tech alive if possible. Burn the rest if needed. Marsh's confidence returned. Hear that, tech man? You have value. You might live long enough to wish you did not. Cindy's voice came from the doorway. And you have less value every minute you stay silent. Marsh looked at her and something ugly moved behind his eyes. You are the granddaughter. Command mentioned you. James took one step forward. Cliff lifted a hand without looking, stopping him. Cindy did not move. Then Command talks too much. Marsh laughed. Pretty thing with a shotgun. That image sells hope. Hope sells compliance. Imagine the Valley hearing Cliff Mercer's own family telling them to lay down arms and join the circle for protection. The room chilled. It was not just supplies, not just data. They wanted symbols. They wanted Cliff broken or used. They wanted Cindy alive because a familiar face could make surrender sound like neighborly advice. Cliff's voice dropped. Who is Command? For the first time, Marsh looked away. Marsh said, Dusk is coming. You should be at your posts. The first alarm sounded before Cliff could ask again. Not the gate alarm. Not the driveway sensor. The east pasture sensor. Then the barn camera flashed once and went black. I grabbed the laptop and sprinted for the office with James behind me. On the monitor, the east feed had vanished. The lower pasture camera showed movement in the trees, then static. Another sensor tripped, closer to the house. Cindy's shotgun clicked as she took her place beside the hall. Cliff looked at the darkening windows. Mercy line is over for the night. Now we hold. The east side of the ranch had always been the quiet side. The driveway, the gate, the road, the barn, those were the places a person expected trouble. The east pasture rolled down toward timber and old grazing lanes that looked too rough for vehicles and too exposed for men on foot. And that was why the circle chose it. Bad people did not need easy ground. They needed ground defenders who were tired of watching. I slid into the office chair hard enough to bang my knee on the desk. Pain flashed up my leg, useful because it made everything sharper. The monitor showed 3 dead feeds and 4 live ones. Main gate clear. Front drive clear. Barn interior clear, though the exterior barn camera was gone. Lower pasture flickering. East sensor red. They clipped the camera line, I said. Or shot the relay. James leaned over my shoulder. Can you bring it back? Not without going out there. Bad plan. That is why I said it like that. Cindy moved survivors into the lower hall and pantry corridor away from windows. Elise guided the children with a calm voice that only cracked when she thought nobody heard. Ava helped Harlan to the safest interior room, then tried to leave him there. He caught her wrist. You stay low, he said. I'm not hiding while everyone else fights. You rode for help. You did your fighting. And now I am here, so I keep doing it. Cindy passed them and said, both of you stop arguing like you have extra time. Ava, water and blankets to the hall. Harlan, sit down before I make you sit down. Harlan obeyed Cindy with a sour expression. I made a note to ask later how she had become the only person in 2 counties who could order old ranchers around without getting bitten. Cliff took position at the east mudroom window. Reed and James covered the side doors. Jonah, to his disappointment, was assigned to carry messages between the office and the hall. He did it at a run until Cindy told him running made people panic. After that, he walked quickly with his jaw clenched, which was almost the same thing. I pulled up the last 10 seconds from the dead camera buffer. There, in the snow-streaked dark, something small dropped from above and struck the camera housing. The picture jolted. A second later, a face appeared close to the lens, covered with a dark scarf. A gloved hand turned the camera downward. Then the feed died. They used a drone to spot the camera, then a man disabled it, I said. Cliff's voice came through the open doorway. How many men? I only saw one. But sensors show at least 3 crossings. Could be decoys. The scanner hissed. Dispatch spoke, faint but clear enough. East team has eyes. House active. Barn occupied. Gate closed. No exterior lights. Confirmed prisoner, not visible. They had eyes. Not the gate. Not on the road. Somewhere above or in the trees. James saw what I was doing and frowned. Are we hunting bees now? If the bee has a camera and tells men where Cindy is standing, yes. He stopped frowning. Fair. A low thud came from the east pasture. Not a gunshot. Not quite. More like a board hitting packed dirt. Then the outer barn light came on by itself. Everyone froze. Kurt, Cliff called. I did not turn it on. The light washed the open ground between barn and house, making the windows into mirrors. A defender looking out would see his own face better than the dark beyond. Kill it, Cliff said. I did. The light died. 3 seconds later, it came on again. James swore. They have the switch. I can lock out that circuit from here, but it may take the barn interior lights too. Do it, Cliff said. I opened the relay controls, entered the override, and cut the circuit. The barn light died. So did the barn interior feed. The monitor box went black. Barn camera gone, I said. Better blind than lit, Cliff answered. A rifle shot cracked from the east. The bullet hit the stone beside the mudroom window, showering grit across Cliff's shoulder. Reed returned fire from the side room. James fired once, then shifted because Cliff had taught him not to argue with the same window twice. Outside, men shouted. One voice cried out. Another cursed in quiet. The first attack was probing, not charging. Shots came from 3 angles, but not in volume. They wanted us to reveal positions. They wanted the house to answer. Cliff gave them little. 1 shot here. Silence there. Movement inside, never enough for a pattern. I watched the audio bars. A high buzz rose above the east side. Not loud. Not close enough to hear over gunfire unless a person knew to listen. The right side bar climbed. Drone east, moving toward the roof, I called. James looked at the ceiling as if he could glare it down. Can we shoot it? Reed asked. If you see it, maybe, Cliff said. If you cannot, do not waste rounds at the sky. The buzz drifted closer. I switched to the attic camera, a tiny thing I had placed near a vent to watch for snowmelt leaks after Cliff complained about old roof problems. Through the vent slats, I caught a blinking light against the dark. The drone hovered near the kitchen side, peering through the upper windows. Cindy was in the kitchen. Cindy, move away from the stove wall, I shouted. She dropped instantly, pulling Ava with her. A second later, a shot from outside punched through the kitchen window and buried itself in the cabinet where Cindy's head had been. The house answered. James fired from the pantry hall. Reed fired from the side bedroom. Cliff shot once from the mudroom and dropped a man who had moved too far past a pine. The drone jerked upward, startled by the muzzle flashes. I grabbed the barn relay control, rerouted power to the old weather siren circuit, and sent a pulse I hoped would do something useful. The siren did not wail. Instead, the exterior speaker mounted under the eave emitted a brutal burst of feedback. Everyone inside flinched. Outside, the drone lurched sideways and clipped the roof gutter. The attic camera caught it tumbling into the snow below. James yelled, I saw it fall. Do not go after it, Cliff snapped. Was not planning to. I am dumb in select ways. The scanner erupted. Eye down. Eye down. East team, push or pull. Command says do not linger. A new voice answered, breathless. Mercer House is harder than briefed. We have at least 1 down. Dispatch replied, pressure only. Mark response. West team not in place. Repeat, do not full commit. Pressure only. They were not trying to take the ranch yet. They were measuring. counting defenders, testing circuits, finding blind spots, seeing whether we panicked, whether we used too many rounds, whether we had discipline. "They're scouting with bullets," I said. Cliff heard me. "Then we feed them bad eyes." He ordered a controlled lie. James and Reed fired from positions they abandoned immediately. Jonah dragged a heavy chair across an upstairs floor to mimic movement where no one stood. I turned the main gate lights on and off twice, then left the driveway camera cycling, as if someone in the office had lost control of the panel. Cindy moved lanterns behind blankets in 2 empty rooms, making silhouettes that appeared and vanished. The circle responded by shooting at ghosts. A bullet hit the hall. Someone screamed. I turned, heart in my throat, but it was not a child. Elise had been grazed by splinters from a doorframe, blood streaking her cheek. Cindy pressed Quoth to it and told her she was all right in a tone that made it become true enough. Marsh shouted from the tack room, "You cannot hold forever." Harlan shouted back from the hall, "We only need to hold longer than cowards can stay warm." Despite everything, Jonah laughed. That laugh spread strangely through the hall, not because anything was funny, but because people needed one sound that was not fear. Then the east pasture exploded with light, not fire. The answer was flares. 3 red flares arced from the trees and landed in the snow, bathing the pasture in a bloody glow. Under that light I saw figures withdrawing, 4, maybe 5, one dragging another. They had not come close enough to the house to be trapped, but they had come close enough for us to learn their rhythm. The scanner spoke. East team pulling. Mark complete. I lost. 1 package down. Command. Advise. Dispatch answered after a pause. Leave the package. Recover later if dark permits. All teams reset. Mercer remains priority. Leave the package. They left a man, Cindy said from the doorway. On the lower pasture camera, a shape moved weakly near the fence. The circle had abandoned one of their own in the snow. Nobody rushed this time. We had learned. Quiff held us inside until the flares burned low and the scanner stayed quiet for 10 minutes. Then he looked at Cindy, James, and me. Same rule as before. If it is a trick, we answer. If it is not, we are still human. Cindy's face showed exhaustion, anger, and pride all at once. I hate that rule. So do I, Cliff said. That is why it is probably necessary. When Cindy asked who command was, Tyler cried before he answered. Sheriff Calder, he whispered. He said the county needed one hand on the reins. He said the ones who joined early would eat. The room seemed to drop beneath us. Sheriff Calder was not a rumor, not a title, not a faceless warlord hiding in smoke. He was the elected sheriff of the county, a man whose picture likely hung in half the diners in the valley, a man people would trust at a roadblock until trust put them in chains. Cliff looked toward the dark windows. Well, he said softly, that explains how they got the board. I looked at the monitor, at the dead feeds, the damaged house, the survivors in the hall, and the saved clip of a drone falling from our roofline. The network had seen enough to change the war. Now we had to decide who else needed to see it before the circle came back with more than pressure. Tyler Voss slept after Cindy finished with his leg, but nobody else did. We had crossed from suspicion into certainty, and certainty had weight. Sheriff Calder. Command was the name behind it. The man whose office controlled emergency frequencies, road closure maps, jail keys, and county fuel cards had put a white ring on the valley and called it order. That knowledge made every old habit dangerous. Calling for help might call the circle. Trusting a badge might open a gate. Following a roadblock might lead to Junction Barn. Cliff gathered the council again just after midnight. It was smaller this time because the injured needed rest and the children needed adults who did not look frightened near them. The kitchen smelled of coffee, wood smoke, antiseptic, and too many damp coats drying near the stove. Harlan sat wrapped in the same blanket, paler now but awake out of pure spite. Ava stood behind him with both hands on his shoulders as if she could hold him in the chair by force. Cindy leaned against the counter with a mug she had not touched. James cleaned a rifle in careful silence. Reed stared at the table. Elise listened from the hall with Jonah near her, pretending not to listen and failing. I connected the laptop to a small speaker and played Tyler's whispered answer. Sheriff Calder. He said the county needed one hand on the reins. The words came thin and scared, but clear enough. James set down the rifle part in his hand. People will not believe it from us. Some will, Harlan said. Some will think we beat it out of a prisoner. Cindy looked at me. Do we have proof besides Tyler? Recordings from dispatch, Marsh's radio, the drone clip, the circle mart, photos from the coal ranch, the captured frequency list. It proves a coordinated group. It does not prove Calder unless we catch his voice or someone people trust confirms it. Reed's face twisted. I trust Tyler enough. You trust him because he said what matches your anger, Cliff replied. That may be true and still not enough. Ava spoke quietly. My father knows Calder's voice. Harlan nodded. I do. Dispatch was not Calder. Too smooth and younger, but Marsh feared whoever was above him. Calder always liked other men doing dirty work while he held a clean hat. Who would believe you? I asked. Harlan gave me a tired smile. Half the county. The other half would believe I am a stubborn relic who hated Calder before the world burned, which is also true. And that was not enough. Red Creek repeater, James said suddenly. Cliff looked at him. That tower is county maintained. Was county maintained. Before the outage, Hams used it as backup during storms. It has solar and batteries? If it is still alive, a short broadcast from there would reach most of the valley. I shook my head. If Calder is command, he knows that too. Which means he may be watching it, James said. But he may also think nobody else can use it without internet or grid power. Can you? Cindy asked me. Maybe if the repeater is analog and not locked down. If the batteries still work. If the antenna is intact. If we can reach it. That is a lot of if. Harlan grunted. Every plan worth doing is a fence made of if. James leaned over the map. Red Creek Tower is here, on the shoulder above the old fire road. From our lower pasture, we can reach the back trail without using the main road. 2 miles on foot, maybe less if we take horses. Cliff shook his head. No horses near a tower at night with drones in play. Then foot, James said. Small team. Kurt to interface, me to guide, one more for cover. Cindy said, I am going. Every man at the table began objecting at once, which was the fastest way to make sure Cindy did not change her mind. She waited until the noise thinned. I know the back trail in the dark better than Kurt, and I shoot better than James when he is trying to impress someone. Granddad needs to stay here. Harlan cannot go. Reed is too angry to be quiet. Ava is hurt. Elise has children. That leaves me. James opened his mouth, then shut it because the argument had shot him cleanly between pride and truth. Cliff looked at Cindy for a long time. He did not look like a man deciding whether she was capable. He looked like a man deciding whether he could live with needing her to be. You follow radio silence unless Kurt says otherwise, he said. You come back if the tower is held. You do not trade 3 lives for a broadcast. Cindy nodded. Agreed. We left at 1:15 in the morning. The ranch slept in layers behind us. Children in the hall. Injured people in beds. Armed adults at windows. Marsh locked in the tack room. Tyler tied to a cot but treated better than he expected. Harlan pretending to sleep while Ava watched him breathe. Cliff standing near the east mudroom, one hand on Cindy's shoulder, longer than either of them acknowledged. Then the lower gate opened, and the 3 of us slipped into the dark. After 20 minutes, Cindy stopped and raised a fist. I froze. James sank lower. Voices drifted from ahead, not close. Downhill, toward the old fire road, men speaking low. A vehicle engine, idling unevenly. The smell of cigarette smoke curled through the trees. Cindy eased back to us. Roadblock below. 2 trucks. Maybe 4 men. They are not on the trail yet. Circle, James whispered. Could be scared neighbors. A laugh rose from below, followed by a voice saying, Calder said nobody comes this way unless Mercer runs. We sit, we watch, we get paid first when Junction opens. Circle. James looked at me. Can we go around? Cindy nodded toward the slope. There is a deer cut, steep and ugly. We can bypass the roadblock and come out above the tower. Steep and ugly describes my skill set poorly, I whispered. She touched my sleeve. And step where I step. Still with me? She whispered. I am strongly considering becoming a desk again. Her smile flashed and vanished. Later, no guard stood at the fence. That worried me more than guards would have. James circled left while Cindy covered the shed. I checked the gate and found it locked. Not a fancy lock, but heavy. Cindy handed me bolt cutters from her pack as if she had known the world would eventually ask for them. The chain snapped with a sound that seemed far too loud. We waited. No shout came. Inside the shed, the air smelled of dust, warm electronics, and mice. The battery bank hummed quietly. The repeater equipment blinked with small green lights. I almost laughed from relief. "Can you use it?" Cindy asked. "Yes," I said, then corrected myself because the new world punished confidence. "I think so." I connected the laptop, tested the audio path, and found the access tone and old ham directory stored in my drive. The repeater opened with a courtesy beep that sounded like a church bell in a ghost town. James stood at the shed door. "Make it quick." I had written a message before we left. Cindy had edited it, removing anything that sounded like panic. Cliff had added one line. Harlan had added a name people would know. I keyed the microphone. "This is an emergency message for Red Creek Valley and surrounding ranches. This is Kurt from the Mercer place, relaying witnesses from Harlan Cole of Circle Road. Armed men using a white ring and slash mark are attacking homes, stealing records, fuel, and radios, and falsely claiming county authority. Do not open gates to unknown roadblocks. Verify all sheriff instructions through a trusted second source. Junction Barn is believed to be a Circle rally point. Families needing refuge should move by daylight in groups and avoid marked roads when possible. Repeat, do not surrender records, maps, fuel lists, or radios. Information is a weapon now. Protect your neighbors. Protect your children. Mercer and Cole survivors are alive. We will broadcast again when safe." I let the repeater drop, then sent it again. On the second repeat, another signal broke in. "Unauthorized transmission. Identify immediately. This is Sheriff Calder's Emergency Operations Net." Cindy's eyes found mine. The voice was not dispatch. The voice was older, firm, and public. A voice built for press conferences and roadside reassurance. Harlan had been right. Calder preferred a clean hat. I keyed the microphone before fear could stop me. "Sheriff Calder, this channel is carrying witness reports from Circle Road. Are you denying armed men under your command attacked the Cole Ranch?" Static. Then Calder returned, controlled but sharper. "Unknown operator, you are interfering with emergency coordination and spreading dangerous rumors during a national crisis. Stand down and report your location." James mouthed "location" and drew a finger across his throat. I kept my voice steady. "This is a recorded channel. Answer the question. Did you authorize Marsh and men wearing sheriff jackets to seize Cole property and detain civilians?" Long silence. Then a third voice cut in, a woman's voice, older, shaking with anger. "This is Ruth Bell at West Fork. Calder, my nephew saw your roadblock take the Miller's fuel truck. Are you saying he lied before they shot him?" Another voice followed. "This is Dan Tully, volunteer fire. We heard the Cole call. We saw the smoke. Sheriff, where are your deputies?" Then another, then three at once. The valley had not been silent. It had been waiting for someone else to speak first. James looked out the shed door. Lights below. "Roadblock heard us." We had no time for a third message. I dumped the recorded audio to the drive, killed the connection, and disconnected the laptop. Cindy wiped our surfaces with a cloth more out of habit than forensic concern. James stepped outside and hissed, "Move now." We left the shed and cut through the fence, not by the gate. Behind us, the repeater light blinked on, indifferent and alive. Below, engines revved on the fire road. Men shouted. The broadcast had worked. Now the ridge was awake, and we were 3 people on foot with the Circle climbing toward us. We ran without running. Cindy called it moving fast with a quiet heart. But my heart had no interest in quiet. It battered my ribs while we slid down the back side of the ridge through black timber and snow that hid rocks at the perfect height to break a careless ankle. The pack slammed against my spine. The laptop felt heavier with every step, as if the voices we had recorded had weight. Below us, the Circle roadblock spread out. Flashlights stabbed through the trees. Men shouted instructions that were less controlled now. Calder's voice had been challenged in the open, and the valley had answered. That did not make us safe. It made us valuable and inconvenient, 2 conditions that often got people killed. Cindy stopped at a split in the deer cut. Not the way we came. They will expect that. James bent over, breathing hard. Other option? Old slide path. The other option was steeper. Comes out near the creek bed. I looked downhill into a darkness that seemed almost vertical. When you say slide path, are we sliding? Only if you do it wrong. That is not the reassurance you think it is. She touched my arm, quick and firm. Kurt, eyes on my boots. Do not think about the whole hill. Think about the next step. That became the rule for the next half hour, and, in a way, for everything after. Not the whole hill. The next step. A root under my left boot. A branch in my glove. A patch of ice avoided because Cindy tapped it with her heel before stepping wide. A flashlight beam passing above us while we pressed into the snow and held our breath. James, covering the rear with a pistol in one hand and a pine branch in the other to brush away the worst of our tracks. Halfway down, a voice called from above. Movement on the left. Left side. A shot cracked. Bark exploded from a tree near James. He dropped and rolled behind a rock. Cindy fired once toward the muzzle flash, then grabbed my jacket and pulled me into a shallow dip. More shots followed, wild in the dark, angry more than aimed. They cannot see us clean, James whispered. They are guessing. Then do not give them a better guess, Cindy said. The scanner in my pack, still on low volume, hissed with overlapping voices. Unauthorized operator fleeing south slope. Meet intercept at creek. Command says recover equipment. Tech alive if possible. Female if possible. Others optional. Cindy's face changed at female if possible. Not fear. Disgust moved across her face. She lifted her rifle, but James put a hand on the barrel and eased it down. Not from here, he whispered. Do not let them choose your shot. She nodded once, and we moved again. At the bottom of the slide path, the creek bed cut through frozen stones and black water. The ice along the edges looked solid until it did not. Cindy crossed first, stepping from rock to rock with maddening confidence. James followed. I made it halfway before my boots slipped through a thin crust and plunged into water so cold it stole the breath from my lungs. The splash sounded enormous. A flashlight swung toward us from upstream. There, someone shouted. James fired twice, not to hit but to make the man duck. Cindy grabbed my pack strap and hauled. I came out of the creek with one foot numb and my pride drowned. We scrambled up the opposite bank as bullets snapped through branches overhead. Then a rifle fired from the dark ahead of us. For one awful second, I thought the circle had cut us off. Then another rifle answered from our right, and a voice shouted, Mercer team, get low. I knew that voice. It was Cliff. The hill answered with gunfire. The circle men above us ran into fire from people they had dismissed as refugees. Cindy pulled me behind a fallen log. James slid in beside us, grinning like a madman through a smear of mud. Your granddad cheats. My granddad plans, Cindy said. Same thing when he does it. Cliff's voice carried from the right. Kurt, move when I tell you. Cindy, take him to the lower fence. James, cover left. A bullet hit the log and sprayed bark across my cheek. I felt the sting in warm blood, but not much. Cindy saw it anyway. You are hit. Scratched. You do not get to minimize injuries after falling in a creek. I am building a strong case for going back to routers. She almost laughed, then flinched as another shot cracked overhead. Move. We moved. We reached the lower fence breathless, soaked, and shaking. Cliff stood there with a rifle, his hat pulled low, looking angrier than I had ever seen him. You got the message out? He asked. I held up the pack, and Calder answered on record. So did half the valley. Good. Then tonight was worth the trouble. Cindy stared at him. You call this trouble? I am trying not to use language your grandmother would dislike. She threw her arms around him with such force he grunted. He held her with one arm, eyes still on the trees. Even in relief, he did not stop guarding. We brought 2 prisoners back from the creek, one Circle Scout with a broken nerve and one roadblock man who had surrendered because he had not signed up to be shot at by grandmothers, as he put it. Elise took offense to that description and told him she was 42, not ancient, and he would show respect while bleeding on her blanket. The valley was not safe. He was not united, but it was not alone anymore. I stripped out of wet boots in the mudroom while Cindy hovered with a towel on the expression of a woman deciding whether to hug me or yell at me. She chose yelling first. You stepped on the thin ice after I pointed at the safe rock. I was distracted by people trying to kill us. That is when listening matters most. I will practice being murdered more attentively. She pressed the towel to the cut on my cheek a little harder than necessary. Do not joke when I am mad. I am sorry. Her hand softened. The anger drained, leaving what had been under it all along. It was fear. I heard them say, female if possible. I did too. I wanted to shoot until the whole hill went quiet. James stopped you. James was right. I hate when that happens. We stood close in the mudroom while the house roared softly around us. People talking. Children coughing. Boots on boards. Radios hissing. Cliff giving orders. Harlan arguing with someone about whether he needed another bandage. Life, stubborn and crowded. Cindy lowered the towel. You saved the recording? Yes. Calder's voice, the challenges, the replies, all of it. Then you did good. The praise hit me harder than the cold creek. We did. She leaned in and kissed my cheek beside the cut, gentle enough that it barely hurt. Then she stepped back before I could decide what to do with my hands. Now put on dry socks before I decide you were too dumb to keep. I smiled despite the fear still shaking through me. That sounds like a long-term threat. It might be. Before either of us could say more, James stuck his head into the mudroom. Sorry to interrupt whatever awkward thing this is becoming, but Kurt needs the office. The valley is talking, and it is getting messy. The office had become a radio room. People crowded the doorway, careful not to touch anything because I had snapped at the first person who tried to adjust a knob. The Red Creek repeater was alive with voices. Some were clear, some faint, some panicked. Calder tried twice to regain authority, but every time he spoke, someone asked about Circle Road, Junction Barn, or the missing ambulances. The clean hat had mud on it now. Harlan wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand and pretended it was smoke. My neighbors are still out there. Cliff nodded. Then we give them a way to become more than voices. Jonah helped copy sheets by hand. Ava sorted names. Elise organized needs by household. James monitored circle frequencies. Cindy moved between the hall and the office, making sure fear did not become rumor before it became useful information. Cliff stood over the map and placed pins where voices said they were trapped, threatened, or ready to help. By dawn, the board had changed. The circle had its map. Now we had ours. But maps do not only show help. They showed danger. At 6:12 in the morning, a weak transmission came through from the clinic nurse. Her voice shook so badly I could barely understand her. Mercer, if you are hearing this, they know about the broadcast team. Calder's men are at the clinic. They have a printed picture from the tower camera. They are showing it around. They know the tech's face. They know Cindy Mercer's face. They said Junction Barn opens at noon and anyone sheltering them will be treated as hostile. Please tell my sister I tried to hide the medicine. A crash sounded behind her. Men shouted. The transmission cut off. The office went silent except for static. Cindy stood beside me, her face pale but steady. Cliff looked at the map. James slowly lowered his headset. Harlan closed his eyes. Noon at Junction Barn. A printed picture from the tower camera. Cliff placed one more pin on the map at Junction Barn and pressed it down hard enough to bend the metal tip. Then noon is when we stop reacting, he said. Noon is when we make Calder answer for what he built. I looked at Cindy. She was already looking at me. The old world had died through networks too large to the new one might live or die by the little one we held together with cable, code words, and trust. At noon, the circle wanted the valley to choose obedience. At noon, we would give it another choice. Before the meeting broke, Cliff made everyone repeat the noon plan in plain words. Nobody was allowed to dress hope up as certainty. We had proof, a warning net, and a house full of people willing to work. But Calder still had trained men, county equipment, and the advantage of sounding official to anyone who had not heard the truth. The reminder settled us. It turned excitement into focus. Cindy wrote the final rules on a pad and tore the page free. No lone heroes. No open roads without scouts. No names over the air unless verified. No rescue that creates more prisoners than it saves. She looked at me when she said the last part, as if she knew I would carry every trapped voice like a debt. James pinned the page beside the map. There, the gospel according to people who are tired and armed. Harlan opened one eye from the chair where he was supposed to be resting. Needs more coffee. For the first time since Ava arrived at the gate, real laughter moved through the room. It was small, rough, and quickly gone, but it left something behind. The circle had tried to teach the valley that fear traveled fastest. They were wrong. Defiance moved quickly, too, once it found a road. By 7 in the morning, the Mercer kitchen no longer felt like a kitchen. It had become a command post with coffee cups, rifles, folded blankets, marked maps, and frightened people moving through it with the nervous discipline of a crew trying to keep a ship from rolling over. Dawn showed itself through the windows in a pale gray band above the black trees, but daylight did not make the world seem safer. It only gave shape to what the night had hidden. Junction Barn sat in the middle of the valley like an old scar. It had once been a feed exchange, and a fair barn, and a place for auctions and winter meetings. Every ranch family knew it, which was exactly why Calder had chosen it. A threat made from a famous place carried farther than one made from a nameless ditch. If he could force the valley to gather there, make examples there, and claim authority there, fear would have a headquarters by sundown. "We do not charge it," he said. "We do not make a speech from the road. We do not start shooting because our blood is hot. Calder wants witnesses, and witnesses can turn into shields. He will have innocent people close to him because men like that always do. We are going to make him look smaller before we make him move." James leaned against the sink with a mug in both hands. He has men in sheriff jackets, county radios, in a place everybody recognizes. That does not make him small. "It does if the valley hears him lie and hears the truth at the same time," I said. I pointed at the 3 pins around Junction Barn. "Calder is using radio presence as authority. He tells people where to go, uses official language and lets the jackets do the rest. We need a second voice, but not just one broadcast. One voice can be jammed. One voice can be cold, fake. We need several witnesses repeating the same facts from different places." Ava sat wrapped in a quilt near the stove. The swelling on her cheek had darkened, and Cindy had cleaned the dried blood from her hair. She looked breakable until she opened her mouth. "People will believe Harlan Cole if they hear him?" The room went quiet. Harlan sat in Cliff's old chair near the doorway. He had been brought in before dawn by the rescue party from Part 3, alive but burned, bruised, and so tired his hands trembled when he tried to lift a cup. He had lost his ranch house, 2 barns, and 3 workers. He had not lost his voice. It had gone rough from smoke, but it still carried the stubborn weight of a man people trusted because he had spent decades showing up when fences were down and calves were freezing. "I can talk," Harlan said. "But if I talk too long, I will cough like an old truck." "Then keep it short," Cliff replied. "Short truth is better than fancy nonsense." Cindy took the pad from beside the bread box and wrote while she spoke. "Harlan says Calder attacked Coleridge. Harlan says the men stole records and equipment. Harlan says anyone forced to Junction Barn should stay alive, stay calm, and watch for the safe signal." "What safe signal?" Elise asked from the hallway. Elise had taken over the refugee rooms with frightening competence. She knew who needed medicine, who could handle a weapon, who had children, who knew the back roads, and who might panic if given too much information. I'd started thinking of her as the ranch's second ledger, only harder to hack. James set his mug down. "We need something people can see from a distance and repeat without a radio." Ava looked toward the window. "Feed sacks. Every barn has them. White cloth tied to the left side of a gate means the place is safe to approach. Red cloth means danger. No cloth means unknown." Cliff nodded slowly. "Old language. Simple enough." "Calder can copy it," James said. "Only after he learns it," Ava answered. "By then, we change it." I liked her. She was hurting badly enough to shake, but her mind moved forward instead of circling the pain. "We can pair it with radio check phrases. Nothing fancy. If someone says, 'Is the creek still high?' the right answer is, 'Only where the stones are missing.' If the answer is wrong, do not trust the call." Cindy looked at me. "That sounds like something from a spy movie." "Most security is just normal people agreeing not to be lazy," I said. "The fancy part is usually where things fail." James gave me a tired grin. "That may be the most depressing, useful thing you have ever said." I knew how to make a small network act larger than it was. "This is Harlan Cole of Cole Ridge," the recording said. "Calder's Circle attacked my ranch, stole records, and took people. Anyone ordered to Junction Barn should not believe he speaks for the valley. Stay alive. Watch for white cloth on the left gate post. Listen for the creek phrase. Help is moving. Do not give up your neighbors." The first time it played, nobody spoke. The message was not dramatic. It did not thunder or beg. That made it stronger. It sounded like a man telling the truth while sitting beside a fire he had not built. "Run it every 15 minutes on the lower channel," I said. "Not constant, or you will trace the pattern faster. We rotate transmitters, the barn antenna, and the ridge pack. Then Miller's old ham set if Jonah can reach Mrs. Miller." Jonah lifted a hand from the corner desk. "Mrs. Miller says her husband died 10 years ago, but she still knows how to make that old set yell if somebody brings her a battery." Cliff's eyes softened. "Of course she does. Ada Miller could make a church bell confess." That kind of line was why people trusted Cliff. Even in the middle of planning a fight, he remembered people as people, not pieces. Calder counted households, fuel, guns, and fear. Cliff counted debts, habits, grudges, skills, and who baked what pie at a funeral. It was a different kind of intelligence network, older than electricity. Near 8, the first report came back. A white strip went up at Miller Lane, then another at the old Tanner place. Then Red Creek sent word that 3 families were hiding in the church basement and would not answer Calder's call. A ranch boy named Mason rode a dirt bike through the drainage ditch with a radio battery strapped to his back, grinning like terror had offended him personally. Every small success landed in the kitchen like another log on a fire. Then the bad reports followed. Calder's men had taken 2 brothers at the West Bridge. The clinic nurse had gone silent after her warning. Smoke rose near the grain elevator. A man in a sheriff jacket had been seen taking names from people gathered along the road to Junction Barn. 3 families were already there, either trapped or convinced that obedience would buy safety. The noon deadline became less like a time on a clock and more like a blade coming down. Cindy found me in the office while I was splicing a cable with hands that were less steady than I wanted. She closed the door halfway. "Not enough to make a secret, just enough to make a pocket of quiet." "You have that look again," she said. "I have several looks now. You may need to be more specific. The one where you think every wire you touch is a life you can save if you are smart enough." I kept my eyes on the cable. "That sounds dramatic." "It also sounds true." The copper strands slipped out of alignment. I started over. "I know networks. That is the only reason I matter here. If I missed something, people could die because I was almost useful instead of useful." She stepped closer. "You mattered before the radios worked." I gave a small laugh that did not have humor in it. "Cindy, 3 days ago I was charging your grandfather for hardware installation. 3 days ago I was trying to decide whether you liked sweet tea or were just polite. Things changed." I finally looked at her. She was tired enough that shadows had gathered under her eyes, but fear had not made her hard. It had made her clearer. She reached out and covered my hand with hers, pressing the cable between our palms. "You are not a machine we found in the back room," she said. "You are family now. Act useful, but do not act replaceable." I swallowed because the simplest words were the ones that broke through me. "I do not know how to do family very well." "That is all right. We have enough stubborn people here to teach you badly." I smiled and she smiled back, but the office radio cut the moment short. James's voice came through from the North Scout position. "Mercer House, we have movement on County 7. 2 trucks, maybe 10 men heading toward Junction Barn. 1 prisoner in the second bed. Lips like the clinic nurse. She is alive. Repeat, she is alive." Cindy's hand tightened over mine. I keyed the response. "Copy, James. Hold position. Do not engage." James answered with a pause that told me he hated the order. Copy and holding. Cliff came into the office as if the radio had pulled him by the collar. "The nurse is bait." "Probably," I said. "But bait means they want us to bite before noon. That means our plan scares them or they are not ready yet." Cliff looked at the map, at Harlan's recording, at the white cloth code on Cindy's pad. Then he looked toward the window where the gray morning was turning brighter over the snow. "Then we keep building until noon," he said. "And when Calder sets his table, we make sure the whole valley sees what he is serving." By 9:30, the valley had begun to speak in strips of cloth. White on left gate posts, red on fence corners. No cloth where nobody dared show a sign. From the office camera, our own driveway looked empty, but every radio burst told me the world beyond it was filling with messages that did not need satellites, servers, or cell towers. It felt primitive until I remembered that primitive did not mean weak. A fire could be primitive and still burn down a city. Kurt runs the net from here, he said. If he leaves, we become a bunch of people with radios and opinions. James clapped me on the shoulder. Nobody wants that. I have heard our opinions. I watched the truck vanish through the eastern trees on the monitor. Cindy stood behind my chair, one hand on the backrest. She did not wave at the screen. She knew better. The house had grown quiet around us, but it was the kind of quiet made by people holding their breath in separate rooms. Channel 3 is yours, I told Cliff over the radio. Channel 5 carries Harlan's recording from the barn antenna. Channel 7 is scout only. If you think someone is faking a voice, ask the creek phrase. Understood, Cliff replied. Do not let my granddaughter bully you too much. Cindy leaned over my shoulder and keyed the desk mic. Do not get shot, Granddad. I am not in the mood to forgive you. A low chuckle came back through static. Understood twice. At 10, Harlan's recording played from Ada Miller's ham set for the first time. It came through rough but clear, bouncing from her place across the valley with enough strength that even James whistled over the scout channel. Ada made that old monster sing, he said. Ada herself broke in a moment later. Young man, it is not a monster. It is a Collins radio, and it has better manners than you. The office laughed, and I realized we needed every laugh we could get. Laughter proved the circle had not taken all the air. Stay left at the burned cedar, he said. If you see the red water tank, you went too far. Turn around before the open road. Do not use headlights unless you are stuck. The white cloth is on your left when you reach Tanner's Gate. Cindy listened from the doorway. He is good at this. He is, I said. People like knowing the voice on the radio is not trying to impress them. Maybe that is why they listen to you. I shook my head. They listen to me because I know which button not to push. That is rarer than you think. At 10:20, the circle adjusted. A male voice came onto an open channel claiming to be Deputy Rusk. He told all citizens that Harlan Cole's statement was false, that the Mercer Ranch was harboring looters, and that anyone displaying unauthorized cloth signals would be treated as a collaborator. He used the words public order 3 times in 90 seconds. He used safety processing twice. He sounded calm, which made him more dangerous. I recorded the transmission and played it back through the speakers. Cliff answered from the road before I asked. That is not Rusk, he said. Rusk has a lisp when he says processing. Also, he would rather eat nails than call anyone citizen. Ava, who had insisted on sitting near the office with her quilt around her shoulders, leaned forward. That is the man with the tablet. The one at our ranch. He read names like he was checking groceries. Good, I said. Not good that he exists. Good that we can identify him. Cindy wrote it down. Tablet man? Fake Rusk. Uses official phrases. We need to answer without sounding defensive, I said. If we argue, we make it sound like 2 governments fighting. We are not a government. We are neighbors. Cindy took the mic before I could overthink it. Her voice went out over the local channel steady enough to make me turn in my chair. This is Cindy Mercer. Deputy Rusk is not on that channel. The man using his name was seen at Coal Ridge with the attackers. If you hear claims about safety processing, ask for the creek phrase. If they do not answer correctly, get away if you can. White cloth on the left gate post still marks a check safe route. Red cloth means danger. We're not asking anyone to fight. We are asking you not to walk into a trap alone. She released the mic. Nobody spoke for a moment. That was the right call, I said. She looked embarrassed and annoyed by being embarrassed. Did not make a big thing out of it. Ava smiled from the chair. Too late. I am making a medium thing out of it. Then James reported trouble. Road team to base. We found the West Bridge blocked. 2 county trucks, 4 men, maybe more hidden. They are stopping anyone trying to leave Junction Road. 1 man has a long gun on the bridge rail. I can see 2 civilians kneeling near the ditch. Cliff came on next, lower and closer to the mic. We can go around through the cattle cut, but anyone at the barn may not be able to get out once Calder starts. The cattle cut gets you within half a mile of the barn, I said. But if Calder asks scouts on the grain silo, they may see dust or movement. Snow and ash are helping, James said. Visibility is garbage. That helps them too, Cindy said. They can move people without being seen. A brief silence followed. She was right. The weather had stopped being scenery and become a player. Snow softened tracks. Ash marked them. Wind erased both, depending on where the road turned. At 10:40, Ava stood up too quickly and grabbed the chair back. Cindy moved toward her, but Ava waved her off with stubborn dignity. There is another way to Junction Barn, Ava said. Not on that map. My dad used it when the county closed the bridge after the flood. It runs through the old Hasker orchard and behind the veterinary shed. The gate chain looks locked from the road, but the post lifts if you pull the lower pin. I found the orchard on an older topographic sheet. It looked like nothing. A square of forgotten trees, a shed, and a dry irrigation ditch, perfect for our purpose. Can a truck pass? I asked. One at a time, slowly, and not with a trailer. Quith heard the exchange. Ava Cole, if you get me through this, I will forgive your father for beating me at auction in 2006. Ava lowered herself back into the chair. He cheated at that auction. I know, Cliff said. That is why it has taken me 20 years to forgive him. At 11, Calder made his first public broadcast. His voice was smoother than I expected, rich and almost warm, with the practiced patience of a man used to being obeyed by people who thought obedience was their own idea. He introduced himself as acting coordinator for Valley Security. He blamed foreign attacks, domestic looters, and reckless private militias for the disorder. He said Junction Barn would serve as a relief and registration center. He said weapons would be checked for public safety. He said fuel and food wreckers would be collected for fair distribution. He did not mention Coleridge. He did not mention the clinic nurse. He did not mention the people kneeling by the West Bridge. When the broadcast ended, Harlan's recording rolled from Ada Miller's set again. The contrast was brutal. Calder sounded like control. Harlan sounded like a neighbor with smoke in his lungs. The valley noticed. Questions began flooding the open channel. Who appointed Calder? Where was Sheriff Tate? Why were men in deputy jackets taking private records? Why was the West Bridge blocked? Why were the clinic doors locked from outside? Why did people going to the barn not come back on the radio? Calder's fake deputy tried to answer and drowned in voices. He threatened to cut off aid. Someone asked what aid he had delivered besides fear. He ordered silence. Ada Miller told him he could order his own kitchen and leave the Valley Channel to adults. Cindy looked at me with wide eyes. Ada is going to get herself raided. Not if everyone knows that is what Calder does next, I said. I keyed the mic. All stations note that any move against Miller Lane after Mrs. Miller challenged the false deputy confirms the pattern seen at Cole Ridge. Repeat and log. Witnesses matter. The channel picked it up. Red Creek repeated. Tanner repeated. A shaky voice from somewhere near Junction Road repeated. Fear still moved, but now it had to share the road with attention. At 11:15, Cliff whispered over the scout channel. We have eyes on Junction Barn. Count 30 civilians outside, maybe more inside. 8 armed circle visible. 2 county trucks, 3 pickups. Clinic nurse tied near the side door but upright. Calder is on the porch. White beard stripe confirmed. My mouth went dry. Can you get the camera node placed? James answered, breathless. Working on it. If I fall out of this tree, I want Cindy to know I died doing something stupid but useful. Cindy grabbed the mic. You fall out of that tree and I will drag you back just to yell at you. That is the love that sustains me, James whispered. A moment later, the portable node came online. The picture was weak, broken by branches and drifting snow, but it was enough. Junction Barn filled the laptop screen, long and weathered, with its big sliding doors partly open and people gathered in the yard. Calder stood on the porch in a dark coat. The white stripe in his beard made his face easy to find. The clinic nurse sat on a chair near the side wall, hands behind her, hair blown across her face. Cindy stood beside me, one hand pressed to her mouth. Ava whispered, "That is him." At 11:30, Calder raised a bullhorn. He did not know yet that the valley was watching through a camera he could not see. I hit record. The noon plan had found its eyes. Calder liked height. That was the first thing the camera taught me. He'd chosen the porch instead of the yard, the porch rail instead of the steps, the place where everyone had to look up and he could look down. It was a small choice, but small choices tell the truth when people think nobody is studying them. Cliff had been right. Calder wanted witnesses. He also wanted shape, theater, and obedience arranged in a semicircle before him. "You are frightened," Calder told the crowd. "You have reason to be frightened. The nation has been struck from outside and betrayed from within. Roads are unsafe. Supplies are limited. Communications are compromised. In such a moment, order is not cruelty. Order is mercy." A few people nodded because people in crowds nod before they decide whether they agree. It is safer than standing still. Cindy stood behind my chair, her arms crossed tight over her middle. Ava sat beside the spare monitor, face pale and eyes fixed on the screen. Harlan had insisted on being moved into the office. He sat with a blanket over his shoulders, watching Calder as if he could burn through the screen by hatred alone. "That man never sell used trucks?" James whispered over the Scout channel. Cliff answered from somewhere below the camera. "He would charge extra for the tires and call it mercy." I muted their channel from the room speaker but kept it in my headset. We needed the jokes, but we also needed focus. Calder raised a clipboard. "Every household will register fuel, food stores, medical supplies, weapons, communication equipment, and skilled personnel. This is not theft. This is survival distribution. Those who cooperate will receive protection. Those who refuse will be considered active threats to Valley stability." A man in the crowd shouted something the camera did not catch. Calder's smile did not move. Two of his men dragged the clinic nurse to her feet. Cindy inhaled sharply. Ava put one hand over her mouth. Harlan started to rise, then sank back when pain caught him across the ribs. Calder waited until the crowd quieted. He did not rush. He understood silence as a weapon. "Some people have spread dangerous lies," he said. "Some people have interfered with rescue operations. This nurse aided those efforts by hiding medical supplies and sending false transmissions. Her actions endangered families who needed treatment. She will be held until she chooses to help the community." The nurse lifted her head. Even through the poor feed, I could see dried blood near her hairline and the fierce set of her jaw. Calder put the bullhorn near her face. "Tell them who told you to lie," he said. She looked at the crowd, not at him. Harlan Cole told the truth. "The Mercer warning is true. They locked the clinic doors and took morphine, antibiotics, diesel, and the patient list. They are using your names to find your houses." The yard exploded with voices. Calder struck her across the face with the back of his hand. Cindy made a sound I had never heard from her before, low and sharp, like something tearing. My own fingers froze over the keyboard. For 1 second, I was not a network specialist or a dispatcher or any useful thing. I was just a man watching a woman get hit because she had told the truth. Harlan leaned forward. "Play it," he said. I did not ask what he meant. I triggered the rebroadcast package. Calder's last 30 seconds went out over channels 3, 5, and Open Valley Relay. The nurse's accusation followed. The sound of the strike followed too, because evidence does not become cleaner when you trim away brutality. Then Harlan's recording played again. Then Cindy's earlier warning. Then my voice, steadier than I felt, cut in. "All stations, you are hearing live audio from Junction Barn. The nurse is alive and being held. Calder's men are collecting records and household inventories. Witnesses near Junction Barn should not confront unless safe. Repeat the truth. Move families away from registration lines if you can do so without exposing them. White cloth, left post. Red cloth, danger. Creek phrase required." For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then every radio we had seemed awake. On the screen, Calder's head snapped toward the barn roof, then the road, then the fields. He knew something had changed, but not where it came from. His smooth face tightened. "He knows," Cindy said. "He knows he has a leak," I replied. "He does not know he has an audience." James came over the Scout channel. Two circle moving toward the veterinary shed. They might have seen a wire, my ugly face. Cliff's voice hardened. "Hold until you cannot." I wanted to reach through the screen and move the camera. I could not. I wanted to tell James exactly where to hide. I could not see him. Every useful skill I had shrank against the simple fact that bullets traveled faster than advice. Calder recovered on the porch. He lifted the bullhorn again. You are being manipulated by outside agitators. The people broadcasting these lies are using stolen equipment and military tactics to divide us. Anyone repeating unauthorized transmissions will be treated as part of the threat." A woman in the crowd shouted, "Why did you hit Nurse Elena?" Another voice shouted, "Where is Sheriff Tate?" Someone else yelled, "Who gave you charge of my fuel?" The crowd was not rising yet, but it had stopped leaning toward him. That mattered. Calder had set his table, but people were noticing the meat was rotten. Then a gunshot cracked from the west side of the barn. The crowd broke apart. The camera blurred as branches shook. Cindy grabbed the back of my chair. Ava whispered a prayer under her breath. My headset filled with James breathing hard. "Not us," James said. Shot came from the bridge side. Circle fired over the crowd. "They are trying to scare them back in line." Cliff answered, "Row team, stay hidden. Base, keep broadcasting. Do not let Calder own the sound." I keyed the mic. "All stations, shot fired by circle position west of Junction Barn. Civilians should get low and move away from the porch if safe. Do not run toward the west bridge. Repeat, avoid the west bridge." Cindy took the second mic. "If you are at the barn and can hear me, look for people with children and elderly neighbors. Move together. Do not trample each other. Do not let Calder separate families." Her voice did what mine could not. Mine gave instructions. Hers gave people permission to remain human. On the screen, the clinic nurse dropped to the porch floor and rolled behind a barrel. A circle man reached for her. A rancher in a brown coat stepped between them. The circle man shoved him. The rancher shoved back. 2 more civilians moved in. Calder shouted into the bullhorn, but the crowd noise swallowed him. The 2 men by the veterinary shed started running now, no longer careful. One raised his rifle toward the orchard. A shape burst from behind the shed. Reed hit the first man low and drove him into the frozen mud. James appeared a second later from the tree, striking the radio man with the butt of his rifle before the man could lift his own. It was fast and ugly and nothing like the clean fights people imagine when they have never seen fear make men clumsy. Reed took a hit to the cheek. James slicked in the snow. The radio man grabbed for a knife. Cliff stepped from behind the shed and ended the argument with the cold authority of a man who had no interest in making violence pretty. Cindy looked away at the last second. Ava did not. "Camera's still up," James panted. 2 down. "We have 1 breathing and 1 not arguing with anybody ever again." Quiff came on. "We are compromised. Moving to phase 2. Calder's men were still armed and dangerous, but they were no longer directing a silent crowd. They were trying to hold water in their fists. On the camera, the rancher in the brown coat helped Nurse Elena off the porch. A woman with 2 children pulled them toward the stock lane. A circle guard grabbed the smaller child by the hood. Before I could speak, Ava lurched from her chair and pointed at the screen. "That is Mia Cole," she said. "That is my cousin's girl." The guard yanked the child backward. The mother screamed. The crowd surged away from them because fear makes a hole around cruelty. Harlan made a broken sound. Cindy grabbed the mic, but Cliff's voice cut in first. "James," Cliff said, quiet as winter, "can you see the child?" "Yes," James replied. "I can see her." "Then go get her." Cindy closed her eyes. "I kept mine on the screen because someone had to watch." James moved from the shed line with Reed behind him, low and fast along the fence. The guard had the child in one hand and his rifle in the other, using her small body as a shield without seeming ashamed of it. Calder saw what was happening and shouted an order. 2 more circle men turned toward the stock lane. I switched every available speaker toward the barn and opened a feedback burst through the portable node. It was a crude trick, the kind that would have gotten me yelled at by any audio engineer alive. The barnyard filled with a piercing howl from the circle radios and the speaker mounted above the porch. Men flinched. Horses screamed. The guard holding Mia jerked his head toward the sound. James reached him. There was no clean view of the struggle. Bodies blocked the camera. Snow smeared the lens. The audio caught a grunt, a cry, a thud, and James shouting for the mother to run. When the picture cleared, the guard was down, Reed had the rifle, and James was carrying the child toward the orchard while her mother stumbled after them. The office erupted in breath we had all been holding. Ava began crying silently, one hand over her mouth. Harlan lowered his head, then caught himself and stared harder at the screen as if gratitude could wait until everyone was safe. Calder had lost control of the yard. That did not make him beaten. It made him more dangerous. He threw the bullhorn aside and drew a pistol. I saw the motion before most of the crowd did. The camera angle showed him from the side, coat opening, hand moving with the practiced ease of a man who had done violence before and expected the world to step aside for it. "Gun," I shouted into every channel. "Calder has a pistol at the porch. Watch the porch." Cliff stepped into the edge of the frame near the veterinary shed, rifle raised but too far for a clean shot through moving civilians. James had the child. Reed was dragging the captured radio man. The crowd was a living wall. Nurse Elena stood near the porch barrel. Calder grabbed her by the hair and pulled her against him. Cindy's hand found my shoulder and dug in. Calder lifted the pistol toward the crowd and shouted something we could not hear because the valley channel had become a storm of warnings. Then his eyes shifted toward the tree line, toward the place where our camera hid. For one terrible second, it felt as if he looked straight through the lens at me. The screen went black. James's voice cut through static. "Camera down, camera down. We are blind at the barn." Calder had killed our eyes, but he had done it too late. The valley had already seen enough. "Kurt," Cindy said, "find another way." "Not please. Not can you." She knew better than to soften a need when seconds mattered. Guesswork kills people when it dresses itself as confidence. "James, report," I said. His answer came under heavy breath and static. "At Orchard Ditch. I have Mia and her mother. Reed has one prisoner. Circle shooting toward the stock lane. Not aimed well, but enough to keep heads down. Cliff is pinned near the veterinary shed with 2 Red Creek men. Calder still near porch when camera died. Their status unknown. Ava stood behind me now, quilt fallen from her shoulders. The barn has a hayloft window on the east side. If someone gets into the veterinary shed attic, they can see part of the porch through the broken vent. I repeated it over the radio. Cliff answered. "Attic access is blocked by sheet metal and angry people with rifles." "Keep thinking." Cindy moved to the map. "What about people inside the barn? Can they see him?" "If they have radios," I said. "But most civilians will not transmit while Calder's men are close." Harlan coughed hard, then forced words through it. "Use the auction bell." Everyone looked at him. He pointed a shaking hand toward Junction Barn on the map. Old Dell above the office door. Used to call bids back when men wandered off to smoke and lie. Rope hangs inside the little office. If someone inside rings it 3 times, folks know to move to the stock lane. 5 times means fire. Continuous means get out any way you can. "Will people remember that?" I asked. "Old ones will," Harlan said. "Old ones teach young ones when they are scared." I got on the open channel and used the calmest voice I owned. "Anyone inside Junction Barn who can safely reach the auction office, ring the bell 3 times to signal movement to the stock lane. Repeat, 3 bells means move toward the stock lane if safe. Do not expose yourself if guarded." For several seconds there was only static and distant shouting. Then, faint but unmistakable through someone's open mic near the barn, a bell rang once. The bell rang again. The bell rang again. The sound passed through the valley like an old memory waking. Ada Miller came on immediately. 3 bells at Junction. Stock lane route active. White cloth teams ready. Red Creek, repeat. Repeat. Red Creek repeated. Tanner repeated. Mason repeated while riding so fast the wind ate half his words. The bell did what our camera could not. It turned people inside the barn from a trapped crowd into participants. Then 5 bells rang. Ava went rigid. Fire. A voice broke onto the channel, gasping and half drowned by noise. They lit hay bales by the side door. Smoke inside. Kids coughing. "We need out." Calder was burning his own stage. Cindy snatched the second mic. "If you're inside the barn, get low and move away from smoke. Wet cloth over faces if you have water. Do not push. Adults take children first. Anyone near the office. Open the small auction door, not the big slider if our men are outside." I routed her voice to every active transmitter. This was no longer about proving Calder a liar. That part had happened. Now it was about keeping people alive while a cornered man turned a relief center into a trap. Cliff came through. I see smoke from the side wall. We are moving. You said you were pinned, I replied. I changed my mind. That was the only warning before gunfire cracked to his transmission. The office froze around the sound. Cindy's face went white, but she did not speak because the line remained open and she knew panic could travel through a radio faster than help. James shouted, "Cliff, left side." Left side. Reed yelled something I could not make out. A child cried in the background. Then Cliff's voice returned tight and angry. "Still here. One Red Creek down. Need smoke team to the stock lane now." I looked at Cindy. She was already moving. "I am going," she said. "No," I said, standing too fast and hitting my knee on the desk. "No, you are not." Her eyes flashed. "Children are breathing smoke. Nurse Elena is out there. Granddad is pinned. You need someone who knows medical and can talk people through panic. You are also the person Calder can use to break Cliff if he catches you." The words hit hard and I hated them as soon as I said them because they were true in the ugliest way. Cindy stared at me, anger and fear fighting across her face. Ava stepped between us before the argument could become something neither of us could take back. "I can talk smoke instructions from here," Ava said. "Cindy can organize med beds. Send someone else with supplies." "Who?" Cindy demanded. Elise appeared in the doorway with 2 packed medical bags and a rifle over her shoulder. "I am going. Before anyone says I am needed here, I have 3 women who can boil water, sort blankets, and count pills. I have driven that stock lane in mud. I am going." Cindy looked ready to fight her too, but Elise had the terrifying calm of a woman who had already decided and did not need approval from anyone in the room. "Take Mason as guide," I said. "He knows the route. Use Channel 7 only. If you see red cloth on the east fence, turn back. If anyone uses the wrong creek answer, turn back." Elise nodded. "I understand." Cindy pressed one of the bags into her hands, then caught her by the sleeve. "Do not be brave if being smart will work." Elise's mouth twitched. "That is rich coming from this family." She was gone 30 seconds later. Men like Calder did not disappear because they were afraid. They disappeared because they had another door. "Ava," I said, turning toward her, "is there a cellar or tunnel at Junction Barn?" She hugged herself, thinking. "Root storage under the old office. There is a storm crawl space too, but it is not a tunnel. Unless what? There is a drainage culvert behind the auction office. My brother and I crawled through it when we were kids. It runs under the back lot and comes out near the creek wash. An adult can crawl it if he does not mind mud and spiders." I grabbed the map. "Where does it come out?" She marked it with a pencil. "The exit sat beyond the stock lane, behind the line where our people were helping civilians escape. If Calder knew the culvert, he could slip out with a hostage while everyone watched the fire." I keyed the scout channel. "Quiff, possible escape culvert behind auction office to creek wash. Calder may use it." James answered first. "I am closer." "You have a child with you," Cindy snapped into the mic before I could stop her. "Mia is with her mother now," James replied. "Reed is covering. I can move." Cliff cut in. "James, do not chase alone." "I am not chasing. I am intercepting." "That sounds more responsible." "James," Cliff growled. Then James whispered, "I see the culvert." Movement inside. 2 people. One is Calder. One hostage. It is female and it could be Elena or somebody else. Cindy gripped the desk. "Do not shoot if you cannot see clearly." "I know," James whispered. "I know." We heard water over stones, wind against the mic, and James breathing. And Calder's voice, faint but close to James's mic. "Step back, son. You do not want to die for people who will forget you by winter." James answered and all humor was gone from him. "You do not know my family. We remember everything too long." My hand hovered over the transmit key, but there was nothing useful to say. I could not code James out of that creek wash. I could not route packets through a pistol barrel. Calder laughed softly. "Family is the word men use when they need young fools to stand in front of old men's mistakes. Move aside." The hostage spoke then, and it was not Nurse Elena. It was a young woman I did not know, voice shaking. "Please help. He has a gun." James said, "I can see that. Keep your hand still and look at me, not him." A second voice entered, low and close. It was Cliff. "Calder," he said, "you made a mess of my valley." Calder's voice sharpened. Cliff Mercer. I wondered when you would crawl out. I was busy listening to everyone learn what you are. The creek wash held its breath. Even the office seemed to lean toward the radio. Calder said you think a few frightened ranchers can hold this place when the real collapse reaches you? I offered structure. You offer gossip and feed sacks. Cliff replied you offered chains and called them structure. Around here we know the difference. I did not hear the shot as one clean sound. The radio clipped it into a burst, a crack, a scream, and a rush of static. Cindy cried out. Ava grabbed Harlan's chair. I shouted James's name before I knew I had moved. For 3 terrible seconds, nobody answered. Then Cliff came on, breathing hard. Calder is down. Hostage alive. James is hit, but talking. Need medical at Creek Wash. Cindy's knees nearly gave, but she caught herself on the desk. Where is he hit? James answered weakly, and the fact that he could make a joke scared me more than if he had cursed. Tell Cindy I am still handsome enough for radio work. Cindy closed her eyes, relief and terror crossing her face together. You idiot, she whispered, and this time the whole office heard the love inside the insult. The barn still burned. Calder was down. People were still running. The valley had not been saved by one shot or one broadcast. It had only been given a chance to keep fighting. I looked at the dead camera feed, then at the mat, now crowded with pins and cloth codes and names. The old network had failed the country. Our little one had bent, but not broken. For the first time all morning I believed we might hold. The first trucks from Junction Barn reached the Mercer Ranch just after 1 in the afternoon. They did not arrive like a convoy from a victory parade. They limped in one by one, engines coughing, windows cracked, beds crowded with people wrapped in coats and horse blankets. A woman climbed down, carrying a boy who would not stop coughing. An old man stepped from a tractor and kissed the ground beside the driveway before anyone could stop him. Nurse Elena arrived standing in the back of Mason's dirt-bike trailer, one hand braced on Elise's shoulder and the other pressed to a bandage on her temple. At 1:18, Cliff's truck came through the east lane. The camera caught it before the window did. The old service pickup rolled slowly, one headlight broken, mud up the side, smoke stains along the hood. Reed drove. Cliff sat in the passenger seat, turned sideways toward the back. James lay across the rear bench with his coat pressed against his upper side, face pale but eyes open. A woman I did not know sat on the floorboard, holding pressure under Cliff's direction. I ran before I remembered to take off the headset. The cold hit me on the porch. So did the smell of smoke, blood, and burned hay clinging to the truck. Cindy reached it before me. She opened the back door, saw James, and went still for half a heartbeat. Then she became the person everyone needed. Inside, she said. Keep pressure. Kurt, grab his legs. Granddad, tell me everything that matters and nothing that does not. James looked at me as we lifted him. Sweat shone on his forehead despite the cold. Do not let her cut off my good shirt. This shirt is mostly holes and poor decisions, Cindy said. It matches my character. Your character is about to get stitches without mercy if you keep talking. The injury was high along his ribs, a deep crease where Calder's shot had torn through flesh and missed the worst places by a margin too small to think about. Cindy cleaned it with hands that did not shake until the worst of the work was done. A nurse, Elena, injured herself, talked her through the part that needed more medical knowledge than any ranch family should have had to learn. James gripped my wrist hard enough to hurt and tried not to make noise. He failed once, and the sound went through the room like a nail. Cliff stood in the corner with Calder's pistol on the table beside him. He had not taken off his coat. Mud streaked one side of his face. His eyes never left James. You saved a hostage, Cindy said while tying off the bandage. You also nearly got yourself killed. I am too tired to decide which part to yell about first. James drew a shallow breath. Start with saving. Build toward yelling. Gives the speech structure. Nurse Elena actually laughed, which made her wince and touch her temple. He will live if infection does not get him and if his sister does not finish the job. Cindy looked at me. Help me move him to the study, not upstairs. He is not climbing anything today. We carried James into the study and settled him on a couch that had probably never imagined becoming a hospital bed. He was still trying to joke, but exhaustion dragged at his eyelids. Cindy tucked a blanket over him with a tenderness she would have denied if anybody named it. Cliff followed us to the doorway. James looked at him through half-closed eyes. "You still mad about me leaving?" James asked. The room went quiet enough to hear the wind move against the glass. Cliff's face changed. Not much. Just enough. The hard lines shifted around grief, pride, and an old anger that had suddenly found itself too heavy to carry. "I'm still mad," Cliff said, "but I am more glad you came back." James swallowed. "That is a terrible apology." It was not an apology. It was a start. James closed his eyes. "I can work with a start." Cindy looked away quickly, pretending to check the bandage. "I did the same because family moments can feel private even when you are standing in them." "Alive means answers," I said. Cliff looked at me across the office. "Alive also means trials, guards, arguments, and people saying mercy when they mean weakness." "Do you want him dead?" He did not answer quickly. That made me respect him more. "I want my valley not to become him," Cliff said finally. "Sometimes that is harder than shooting straight." Cindy found me staring at the dead camera feed still open on the laptop. "Stop watching the black square," she said. I was thinking. That is what worries me. I closed the laptop. James got hit because I told him about the culvert. She sat on the edge of the desk, facing me. The house roared around us with voices, footsteps, coughing, crying, and orders. But for a moment, she made the office feel quiet. "James got hit because Calder took a hostage and fired a gun," she said. "You told us where the danger was. That is not the same as causing it. It feels close. Feelings are not always honest. Sometimes they are just loud." I wanted to argue, but she looked too tired for me to make her spend strength pulling me out of a hole I had dug myself. I nodded. It was not agreement exactly. It was trust on credit. She reached for my hand, then stopped because people were moving past the door. I wish she had not stopped. She seemed to know it because her expression softened. "Later," she said quietly. And that single word carried more promise than any dramatic speech. Later meant she believed there would be one. At 3, Cliff called a council in the barn because the house was too full and the office too crowded. Representatives came from Red Creek, Miller Lane, Tanner's Place, Cole Ridge, the clinic, and 3 smaller roads whose names I was still learning. They stood among hay bales and tool racks while snow hissed against the roof. Calder's captured men were locked in the tack room under guard, hands bound, faces sullen or scared depending on how much they had believed their leader's speeches. Cliff did not stand on a platform. He stood on the same floor as everyone else. "Today we stopped one thing," he said. "We did not stop hunger. We did not stop winter. We did not stop the people outside this valley who helped men like Calder feel bold. We did not bring back the dead or rebuild Cole Ridge. Anybody who tells you we won is selling you comfort too cheap." Nobody spoke. "But we proved something," he continued. "We proved a man with a jacket and a clipboard is not law just because the phones are dead. We proved neighbors can talk faster than fear if they choose to. We proved records matter, radios matter, roads matter, and trust matters most of all. Now we decide what we become before somebody else decides for us." That helped more than it should have. By sunset, the valley had a temporary plan. Every road would send one trusted voice to the radio's schedule. Supplies would be counted by household but not seized by any central authority. Medical stores would be pooled voluntarily with receipts and witnesses. Prisoners would be questioned by a rotating group, not by angry relatives alone. The white cloth code would change at dawn. Junction Barn would be abandoned until it could be secured. The Mercer Ranch would serve as the communications hub for now, which made my stomach drop even though I had known it was coming. A communications hub is a target. Cliff knew it too. He caught my eye across the barn and gave a small nod that said we would speak later. I wished he had not. Later was becoming crowded. Ava came out beside me, wrapped in a man's coat too large for her. "My father says we owe you," she said. "You do not." I mostly sat in a chair and pushed buttons. Buttons saved Mia. Buttons made people hear Elena. Buttons make Calder smaller. Do not insult Buttons. I smiled. I will try to show Buttons proper respect. She looked toward the smoke. He will not be the only one. Calder, men like that do not appear alone. They grow where something is already rotten. I'd been thinking the same thing and hating it. He had information. He had county gear. He knew which records to steal. Somebody fed him lists or helped him build them. Can you find out who? I looked back at the house, at the office window, glowing warm against the dark, at Cindy moving past it with a stack of blankets in her arms. "Maybe," I said. "But if I start digging, whoever helped him may know we're looking." Ava's jaw tightened. "Then dig quietly." Before I could answer, the radio clipped at my belt. Jonah's voice came through thin and urgent. "Kurt, you need to come to the office. We found something on the tablet from the man pretending to be Deputy Rusk. It has files with names, routes, and one folder labeled Mercer." Ava looked at me. The cold suddenly felt sharper. Calder had not come to our gate by accident. The valley had seen him today, but he had been seeing us before we knew his name. The tablet sat on my workbench like a snake pretending to be dead. It was black, rugged, and sealed in a rubber case scuffed by use. Mud clung to the charging port. A cracked corner showed where Reed had taken it from the fake deputy during the fight near the veterinary shed. To most of the people crowding the office doorway, it looked like a piece of captured gear. To me, it looked like a confession that had not yet learned how to speak. Jonah stood beside the bench, pale with excitement and fear. I did not open much, I swear. I saw the folder names and stopped. "That was smart," I said. "Curiosity is how people erase evidence." James's voice came from the radio speaker in the study, where Cindy had set up a monitor so he could listen without dragging himself off the couch. For the record, I would have opened everything and then pretended I meant to. "We know," Cindy called from the hall. "That is why nobody handed it to you." The office had too many bodies again. Cliff, Harlan, Ava, Nurse Elena, Cindy, Jonah, and 2 council representatives watched while I pulled on gloves I did not technically need but wanted for the ritual of caution. Ritual matters when people are scared. It tells them the work has rules. "This may be booby-trapped digitally," I said. "Not explode trapped. Data trapped. If it connects to a network, it may try to report location or wipe itself. I am keeping it isolated. No wireless. No connection to the ranch machines. We image the storage first, then work from the copy." Harlan squinted at me. "You're going to make a ghost of it before you ask it questions." That is actually a good way to say it. Do not sound surprised. I was old before computers got arrogant. "Could be nothing," Jonah said. It was not nothing. People are still lazy at the end of the world. The code opened the tablet. Ava muttered something unkind about criminals and password habits. The file structure appeared. Folders by road. Folders by resource type. Fuel, medical, weapons, wells, skilled labor, and communications. Then the folder that had brought me running. Mercer. Cindy stood very still. When the copy finished, I disconnected the original tablet and placed it in a metal bread box lined with foil because sometimes ugly solutions work. Then I opened the copy on a clean laptop that had never touched the ranch network. The Mercer folder contained photographs, notes, and a map. The first photo showed our front gate taken from the tree line before the first armed men had approached in part 2. The second showed the barn roof. The third showed Cliff's truck. Another showed Cindy and me standing near the porch the evening after the first attack, her hand on my arm, both of us unaware of the lens watching through trees. Cindy's face changed when she saw it. Anger came first, not fear. "They were here," she said. Cliff leaned closer. "Before Wade's truck?" I checked the metadata, not trusting the displayed dates but reading what remained in the file. The gate photos were taken the afternoon I arrived. The porch photo was later. Same device, probably the tablet camera. Ava hugged herself. "They were scouting before the valley knew." "Before I knew," Cliff said, and his voice carried personal offense. A man could forgive being attacked more easily than being watched on his own land. The notes were worse. They listed the ranch's estimated food stores, likely fuel, number of residents, animal count, fence lines, blind spots, and family dynamics. Cliff Mercer, respected, aging, stubborn, arm. Cindy Mercer, medical knowledge, emotional leverage, likely influence over household decisions. James Mercer, estranged grandson, unknown location, possible cyber or military-adjacent rumors. Kurt Hale, outside contractor, network specialist, no known family ties, potential asset or liability. Reading my own name in that file felt like finding a stranger wearing my clothes. Cindy looked at me. "They knew you were alone." "They knew because I told Cliff the first day," I said. "Or because someone checked me before I got here." The room tightened around that possibility. I opened the map. A red circle marked the ranch. Smaller marks showed the east horse lane, the barn camera blind before I installed new coverage, the generator shed, the propane tank, the old well house, and a point beyond the south pasture labeled High Ground Relay. Another note sat beside the office window, likely comm center after grid collapse. Cliff's hand closed into a fist. They planned to take this place. Maybe, I said. Or use it? The notes call it a hub candidate. Calder may have wanted Junction Barn as public control and this ranch as private communications. Nurse Elena touched the bandage at her temple. He kept asking at the clinic which places had independent power and satellite equipment. He said communities needed coordination nodes. I thought he meant shelters. He meant command posts, James said through the speaker. I found another folder inside Mercer labeled Persuasion. I almost did not open it. Not because evidence should be ignored, but because some doors feel dirty before you touch them. Inside were 3 short profiles. Cliff could be pressured through Cindy. Cindy could be pressured through Cliff, James, or vulnerable refugees. James could be pressured through guilt over leaving. Kurt could be pressured through isolation, grief, and desire for belonging. Nobody spoke after that one. Cindy reached for the laptop, then stopped herself. Close it. I did. Ava's voice came quiet. That is what he does. He looks for the door that hurts. Harlan stared at the closed screen. Who gave him that much? Some of it could be scouted. Not all. He was right. The gate, fences, and cameras could be observed. The note about me having no family could have come from overheard conversation, but the timing was too tight. The profile on James suggested older information, gossip from before the attacks, or someone with access to local talk. The phrase cyber or military-adjacent rumors felt like it came from a person trying to sound official while not knowing what they actually knew. I reopened the folder list and searched across the image. The tablet held references to data imports from 3 sources: county emergency planning files, property tax rolls, and something called Dove. I had never heard of Dove, but the folder names carried timestamps from before the first bombs on the horizon. This started before the collapse, I said. Cliff looked at me sharply. Maybe not Calder's whole operation, but the data collection did. Somebody compiled property, supplies, skills, and weak points before the network went down. Calder used it when the official world broke. Cindy folded her arms, but this time it looked like she was holding herself together. Can Dove tell them what we are doing now? Not from this copy. But if there are other devices, other lists, or a relay still active somewhere, maybe. The high ground relay mark worries me. If Calder's people set equipment on the ridge, they may have been listening longer than we think. Ava pointed toward the map. That mark is near the old fire lookout. Cliff nodded. Closed 10 years ago. Still has a service road if you know which gate to cut. James's voice came from the speaker, thinner now. If they have a relay up there, they heard most of today. Maybe all of it. Not the encrypted short link, I said. But open radio, yes. It may know our call signs, our safe routes, maybe who answered. The white cloth code suddenly felt less safe. The Creek phrase felt less clever. Every tool we had used to save people could become a tool to find them if we let the pattern sit too long. Cindy straightened. So we change everything. At dawn, yes, maybe sooner. But if we change too fast without reaching everyone, we strand people still moving under the old signs. Nurse Elena stepped closer to the map. The clinic has colored triage tags: red, yellow, green, black. Calder's men took some, but not all. We can use combinations. Cloth plus tag color. Harder to copy quickly. Harlan nodded. And brands. Ranches still have branding irons. Not heated. Just shape marks drawn in charcoal on cloth. I kept searching the tablet. The Dove references led to a compressed file. It was damaged, maybe from the tablet being dropped, maybe from a bad transfer. I extracted what I could. Names spilled across the screen. Not just our valley. Towns, water districts, food warehouses, clinics, amateur radio operators, fuel farms, ranches, churches, private security companies, retired law enforcement, mechanics, nurses, electricians, network installers. Network installers. There were thousands of entries. Too many for Calder. Too organized for a local bully with a clipboard. At the bottom of the recovered text was a phrase repeated in several configuration files: continuity through controlled scarcity. I read it aloud. Nurse Elena looked sick. What does that mean? James answered from the speaker before I did. It means somebody planned to rule the shortage before the shortage fully arrived. I leaned back from the screen. My eyes burned. Outside, the day was sliding toward evening, and the house was full of people who thought the worst danger had been dragged bleeding from a creek wash. They deserved 1 hour of believing that. Maybe less. Maybe even that was too generous. Cliff stepped beside me and looked down at the screen. Can you trace it? Not on the dead internet, I said. But I can trace habits, file names, device identifiers, radio references. If Dove pushed data into Calder's tablet, there may be other tablets, other relays, other local commanders using the same package. Commanders, Cliff repeated, tasting the word like bad meat. Calder may be a branch, not the root. Cindy's face tightened, but she did not look away. Then we cut branches and find the root. The office radio hissed before anyone could answer. A voice came through on an unused frequency, faint and formal. They use no local call sign. Mercer node, this is control weather. Your unsanctioned transmissions have been logged. Surrender captured personnel and communications equipment by 2000 hours. Failure to comply will result in corrective action. The voice paused, then added one line that made the room go still. Kurt Hale, you are advised to remember that new families can be lost as quickly as old ones. The transmission ended. Cindy reached for my hand in front of everyone this time. Cliff looked toward the dark window and then at the map of the ridge. Now we know the root can hear us, he said. Tonight we make sure it learns we can hear back. The name control weather sounded ridiculous until we understood why they used it. Weather is everywhere. Weather arrives whether you approve or not. Weather ruins roads, hides tracks, kills cattle, and makes strong men check the sky before they pretend to be in charge. Whoever chose the name had either a sense of theater or a dangerous understanding of psychology. Maybe both. New families can be lost as quickly as old ones. James listened from the study through a wired speaker after I cut the wireless monitor. He complained loudly about being treated like a patient and then fell quiet when Cindy threatened to sedate him with boredom by reading inventory lists aloud. I saved the control weather transmission and pulled it apart. Signal strength, modulation, timing, background noise, carrier drift. In another life, I would have enjoyed the puzzle. I'd always liked finding order in noise. Now the noise had threatened the woman standing beside me. Can you tell where it came from? Cliff asked. Not from one receiver, I said. We need direction finding from at least 2 points, 3 if we want confidence. But I can compare signal strength between our antennas and ask Ada Miller to check hers. If the old lookout relay is active, the signal may bounce or repeat. Ada answered before we called her, because she had been listening to everything she could reach. I heard the fancy weather full, strong in my west wire, weak on the south. Came from high or repeated high. I can help triangulate if somebody stops stepping on my band like drunk cattle. Ada, Cliff said into the mic, you are a treasure. I am an unpaid professional. There is a difference. We can provoke them, James said from the study. Cindy leaned toward the speaker. You can heal quietly. I can do both. We answer as the council, not as Mercer, Cliff said. No names. No emotion. They used Kurt's name, Cindy said. Which is why Kurt does not answer them angry. I looked at the waveform on the laptop. I can make a relay loop that rebroadcasts our reply from multiple points with slight delay. It will make our location harder to judge and make us sound larger than one ranch. Jonah's eyes brightened. Like throwing your voice. Exactly. But if the timing is wrong, it becomes a mess. A mess may still scare them, James said. A controlled mess scares better, Ada added over the radio. We composed the message together and argued over every word. Cindy cut anything that sounded like a threat we could not back. Cliff cut anything that sounded like pleading. I cut technical details. Ada cut politeness. The final version was short. At 6:15, when the winter dark had settled fully and the house windows were covered, I sent it through the relay loop. Control weather, this is Valley Council Relay. Your threat against civilians has been logged and witnessed. Captured personnel will be held under guard and treated until questioned by representatives from affected roads. Communications equipment will remain in Valley custody. Any attack on medical shelters, family homes, or relay operators will be broadcast with names, locations, and evidence. This Valley does not recognize your authority. End. The message echoed out through our borrowed net, first from the Mercer barn, then from Ada's wire, then from Red Creek, then from Tanner's copper pipe. It did not sound like a government. It sounded like a valley refusing to kneel in 4 directions at once. For 12 minutes, Control Weather said nothing. Then Control Weather returned. Valley Council Relay, you are operating on borrowed time and stolen confidence. You have 1 injured local agitator, 1 compromised ranch, and a crowd of frightened civilians consuming resources you cannot replace. Your communications specialist is capable but emotionally vulnerable. Your elder leader is respected but obsolete. Your internal family attachments reduce decision speed by 40% under stress. You cannot hold. The room went cold in a way the stove could not fix. It was not just a threat. It was a profile. Like the folder. Like the line about me. Whoever sat behind that voice did not only collect inventories, they modeled people. Cindy reached for the mic. Cliff caught her wrist gently. No emotion, he reminded her. She looked ready to bite through steel, but she let go. Can we hit the relay? James asked. Physically, yes, if we can get a team there, Cliff said. Safely, no. Safely is getting harder to define, James replied. Ava stepped into the office, despite having been ordered to rest about as successfully as everyone else. My brother knows the Lookout Road. Arlen's son Reed, not Ava's brother, had survived. Her actual brother had been missing since before the attack at Coal Ridge, one more absence in a valley full of them. Her face tightened when she corrected herself. Reed knows it, she said, and I know the lower hiking path. There is a service shed below the tower with an old phone line trench. If they use existing conduit for power or antenna cable, the line may run near the path. You are not going, Cindy said. Ava looked at her. I did not say I was. I said I know the path. Draw it before you decide what to do. There was steel in that answer. Cindy respected steel, even when it frustrated her. We spread the lookout map over the desk. The old fire road climbed from the south, obvious and likely watched. The hiking path curved from the east through heavy timber. A maintenance trench, if it still existed, would cross a shallow saddle below the tower. Cutting power or antenna feed there might disable the relay without storming the lookout. It might also alert whoever guarded it and bring them down on the nearest homes. We do not know who else depends on that relay, Nurse Elena said from the doorway. She had come to check on James and stayed when she heard enough to worry. If emergency traffic from other survivors is passing through it, cutting it could blind them. Control Weather used it to threaten us, James said. That does not mean nobody else can be heard through it, she replied. I rubbed my eyes. She was right. Systems are rarely only evil or only good. A bridge can carry raiders and rescue trucks. A relay can carry threats and pleas. Destroying infrastructure feels decisive until you are the person who needed it. We listen first, I said. Passive scan. Map. What else uses the ridge? If the relay only repeats control weather and circle channels, we cut it. If it carries civilian traffic, we capture or redirect if possible. Cliff looked at me. Can you capture a relay? With access, time, and luck. How much luck? The kind people claim with skill afterward. James laughed from the study and then groaned. Worth it. That left me. Cindy knew before I said it. Her face changed, closing slightly. The tap has to be placed by someone who knows what to look for, I said. I can teach Reed some of it, but if there is equipment at the shed, he may not know what matters. You are not a scout, Cindy said. No, I am the person Control Weather named. That also means they may not expect me to leave the hub. Or they expect exactly that because they profiled you as guilt-ridden and useful. I had no answer that did not sound foolish. Cliff watched us both, eyes heavy. Kurt goes only if we can make the ranch look like he is still here. I can do that, Jonah said quickly. Recorded check-ins. Delayed keyboard commands. I know enough to keep the lights blinking. Enough can get people killed, Cindy said. Jonah flinched, and she regretted it instantly. She turned to him. I am sorry. That was fear talking. He nodded, swallowing. Fear had a point. But I can learn. Cindy hated every minute. She said little, which was worse. At 8, Control Weather's deadline arrived. We did not surrender prisoners. We did not surrender equipment. At 8:12, the corrective action came. The generator's shed camera flashed white and died. A second later, an explosion shook the ranch hard enough to rattle the window panes and send people screaming in the dining room. The lights flickered, went out, then returned on battery backup in a dim emergency glow. Cindy grabbed the desk. Jonah ducked under it. Cliff was already moving with a rifle. I pulled up the power panel. Main generator offline. Secondary battery active. Barn relay damaged. South pasture sensor dead. Smoke rolled past the office window. The attack had not come from the road. It had come from the high ground. Control weather had not waited for us to climb to the relay. It had used a relay to aim at us. Cliff's voice carried from the hall, hard and clear, over the screams. Fire teams to the shed. Guards to the south pasture. Nobody opens the main gate. Move children to the cellar now. Cindy looked at me through the emergency glow. Still think they do not expect you to leave? She asked. I looked at the dead power feed, then at the ridge map. No, I said. Now I think they expect us to stay scared. The generator shed burned with a mean orange light that painted the snow like rust. Men ran buckets from the stock tank while others dragged burning debris away from the propane line. The explosion had not destroyed the whole shed, which was either luck or precision. Control weather had hit the main generator and the barn relay without igniting the fuel stores. That told me something I did not want to know. They were not just lobbing explosives from the dark. They were choosing what to cripple. They hit the shed from the south pasture angle, Jonah said, reading the sensor logs. The last motion trip was at 1959, but the camera died before it saved the image. Not from the road, I said. A team or a device on the ridge. Maybe a drone if they have one, but I did not hear rotors. Could be a rifle grenade. I looked at him. He shrugged. I read things. Keep reading after we survive. It is useful and unsettling. Cindy came in with soot on her cheek and a bandage roll in one hand. Fires contained. One man burned his palms. Nobody dead. Granddad wants to know if the radios can reach the valley. Barely. Ada can relay, but if control weather hits her next, we lose the west side. Then warn her. Already did. She told me not to mother her and then asked for a signal report. Despite everything, Cindy smiled for half a second. Then she saw the ridge map open on the floor. The smile vanished. You're still thinking about going up there. Now I am sure we have to. If they can hit us from that relay position or coordinate with someone who can, waiting gives them the next move. She crouched across from me, keeping her voice low. Every time we win a little, the job gets bigger. Have you noticed that? I have. I hate it. Good. I was worried you were getting used to it. I reached for her hand. This time I did not care who saw. I am not used to any of this. Not the violence. Not the house full of people. Not being afraid for someone every minute. Not having someone be afraid for me. Her fingers closed around mine. That last part is family too. It is exhausting. Yes. I understand why James ran. She looked toward the hallway where her brother was probably arguing with Nurse Elena. So do I. I am still mad at him. Both can be true. Look at you learning family badly already. Cindy saw the thought move through me. She leaned closer, then stopped when Cliff's boot sounded in the hall. We both sat back like guilty teenagers, which was ridiculous considering the world was trying to end. Cliff stepped into the office, looked from her to me, and raised one eyebrow. If the two of you are done conducting silent diplomacy, I need bad news in useful order. Cindy stood quickly. Generator damaged, fire contained, radios weak. Kurt wants to climb the ridge. That was not in my preferred order, I said. Cliff ignored me. I figured he would. You are not going to argue? Cindy asked. I am going to argue plenty. Then I am going to send him because the alternative is letting a voice in the dark keep choosing when we bleed. That settled the matter in the worst possible way. Permission feels heavier when it comes from someone who understands the cost. The Ridge team became 4 people. Reed would guide the lower path. Mason would run messages between the trailhead and the nearest road team because apparently the boy considered fear an inefficient use of time. I would handle the tap and camera. The 4th member was a surprise. Ava walked into the office wearing boots, a coat, and the expression of someone daring the room to waste her time. No, Cindy said immediately. Ava handed me a folded drawing. This is the path as I remember it. This is where the trench crosses. This is where the old footbridge is rotten. This is where the lookout road can see you if the moon comes out. You need someone who knows where those things are in the dark. You are hurt, Cindy said. So is James. Nobody is inviting him. James yelled from the study. I heard that, an object on spiritual grounds. Ava did not look away from Cindy. My father's ranch burned. My cousin's child almost got taken. Calder had our names on a tablet. Control Weather has yours. I am not asking because I want adventure. I am telling you because I am useful. The room held still. Cindy looked ready to refuse until she glanced at me and saw the truth there. Ava was useful. More than that, denying useful people the right to risk themselves while accepting the protection bought by other people's risks was the kind of luxury the old world had taken with it. Cliff made the decision. Ava goes if Nurse Elena clears her to walk and if she follows Reed's orders on the trail. She carries no pride heavier than the pack. Ava nodded once. Fair. Cindy muttered something under her breath that sounded like a prayer trying not to become a curse. We left at 9:30 under a sky mostly hidden by smoke and cloud. The ranch behind us glowed with emergency lanterns and the last dull flames from the shed. I carried the tap kit, a compact camera, 2 battery bricks, a coil of thin cable, and a pistol I had accepted from Cliff with no confidence that owning it made me safer. Reed carried a rifle and moved like a man who had spent his whole life stepping where branches would not complain. Ava moved slower but knew every bend. Mason rode his dirt bike only as far as the lower wash, then hid it under brush and continued on foot with visible resentment. The cold sharpened as we climbed. Snow crust broke under our boots. Burned ash from the valley mixed with pine scent and the metallic tang of fear in my mouth. Below us, the ranch disappeared behind trees. Above us, the old lookout ridge rose black against a darker sky. Nobody talked unless necessary. Ava touched my sleeve twice to redirect me away from bad footing. Reed stopped us once to listen to an owl call that was not an owl. He answered with a soft click made by tongue and teeth. The false owl did not repeat. Scout, I whispered. Maybe Reed breathed. Or man who wishes he was better at owls. At 10:20 we reached the maintenance trench. It was exactly where Ava said it would be, half filled with needles and frozen runoff, a shallow scar crossing the slope below the lookout. I knelt and brushed snow away until my glove found rubber-coated cable. Not old phone line. It was newer and thicker, a field cable run fast and hidden badly by someone who expected weather to do the rest. This is theirs, I whispered. Ava crouched beside me, breathing hard but steady. Can you hear through it? Maybe. If it carries data or power to a relay, I can tap signal without cutting. If it is just power, I can at least learn load patterns. Mason looked blank. That means yes and nerd. It means maybe a nerd, I said. I saved everything. Then a text packet crossed the line that made my stomach drop. Corrective action successful. Mercer primary power degraded. Awaiting authorization for secondary pressure. A response followed from farther up the chain. Authorization pending. Priority target remains Hale. Capture preferred if feasible. Emotional leverage confirmed. Ava read over my shoulder and went very still. Mason whispered a word Cindy would have scolded him for. Reed leaned closer. Can you send back? If I send wrong, they know we are here. Can you send right? I looked at the packet structure, the repeated headers, the device identifier, the lazy checksum. People secure their slogans better than their tools sometimes. Control Weather had profiled us, threatened us, and hit our generator, but somewhere in their field network was an engineer who had chosen speed over caution. Maybe, I said, but I need 30 seconds and everyone very quiet. I cloned the last status packet, changed the device flag from active to thermal fault, and delayed the next heartbeat by 3 seconds. If the relay believed one of its own modules was overheating, it might lower output or reset. If the upstream operator noticed the malformed timing, they would know someone touched the line. I sent it before I could lose courage. The analyzer blinked. The ridge above us hummed faintly, then dropped into silence. Ava's eyes widened. Did you break it? I may have made it take a nap. Mason grinned. Respectfully, that was beautiful. The silence lasted 9 seconds. Then the lookout tower above us lit with a narrow beam that swept the trees. They noticed, Reed said. Voices moved above us. 2 men, maybe 3. Boots on frozen ground. A radio chirp. We retreated east along Ava's detour, but the return path was no longer empty. A figure stepped from the trees ahead with a rifle and a headlamp dark on his forehead. Reed raised his weapon. The man raised one hand fast. "Do not shoot," he whispered. "I am not with them." Ava sucked in a breath. "Tommy." The man turned toward her voice. His face was thinner than the photo I'd seen in Harlan's house, but recognition hit her so hard she almost fell. Her missing brother stood in the snow below the lookout ridge, filthy, armed, and shaking. He had a strip of gray tape across one sleeve and a cut above his eye that had dried black at the edge. A stolen radio hung from his coat by a broken clip, and the rifle in his hands looked too large because he held it like a tool he hated needing. Ava took one step toward him before Reed caught her arm. The movement hurt to watch. She had crossed half the valley, believing she might be the last of her family still moving, and now the proof that she was wrong stood 10 yards away with terror in his face. Tommy looked at all of us, then at the ridge behind him, and whatever reunion wanted to happen died under the sound of boots above the trail. "Ava," he said, voice breaking, "you have to run. Control Weather is not just listening from the tower. They have men coming up from the south road, and they know Kurt Hale is on this mountain." The tower beams swept lower. The radio in my pack clicked once, though I had not touched it. A synthetic voice, cold and close, spoke from the captured frequency. "Kurt Hale, remain where you are. Your cooperation will preserve the Mercer household. Continued resistance will remove that option." Cindy's name did not need to be spoken. It lived inside the threat. I looked at Ava's brother, at Reed's rifle, at Mason's frightened grin finally gone, at the cable tap in my hand holding proof that the enemy network could be fooled. Below us, the valley depended on the ranch. The ranch depended on an injured family learning how to stand. And somewhere above, a voice that thought love made people predictable waited for me to choose fear. I keyed my own radio and spoke softly, sending on the relay channel we had just touched. "Control Weather, this is Kurt Hale. You keep talking like you understand family. You do not. Family is not leverage. It is why people come for you." Reed's eyes widened, as if I had lost my mind. Maybe I had. Then we ran into the trees as the ridge erupted behind us. The mountain exploded behind us in sound and white light, and for the first few seconds none of us ran with dignity. We ran like animals that had smelled fire. Branches slapped my face. Frozen grass cracked under my boots. Somewhere above the black trunks, men shouted into radios, and the lookout beam searched for us in hard, narrow strokes. Tommy Cole moved at the front, as if he had memorized every bad choice the ridge could offer. He did not take the trail. He cut left through a run of stunted firs, ducked under a fallen tree, and dropped to his knees at the lip of a shale slide that looked like the side of the mountain had been scraped raw. Ava grabbed his coat before he went over. "That way is suicide," she hissed. "The trail is worse," he whispered back. "They wired it after dark. Trip line, cans, and one pressure charge. They were expecting a group to panic downhill. You want to stay alive. You slide where they think nobody is stupid enough to go." Reed looked over the edge and muttered something I was glad the virtual voice in my head would not have to read aloud later. Mason, pale and shaking, gave me the same look. A man gives a dentist holding pliers. "How far down?" I asked. "Far enough to hurt," Tommy said. "Not far enough to die if you keep your arms tight." The tower beams swept past our backs. A round snapped through the branches above us, sending bark into the snow. Reed went first. He sat, pushed off, and vanished into the gray slope with a curse that stretched all the way down. Ava followed with barely a sound. Mason froze until I shoved the analyzer into his hands and told him to protect it like it was his own heart that offended him enough to move. Tommy waited, eyes on the trees, while another shout came from above. "Kurt Hale," a man called, not the synthetic voice this time. "You are making this harder than it has to be." Hearing my name on that ridge made the air smaller. 2 days ago, I had been a contractor with a van full of cable, a dead father in fresh memory, and no one waiting for me anywhere. Now, strangers on a mountain knew my name because I had touched their signal. It should have made me feel important. It made me feel hunted. Tommy shoved me toward the slide. "Go now." I dropped and the world became stone, snow, and pain. Loose shale took my feet out from under me. My shoulder slammed into the frozen slope. I crossed my arms, kept my chin down, and slid with the helpless speed of a man falling through a bad idea. The mountain tore at my coat and packed snow under my collar. I saw Reed below, half buried against a juniper stump, waving me to the right. I tried to aim and only managed to spin. The slide ended in a shallow ditch filled with crusted snow. I hit it hard enough to knock the breath from my chest. For a moment I lay there staring at the winter sky through black branches. Mason crawled beside me, still clutching the analyzer. "It survived," he gasped. "I may not, but it did." "Good priorities," I said, though my voice sounded cracked. Tommy came down last, standing longer than anyone should have, then falling near the bottom and rolling into the ditch with one hand over his head. Ava reached him first. She slapped him across the face so fast I did not see it coming. The sound seemed louder than the shots above. "You let me think you were dead," she said. Tommy touched his cheek, eyes full of shame. I did not have a way to get word out. "You had legs." "They had eyes on every road," he said. "Ava, I tried twice. The second time they caught Maribel because she helped me. They made me watch what happened after." The anger in Ava's face did not disappear, but something beneath it flinched. Reed touched her sleeve gently. "Later," he whispered, "we need to move." Above us, flashlights crawled through the trees. The men from the tower had reached the top of the slide and did not like what they saw. One of them fired down without a cleared target. The shot struck rock and threw sparks in the dark. Tommy pointed east. "There is a culvert under the logging road. If we make it there, we can cross without showing on the road surface. They have a truck at the hairpin and 2 men at the fuel shed. Calder's people are not running this ridge anymore. They are taking orders from the tower crew." "Who are they?" I asked. Tommy looked at me while we moved. His eyes were tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. "Control Weather is what they call the local project. The real group has different names depending on who they are lying to. Contractors, emergency coordinators, release security, technical recovery teams. It brought in radio gear, drones, maps, and people who knew where everything was before the internet died. Calder thought he was building himself a kingdom. He is only the loud dog chained to the porch. Mason stumbled on a hidden route. Reed caught him before he fell. We moved in a bent line through the timber, slow enough to stay quiet, fast enough to keep fear behind us. I could still hear the synthetic threat in my pack, still hear the way it had used the Mercer household like a knife laid on a table. "Why me?" I asked. "I am not military. I am not law enforcement. I install networks and teach rich people how to stop blaming printers for their own passwords." Tommy almost smiled, but there was no humor in it. "That is why. You understand small systems. Houses, barns, cameras, private repeaters, solar controllers, routers people forgot they bought. Network Zero is not about one big system anymore. The main grid is already bleeding. They are hunting the little islands now. Anyone who can connect islands without using their channels becomes a problem. You became a problem when you made the valley here Calder lie. You became a bigger problem when you touched the ridge relay." The words landed hard because they made sense. I'd kept thinking about the country as one broken machine. James kept warning us that the first attack was only the opening, but the enemy did not need to hold every road if they could make every group distrust the next one. They did not need to burn every ranch if they could make hungry people burn them for supplies. We reached the culvert 20 minutes later. It was a half-buried metal tube under an old logging road, full of ice, leaves, and black water no deeper than my ankles. It smelled like rust and dead grass. Tommy ducked inside without hesitation. Ava stared after him, jaw tight, then followed. Halfway through, the radio in my pack clicked again. I froze so fast. Mason bumped into my back. The synthetic voice spoke, quieter this time. "Kurt Hale, your signal imitation was crude but instructive. You are invited to serve a more stable future. Refusal will be recorded as hostile alignment." Reed whispered, "Turn it off." "I did," I whispered. "That is the problem." The device was receiving through the relay fragment I had clipped to the analyzer. Either the thing had a sleep circuit I had missed, or the tower had enough reach to tickle life back into dead equipment. Tommy crawled back toward me, pulled the radio from my pack, and yanked the battery with practiced speed. "They want you scared enough to answer," he said. "They are doing a fine job. "Do not flatter them," he replied. "They are good at machines and frets. People are messier." A truck rolled over the road above us. Tires crushed snow over the culvert. We held still in the metal dark while the engine idled overhead. A door opened. A man stepped down. Another radio chirped, too muffled to understand. My hand found the small pistol Cliff had forced on me that morning, and I hated how comforting its weight felt. The man above us walked to the far side of the road and relieved himself into the snow. He hummed while he did it, careless and bored. Then he climbed back in the truck and drove on. Mason exhaled into his sleeve. "I officially hate mountains." "You live in one," Ava whispered. "That is why I have the authority to hate them." The culvert opened into a drainage cut filled with waist-high brush. We climbed out one at a time, soaked at the boots and shaking from cold. The valley lay below us, black and silver under the broken moon. The Mercer ranch was somewhere beyond the folds of land, hidden by distance and trees. For the first time since the tower threatened Cindy, I wanted nothing more complicated than to see the kitchen light still burning. Tommy crouched beside me and pointed toward the south road. Two sets of headlights moved far below, not toward town, but toward the ranch country. "That is not a patrol," he said. "That is a probe. They send men ahead to test a place before the main push. How long before they reach Cliff's outer fields? Maybe an hour if the road is clear. Less if they know the gate code to the old service lane." Ava snapped her head toward him. "How would they know that?" Tommy did not answer fast enough. Ava's voice dropped to something cold. "Tommy, what did you tell them?" He looked away. "Not willingly." The valley below glittered with little pieces of danger. Somewhere down there, Cindy and Cliff were holding a home I had been invited into by stubborn kindness. Somewhere above, the tower knew I was alive. Between those truths stood Tommy Cole, alive when he should not have been, carrying secrets that might save us or ruin us. Reed lifted his rifle and checked the road again. Argue while walking. For once, nobody disagreed. We did not take the direct road home. Tommy insisted that any route a tired man wanted was the route control weather would watch. That meant we crossed frozen pasture, moved through tree belts that clawed at our clothes, and crawled under a collapsed cattle fence that left rust on my hands. Every few minutes, Ava asked him a question that sounded like a blade being drawn. "How long were you with them?" 8 days. "How many people from Red Creek did they take?" 12 at first. More after Calder made his deal. "Did you help them find us?" Tommy stopped at that one. Reed bumped his shoulder from behind and kept him moving. "I helped them fix a repeater near Red Creek because they said they would trade medicine for Maribel's mother," Tommy said. "After that, they did not ask. They showed me maps and told me what they already knew. When I refused to confirm something, they confirmed it by hurting someone else." Ava's face turned pale in the moonlight. "You should have died before you helped them." Tommy nodded once, as if he had said the same thing to himself 100 times. "I thought about it, and I thought about you, and I kept breathing like a coward." No one knew what to say after that. The mountains had a way of making silence seem ancient, as if every hard feeling had been felt there before and buried under snow. I understood Ava's fury. I also understood Tommy's survival in a way I wished I did not. The end of ordinary had not turned people into heroes. It had pressed them until whatever was weakest or strongest came out. We reached the old service lane near dawn. The eastern sky had turned the color of dirty steel. My legs shook from the climb, and the cold water trapped in my boots. Mason had stopped joking, which worried me more than the jokes had. Reed moved with his rifle ready, his breathing controlled but thin. The cut on Tommy's brow had opened again and drawn a line down the side of his face. A single low whistle came from the ditch ahead. Reed froze and answered with 2 clicks of his tongue. A shape rose from behind a snow-covered hay rake. James Mercer stepped into view with his rifle tucked against his shoulder and his grin nowhere to be found. "You are late," he said. "We brought Ava's brother," I replied. James looked at Tommy, then at Ava's guarded face. "That seems complicated." "Everything is complicated," Mason said. "Can we be complicated somewhere, Warren?" James motioned us down. 2 vehicles came through the south road about 40 minutes ago. Cindy and Cliff caught the first one at the lower cattle guard. Second turned back after they saw the ditch lights go red. Nobody made it past the creek, but Cliff says they were scouting, not raiding. The relief hit me so sharply that I had to set one hand against the hay rake. Cindy was alive. Cliff was alive. The ranch still stood. I had known that might not be true, and I had not let myself look directly at the thought. Cindy saw them? I asked. James studied me with sudden softness. She did more than see them. She disabled one truck with the spiked chain Cliff built for cattle thieves back when cattle thieves still had manners. Then she held 2 men in the ditch until we could collect them. Ava raised an eyebrow. Cindy did that? Cindy did that, James said. She also told me if I came back without Kurt, I should keep walking until I found another family willing to tolerate me. Despite the cold and fear, I almost laughed. It came out rough, but it was still a laugh. We moved the last mile under cover of the creek bed. Mercer land appeared gradually, first as fence posts, then as the dark shape of the barn, then as the house with yellow light in the kitchen windows. The sight hit me harder than any sunrise I had ever seen. My own house in the city had been cleaner, newer, and full of expensive things I had bought to prove I was doing well. The Mercer house had mud on the porch and rifles by the door, but it looked like a place that would notice if I did not come home. Cindy came out before we reached the yard. She wore her coat over a sweater, her hair pulled back, her cheeks red from cold and anger. She had a shotgun in one hand and an expression that promised trouble for someone. For 3 steps, she looked at me like she was deciding whether to yell or hug. Then she chose both. She set the shotgun on the porch rail, crossed the yard, and wrapped her arms around me so hard my bruised ribs protested. "You stupid man," she whispered into my coat. "You answered them on their channel." "I had a speech prepared," I said. "It was shorter in my head." She pulled back far enough to look at my face. Her eyes were wet, but her voice stayed steady. "You do not get to make brave speeches and then vanish into gunfire. We have rules here." "I am learning that." "Learn faster." I wanted to say something better, something equal to the heat in her hands against my sleeves and the terror I had carried down from the ridge. But Cliff stepped onto the porch with his hat low and his rifle held easy, and the moment folded itself away for later. His eyes went to Tommy. "Well, son, you look like trouble wearing boots." Tommy stood very still. "Sir, I came to tell you what I know. After that, you can decide what to do with me." Cliff watched him long enough to make the younger man shift. "Inside, then. Trouble should at least drink coffee before it testifies." The kitchen filled with people in stages. Elise brought bandages, hot water, and the kind of quiet authority that made grown men sit when she pointed at a chair. Harlan was already near the stove, wrapped in a blanket, looking better but still hollow under the eyes. Reed leaned by the pantry door. Ava sat across from Tommy and did not blink. Cindy stayed close enough to me that her sleeve brushed mine whenever she moved. Tommy told his story without decoration. He had left Red Creek with 2 others after Calder's men started taking radios, fuel, and written maps. They had meant to reach the state highway and find official help. Instead, they found a relief checkpoint that looked official until they were inside it. The men there had clean vehicles, printed badges, portable antennas, and a doctor who did not ask enough questions. They separated people by skills. Mechanics went one way. Anyone with radio knowledge went another. Tommy had fixed farm repeaters for years, so they kept him. They called it restoration work, he said. They said the country needed stable communication and stable command. Then they made us help build the very cages they wanted people to crawl into. James crossed his arms. "Cages made of radio towers." "Cages made of fear," Tommy replied. "The towers only carry it." I spread the paper map across the table and gave him a pencil. He marked the ridge tower, the fuel shed, a temporary dish near the old quarry, and a relay truck that moved every night. Then he marked roads leading toward ranches, wells, food stores, and isolated homes. The pattern was worse than any single attack. It was not random pressure. It was a net. "Network 0, I said. Tommy looked at me. That is the phrase they use when a local system is ready for isolation. No outside trust. No reliable news except theirs. No group able to talk to another without being heard, spoofed, or punished. Once a valley reaches 0, they stop needing to convince people. They just redirect hunger and fear." Cliff's jaw tightened. "And Mercer Ranch?" Tommy circled her house. "Primary disruption target. You have food, water, fuel, defensible ground, and now you have Kurt." Every face turned toward me. I wished the floor would open. Cindy's hand found mine under the table before I could hide it. "They think I matter more than I do," I said. Harlan coughed once. That may be true. It may also be true that people who matter rarely get to vote on the timing. Cliff leaned over the map. When do they come? Tommy drew a line from the south road to the lower fields. They planned a larger test at dawn tomorrow, maybe sooner now that Kurt touched the ridge. Calder wants to hit hard and public. The tower crew prefers quiet captures. They will argue. That gives you time, but not much. Ava finally spoke. Why trust anything you say? Tommy looked at his sister, and whatever defense he had left fell apart. You should not trust me because I am your brother. You should test what I say because if I am right, people live. If I am wrong, you will find out before you give me a weapon. The room held its breath. Ava looked at the map instead of him. Cindy squeezed my fingers. It was small, hidden, and exactly what I needed to keep from sinking under the weight of every marked road. Outside, the first clean light of morning touched the barn roof. Somewhere beyond it, men with borrowed authority were drawing their own lines toward us. Cliff tapped the map with one thick finger. Then we stop waiting for them to teach us the plan. We make them answer ours. The two men Cindy had taken at the lower cattle guard were tied in the tack room, seated on overturned buckets beneath a lantern that made their faces look waxy. Cliff did not let anyone hit them. He did not need to. He placed a chair in front of them, sat slowly, and looked disappointed. For some men, disappointment from an old rancher with tired eyes can be worse than a fist. One was young, maybe 22, with a narrow face and a split lip from where he had kissed the steering wheel when the spike chain ate his tires. The other was older, heavy through the shoulders, wearing a sheriff-style jacket with no badge. He watched us as if memorizing who to blame later. Names, Cliff said. The young one swallowed. My name's Derek. The older man said nothing. Cliff nodded as if silence were an acceptable answer. All right, Derek. Your friend can be furniture until he finds his manners. Who sent you down my road? Derek glanced at the older man. Furniture stared ahead. Cindy stepped into the lantern light. She had changed into jeans, boots, and one of Cliff's old canvas coats. The shotgun rested in the crook of her arm. There was nothing theatrical about her. That made her more frightening. He is not the one who dragged you out of the ditch, she said. Oh, I am. So look at me when you decide how honest you want to be. Derek looked at her. He looked away. Then he looked back because not looking felt worse. We were told to observe the road, he said. No shooting unless fired on. Count vehicles. Count visible guards. Report if the tech man returned. The tech man has a name, Cindy said. Kurt Hale, Derek whispered. Furniture finally smiled. You folks are proud for people surrounded by winter and bad odds. James moved against the wall, but Cliff raised one hand without turning. James stopped. I have spent most of my life surrounded by winter and bad odds, Cliff said. They are poor company, but they are familiar. Who gave the order? Derek's voice shook. Calder's lieutenant. Man named Ross. But the radio voice approved it. The cold one. Mason stood behind me with the analyzer tucked under one arm and a mug of coffee under the other. Synthetic, voice routing through a local speech engine, probably with a live operator feeding text. Creepy, but not magic. Furniture looked at him. You think knowing how the trick works makes it less dangerous? Mason's hands trembled, but he answered. No, it makes it breakable. That quiet courage did more for the room than a shout would have. I could see it in Cindy's eyes. I could see it in Tommy's too, from where he stood outside the door under Reed's watch. The interrogation gave us 3 useful facts. A larger group was waiting near the old plow depot south of the Mercer fields. They had 1 armored truck, 2 pickups, and a box van with radio gear. Calder was not with them. A man named Ross commanded the team, but he answered to the tower. Their goal was not to overrun the ranch yet. They wanted Kurt Hill alive if easy, dead if necessary, and the ranch frightened enough to stop broadcasting. That is a narrow kind of comfort, Cindy said after Cliff stepped outside to confer with Reed. Being wanted alive is better than the alternative, Mason offered. Cindy looked at him. I withdraw the statement, he said. By mid-morning, the ranch shifted from exhaustion to motion. Elise moved the children and older refugees into the cellar rooms behind the pantry. Harlan organized water, blankets, and medical supplies without leaving his chair. Ava, despite her anger at Tommy, helped Cindy carry ammunition from a locked cabinet under Cliff's bedroom floor. James and Reed moved hay bales near the east windows, not to stop bullets completely, but to slow them and hide silhouettes. I went to the back room where this had all begun. The room where I had once thought the biggest challenge would be teaching Cliff how to manage a password vault. My unfinished wiring still ran cleanly along the wall. The equipment rack hummed on battery and solar backup. The cameras showed snow, fences, empty road, and the strange peacefulness of land that had not yet admitted men were coming to hurt it. Tommy stood in the doorway with Reed behind him. "I can help," Tommy said. Reed snorted. "That sentence has gotten many people killed." "He can help from that chair," I said, pointing to the far side of the desk. "Hands, where I can see them." "Reed can shoot the chair if it misbehaves." Tommy sat. Reed seemed almost pleased by the arrangement. We worked through the captured frequencies in the ridge packet I had cloned. Tommy knew enough of Control Weather's habits to make my skin crawl. They tagged households by utility, weakness, skill, and influence. They rated family ties like assets and liabilities. They did not think of communities as people. They thought in pressure points. Here was a grieving rancher with food. There was a medic with a sick child. Here was an IT contractor alone in the world until someone gave him a table, a room, and a reason to stay. I found my own file fragment in the packet cache from the Ridge. It was incomplete, but it included my business name, old invoices, a city address, and the date of my father's funeral. Someone had scraped enough pre-collapse data to build a ghost of me. Tommy saw my face. They do that to everyone useful. That does not make it better. No, it makes it bigger. We built a decoy answer to the probe team south of us. Not a lie big enough to be obvious. A little maintenance chatter. A false heat alarm on the service lane camera. A short burst that made it look as if our equipment was unstable after the Ridge interference. The goal was to make Ross think the ranch network was limping, not blind. Cindy came in as I sent the first packet. "Please tell me you are not inviting them over for coffee," she said. "I am telling them the porch light flickers. That is not as comforting as you think." The south camera showed movement 20 minutes later. 2 men in white winter covers crawled along the drainage ditch near the lower cattle guard. They were good enough to avoid the open road and careless enough to believe the camera was down. Cindy leaned over my shoulder, close enough that I could feel her breath on my ear. "Those are not scouts," she said. "They are cutting the fence." James and Reed were already moving before Cliff finished giving the order. Cindy took the shotgun from the corner. "You stay here," I said. Her head turned slowly. I corrected myself. "I would be grateful if you did not get shot. That is better." She kissed my cheek, quick and fierce, then left me standing there with my heart trying to restart. On the screen, the men at the fence worked with bolt cutters. They were opening a path for a vehicle or a team. I patched the camera feed to the bar monitor and the handheld tablet Mason carried. My job was to keep eyes on the ground while people I cared about stepped into danger. It was a harder job than I expected because every instinct wanted to run after them. The first shot came from the ditch, sharp and flat. Snow puffed near the lower fence. James answered from the hay shed, not aiming to kill it first, but to pin them down. Reed crossed behind the old tractor and fired twice. One fence cutter dropped the bolt cutters and crawled toward a stump. The other raced his weapon toward the hay shed. Cindy appeared from the side of the cattle guard like she had grown out of the land. She fired once. The man's rifle spun from his hands and he fell backward into the snow, screaming and clutching his forearm. Red spread bright against white. I flinched so hard I almost knocked over the mug beside me. The box van engine started beyond the trees. "Kurt," Mason said through the handheld voice thin with static, "they are moving the van." I switched feeds. The van rolled out from behind the plow depot, antenna mast low but visible. If it reached the ridge of the south road, it could jam half our local channels and maybe blind the barn cameras. Tommy leaned close but kept his hands on the table. "Their van runs a cheap microwave link," he said. "They had trouble with moisture. Hit it with noise on the service band and it may drop for a minute." "Did you say May?" "Everything good begins with May." I sent noise through the small directional rig we had rigged the night before. The van kept coming. I adjusted the angle. The signal meter jumped, fell, then screened red. On the south camera, the mast at the top of the van twitched. The vehicle slowed. James broke from the hay shed and threw something underhanded toward the road. For a second I thought it was a grenade and felt my stomach drop. It was an old smoke canister from Cliff's emergency kit. Gray smoke poured across the ditch. Reed used the cover to drag the injured fence cutter behind the tractor. Cindy moved forward, shotgun ready, boots steady. The van reversed hard. Its rear tires slid. It struck a stump hidden under snow and stopped with a crunch that came through the camera microphone a second late. Furniture's younger friend Derek, watching from the tack room window under guard, began to cry. Not loudly, not for sympathy. He cried like a man realizing that the side he had chosen could leave him in a ditch as easily as anyone else. The second fence cutter surrendered. Ross's men fired from too far away, then pulled back toward the plow depot with the box van limping behind them. We did not chase. Cliff had made that rule before sunrise. A ranch that chases can become a ranch with its gate open. Cindy came back 20 minutes later with snow on her boots and blood on one sleeve that was not hers. She found me in the back room and stood in the doorway. The porch light flickered, she said. I crossed the room and held her before I knew I was moving. She let me, just for a breath. Then she pressed her forehead to my chest and whispered, I hate how fast I am getting used to this. I hate how good you are at it. She gave a tired laugh against my coat. I was almost sweet. Behind us, the analyzer chirped. Tommy leaned toward the screen but did not touch it. Kurt, he said softly. The van just sent a burst to the tower before it lost link. They're asking for permission to escalate. Cindy lifted her head. I looked at the message header and felt the kitchen, the barn, the whole ranch tighten around me. The tower answered in less than 10 seconds. Permission granted. Permission granted did not tell us what kind of hell was coming. That was the cruelty of those two words. They were small enough to fit on a screen and large enough to change the temperature in every room of the house. Cliff gathered the adults in the kitchen while Elise kept the younger ones below. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. People leaned closer because the old man had earned that kind of silence. They tested us, he said. They found teeth. Now they will either bite harder or try to make us bite one another. We prepare for both. Harlan studied the map from his chair. If they escalate, they may not attack your strongest point. They may hit one of the families tied to the White Cloth roads. Make you choose between defending home and helping neighbors. Ava looked at Tommy. Is that what they do? He nodded. They create a problem in two places and punish whichever choice you make. Then we stop letting them choose the places, James said. It sounded brave, but bravery needed wheels, fuel, people, radios, and someone willing to risk being wrong. We had some of those things, not enough of any. The Valley Alliance was still a newborn idea. People had tied white cloth to fences and porches because they wanted safe passage, but wanting safety did not create command. It created hope, and hope could get sloppy if fear grabbed it by the throat. I went back to the equipment room with Tommy, Mason, and a guard named Elsie, who had been a school bus driver before the world folded in on itself. She had a calm face, a revolver, and the habit of calling every man under 40 sweetheart in a tone that made it unclear whether she liked us or pitied us. Touch something you should not, she told Tommy, and I will make you regret it with grandmotherly sadness. Tommy nodded. Understood, ma'am. Mason whispered to me, I would rather fight Ross. Same, I said. We needed to learn what permission granted meant. The captured packet from the van had a session key that would expire quickly, but quickly was not instantly. I fed it into the analyzer, bounced the handshake through a dead camera node, and listened. That was how it felt, even though listening meant watching lines of garbage resolve into structure. The enemy channel was efficient, clipped, and colder than military traffic because no one on it wasted breath pretending to care. Ross reported 1 vehicle disabled, 2 men missing, 1 light casualty, and Mercer Ranch still active. The tower operator requested live thermal observation, but the ridge relay remained unstable after my interference. That small victory gave me more pleasure than it should have. Then a new identifier joined the channel. Not the synthetic voice, not Ross, not Calder. Direct Avail. The title alone made Tommy sit back. Ava, who had come to stand in the doorway despite saying she did not want to be near him, saw the reaction. You know that name, she said. Tommy swallowed. I heard it once at the checkpoint. Everyone got quieter. The text stream shifted, and then audio opened. The voice was human, male, smooth and tired in the practiced way of someone who had made cruelty into office work. Local resistance has overperformed expectations, Vale said. Do not waste lives on pride. Reclassify Mercer as strategic contamination, pressure surrounding dependence. Offer food through approved channels. Tag Kurt Hale as recoverable until direct capture proves inefficient. If inefficient, convert him into cautionary content. Mason stared at the speaker. Cautionary content? My mouth had gone dry. They mean kill me where people can learn from it. Ava's face hardened. Cindy had not been in the room, and I was grateful for it until I realized she stood in the hall behind Ava, listening without a sound. Vale continued. Initiate weather rumor package. Northeast storm failure, false avalanche reports, contaminated wells, Mercer theft allegations. Fragment safe road trust before nightfall. Control weather is authorized to fabricate official emergency status. Keep the valley asking who to trust. Hungry people will answer the question for us. The transmission ended. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the soft hum of batteries and fans. I had heard threats since the first night the sky flashed beyond the window. Threats at the gate. Threats over the radio. Threats folded inside maps. But this was different. This was not anger. This was method. Bill did not hate us. He had filed us. Cindy stepped into the room. Play it again. I looked at her. You heard enough. I heard enough to know everyone else needs to hear it. Tommy shook his head. If you broadcast that, they will know you intercepted director traffic. Cindy's eyes did not leave mine. They already know Kurt can touch their signal. Let the valley know what the enemy sounds like when he thinks nobody is listening. Mason raised one finger. Technically, we have to verify the packet did not get planted to make us repeat a fake. Then verify, she said. Do it fast. Fast meant using every habit I had built before the world ended. Confirm headers. Compare timing. Check signal strength against known tower windows. Look for artifacts that scream staged audio. Tommy helped without touching the keyboard, calling out what he knew about their message format. Mason wrote notes so quickly his handwriting turned into scratches. Ava watched Tommy watching the screen, still furious, still unwilling to look away when he proved useful. The audio was real enough. Not perfect proof in a court, but courts were ghosts now. We had enough to warn the valley. James came in with snow still melting on his shoulders. Ross pulled back to the depot. Calder's people are moving north instead, toward the old church road. If Vale wants pressure on dependents, he may hit the families near Harlan's place. Harlan's mouth tightened. There are 6 households out that way, maybe more if people sheltered in the church basement. Cliff looked at me. Can you send Vale's words over the Mercy channel? Yes, I said. But they will jam us once they realize. How long do we get? Maybe 2 minutes if the tower is busy. Less if they are watching. Then make 2 minutes count. We wrote no speech. Speeches were for men trying to sound taller. Cindy took the microphone because people in the valley knew her voice now from the white cloth road calls. She sat at the desk, one hand on the push-to-talk, the other folded tight in her lap. This is Cindy Mercer on the Mercy channel, she said. Everyone listening, record if you can. Do not panic. Do not move alone. You are about to hear enemy command traffic captured from the group using the name Control Weather. They are planning false reports about storms, wells, theft, and safe roads. They want neighbors to distrust neighbors. Listen carefully. Then check on the people nearest you before fear does their work for them. I played Vale's transmission. For 1 minute and 37 seconds, the valley heard what we had heard. The jamming began near the end, a rising hiss that chewed at the words. I boosted the signal until the transmitter warning light blinked amber. Mason whispered a prayer that sounded mostly like numbers. Tommy stared at the floor. Cindy held the channel open after the recording ended. Tie 2 white cloths if you need help, she said through the static. Tie 1 if you are safe. Send runners in pairs. Do not accept orders from voices claiming official authority unless you can see the person and know the name. Mercer Ranch is not your command, and we are not asking to rule you. We are asking you not to let liars rule you either. The channel died under the jam. For 5 seconds, nothing answered. Then 1 weak signal broke through from the north pasture. This is Lyle at Carter's Dairy, a man said. We heard. 1 cloth here. Sending 2 riders to the millers. Another voice followed, faint and shaking. Bishop Road heard. 1 cloth? Checking church basement. A third came in, too distorted to identify, but the words safe and neighbor survived. Cindy lowered the microphone and let out the breath she had been holding. The room seemed to breathe with her. Then the camera at Harlan's Road showed smoke, not a little smoke from a chimney. A black ribbon lifted beyond the pines, thick and wrong. Harlan pushed himself up from his chair and almost fell. "That is my place," he said. Ava moved to steady him. For a heartbeat, brother and sister stood near each other but not together. Tommy looked like he wanted to help and knew he had lost the right. Cliff was already at the map. They struck while we were sending. Or before, I said. Dale wanted us choosing. Cindy reached for her shotgun. I caught her wrist before I thought better of it. They may want us to leave the ranch open. They may have people burning in a house, she said. There it was. The choice Vale had promised us without saying it. Home or neighbor? Strong point or smoke? I looked at Cliff, hoping age had given him an answer that did not split a person in half. He picked up his rifle. We do not abandon either. James holds the ranch with Elise and the West team. Kurt keeps eyes on both roads. Cindy, Reed, Ava, and I go to Harlan's. Tommy stays under guard unless Kurt says different. Tommy stepped forward. I know a drainage cut behind Harlan's barn. If Ross is setting an ambush, he will cover the main lane. Ava's eyes flashed. That is convenient. Useful, Cliff said. Those can be the same thing for one afternoon. Reed, keep him in front of you. Cindy looked at me and the argument we did not have filled the room. I wanted to tell her to stay. She wanted to tell me to stop treating love like a fence. Neither of us said it with everyone watching. Keep the signal alive, she said. Come back to hear it, I replied. She gave me a small, fierce smile. That is the plan. Outside, engine started. The ranch split itself carefully, not from panic, but from purpose. I watched the camera feeds as the rescue truck rolled toward Harlan's smoke, and for the first time I understood that defending a home could mean leaving it at the exact moment every fear begged you not to. From the equipment room, war looked like moving dots in dirty camera glass. That should have made it easier. It did not. Every pixel that flickered on Harlan's Road could be Cindy. Every burst of static could be her voice cut short. The screens gave me distance without mercy. James took command of the ranch perimeter with a seriousness that made him seem older than the man who had joked about sleeping in the barn. He placed Elise at the cellar door with 2 armed refugees, put Mason on signal logging beside me, and sent Lyle's riders toward the west pasture with a spare handheld. He and Cliff had argued for 30 seconds over who should stay. Cliff won because fathers and grandfathers have a way of making orders sound like inheritance. Your job is this house, Cliff had told him. Mine is the smoke. James had not liked it, but he had nodded. That nod told me more about him than the arguing did. The rescue truck reached Harlan's Lane 20 minutes after leaving the ranch. The main camera lost them behind a wall of pine, but Mason caught bits of their handheld chatter. Main lane blocked, Reed said through static. Pick up across the road. No driver visible. Tommy's voice followed. Do not touch it. That is bait. There is a dry creek cut east of the mailbox. Ava snapped, stop telling us where to walk like we have already forgiven you. I am telling you because I want you breathing when you decide not to. The channel clipped silent. I imagined Ava's face and was glad I was not there to referee. I pulled a satellite view cached from before the collapse, old enough to be imperfect but better than guessing. Harlan's property sat in a shallow bowl. House at the center, barn north, equipment shed east, creek bed south. If Ross had hit it, he could hide men in 3 places and control the lane with 1 truck. I marked positions and pushed them to the tablet in Cliff's truck. The mesh link stuttered, but the map went. Received, Cindy said. Her voice steadied me more than I wanted to admit. Kurt, we have black smoke from the barn, not the house. No movement at windows. Thermal from the drone? I asked. We had 1 small survey drone with a weak battery and a camera better suited for checking fences than saving lives. Mason launched it from the east yard with fingers that shook badly enough for me to fear he would send it into the barn wall. Somehow he got it up. The drone rose, dipped, then crawled toward Harlan's place at the speed of an anxious bee. The feed arrived grainy but usable. It showed Harlan's barn burning at one end, flames licking from the wall fence. The house stood intact, but 2 heat signatures crouched near the back steps, and 3 more lay low by the equipment shed. Another bright shape flickered inside the house. Maybe a person, maybe the stove. Ambush, I said. 2 at the back steps, 3 by the shed. Maybe someone inside. Cindy repeated the information to Cliff. There was no fear in her voice, only focus. That scared me in a different way. People can get used to terror by turning it into a task. Reed and Tommy moved to the dry creek cut. Ava went with them despite Reed telling her not to. Cliff and Cindy held near the tree line. The plan formed over whispers. Reed would cover the shed. Ava and Tommy would reach the back of the house. Cindy would draw eyes from the lane without stepping into it. Cliff would make the final call. Ross's men made the first mistake. One of them near the shed stood to look toward the burning barn. Reed fired. The man jerked sideways and dropped behind a rusted mower. The others answered wildly, round slamming into the trees above Cliff and Cindy. The radio filled with clipped breaths, snow crunch, and a horse-like scream from someone hit low in the leg. Mason looked away from the screen. "Stay with me," I said. "I am here," he replied, though his face had gone gray. Cindy moved exactly when she should not have. She ran low from tree to tree, fired once toward the lane, and forced the backstep men to turn. Ava used that second. She crossed the open strip behind the house, slipped on ice, recovered, and dragged the back door open. Tommy followed, but he paused long enough to fire toward the shed. His shot took a man in the shoulder and spun him hard against the siding. Red streaked the gray boards as he slid down. Inside the house, the drone thermal flared. Someone moved fast. "Ava, inside left," I called. The radio carried a crash, a shout, and Ava's ragged breathing. Then a woman's voice screamed, "Do not shoot, please do not shoot." Harlan, standing behind me now because nobody had been able to keep him seated, whispered, "Mara." Mara was Harlan's neighbor, a widow from the road beyond the church. She had been sheltering with 2 children in Harlan's cellar after her own place was robbed. Ross's men had dragged her upstairs when they set the barn, maybe as bait, maybe because cruelty grows in men who think history has stopped watching. 2 children in the cellar, Ava reported. Mara is alive, scared, bruised, walking. Harlan covered his face with one hand. The fight outside turned uglier. Ross's men tried to pull back toward the pickup, blocking the lane. Reed advanced too far and took a hard hit to his vest that knocked him flat. Tommy broke cover to drag him behind the creek bank. Ava shouted his name, not in anger this time, but fear. Cindy saw the last man near the shed raising a rifle toward Tommy and Reed. She fired from the tree line. The man fell against the shed door and left a smear behind him as he collapsed. Then Ross appeared on the drone feed. He came from behind the burning barn with a pistol in one hand and a handheld radio in the other. He was lean, dark-bearded, wearing a tan jacket with a patch torn from the sleeve. He moved like a man trained to stay alive while others became noise. Instead of firing, he raised the radio. "Mercer team," he called over an open channel. "You have recovered your bait. That is good. Now understand the cost. Every house that joins your cloth road gets visited. Every hand that helps you gets burned out. Give us Hale and the Ridge equipment, and the visits stop." Cindy's reply came before Cliff could stop her. "Ross, you set a barn on fire to scare a widow and children. You do not get to speak about cost like a banker." Ross laughed softly. "Pretty voice. That must be Cindy. Vale says you are the hook." I stood so fast my chair hit the wall. Mason grabbed my arm. "Do not answer." He was right. I knew he was right. That did not make my hands unclench. Cindy did not answer either. Cliff did, and his voice rolled across the channel with the calm of a man deciding where to place a fence post. "Ross, you are on my neighbor's land without welcome. Leave walking if you can. Stay and we plant you here." Ross stopped laughing. The drone battery warning flashed. I had maybe 2 minutes. I pushed the drone lower, risking the smoke, and saw what Ross had not wanted us to see. A second truck idled behind the barn, half hidden by flames and drifted snow. 2 men loaded crates into the bed. Not food, radio gear. Harlan's stored fuel cans sat beside them. "They are taking equipment behind the barn," I said. Second truck. "Cindy, Ross is stalling." Cliff shifted instantly. Reed, still gasping from the vest hit, fired toward the truck. Tommy took his rifle and aimed under the rear axle. The shot cracked through the feed. The truck lurched as a tire burst. One man dropped a crate and ran. The other fired blindly into smoke. Cindy moved again, too far, too brave, too much like someone I could not bear to lose. Ross saw her through the smoke and raised his pistol. The drone feed dipped as the battery failed. My last image was Cindy turning, Cliff shouting, and Tommy swinging his rifle toward Ross. Then the screen went black. "No signal," Mason said, voice breaking. The handheld erupted in static and gunfire. I heard my own breathing like it belonged to someone else. James ran into the room. "What happened?" I could not answer. The channel hissed, popped, then cleared. Cindy's voice came through, shaken but alive. "Kurt, breathe. Ross is gone. He ran south with one man. Cliff is fine. Reed is sore and angry. Tommy took a hit across the ribs, not deep. We have Mara and the children." I closed my eyes because the room had tilted. "Say that first next time," I managed. Her laugh was thin and exhausted. "I will try to be more considerate during gunfights." Harlan lowered himself into the chair and wept without sound. The rescue team brought Mara, the children, and 3 captured men back before dusk. They left Harlan's barn burning low because there was no saving it, only keeping the fire from jumping to the house. They brought back Ross's dropped radio, 2 crates of stolen gear, and a strip of paper Tommy found in the second truck. The paper held a schedule. Not a full plan, but enough. Nightfall rumor package. Mercer livestock contamination. Red Creek reprisal. Dawn isolation action. At the bottom, written in blocky pencil, were 3 words that made Tommy look at me with dread. Tower dark window. "What does that mean?" James asked. Tommy touched the paper with 2 fingers. "Every night the Ridge Tower shifts power modes for 12 minutes. Cooling, battery bounce, whatever they call it. During that window, the relay is weaker, but the local crew is more alert." "Can we use it?" Cliff asked. Tommy looked at Ava. She still had soot on her face and anger in her eyes, but when he swayed slightly, she reached out before she could stop herself. "Yes," he said. "If you want the tower, that is when you take it." The room went quiet. Cindy's shoulder brushed mine. "Then we take it tonight." Taking a tower is easy when it is a symbol. You point at the ridge on a map, say the enemy needs it, and everyone agrees it should belong to better people. Taking an actual tower is different. It sits on high ground. It has men with rifles, cameras, antennas, backup power, and enough confidence to make them careless only in places you cannot reach. By early evening, the Mercer kitchen looked like the inside of a mind refusing panic. Maps covered the table. Coffee turned bitter in the pot. Mud and soot marked the floor no matter how often Elise glared at it. Mara's children slept downstairs after eating more stew than their small bodies seemed able to hold. Harlan sat near the stove, one hand wrapped around a mug, his face carved by the loss of his barn and the return of his neighbors alive. Tommy stood at the map with Reed on one side and Ava on the other. Reed had a deep bruise spreading under his shirt from the vest hit and insisted he was fine in the exact voice men use when they are not. Tommy's rib crease had been cleaned and taped. He winced when he breathed too deep. Ava pretended not to notice and noticed everything. "The tower crew uses 3 rings," Tommy said. "Outer motion cans on the trail and logging road. Middle camera line around the service shed. Inner guard near the tower base and generator. During the dark window, the main relay lowers output. The cameras still run, but the remote feed stutters. That is the only time local guards matter more than the operator above them." James leaned over the map. "How many?" 6 at night if Ross did not pull men there after Harlan's place. Maybe 8 now. "And we have?" Cliff looked around the kitchen. "Not enough for foolishness. Enough for work." The plan could not be clean. Clean plans belong to people with full batteries and professional teams. We had a ranch, a damaged drone, a handful of radios, a school bus driver with a revolver, a proud old man, a sister who did not know whether to hug or hit her brother, and an IT contractor everyone kept pretending was less terrified than he was. My part was to build a blindfold, not a full shutdown. That would alert the tower too early. I needed to make their systems believe the mountain was boring for 12 minutes. Repeat camera frames. A fake heat alarm at the lower generator. A maintenance ping from the relay truck we had injured near the depot. Enough noise to make humans look the wrong way. "You can do that?" Cliff asked. "I can attempt it." He nodded. "That is good. Honest verbs save lives." Cindy sat across from me, cleaning her shotgun with slow, careful motions. She had washed the soot from her face, but a gray smudge remained near her jaw. I wanted to wipe it away and knew that would be a dangerous kind of tenderness in a room full of people planning violence. "Your part is not to go up there," she said without looking at me. The room became too quiet. "My part works better if I am close enough to see the tower network," I said. "Your part works better if you are alive tomorrow." James suddenly found the coffee pot fascinating. Mason looked at the floor. Cliff looked at both of us with the patience of a man watching two horses test a gate. "Cindy," I said carefully, "if I stay here, I can send some decoys. If I go to the ridge base, I can adjust when they react." She set down the cloth. "And if they catch you, Vale gets his cautionary content." The phrase was ugly in her mouth. I hated that she had to say it. "If I stay," I said, "and the tower stays active, they hit the ranch at dawn with better eyes than we have." "Do not make this sound like math." "It is not math," I said. "It is family. That is why I have to go." Her expression changed, not softening exactly, but hurting in a different direction. For a long moment, I heard only the stove and the wind pressing at the windows. Cliff cleared his throat. "Argument has truth on both sides. That makes it useful and annoying. Kurt goes as far as the lower tap point. He does not climb to the tower base unless the plan fails. Cindy goes with the strike team. James holds the ranch. I go with the middle team. Reed, Ava, and Tommy take the creek cut." "Tommy should not be on point," Ava said. "Tommy knows the cans," Cliff replied. "Tommy also helped them place some." Tommy accepted that without flinching. "That is true." Ava looked at him as if his honesty had offended her more than a denial would have. Cliff's voice stayed even. "Then he can help remove them. Gil can carry tools like everything else." Mason raised his hand halfway. "Where do you want the cowardly genius?" "You are with Kurt," Cliff said. "Carry gear. Panic quietly. That is my best setting." We spent the next hour preparing the kind of equipment no one writes songs about. Cable, batteries, old tablets, tape, insulated cutters, spare socks, dark cloth, zip ties, and a thermos Cindy filled because she claimed men made worse choices when hungry and cold. James walked the house perimeter twice, then came into the equipment room while I packed. "You sure about going?" he asked. "No, but I'm going." "That is good." Sure men rush. Scared men check knots. He helped me wind a cable and did not speak for a while. Then he said, "I left because I thought staying made me small." Cliff needed help. Cindy needed backup. I told myself they would manage because they always had. That was a neat lie. I looked at him. "You came back after the world had to break loud enough for me to hear it." He smiled faintly. "Do not wait that long with my sister." The cable slipped in my hand. "Is that a warning?" "That is brotherly advice with implied violence." "That is appreciated." He slapped my shoulder too hard for comfort and left. Cindy found me on the porch 10 minutes before departure. The sky had cleared and the stars looked cruelly bright. Down in the fields, white cloth strips moved on fence posts like small ghosts. The valley had heard Vale. The valley was answering in its own fragile way. 1 cloth for safe, 2 for help. Fires covered. Roads checked in pairs. It was not command. It was trust, learning to walk. Cindy handed me a pair of gloves. "Yours are torn." "Thank you." "I am still mad." "I figured." She stepped closer and the anger in her eyes made room for fear. "I have lost people by surprise. I do not want to lose someone slowly while watching him choose danger over and over." "I am not choosing danger over you." "It feels the same from here." I looked toward the dark fields because looking at her made honesty harder and more necessary. Before I came here, nobody needed me home. My phone could die for a week and the world would keep moving. Then your grandfather fed me. James called me family like a joke that was not a joke. Ava trusted me with her people, and you started looking at me like I might be worth arguing with. I do not know how to hold that yet. I only know I cannot protect it by hiding behind it." She blinked once, then looked away. "That was a very unfair thing to say when I am trying to stay mad. I can try something stupid if it helps." "Please do not." She took my coat in one hand and kissed me. It was not quick like before. It was frightened, warm, and certain enough to make the cold disappear for a few seconds. When she stepped back, her hand stayed against my chest. "Come back," she said. "You too." That was implied. I like hearing it. The teams left in darkness. We did not use headlights until we were far from the ranch, and even then, only under tree cover with red filters. Mason and I rode in the back of Reed's old utility truck with the equipment wrapped in blankets. Tommy sat up front between Ava and Reed, which looked as comfortable as a church pew made of knives. Halfway to the ridge, the Mercy Channel crackled. Lyle from Carter's Dairy reported one cloth and a suspicious truck turning away after seeing armed riders. Bishop Road reported 2 cloths at the church basement and requested medical help after daylight. The Millers reported safe. Each small voice was a nail holding the valley together. Then an unknown voice broke in, rough and urgent. "Mercer Ranch, this is North Slope. We have men at our gate claiming you sent them for fuel." I grabbed the handset. "North Slope, do not open. Mercer said no fuel team. Ask for the name of the woman who made the first Mercy Channel call. If they cannot answer, they are false." A pause, then shouting in the background. A shot. "They are running," North Slope said. "We are safe. 1 cloth. Thank you." Cindy's voice came over the private channel. "Good catch." I almost smiled. Learned from a pushy family. That family expects you at breakfast. We reached the lower tap point at 10:43 p.m., 17 minutes before the dark window. Above us, the tower blinked red against the stars. It looked small from below, almost harmless. That was the lie all tall things tell when you are not yet close enough to see the men guarding them. Mason and I crawled under a shelf of rock where the relay cable passed through a conduit bolted to stone. My fingers, even in Cindy's gloves, felt clumsy and cold. I clipped onto the line, powered the analyzer, and watched the mountain's secret heartbeat appear on the screen. At 10:59, the signal dipped. "Window opening," I whispered. The strike team began to climb. The first minute belonged to silence. That was how we knew the blindfold had taken. No alarm snapped awake. No beams swept down. The camera frames at the service shed repeated 3 seconds of empty snow, empty snow, empty snow, while Reed, Ava, Tommy, and Cindy moved through the real version of that snow with weapons ready and breath held tight. Mason lay beside me under the rock shelf, face lit by the analyzer. His lips moved as he counted packet intervals. I had never seen prayer and math look so similar. "Frame loop stable," he whispered. "Generator alarm seated. Relay truck chatter accepted. We are lying beautifully. Keep lying." Above us, Cliff's middle teen cut the first motion cans. Tommy had described them well, small tins strung with wire and stones, simple enough to embarrass a modern security company and effective enough to wake everyone within 50 yards. Reed lifted each wire with a stick while Ava eased the cans into her coat. Tommy stayed ahead, reading the ground by memory and moonlight. Twice he stopped them just before a trip line. Each time Ava's anger had to move aside for the fact that he was saving lives. The second minute cracked when a guard stepped out of the service shed too early. He was a broad man in a white parka, rifle slung, one hand holding a cup. Maybe he came for air. Maybe he heard something a machine missed. He walked toward the generator alarm I had planted in the system, frowning at a handheld screen. Cindy was 10 yards from him, pressed behind a stack of fuel drums. "Guard loose," I whispered into the private channel. Cindy did not answer. She waited. The guard took 3 more steps and turned his head. If he looked left, he would see her. If she fired, the ridge woke before we reached the tower. Time thinned until each second hurt. A dark shape rose behind the guard, and the shape was Tommy. He struck with the butt of his rifle, not at the skull, but low against the back of the man's knee. The guard buckled. Tommy caught his coat and dragged him backward before he could shout. Cindy crossed the gap and covered the man's mouth while Reed bound his hands. It was ugly, fast, and quiet enough. Ava stared at Tommy after they finished. He did not look proud. It seemed to matter. Minute 3 brought the first system suspicion. The tower feed noticed repeated pixels in the service shed loop. Not enough to alarm, but enough to flag review. I changed the loop timing, injected a brief blur from the fake generator heat fault, and forced the operator to choose which oddity to examine. The operator chose heat. "You made them look at the wrong lie," Mason said. For now, the strike team reached the shed wall. Cliff, and 2 valley men, Lyle and Orrin, came up from the lower trees and took positions near the road. Their job was to stop reinforcements, not to enter the tower base. Cliff had agreed to that with the expression of a man who considered agreements temporary suggestions. Minute 4 was blood. A guard near the tower base saw Reed's shadow move across the snow. He raised his rifle and fired before anyone could stop him. The shot cracked through the ridge and tore the blindfold to pieces. Reed went down behind the concrete base. Ava fired back twice. One shot struck the guard high in the chest. He fell hard against the tower steps, red spreading under him in a widening fan. The cameras woke all at once. My screen filled with alerts. Motion, audio, thermal, line tamper, generator fault, unauthorized frame replay. The system screamed in 5 languages of machine panic. "We are burned," Mason said. "Not yet," I snapped, though we were absolutely burned. I sent the thermal fault again, bigger this time, reckless enough to risk frying the cheap controller. The generator surged, coughed, then dropped into protection mode. Tower output dipped. Lights at the base flickered. Men shouted above us. Cindy's voice came through. "Reed is hit in the side. Best caught some. Not all. He is moving. Can he withdraw?" Reed answered for himself, breath ragged. "I am right here, sweetheart. Stop narrating my funeral." Ava's voice followed, fierce with fear. "Then get behind the stairs and stop leaking on the snow." Minute 5 became chaos with edges. Ross's men had reinforced the tower after Harlan's place, and they came out of the upper trees firing at muzzle flashes. Cliff's middle team answered from below, trapping them between 2 lines. The red tower light blinked through smoke and drifting snow. The service shed door opened and 2 technicians tried to carry a hard case toward a pickup. Tommy saw them and shouted, "That case has the control bridge. Do not let it leave." Cindy moved first. She ran from the fuel drums to the shed corner, fired once to drive the technicians down, then kicked the case away from them. One reached for a pistol. Ava shot the ground beside his hand so close that gravel cut his cheek. He decided the case no longer belonged to him. I tried to keep the main relay suppressed while the fight rose around it. My little link at the lower tap point was not designed for this. The cable warmed under my hand. The analyzer threw warning after warning. Mason held the battery pack steady and talked to it like a nervous horse. "Come on, ugly box. You can die after the good people win." Mine Eat 6 brought Vale. His voice came through the tower channel, not synthetic, not raised. "Local units, preserve the bridge. Terminate unnecessary assets. Recover Hale if present. If Hale is remote, trace and burn the lower tap." Mason looked at me. "Lower tap is us." I understood that part. A ping hit our line, searching for the handshake source. I cut one path. It came through another. Whoever sat behind Vale was fast. Faster than Ross's field people. This was a real operator, someone with training and good tools. For the first time, I felt the system pushing back like a living thing. "Kurt," Mason whispered, "they are finding us. Pack the spare battery." That sounds like leaving. It is leaving after one more rude thing. I copied every active routing table I could reach, compressed the bridge IDs, and shoved them into our storage. Then I sent one final instruction into the generator controller, full cold restart with manual confirmation. The tower lights died. The ridge went black except for muzzle flashes and the stars. Minute 7 belonged to people, not machines. Without cameras, without tower light, without the comfort of their own screens, Ross's men lost shape. They fired too high, too fast. Cliff's team used the darkness like old friends. Weil hit one man near the road. Orrin dragged a captured guard behind a stump before the man could be trampled by his own side. Cindy and Ava reached Reed and pulled him toward the shed. Tommy covered them from the stairs, firing only when someone moved toward the bridge case. Then Calder arrived. His truck roared up the logging road with 2 pickups behind it, headlights off until the last turn. He stood in the passenger side, one hand gripping the roof, the other holding a rifle. Even in the dark, I recognized the shape of him from Junction Barn, the man who wanted to sound like a king while borrowing every tool that made him dangerous. "Mercer, listen," he shouted. "You old fool, you think taking a tower makes you government?" Cliff answered from the trees. "No, it makes you late." The lead pickup hit the spike strip James had built from scrap and sent with the middle team. Tires burst. The truck slewed sideways and blocked the road. Calder's driver tried to reverse. Warren fired into the engine block until steam hissed up. Men spilled from the pickups into the ditch. Minute 8 disappeared under gunfire. Mason and I crawled away from the tap point with the analyzer wrapped in my coat. Rounds cracked through the trees above us. The enemy operator had not found our exact position before the tower died, but someone on the road saw movement below. Mason slipped on ice and nearly slid into the open. I grabbed his belt and dragged him behind a boulder as bark snapped from a tree beside us. "I hate field work," he gasped. "File a complaint with management." Management is shooting. Above us, the channel broke into overlapping voices. Reed cursing. Ava calling for pressure on his side. Cindy demanding Tommy fall back. Tommy refusing because the bridge case was still exposed. Cliff ordering everyone to stop bunching. Calder shouting threats that sounded smaller every time no one obeyed. Minute 9 gave Tommy his choice. A tower technician, the same thin man who had tried to carry the bridge case, crawled from behind the shed with a flare in one hand. If he lit it, the ridge would bloom with enough light for Calder's men to pick targets. Ava saw him too late. Reed could not turn. Cindy was reloading. Tommy left cover. He crossed 5 yards of open snow and tackled the technician as the flare sparked. Orange light flared between their bodies. The technician screamed. Tommy slammed his hand into the snow, smothering the flare with his own glove and skin. Another man fired from the road. Tommy jerked and fell against the case. Ava's scream tore through the channel. She reached him with no thought for cover. Cindy covered her. Reed, half sitting, fired until his rifle clicked empty. Cliff stepped into the road like judgment and put 2 shots into the man who had hit Tommy. The man fell backward over the pickup hood and slid down, leaving a dark trail. Minute 10, the tower surrendered. Not because every enemy was down. Because the one still standing understood the road was blocked, the lights were dead, the generator was locked, the bridge case was in Mercer hands, and Calder's promised easy victory had become a black ridge full of angry neighbors. One guard threw down his weapon. Then another. Ross, if he was there, did not show himself. Calder, seeing the shape of defeat, did what bullies do when history asks for payment. He ran. He left through the trees with 2 men and vanished downslope before Cliff's team could cut him off. Minute 11 was triage. Cindy's voice came to me while Mason and I climbed toward the lower road. Tower base secure. Reed is hurt but talking. Tommy is bad, not gone. We need the truck up here now. On my way, James answered from the ranch channel. He had ignored every order to stay fully home and positioned a reserve truck halfway to the ridge because apparently Mercer obedience had limits. Minute 12 ended with the tower dark and the valley still breathing. By the time Mason and I reached the base, the fight had settled into the awful quiet after violence. Men groaned in the snow. The generator clicked uselessly. Smoke hung around the service shed. Cindy saw me and crossed the space between us at a near run. She stopped short of throwing herself into me only because she had blood on both hands and did not want to smear it across my face. "Not mine," she said before I could ask. I am learning to appreciate that phrase. Her face cracked into something like relief. Then she pointed toward the shed. "Tommy needs you to look at the bridge before he lets go of consciousness. He says it matters." Ava knelt beside Tommy, pressing cloth against his side. His face had gone the color of old paper. The glove on one hand was burned through. When he saw me, he tried to lift his head. "Case," he whispered. "It is inside. Bridge has outbound schedule. They are not just attacking at dawn. They are coordinating every cell in the valley." "Save your breath," Ava said, and her voice broke on the last word. Tommy looked at her. "You still mad?" "Furious," she said. "So do not die before I finish." He almost smiled. "That is fair." I opened the hard case. Inside was a rugged laptop, 2 radio modules, a crypto token, and printed fallback codes taped under the lid by someone who had trusted hardware more than people. Mason, shaking with cold and adrenaline, let out a reverent whisper. They labeled the keys. "People secure slogans better than tools," I said. Cindy looked at me. "You said that before." "It keeps being true." I powered the bridge from our spare battery. The screen came alive. A schedule filled the display in clean columns that made the hair rise on my neck. Names of roads, call signs, target households, rumor bursts, roadblocks were listed, capture priorities. At the top sat one line for 0400, Dawn Isolation Action. Target, Mercer Ranch. Method, multi-axis pressure with internal surrender trigger. Internal surrender trigger made no sense until Mason scrolled down and found the attached file. It was an audio package built from stolen voices. Cliff ordering surrender. Cindy begging people to put down arms. Me telling the valley that Mercer Ranch had fallen and all safe roads should report to Calder for food distribution. The voices were not perfect, but in static, fear, and darkness, they would be enough. Ava looked at the screen, then at Tommy. Can we stop it? Tommy's eyes fluttered. Use the bridge. Send first. Tell the truth before they send the lie. The tower was dark above us, but the captured bridge glowed in my hands. For 12 minutes we had taken away their eyes. Now we had one chance to take their voice. We carried the bridge case down from the ridge like it was a hurt animal, and I made myself choose that cleaner word in my head because some habits matter when a story will be read aloud later. It was heavy, ugly, and more valuable than half the weapons on that mount. Mason held one side. I held the other. Cindy walked near us with her shotgun ready, turning at every sound. Cliff stayed behind until the last captured guard was tied and the last injured person was loaded. He would not leave a ridge messy if enemies might crawl back into it. Tommy rode in the first truck with Ava and Elise's medical kit. Reed rode beside him, angry about being placed in the same category as patients. By the time we reached the ranch, the eastern horizon had not yet lightened, but the night had begun to feel thin. Dawn was coming like a deadline. How long? Cliff asked. I checked the schedule. Their package goes at 0400. We have 41 minutes. Mason rubbed his face with both hands. That is not enough time to safely reverse engineer a hostile broadcast bridge. Then we do it unsafely. I hate when you become the brave one. It upsets our brand. Cindy brought coffee and set it beside us. Drink it. Shake later. I loved her a little more for giving orders instead of comfort. Comfort might have undone me. Tommy should have been downstairs resting, but he appeared in the doorway leaning on Ava. His shirt was wrapped tight at the ribs, and his burned hand was covered in clean cloth. Ava looked furious that he was upright. He looked too stubborn to fall. You need the token sequence, he said. Ava tightened her grip on his arm. You need a bed. The bed will not know the sequence. I am very close to dropping you. After I tell them. Cliff pointed to a chair. Sit before your sister proves she means it. Tommy sat. His face went gray, but he stayed awake. He walked me through the bridge startup, the fallback codes, and the operator habits he had seen while captive. The system expected a tower handshake that no longer existed. It expected the relay to identify itself with a key that changed every 6 hours. It expected local cells to trust whatever package came through the bridge. That last part mattered most. If we send from here, I said, will they know it is not the tower? The machines might, Tommy said. The field radios probably will not. The operators will once they compare timing. How much time before they realize? Maybe 3 minutes. Maybe 30 seconds if Vale is watching. Mason stared at the screen. Everyone in this valley needs a less stressful hobby. James entered with a folded paper. North Slope sent riders. Calder's men are moving in 3 groups. South Road, Church Road, and the old quarry cut. They're not waiting for full dawn. Because the tower went dark, Cliff said. They know they lost height, so they want speed. Cindy leaned over the map. We can hold the ranch, but if the false audio goes out, some of the white cloth families may lower their guard or move toward Calder's food line. Then we send first, I said. We do not make one announcement, she said. We make a conversation. Cliff, Harlan, Ava, Lyle, Bishop Road, North Slope, if we can patch 'em. Real people, real details from tonight. Lies hate details that can be checked. Harlan nodded. Mention Mara's children. Mention my barn. Mention Ross by name. Ava looked at Tommy. Mention the tower. Mention that Tommy Cole is alive and that I am still deciding whether to forgive him. People in Red Creek will know that sounds like me. Tommy closed his eyes. They will. No long list, Cindy said, looking at me because she had learned one of my habits. People remember stories better than instructions. You're getting good at this, I said. I hate that. At 3049, I armed the bridge. The screen complained about tower handshake. Mason bypassed the complaint with a patch so ugly he apologized to the keyboard. Tommy gave us the token sequence. I entered it. The bridge accepted. At 3:52, Director Vale came online. His identifier appeared in the monitor before his voice. My stomach tightened so hard I tasted bile. Unauthorized bridge activity detected, Vale said. Operator, identify. The room froze. The bridge had an open return channel. Vale could hear us if we keyed back. Mason shook his head violently. Tommy mouthed, do not. Cindy took the microphone from the table. This is Cindy Mercer, she said, and pressed transmit before anyone could stop her. We took your tower. Mason made a strangled noise. James looked like he had just seen someone kick a bear. Vale was silent for 1 second. Miss Mercer, you are being used by unstable men. Step away from the equipment and you may still preserve your household. Cindy's smile was small and bright with anger. You keep saying preserve like we are peaches in a jar. Here is what you need to understand. My household does not belong to you. My valley does not belong to you. And Kurt Hale is not a thing you recover. I stared at her uselessly in love and deeply alarmed. Vale's voice cooled further. Emotional declarations do not change your position. No, Cindy said, but they kept you talking long enough for Kurt to send. I hit transmit. The bridge dumped our package across the valley. For the next 2 minutes, the kitchen became the center of every road we had touched. Cliff's voice came first, rough and unmistakable, telling people the tower had been taken and false surrender orders were coming. Harlan followed, naming his burned barn and Mara's rescued children. Ava spoke next, voice shaking but strong, telling Red Creek that Tommy was alive, and Control Weather had used prisoners to build their net. Then Vale's own captured words played again, clean enough to hear over the rising jam. Cindy took the final message. If you hear my voice telling you Mercer Ranch has surrendered, that is a lie. If you hear Kurt Hale telling you to report to Calder for food, that is a lie. If you hear Cliff Mercer ordering you to lay down your arms for Control Weather, that is a lie. Look to the people beside you. Protect the children and the old. Check on your nearest neighbor. 1 cloth means safe. 2 cloths means help. The valley is not zero as long as we can still answer one another. The bridge died in a snap of sparks and bitter smoke. Mason fell backward from the table. I am going to name my ulcer after you people. For several seconds, no one moved. Then the Mercy channel crackled. Carter's dairy herd, Lyle said. 1 cloth. South Road riders in position. Another voice broke through. Bishop Road herd. 2 cloth at the church basement. Men at the gate turned away when we named Ross. We need help after daylight, but we are holding. North Slope herd, a woman said. False fuel team captured. 1 cloth. Tell Cindy Mercer she talks prettier when mad. Cindy laughed, and the sound almost broke me. Then Red Creek came through, weak and full of static. This is Maribel's mother. We heard Ava. We heard Tommy. Red Creek has prisoners in the old feed store. Calder lied. We are opening the back doors now. Tommy put his burned hand over his face. Ava looked at him for a long time. Then she rested her hand on his shoulder. It was not forgiveness. Not yet. But it was contact. The first shot at the ranch came at 4:07. It struck the dinner bell outside the porch and made it scream in the dark. Everyone moved at once. James killed the kitchen lantern. Cliff took position by the east window. Cindy pulled me down before I became a silhouette. The house that had been a broadcast station became a fortress again. On the cameras, the South Road showed headlights moving without filters. Calder's men had abandoned subtlety. 3 vehicles came hard toward the lower fields. Another group moved through the Church Road trees. The quarry-cut camera showed heat shapes slipping between rocks. Multi-axis pressure, Mason said, voice faint. They were not kidding. Nobody invited them, Cliff said. Let us be rude hosts. Cindy and I ran to the back room. If the bridge was dead, the ranch network still lived. I brought cameras onto the main screen and sent positions to the handhelds. Tommy, pale and sweating, sat in the chair beside me and read movement on the old map, because he could still think like the enemy even while hating them. Church Road team is not attacking, he said. They're waiting for the false surrender package to work. It did not. They may not know yet. A voice blasted over an enemy loudspeaker from the South Road. It was Cliff's voice, almost right, ordering defenders to stand down. The words rolled across the snow, eerie and wrong. The real Cliff opened the east window and shouted back, "I sound older than that, you lazy thieves." The valley answered too. Riders struck from behind, Church Road families blocked the waiting team, and North Slope lit false signal fires to split the quarry group. The ranch did not stand alone. That was the first miracle of the morning. The second was that Calder believed he still mattered. He came through the loudspeaker himself near 4:30, voice ragged with fury. "Mercer, send out Hale and the girl, and I leave the rest breathing." Cindy looked at me. "The girl? He may mean you. I am going to make him regret the phrasing." Cliff keyed the open channel. "Calder, you keep asking for things you cannot carry. Turn around while your legs still work." "3 on the west wall," she said. "There are 4. One is behind the pine." She grabbed the shotgun. "Cindy, wait. Do not start." I followed her because love had apparently made me stupid and useful in equal measure. We moved through the pantry, down the short hall, and out the mudroom into air that burned my lungs. The west wall sat in shadow. I could hear boots beyond it, men whispering, metal scraping wood. I shouted her name. She turned, but the snow betrayed her foot. He hit her shoulder first, driving her into the wall. The shotgun dropped. I saw the knife rise. The world narrowed to his hand and her face. I fired. The shot took him high in the side and threw him off her. He collapsed against the woodpile, blood darkening his coat. His knife slid across the snow and stopped near my boot. "We held," James said. Cliff nodded. This time. Mason came from the equipment room carrying the smoking remains of the bridge and a printed sheet he had pulled before it died. His face had lost all humor. "Kurt, you need to see this." The bridge had a delayed file. It tried to send when the package failed. I stopped most of it, but the header printed. I took the sheet. Cindy read over my shoulder. "Network 0 Phase 2. Regional silence, grid active. External recovery forces delayed. Local cells authorized for Scorched Road protocol." Below that was a map reference and a list of communities beyond our valley. Red Creek, North Slope, Bishop Road, Carter's Dairy. Mercer Ranch remained circled, but it was no longer the only target. At the bottom, a final line waited like a door opening into a darker room. Director Vale inbound within 48 hours. Cindy's hand tightened around mine. The tower was dark. The ranch had held. The valley had answered. And the man behind the cold voice was coming in person. The printed sheet felt too light for the weight it carried. I stood in the kitchen with Cindy's blood on my sleeve, smoke drifting from the dead bridge on the work table, and the words "Director Vale, inbound within 48 hours, staring up from the page like a sentence passed in a court none of us had agreed to enter. The house smelled of hot wiring, coffee burned to tar, gun oil, sweat, and cold air spilling through the doors every time someone came in from the yard. Outside, the dinner bell still trembled on its bracket from the shot that had struck it. Every small movement in the house seemed too loud after the firefight, as if the walls themselves were listening for the next attack. Cindy took the sheet from my hand, read it once more, then folded it with careful fingers. Her left shoulder had taken the force of the man who had slammed her into the west wall. Her coat was torn. A dark line showed where a splinter had cut her near the collar, but she refused to let anyone make a fuss over it. "It is not deep," she said for the 3rd time. "You say that like it makes me feel better," I replied. "It should. I am giving you helpful information. You are giving me a heart attack in installments." She looked at me then, and the anger in her face softened just enough to make the room tilt under my feet. "You came after me." "Of course I did. You could have stayed in the back room." "That would have made me smarter," I said. "Not better." She gave a tired laugh, but it ended with a wince she tried to hide. I saw it anyway. I was learning her too quickly to miss much. That scared me because the country had fallen apart in less time than it took some men to change an oil filter, and somehow my heart had decided to set roots in a place under attack. Cliff came in from the porch with James beside him. Both men carried the frozen stiffness of people who had been outside too long and had not admitted pain yet. James had a nick across his cheek and Calder's blood dried on one glove. Cliff's face was gray with fatigue, but his eyes remained hard and bright. South Road is clear for now, James said. 2 of Calder's trucks are disabled. 1 rolled into the drainage cut. The men who lived through it ran east. Lyle's riders picked up 3. The others scattered. Calder? Cindy asked. James shook his head. No sign. He was on the loudspeaker, but nobody saw him leave. A man like that knows how to make other fools stand where the return fire lands. Cliff set his rifle near the door and came to the table. He looked at the dead bridge, the printed sheet, then at me. Read it out loud. I did. My voice sounded scraped and distant, not quite mine. Regional silence grid active. External recovery forces delayed. Local cells authorized for Scorch Road protocol. Each phrase felt designed by someone who hated plain speech. It was not enough for them to say they intended to cut roads, burn stores, blockade, and make neighbors fear the sound of engines. They dressed cruelty in procedure because procedure made evil feel clean. Mason sat at the far end of the table with a blanket around his shoulders and both hands wrapped around a mug he had not touched. His eyes had the bright, hollow look of a man whose brain was still running long after the body had voted to quit. Scorch Road protocol means they start destroying movement, he said. Bridges, fuel tanks, plow trucks, culverts, transfer stations, and anything else that lets people carry food, water, or medicine. If they cannot make every town surrender at once, they trap them in smaller boxes. Then they offer a way out. Vale offers order, Ava said from the pantry doorway. She had come in so quietly I had not heard her. Tommy stood a few feet behind her, one arm wrapped tight to his ribs. His burned hand was bandaged. His face looked carved down to bone by exhaustion and guilt. Ava would not stand close to him, but she would not let him stand alone either. That told me more than words. He offers a leash, she continued. Calder wanted to rule because he liked the taste of fear. Vale wants to rule because he believes people are equipment. He thinks a valley is a board, a family is a unit, and hunger is a switch. He is wrong, Cliff said. Wrong men still kill, Tommy replied. The room accepted that truth without liking it. Cindy unfolded the printed sheet and smoothed it flat. These map references include Red Creek, North Slope, Bishop Road, Carter's Dairy, the old feed store, and Mercer Ranch. We warned them about false audio. Now we have to warn them about road sabotage. The bridge is dead, Mason said. We can still use short range, but the big push we made at 352 burned the parts that made us loud. I may be able to rig a replacement, but I need components from another relay, a working inverter, and a reason not to cry quietly in the barn. You can cry loudly if you keep working, James said. Your compassion is a warm blanket, Mason replied. The humor helped for half a breath. Then the Mercy channel crackled from the little receiver near the sink. Mercer, this is Carter's Dairy. Lyle's voice was strained. We have smoke east of the creek bridge. Looks like men setting charges. I sent riders, but they are pinned by the old cottonwoods. Need help if you have any left. Cliff's jaw flexed. We have some. Another voice broke in, female and shaking. Bishop Road Church basement, 2 cloths. We took families in after the false fuel team was captured. Now there are headlights at the North Bend. They are not coming to talk. A third call tried to cut through but collapsed under static. I heard Red Creek, feed store and children before the signal died. The map on the table stopped being paper and became people. For a moment nobody spoke. It would have been easy to freeze there, held in place by too many fires and too few hands. That was the true cruelty of Vale's plan. He did not need to overpower the valley at every point. He needed to make each point believe it was alone. Cindy put one palm on the table. We split the response. Cliff looked at her. Careful. I am being careful. If all of us chase the bridge fire, Bishop Road falls. If all of us go to Bishop, Carter's Bridge goes down and Red Creek gets cut off. We need teams that can move, report, and turn around if they meet something bigger than expected. She is right, Ava said. I hate when that happens, Cliff muttered. Cindy ignored him. James takes riders and North Slope men toward Carter's Creek. They can move fast and hit from timber. Ava and Tommy go toward Bishop Road because Tommy knows how these cells set approach traps. Kurt, Mason, and I stay here and rebuild enough reach to keep the teams talking. No, I said too quickly. Everyone looked at me. I did not care. You are hurt. I am bruised and mad, Cindy said. Those are different things. You nearly got killed. So did you. That does not make me wrong. She stepped closer, lowering her voice so the whole kitchen would not have to watch us learn how to argue like people who loved each other before either of us had found the nerve to say it cleanly. Kurt, I need to help. If you try to turn protection into a cage, I will kick the door down and make us both look foolish. I do not want a cage. Then do not build one because you are scared. That landed where she aimed it. I was scared. I was scared of Vale, scared of Calder, scared of not knowing what I was doing, and most of all scared of having found a family only to watch the world take them back. Fear had made a home behind my ribs, and it spoke in my voice whenever Cindy stepped near danger. I nodded once. Then we rebuild the net. Her expression eased. Together. Together, I said. Cliff watched us with an unreadable face. Then he cleared his throat. Fine, we move in 3 teams. James, take 6 and go to Carter's. Ava, Tommy, Reed, and 4 more to Bishop Road. Do not be heroes unless the alternative is worse. Kurt, Cindy, Mason, you get me ears. Harlan stays here with me and the house crew. If Calder shows again, I want him breathing long enough to answer questions. That sounded almost merciful, James said. It was not, Cliff replied. I am just practical. You are shaking, she said. Cold. Liar. Liar. Some cold. She took my hand and pressed it against her good side. For a few seconds, the war shrank to the sound of her breathing. I wanted to say something brave. Instead, I said the truth. I do not know how to do this. Good, she whispered. People who think they know how to live through the end of the world are usually unbearable. That is your comfort? It is the best I have before sunrise. A gunshot cracked somewhere beyond the lower field. Another answered from farther off, then 2 more. The 48-hour war had started without waiting for us to name it. Cindy squeezed my hand once and let go. By 5:10, James was gone toward Carter's Creek. Ava and Tommy had left for Bishop Road in a battered stock truck with the headlights taped down and Reed riding the rear rail. Cliff took position at the parlor window with Harlan and 3 neighbors I knew by face but not yet by story. Mason and I stripped the dead bridge down to its useful bones while Cindy mapped every voice we still had. We are not rebuilding the tower, Mason said, sorting parts into coffee cups. We are building a scarecrow that screams. Can it scream in more than one direction? I asked. If the screaming is ugly enough, maybe. Cindy leaned over the map. Ugly is acceptable if people can understand it. The first proof of Scorched Road protocol came in the shape of a burning bridge. Bell's people understood that too. James reported from the ridge above the crossing at 5:38. His whisper came through the handheld in pieces, stitched by static and luck. 4 men at the bridge. Maybe 5. 1 truck facing east. 1 charge already set under the near support. 2 riders pinned behind cottonwoods but alive. They have a light machine gun on the truck hood. Tell Mason his little box sounds like it is full of bees. Mason, arms deep in the dead bridge, glanced at the radio. Tell James I am inventing under pressure and will not accept reviews from men who break things with hammers. I pressed transmit. Mason sends affection. I heard that, James said. I reject it. Cindy marked the bridge with a red pencil. Her movements were brisk, but I saw the tightness around her mouth. Pain was catching up to her now that anger had less room to run. Can he take them? She asked. Cliff came in from the parlor, having heard enough over the speaker. James can take a fight. That does not mean he can take the bridge intact. If the charge is set, shooting may send one of them to the trigger, I said. Mason lifted a scorched circuit board and squinted at it like it had insulted him. Or they have a dead man's switch, or a cheap phone trigger, or a garage door remote, or a wire in a bad attitude. Solutions, Mason, Cindy said. I am full of problems at the moment, but I respect your optimism. Tommy's voice cut in from the Bishop Road channel before anyone could answer. Carter's team looked for a spotter away from the bridge. Bail cells use 1 man to watch the watchers. He will have line of sight to the charge and the road. If you hit the workers and miss him, he blows it. James did not answer for a few seconds. I imagined him lying in snow above the creek, scanning the timber with his jaw set and that half-cocked grin gone from his face. Found him, James said at last. High bank, north side, under a dead pine. Gray coat. Good call, Tommy. I may like you for 12 seconds. Spend them wisely, Tommy replied. Cindy looked at me. Can we jam a cheap trigger from here? Not from here. Maybe if James has one of the field units close enough, but the range is ugly. Ugly keeps returning as our theme, she said. I grabbed one of the small repeaters we had scavenged from the security system Cliff had bought years ago and never fully used. It was meant to extend camera range from barn to workshop, not block a detonator. But the frequency sweep could make cheap receivers misbehave if it was close enough. I had tested it once by accident and ruined a wireless doorbell for a neighbor who then blamed ghosts for a week. James, I said, how close can someone get to the bridge without being seen? Not close enough for comfort. I need someone to carry a black repeater box within 30 yards of the charge and press the green button when you move. It may jam a remote trigger, though there is no promise. James gave a soft laugh. I love how your plans come with emotional disclaimers. My plans are honest. Send the details. Cindy reached for the field kit. He needs the second unit too. If there is a spotter, he may have a backup. Cliff looked at her. You are not going. She lifted her eyes. I did not say I was. You were about to. Maybe, she said. No, Cliff replied. This time, she did not fight him. That told me more about her pain than any complaint would have. She pressed her lips together, then nodded. Send Gabe, she said. He grew up fishing that creek. He knows the banks. I could do it, Gabe said before anyone asked. You can also say no, Cliff told him. The boy looked at the map. My little sister is at Carter's. They took her there after the school bus got stuck 2 days ago. I am not saying no. No one treated that like a speech. Cliff simply handed him the repeater box, and I showed him the switch, the tiny indicator, and the part of the casing to keep pointed toward the bridge. Do not get close if the shooting starts early, I said. This box is not worth you. Gabe nodded too fast. Cindy stepped in front of him and fixed the loose strap on his coat. Breathe through your nose. Move when James tells you. If you get scared, do not fight the fear. Let it sharpen you. Then come home. He left through the kitchen door with Harlan's nephew, who would drive him halfway in a hay truck before cutting through the lower pasture. The room felt emptier after he left, as if all of us had just sent a child into the teeth of the new world and pretended procedure made it bearable. At 6:12, dawn began to thin the windows. It did not bring hope. It brought visibility, which was not the same thing. James came back on the radio with the calm voice he used when he was closest to danger. Gabe is in the brush. Spotter still north bank. Bridge team moving a fuel can. Looks like they want fire after the blast. Mason slid a patched amplifier toward me. Your scarecrow has one lung. Do not ask it to sing opera. What can it do? Short burst, narrow band. If James keys twice, we can throw noise at his channel and maybe confuse their coordination. Also, I spilled coffee on my boot and have chosen not to forgive myself. I connected the amplifier to the field transmitter and watched the meter flicker. It was not enough to impress anyone with a clean lab, but there were no clean labs left. There was a farmhouse kitchen, a hurt woman with a pencil, a grieving old man with steel in his eyes, and a half-dead piece of equipment held together by stubbornness. James, I said, when you move, key twice. We will flood the local channel for 10 seconds. Copy. Gabe says he sees the charge wire. He is close enough. Cindy closed her eyes for one breath. 2 clicks came through. I hit the switch. The amplifier screamed in radio silence, a dirty wash of static that made every speaker in the kitchen crackle. Mason held the connector down with both hands. The little unit shook on the table. Outside, the porch light flickered, though it was not supposed to be tied to any of this. I smelled hot dust and melting insulation. Through the static, gunfire began at Carter's Creek. James's team fired first at the spotter under the dead pine. Lyle's riders hit the truck from the west pasture. Gabe, hidden somewhere in the brush with a repeater pressed against frozen earth, did not move. The men at the bridge tried to scatter and found the world suddenly full of angry neighbors. One ran for the charge. The static washed over his trigger. Nothing happened. He slapped the device, cursed, and reached under his coat for something else. James shot him before he found it. The kitchen held its breath through every broken report. Truck gun down, Lyle called. Spotter down, James said. Fire can leaking, another voice shouted. Keep sparks off it. Keep sparks off it. And Gade came through, small and shaking. Charge is still there. I see wires. I am not touching it. I am not touching it. Good, I said, leaning into the microphone. Do not touch it. Back away the way you came. My sister is across. And she needs you alive across from her, Cindy said, taking the microphone from me. Gabe, you did your part. Let the grown men pretend they know what they are doing now. A choked laugh came from the boy. Yes, ma'am. The bridge survived. Church basement taking fire, Reed shouted. They have smoke on the windows. There are kids inside. We need that North Bend block now. Ava's voice followed, closer to the microphone and much steadier than Reed's. Mercer, the attackers are not Calder's men. They are cleaner, better gear. 2 with masks, 1 with a tablet, and a woman giving orders. Tommy says she is Vale's advanced cell. Tommy's voice came thin beneath hers. Name is Sarah Voss. Do not let her talk to civilians alone. She does not persuade. She programs. Cindy marked Bishop Road with another red slash. The map was filling with marks faster than we could answer them. Cliff looked at me. Can your scarecrow reach Bishop? I checked the meter. The amplifier's casing had warped from heat. Maybe once, Mason said. After that, it becomes modern art. Once may be enough, Cindy replied. The morning had opened with 1 saved bridge and 1 basement under fire. Vale had not arrived yet, but his hands were already in the valley, testing every seam. I thought of the line on the printout. External recovery forces delayed. It was not just a warning. It was a boast. They believed no one was coming. Maybe they were right. But we were already here. Bishop Road Church sat in a low hollow between 2 ridges, white steeple, green roof, and a gravel lot turned into a refuge because churches and barns were the places country people trusted when maps quit making sense. By sunrise, it held 27 civilians, 8 children, 3 old men, 1 woman close to giving birth, and enough fear to make the air inside feel heavy. I knew those numbers because Cindy had written them on the map before Ava's team reached the place. She had taken them from a trembling woman on the Mercy Channel who kept apologizing for not knowing what else to do. Cindy never once told her to calm down. She asked names, ages, doors, window positions, food, water, and who had a firearm. She turned panic into information without making the frightened woman feel foolish for being frightened. That was a gift. I understood networks made of wire. Cindy understood networks made of people. Ava's team reached the South Ridge at 6:31. Through the patch transmitter, her report arrived in bursts. 4 attackers visible? Maybe more. Truck at North Bend, nose downhill, blocking the road. 2 by the church sign, 1 at the basement door, 1 at the west windows. Smoke pots. Not fire yet. They want people coughing and scared. They want them outside, Tommy added. Sarah Voss will offer safe relocation once the basement is desperate. She will separate armed adults from children first. Do not let that happen. Mason looked up from the amplifier with 1 eyebrow raised. That man is terrifyingly useful. Cindy kept writing. Ask him where Voss will stand. I relayed the question. Tommy answered right away. Not at the front. She likes height and exits. Look for a dark vehicle back from the bend or someone with a tablet near line of sight. She will not hold a rifle unless she needs theater. Ava came back 5 seconds later. Found her. Black utility truck in the trees above the North Bend. She is watching through binoculars. 2 guards. Cliff had been silent beside the stove, listening while cleaning a rifle that did not need cleaning. Cut the head from the snake. Capture if possible, Cindy said. Cliff looked at her as if she had suggested inviting the snake to supper. She may know Vale's route, Cindy said, or the next targets. She may also shoot our people while we try to be civilized. Then do not be foolish, she replied. But if the choice appears, take her breathing. Cliff grunted, which in his language meant he disliked the idea but could not deny its use. I adjusted the patch transmitter. Ava, can Reed and the others pull the church attackers away while Tommy guides a small team toward Voss? Tommy's hurt, Ava said. Tommy can hear you, he replied. That was the point. Their silence afterward was complicated enough to fill a room. Finally, Tommy said, I can get to her truck if the smoke draws her focus. There is a wash behind the north bend. It runs under the fence. I used it once when Calder's men were doing counts. Used it to do what? Ava asked. Steal a radio battery. Of course you did. I returned part of it later. That does not improve the story. Even Cliff almost smiled. This is a lot of hope stacked on bad equipment, Mason said. That is becoming our brand, I replied. Kurt, she said softly. I leaned close. If this fails, we need to know where to send families from the church. The basement cannot hold after smoke. Mark the old quarry office as secondary shelter. It has stone walls and a hand pump behind it. You know every place within 20 miles? I know where people hide from hail-drunk uncles and bad winters. That turns out to be useful now. I marked the quarry office. Then I saw the red line from the feed store to Red Creek and the blue marks around Carter's Dairy. The map had become a living thing, and Cindy was keeping it alive by refusing to let any place be only a name. At 6:44, Reed keyed twice. I hit the amplifier. The static burst blew through the kitchen speakers. The patched unit rattled and gave off a sharp electric smell. Mason held the powered weed with a pair of pliers and made a pained face. My scarecrow is very angry, he said. On Bishop Road, the world broke open. Reed's first shot struck the truck at the north bend and shattered glass across the hood. The attackers near the church sign turned toward the ridge exactly as Tommy had predicted. Ava moved through the west ditch and put 2 rounds into the smoke pots, cracking the metal cans and dumping gray chemical sludge into the snow before the full cloud could build. Inside the church basement, Tessa started singing to the children. I could hear it faintly when her microphone keyed by accident, a hymn carried by a voice that shook but did not stop. Families inside the church, your armed neighbors have chosen violence. We can still remove your children from danger. Send them out first, hands visible, and they will receive food, blankets, and medical care. Adults who cooperate will be screened and protected. Adults who continue hostile action will be separated. Cindy's pencil snapped in her hand. The words were calm, almost kind, and that made them filthy. Voss did not sound angry. She sounded reasonable. She had the careful cadence of someone trained to use fear without raising her voice. Tessa's singing faltered. Cindy grabbed the microphone. Bishop Road, this is Cindy Mercer. Nobody sends out a child alone. Nobody separates families. You know my voice. You know my grandfather's. Stay together. Help is there. Voss answered on the same band, and for the first time her voice entered our kitchen. Miss Mercer, your interference has already caused multiple deaths. A practical mind would preserve the children. Cindy's face went still. A practical mind would wonder why you need smoke and rifles to offer blankets. Emotion is not a plan. Neither is kidnapping with manners. Mason whispered, I love this woman and fear her deeply. I did not look away from Cindy. Same. Voss did not take the bait again. The loud hailer clicked off. Ava's voice came through instead, tight and urgent. Tommy is at the truck. Guards saw movement. Gunfire cracked over the channel too close to the microphone. Tommy swore under his breath, then grunted as if he had hit the ground hard. Tommy, Ava snapped. Busy, you replied. Ely shouted something I could not make out. Then the channel filled with scraping, a woman's sharp command, and the hard thump of bodies against metal. Tommy came back breathing like each lung had been negotiated separately. Boss is down and alive. One guard ran east. One guard is dead. Taplet secure. Ely took a graze across the ribs. Not deep. He is complaining enough to prove it. Ava exhaled in a way that sounded like anger trying not to become relief. I am moving to you. Clear the basement first. Do not give me orders while bleeding on a stolen truck. Not bleeding much. You are impossible. Yes, he said, but currently useful. The attackers at the church sign tried to fall back once they realized Boss was taken. Reed's men cut them off from the truck while Bishop Road families came out through the back stairs with shotguns, hunting rifles, and the cold fury of parents who had heard a stranger ask for their children. The fight was brief and ugly. 2 attackers surrendered. One ran into the east trees. One reached for a smoke pot and paid for it. By 7002, the church basement was clear. The kitchen did not cheer this time. We were past cheering. Every victory came with names attached, and each name had to be accounted for. Children are safe, Tessa reported. Her voice broke on the last word. One old man hit by glass. Ellie needs a wrap. We have 2 prisoners besides the woman. Bring Voss to the ranch, Cliff said. Cindy looked at him. Not through open road. I know. Tommy came on the channel. Do not bring her straight. She may carry a tracker. Check boots, belt, collar, hair clip, tablet casing, and tooth if you have someone brave. Mason lifted his head. Tooth. I wish I was joking, Tommy said. I stared at the radio. What kind of people are these? No one answered fast because the answer was too large. Boss arrived at the Mercer Ranch 2 hours later in the back of a hay trailer under a tarp, wrists tied, mouth taped, hair cut short by Ava at the church when they found a thin black transmitter braided close to the scalp. The tablet came in a separate metal box. Her boots had a tracker in the heel. Her belt buckle carried a short-range beacon. One button on her coat was a microphone. She dressed like a spy novel got lost in a farm store, Mason said. Voss sat in a chair in the mudroom with Cliff, Ava, Cindy, James, and me around her. Tommy stood behind Ava and slightly to the side. He looked ready to fall over, but his eyes never left Voss. When the tape came off her mouth, Voss worked her jaw once and smiled at Cindy. You have talent, she said. Cindy did not smile back. You asked for children. I offered safety. You offered separation. Attachment makes civilians irrational during transition. Ava's hand twitched near her rifle. Cliff leaned forward. Director Vale is coming. Root, strength, and purpose. Start talking. Voss studied him with mild interest. You are Cliff Mercer, widower and ranch owner with prior military service, though you dislike discussing it. 2 grandchildren under your roof, one estranged until recently. You respond to blunt language and moral appeals. You are unlikely to trade civilians for advantage, which makes you predictable. Cliff's face did not change. You read a file. I asked a question. Boss turned her eyes to me. Kurt Hale. Recent bereavement. No siblings. Privately held assets. Technical aptitude. Attachment forming rapidly under crisis conditions. You are the center of their improvised communication structure and the most recoverable asset in the valley. Cindy stepped between us. He is not recoverable. Voss's smile thinned. Everyone is recoverable when the right pressure is applied. For a second, the mudroom felt too small for all of us. Then Mason's voice came from the doorway. He held the tablet in both hands, wearing the expression of a man who had just found a snake in his toolbox. I broke into her device, he said. You are going to want to see the route map. Vale is not coming in 48 hours. He moved early. Cliff stood. Mason swallowed. First convoy reaches the West Pass tonight. Mason placed the tablet on the kitchen table inside a baking pan because he said he did not trust it not to bite. The device was black, heavy, and sealed along the edges. Its screen showed a map of the region with lines drawn through passes, service roads, rail spurs, and dry creek beds. Some lines were green, some amber, some red. Mercer Ranch sat under a red marker shaped like a small target. I hate that icon, Cindy said. I hate that it knows us well enough to insult us graphically, Mason replied. The main route came from the West Pass, a narrow cut through the mountains that locals used in summer and avoided after serious snow. Vale's convoy had no business attempting it at night unless he carried equipment built for bad roads or believed the pass would be cleared for him. The route then split. One group would swing north toward Red Creek and the feed store. Another would move south toward Carter's Bridge. The center column would come straight for the Mercer Ranch by dawn. That is not a convoy, James said. That is a net. Tommy stood with one hand pressed to the table. He had refused the cot, refused broth, and almost refused the bandage until Ava told him she would sit on him if necessary. Now he stared at the tablet with the face of a man reading the handwriting of a nightmare he knew. Vale likes convergence, he said. He wants every local group to feel pressure at the same hour. People make bad bargains when they think everyone else is already losing. Cliff tapped the West Pass marker. How many? Mason zoomed in. Hard count is hidden behind code names, but I see 12 vehicles tagged for the first push. 3 heavy, 4 utility, 2 medical or fake medical, and 3 support. Personnel may be 50 to 70. That is just the first column. The room absorbed that number. We had farmers, ranchers, mechanics, old soldiers, hunters, 2 frightened teenagers who had become braver than anyone had a right to ask, and a handful of captured weapons. Vale had armored vehicles, trained personnel, communication gear, and a habit of turning human weakness into a lever. "We cannot meet that head-on," Ava said. "Then we make sure it never arrives head-on," Cindy replied. Voss sat tied to a chair near the pantry with one of Harlan's wives watching her with a shotgun across her lap. We had moved her from the mudroom after Mason confirmed the trackers were dead, mostly because the mudroom door had too many windows and Cliff did not like prisoners near exits. Voss watched us discuss the map with the calm patience of someone waiting for children to finish a puzzle she had already solved. "The West Pass is unstable after freeze and thaw," Cindy said. "There are switchbacks, rock shelves, one old avalanche gate that has not been serviced in years." "Can we block it?" I asked. James looked at Cliff. Cliff looked back, and something old passed between them. "We can make it angry," Cliff said. "That is not an engineering term," Mason said. "It is a mountain term," James replied. "Sometimes better." Cindy drew a circle around the pass. "If Vale reaches the valley floor before we are ready, we lose the initiative. If we slow him at the pass, Red Creek and Carter's can shift people, hide supplies, and make the ranch look less central." "Vale already knows the ranch is central," Boss said. Every head turned. She smiled gently. "You can glare, but facts remain. You made yourselves symbolic when you seized the tower. Director Vale understands symbols. He will break this house in view of others if you force him." Cindy walked to her. I started to reach for Cindy's arm, then stopped. She did not need my hand. She needed me to trust her temper. "You keep saying break as if people are boards," Cindy said. "Maybe that works in your briefings. It does not work here. It works everywhere given enough pressure. You tried the church basement. It failed because your people arrived with weapons. Remove weapons and the arithmetic changes." "You still do not understand," Cindy said. "The weapons were not the reason it failed. You asked mothers to hand over children, and you sounded like you thought good manners made that sane." For the first time, something faint moved in Voss's eyes. It was not shame or doubt. It was curiosity. "Attachment is exploitable," Voss said. "Attachment is why they fought." Cindy stepped back to the table. I could see her hands shaking, but she kept them at her sides. Mason cleared his throat. "The tablet has encrypted notes on local cells. I cracked a tiny corner which I would like celebrated later with pie if society survives. There is a cached file on Scorch Road Protocol. It gives priority targets after the West Pass. First, Carter's Bridge, already failed from their point of view. Second, the county plow garage. Third, Red Creek feed store. Fourth, the solar greenhouse on Route 7. "Solar greenhouse?" I asked. Tommy answered. "Old glass farm. Commercial greenhouse project that went broke 5 years ago. It has panels, batteries, a well, and a roofline high enough for a portable relay. Control Weather used it as a quiet repeater before Calder took the tower. If Vale brings a silence grid, he may light the glass farm and use it to blind anything we rebuilt." "So we hit the pass and the glass farm," James said. "With what army?" Harlan asked. That question brought the room back to its limits. We had people scattered across a valley that had just fought at Carter's Creek and Bishop Road. Many had not slept. Some had not eaten. The children from the church basement were safe for the moment, but safe now did not mean safe by dark. Red Creek had just opened its feed store and was still sorting prisoners from neighbors. North Slope was guarding a captured fuel team. Every place needed help, and every place had to spare help. Cliff leaned over the table, both hands flat. "We do not need an army. We need a delay at the pass, a blindfold at the glass farm, and a lie Vale believes for half a day." Mason lifted a finger. "Lies are dangerous when told to people with tablets and terrifying dental transmitters." "Not that kind of why," Cliff said. "A rancher's lie. Make him think the trail is easier than it is. Make him put weight where the ground cannot carry it." James nodded slowly. "The old avalanche gate. If the convoy thinks the gate is open and the lower switchback is clear, they commit the heavy vehicles before seeing the washout. Then we drop rock behind them and trap the first column between Stone and Bad Road." "How do we make him think that?" I asked. Everyone looked at me. I hated when rooms did that. Cindy's expression was apologetic and proud at the same time. You make the map lie. I looked at the tablet. His map or our signals? Both, Mason said, warming to the idea despite himself. We cannot hack Vale's whole system, but we have Voss's tablet, her authentication crumbs, and enough of the tower handshake to forge a local pass status packet. If we send a brief update that says West Pass lower route clear, avalanche gate open, local resistance display south, he may accept it because it tells him what Speed wants to hear. Speed wants easy, Tommy said. Vale wants early arrival. He moved ahead of schedule because he thinks momentum is his advantage. Give him an open door and he may run for it. Voss laughed softly. It was not loud, but it changed the temperature of the room. Director Vale does not run, she said. He advances? Cliff looked at her. Then we will let him advance into a ditch. I dislike the part where I leave the kitchen, Mason said. You dislike every part, James said. Consistency is one of my strengths. Cindy drew arrows until the map looked like a heart with too many arteries. We also move families. Children from Bishop Road go to the quarry office. Red Creek prisoners get separated into 3 barns with guards from other communities so neighbors are not tempted into revenge. Carter's Dairy sends milk powder and cheese to the church. North Slope sends fuel if they can spare it. Everybody sends one person who can carry a message if radios die. That is a lot of movement for a silence grid, I said. Then we move before it tightens. Boss watched Cindy with a thin smile. You would have made a capable coordinator. Cindy did not look at her. I already am. You remember code strings? I asked him. You remember where wires go, he replied. Wires do not keep me up at night. He glanced at Ava across the room. These do. Ava had avoided him since the church fight except when information required contact. She cleaned her rifle with slow, exact motions, never looking fully away from him. I could not tell whether she wanted to forgive him, hit him, or drag him somewhere safe by force. Cindy noticed too. People come back in pieces, she said quietly while we sorted battery leads. Can the pieces fit? Sometimes. Not the same way. Maybe still strong. I looked at her shoulder, the pale line near her collar, the stubborn set of her chin. You talking about them or us? Yes, she said. The packet went out at 1017 in the afternoon. It was brief, ugly, and fraudulent. It claimed Voss's advance cell had displaced local resistance south of the West Pass. It marked the avalanche gate open. It tagged the lower switchback as scraped and stable. It suggested speed before weather shifted. For 20 minutes, nothing answered. Then the tablet blinked. Update accepted. Mason let out a breath that seemed to empty his whole body. I have never been so happy to lie to a war criminal. Cliff picked up his hat and rifle. James did the same. Cindy hugged her grandfather longer than he expected, and for 1 second the old man allowed himself to hold her like the world had not turned cruel. You come back, she whispered. I live here, he said. It would be rude not to. James hugged her next, then looked at me. Keep her alive. Cindy pointed at him. I am standing right here. I know, James said. That is why I said it where you could hear how foolish it was. Then he turned serious. Kurt, take care of her anyway. I will, I said. Cindy did not argue that time. By late afternoon, the pass team was gone, the glass farm team was staging near Red Creek, and the ranch felt hollowed out. The first half of Vale's schedule had been stolen. The second half was coming with engines, lights, and men who believed their maps. I looked at the tablet one more time before we packed for the plow garage. The little target over Mercer Ranch remained red. It had not moved, had not blinked, and had not grown larger. Somehow that made it worse. Ava hated the place on sight. Too many reflections, she whispered from the drainage ditch west of the panels. Too many corners. Too much glass. Tommy lay beside her with binoculars pressed to his face. His breath smoked in front of him. The bandage on his ribs had bled through once during the walk, but he had tied another strip over it and kept moving. Ava had noticed. She noticed everything. She had not said a word because the 4 Red Creek fighters behind them were nervous enough without hearing their guide might drop. They replaced the roof antenna, Tommy said. Small mast in the office. Cable runs down the north wall. Generator inside or battery bank still live. 2 guards by the service door. 1 inside by the glow. Maybe more. Reed shifted behind them. If we shoot the mast, are we done? No, Tommy said. If Vale uses it for the silence grid, the mast is only the throat. We need the teeth out. Batteries, controller, stored keys, and whatever portable transmitter they brought. Ava lowered her rifle. Then we go inside. That was implied by the part where this was a bad idea. You are getting mouthy again. That means you are either feeling better or about to faint. Both can be true. The glass farm team is moving, I told Cindy. She looked up from a coil of cable. Ava? Steady. Tommy sounds awful. Tommy always sounded awful, Mason said from inside the plow cab. Now he has a theme. Cindy handed me the cable. Keep them talking if you can. Silence makes people imagine the worst. I almost smiled. That may be the slogan for our whole operation. Put it on a sign after we survive. Can we fix it? Yes, but I will complain throughout. I would worry if you did not. At the glass farm, Ava waited until the two guards by the service door drifted apart. One walked toward the panel rows to smoke, cupping a lighter against the wind. The other stamped his feet near the door and spoke into a radio clipped to his chest. The glow inside the office pulsed faint blue, then green. Equipment was active. Tommy touched Ava's sleeve and pointed to the irrigation trench that ran beneath the west panel rack. It was narrow, muddy, and half filled with ice. She nodded. They moved on their stomachs through frozen weeds, slow enough that the panels hid them from the office windows. Reed and the Red Creek fighters spread behind the ditch, covering the open ground. The smoking guard never saw Ava. She rose from the panel shadow, caught him by the collar, and drove him down into the snow before he could shout. Tommy reached the second guard at the door, but his body betrayed him at the wrong moment. His boot slid on ice. The guard turned. For one heartbeat, they stared at each other. Then the guard grabbed for his radio. Tommy hit him with the binoculars. It was not elegant. It was not quiet. The radio squealed. The guard slammed into the service door hard enough to rattle the frame. Inside, someone shouted. Moving loud, Ava snapped. The glass farm erupted. A man inside the office fired through the wall, rounds punching ragged holes in the cheap siding. Ava dragged Tommy down as metal splinters hissed over them. Reed's team opened from the ditch, forcing the office shooter away from the window. A shape moved along the greenhouse roof, not a man, but a small drone lifting from behind the service building, rotors whining in the cold. Drone up, Ava called. Small quad. Thermo, maybe. At the plow garage, Mason's head snapped up. If that thing marks them, the whole site lights up. Can we jam it? Not from here. With the plow radio, maybe, if I commit a crime against electronics. Commit faster, Cindy said. Mason shoved the control head into my hands and pointed at two bare leads. Give it power, but not too much. If smoke comes out, apologize later. Cindy connected the battery pack we had brought from the ranch. I held the leads and watched the old unit flicker. Mason twisted the frequency knob past markings worn almost smooth and listened to the drone's faint buzz through the handheld. Ava, I said, can you see the drone light? Red blink, underbody, moving south over panels. Keep it between you and the panel rack if you can. Mason is about to shout at it. Tell him to be rude. Mason keyed the plow transmitter and fed it a dirty tone that made the speaker scream. The garage lights, which were not connected to anything useful, flickered once from the power draw. The control head buzzed in my hands. Outside, wind shook the bay door. At the glass farm, the drone lurched. Ava fired once and missed as it dropped. Reed fired twice. The second shot clipped a rotor. The drone tumbled into the solar panels and burst in a shower of sparks. Drone down, Ava said. Going in. The service door was locked with a modern keypad that would have been impressive if the frame around it had not been cheap wood. Tommy drove a pry bar into the gap while Ava covered the window. The man inside fired again. The shot went wide. Reed's team hit the far wall to keep his head down. Tommy ripped the door open, and Ava went through like a storm. For several seconds, the radio carried only impacts, shouting and the crack of close shots. I hated every sound because none told me who was still standing. Cindy moved closer to the speaker without seeming to notice she had done it. Then Ava spoke. Office clear. One dead. One surrendered. Tommy is upright. Ava, Tommy said faintly in the background, your standards are low. Lower every hour with you. Mason clapped once, then pointed at the plow transmitter. Tell them to find the controller before it finishes handshaking. If Vale's silence grid is cued, it may launch automatically when the West Pass marker goes green. I related. Tommy answered from inside the office, breath rough. I see the controller. Black case, 3 antennas, battery pack, hardline to mast. There's a countdown. 22 minutes. Can you stop it? I asked. I can shoot it. Mason made a pained noise that I quickly edited in my own head. Do not shoot the only thing that may tell us how the silence grid works. Tell him to pull the gray cable, not the red, not the braided one, the gray. Then open the side hatch and remove the memory card if there is one. You are assuming labels, I said. I am assuming engineers are lazy in familiar ways. Ava repeated the instructions to Tommy. We waited. Gray cable pulled, he said. Countdown stop. Side hatch open. I have a card. Also a second timer just appeared. That feels rude. Mason's face drained. Secondary battery trigger. Tell him to remove the small black fuse near the terminal block. Not the glass fuse. The black one. Tommy, I said too sharply, small black fuse near the terminal block. Not glass. A pause. There are 3 black fuses. Mason looked like he might begin bargaining with God. Describe them. 1 flat, 1 round, 1 with yellow paint. Yellow paint. Pull yellow paint. Another pause. A click came through the radio, tiny and enormous. Tommy breathed out. Timer dead. The plow garage seemed to breathe with him. Cindy closed her eyes. Thank you. Ava came back on. We are packing the controller, memory card, and tablet. Service building has food crates and 2 medical bags marked relief. Also printed scripts for surrender announcements. They had 1 for Red Creek, 1 for Carter's, 1 for Bishop Road, and 1 for the ranch. Bring them, Cindy said. Her voice had gone cold. There is more, Ava continued. They have photos. Families, houses, children, license plates, church groups, school records printed before the net went dark. They were not guessing who to pressure. The garage fell silent. I looked at Cindy. Her face held fury so deep it did not need movement. Vale's people had built profiles the way I used to build network maps. Nodes, connections, weaknesses, routes. They had taken the ordinary details of life and turned them into targeting data. Burn the copies, Cliff's voice broke in from the past team channel. He must have been listening while moving through the mountains. His signal was weak but clear enough. Ava answered. There may be evidence. Bring 1 set if you must. Burn the rest. Nobody needs to see their children turned into leverage. No one argued. Ava came to stand beside him. You knew some of this, she said. I knew enough to hate myself, not enough to stop it. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have right now. She stared at him for a long time. The greenhouse glass reflected them in broken pieces. When this is done, she said, you are going to tell me everything, not the useful parts, not the parts that make you look tragic. Everything. Tommy nodded. I will. If you lie, I am finished with you. I know. She looked away first. Then keep walking. I did not drag you out of Red Creek so you could die in a failed tomato farm. Back at the plow garage, Mason finally got the county base radio to transmit a clean tone. The sound rose through the antenna on the roof and reached farther than anything we had built since the tower died. One by one, voices answered. Carter's Dairy, Bishop Road, North Slope, Red Creek, the quarry office, the Mercer Ranch, and finally James from the West Pass. We hear you, James said. Past team in position. Vale's lead scouts are less than an hour out. The glass farm was blind. The plow garage was awake. Vale's schedule had cracks in it now. The problem with cracks was that pressure either split them wider or crushed everything around them. Vale's convoy came anyway. James watched the first headlights appear below the upper cut at 811 that night. He lay on a shelf of frozen ground with Cliff to his left and Lyle to his right, all 3 tucked behind rock darkened by age and weather. 6 other valley men and women hid along the ridge behind them. They had not brought enough firepower to defeat a column. That was not the plan. The plan was to make the road tell a lie and let the mountain correct it. Lead vehicle is armored utility. James whispered into the throat mic Mason had rigged from 2 broken headsets and a prayer. Snow blades on front. 2 lights on roof. Second vehicle heavier. Maybe troop carrier. Third is fuel or equipment. Convoy stretching around the upper bend. They are moving faster than they should. At the plow garage, Cindy stood beside the map with one hand on the table and one near the radio. We had stayed after bringing the base transmitter online because it gave us the best reach. The garage had become a second nerve center. Blankets covered the broken windows. A propane heater hissed near the wall, fighting a losing battle against the cold. Mason sat at the workbench with the glass farm controller opened beside Voss's tablet, hair standing in tired spikes from all the times he had dragged his hands through it. "The pass packet is still accepted," he said. "Vale's system shows lower route clear. He is trusting speed." "Or pretending to," I said. "Please do not give my anxiety new hobbies." Cindy leaned closer to the radio. "James, any sign they suspect the gate?" "Not yet," he replied. "Lead vehicle just past the old mile marker. Cliff says they are committed once the third vehicle enters the lower shelf." Cliff's voice came in, softer but steady. "Tell Cindy I heard that tone. She's making the face her grandmother made when I drove too fast." Cindy shut her eyes. "Tell him this is not the time to be charming." "He says charm improves his circulation," James reported. Despite everything, she smiled. It was small and afraid, but it was real. "Lead vehicle at gate," James whispered, slowing. Every person in the garage stopped moving. The radio hissed. Mason whispered, "Do not stop, you authoritarian appliance." Cindy frowned at him. "I am encouraging the vehicle," he said. James breathed into the mic. Gate team stepped out. 2 men checking posts. "They are looking at the hinge." "Can they see the cable?" I asked. "They cannot, but they are taking their time." On the tablet, the convoy markers inched forward. It felt obscene to watch danger as clean icons while James and Cliff lay under the same sky as the men who would kill them if the lie broke. Then Voss spoke from the corner. "We had brought her to the plow garage because leaving her at the ranch required guards we could not spare, and because Mason needed her thumbprint twice to open deeper layers of the tablet." She sat tied to a steel chair near the heater, coat removed, face pale in the light. Harlan's wife still guarded her, but Voss looked less like a prisoner than an auditor waiting for a meeting to resume. "They will not trust the hinge," she said. "Director Vale trains advanced crews to verify physical choke points. Your Ford status update was useful but incomplete." Cindy turned slowly. "You could have mentioned that sooner. You did not ask the right question." Harlan's wife tightened her grip on the shotgun. Mason stared at the tablet. "The crew's requesting validation from Voss's cell. It is pinging her tablet. If we do not answer, they inspect deeper." "Can you answer?" I asked. "With her voice print, maybe. With text, yes. With enough confidence to fool men who like living, that is the exciting part." Voss smiled faintly. Cindy stepped in front of her. "What would your cell say?" "Nothing you can use. There are children in this valley because you failed this morning. There are families alive because your scripts did not work. Help us stop the convoy and some of your people might live too. My people accept risk. Your people are being used just like Calder's, maybe with cleaner boots." For the first time, Voss's expression tightened. Cindy sawed. "So did I." "He did not tell you he moved early, did he?" Cindy asked. Voss's silence changed shape. Mason looked up. "The schedule file updated after her capture." She did not know. "Vale left you behind," Cindy said. "You are useful until you are not." "You are attempting emotional leverage," Voss replied. "Yes," Cindy said, "because unlike you, I admit what tools I am using." The tablet pinged again. James whispered from the pass. "Inspection team is still at the gate. 1 man returning to lead vehicle. If they reverse now, we lose the shelf." Mason's hands hovered over the tablet. "We need a response." Cindy did not look away from Voss. "Tell us what to say." Voss's eyes moved to the tablet, then to the map, then to the radio where James's life sat inside a hiss of static. "Write this," she said quietly. "Gate inspected at 1840 by Voss Advance. Hinge drag known. Lower shelf stable. Recommend no dismount due to exposed line of sight from South Ridge. Continue through before local fighters reposition." Mason typed as she spoke. "That sounds official and unpleasant." "It is official and unpleasant," Voss said. He sent it. At the pass, the lead crew climbed back into their vehicle. James exhaled. "They are moving." Cindy did not thank Voss. Not yet. Trust was too expensive to hand out because of one useful sentence. The first vehicle passed the gate. The second followed. The third, tagged as fuel or equipment, rolled onto the lower shelf. Behind it, the road curved out of sight where the rest of the convoy waited. Cliff's voice came over the channel, low and calm. "Now." The mountain answered. James and Lyle pulled the mining cable from 2 anchor points while 3 others cut the final supports Cliff had rigged under a slab of loose rock and packed snow. The slope above the gate shifted with a groan that traveled through the radio as much felt as heard. Stone cracked. Snow tore free. The slide came down behind the third vehicle in a heavy, grinding rush, slamming into the road with enough force to shake the shelf. The convoy stopped being a whine and became pieces. The front 3 vehicles trapped beyond the slide tried to accelerate down the shelf, only to find the lower washout James had hidden under brush and snow. The lead vehicle hit the edge, dropped hard, and jammed nose down with its front blade buried in frozen mud. The second braked too late and struck it from behind. The third swerved toward the cliff wall and blocked the road sideways. The rest of the convoy, cut off above the slide, erupted into confusion. Vale's people were trained, but no training made a narrow mountain road wider. Men shouted. Engines revved. Someone fired blindly into the rocks. Cliff's team stayed low, did not answer at first. The point was not to kill everyone. The point was to trap the front, scare the rear, and force Vale to spend his timing budget digging himself out of a mountain that had taken offense. And the heavy vehicle above the slide opened with a mounted gun. Rounds chewed the ridge above James. Rock sprayed. Lyle cried out and dropped behind a boulder. James crawled toward him, cursing under his breath. "Lyle hit?" Cindy asked, voice tight. "Leg," James replied. "Bad, but he is talking." "Cliff says hold." "Do not stay too long," she said. "We know." The front vehicles were disoriented but not helpless. Men spilled from the troop carrier, using the blocked road as cover. One carried a portable launcher. Cliff saw it before anyone else. "Launcher front shelf," he said. "James, left rock." James shifted, aimed, and fired. The man with the launcher spun and dropped the tube. Another tried to grab it. Lyle, bleeding and furious, shot from the ground and stopped him. At the garage, every radio channel seemed alive at once. Red Creek reported movement near the feed store. Carter saw 2 scouts turn back from the creek. The ranch spotted drones high over the south pasture. The glass farm team was still moving supplies. Vale's schedule was breaking, but broken things could cut. Mason studied the tablet. Vale's rear column is rerouting. They are looking for the old service track north of the pass. Cindy's pencil moved. That track ends at Miller's Cut. "Is it open?" I looked at the map. It was marked closed on an old county layer. "Closed because the bridge rotted," she said. "Can the rear column know that?" Mason's eyes widened. "Not if their map is newer, but not local. The digital road layer still shows it passable." Cindy grabbed the radio. "James, if the rear column takes north service track, can you let them?" James laughed once, breathless. "Gladly, because Miller's Cut will eat them." Cliff broke in. "We are pulling back in 2 minutes." Slide did its work. "Lyle can move if supported." "Come home," Cindy said. The words slipped out raw than she intended. She did not correct them. The pass team withdrew under cover from smoke pots of their own, homemade and dirty, throwing gray clouds across the ridge while Vale's trapped front vehicles tried to untangle below. They left the road broken, the convoy split, and the enemy's early arrival dead in the rocks. But as they moved, Vale's voice came over the captured channel for the first time since Voss. It was calm. Of course it was calm. "Local obstruction acknowledged," he said. "Mercer household remains the organizing node. A just priority? Bring me Hale alive. Bring me Cindy Mercer if convenient. Burn the rest of the node if required." Channel went silent. Cindy stared at the radio. I wanted to say something protective and useless. Instead, I reached for her hand under the table where nobody else had to see how badly mine shook. She took it. "He sounds irritated," she said. "That is good, right?" "Maybe," she said. Mason leaned over the tablet, face grim. "Not really." Irritated men hurry. Calm men punish. Bale is still calm. Outside the plow garage, the first snow began to fall. It covered the road in quiet white, softening tire tracks, hiding blood, making the valley beautiful in the way dangerous places can be beautiful when they are waiting. Cindy and I arrived in the old county truck with Mason between us, the plow garage transmitter parts strapped under canvas in the bed. We had left Foss guarded at the garage with Harlan's wife, 2 Bishop roadmen, and enough rope to insult her professional pride. Cliff's pass team was still on its way down the mountain with Lyle injured. Ava's glass farm team had beaten us to Red Creek by 20 minutes and was unloading captured supplies. The town smelled of smoke, animal feed, diesel, and fear. Maribel's mother met us at the feed store door. Her name was Lucia, and her face looked older than her voice had sounded over the radio. She hugged Ava first, hard enough that Ava nearly lost balance. Then she hugged Tommy. That surprised everyone, including Tommy. "My daughter said you tried," Lucia whispered into his coat. "She said you tried before they took her." Tommy closed his eyes. His hands hovered awkwardly before he let them rest lightly against her shoulders. "I failed her." Lucia pulled back. "She is alive because you kept trying after that. Do not make her carry your guilt, too." Ava looked away. I could not read her face. Inside the feed store, the recovered prisoners from Calder's crew sat in separate corners, watched by people who knew their names. Some had followed Calder for food. Some had followed him because cruelty gave them a uniform. Some claimed they had been forced. In the old world, courts had buildings, forms, and time. In Red Creek that night, justice had coffee cans, rope, tired guards, and the thin mercy of people who had not yet decided what kind of survivors they meant to be. Cindy understood the danger before I did. "No revenge hearings tonight," she said to the room after Lucia led us to the counter. "You are tired. They are scared. That is when lies sound useful and anger feels like proof. Separate them. Feed them enough to keep them alive. Take statements from witnesses. Nobody settles personal accounts under a lantern with children sleeping 20 feet away." A man with a gray beard and a bandaged ear stared at her. "Your ranch does not run Red Creek." "No," Cindy said. "And Red Creek does not want to wake up tomorrow with 3 bodies it cannot explain and children who saw who did it." The man's jaw worked. He looked at Lucia, then at the office where the children slept. Finally, he stepped back. "Statements," he said. "No hearings. Not tonight." Mason leaned close to me. She just stopped a hanging with grammar and maternal pressure. "Do not tell her that. I value my remaining organs." Ava spread the glass farm strips across the counter. They were printed in neat blocks, each labeled by community. Red Creek's script was the longest. It named families with debts, medical needs, disputes over land, old arrests, and private griefs. It told the speaker when to use sympathy, when to mention children, when to offer food, and when to hint at punishment. Seeing it made my skin crawl. This was not just intelligence. It was intimacy stolen and sharpened. Lucia read 3 lines and slapped the paper hard enough to make lantern flame jump. "They knew about Daniel's insulin," she said. "They knew about everything they could scrape before the net died," I said. "County records, social media, school posts, old databases, business directories, maybe medical leaks. They built pressure maps." Cindy's eyes moved over the pages. "Then we build trust maps faster." "How?" asked the gray-bearded man. "By naming what is true before they use it crooked. If a family needs medicine, we do not let Vale be the first one to say it. If someone has old trouble with a neighbor, we make sure both houses are paired with a third. If a debt is going to make a man desperate, we turn it into work owed to the community instead of shame he can be blackmailed with." "That sounds like a town meeting in a gunfight," James said from the doorway. He had arrived covered in snow with Cliff behind him and Lyle carried between 2 men. Cindy ran to her grandfather first, which saved me from doing it. Cliff let her hug him, but his eyes found the room even over her shoulder. He counted exits, weapons, prisoners, children, food, and faces before he let himself breathe. "Lyle?" Cindy asked. "Leg torn up," James said. "He is mean enough to live." From the stretcher, Lyle lifted one hand in a rude gesture softened by exhaustion. "Tell the tech man his lie worked." "My lies are a team effort," I said. Cliff came to the counter and read the scripts. His face hardened line by line. "Burn the copies after we make a ledger," he said. "A ledger?" Lucia asked. "Of needs and risks," Cindy said, understanding him. "Not gossip. We record protection. Who needs medicine? Who has extra fuel? Who can take children if a house burns? Who should not be guarding a prisoner because the prisoner hurt their family? People will not want private things written down," the gray-bearded man said. Cindy looked at the script pages. Vale already wrote them down. "We can either let him own the truth or we can hold it carefully ourselves." "Hearth?" I asked when I saw what Cindy had written for the ranch. She shrugged. "A node sounds cold. Hearth sounds like why we keep answering. You keep making me like words I would have ignored. That is because you were raised by routers. I had parents." Her smile faded, but gently. "I know. Maybe both." Near 2:00 in the morning, one of the prisoners asked to speak. His name was Deke Marsh, a Calder man with a split lip, frostbitten fingers, and the defeated posture of someone who had finally discovered his leader did not plan to save him. He had been captured near Red Creek's old feedlot after the false fuel team failed. Lucia did not want him near the counter, but Cliff agreed to hear him with 4 guards present. Deke looked at the glass farm scripts, then at the prisoners outside. "Calder's gonna hit the quarry shelter." The feed store went still. Cindy stepped forward. "When?" "Before dawn, if he can gather enough men. He knows you moved church families there. He wants hostages to trade to Vale. Figures if he hands over children and old folks, Vale forgives him for losing the tower." Ava's face went white with fury. "How does he know about the quarry?" Deke looked ashamed or did a convincing impression. "He had a man at Bishop Road. Ran when the church fight turned. Heard your people talk." Cliff's hand tightened on the counter. "How many with Calder?" "Maybe 12. Maybe more if he picked up strays. He has one of the armored pickups left and a box of grenades from the road crew he robbed." Mason closed his eyes. "I miss when my worst problem was a mouse union." Cindy looked at the ledger. Quarry shelter held Bishop Road children, 2 Red Creek families, 3 elders from North Slope, and the pregnant woman from the church basement. "We moved them," James said. "No," Cliff said. "Moving them in the dark makes them targets on the road. We reinforced the quarry and set Calder a reception." Ava turned to Tommy. "Would Calder expect that?" Tommy's expression was grim. "He expects people to panic away from him. He likes chasing fear. If the quarry looks weak, he drives straight in." Cindy looked at me. "Can we make it look weak and keep it connected?" I thought of the paper network, the plow transmitter, the short-range repeaters, the dead tower, the glass farm controller, and every mistake that had somehow become a tool. "Yes," I said. "But I need the old quarry office phone line." Mason stared at me. "Please tell me you do not mean the buried copper pair from the 70s. "I mean exactly that. That line probably has more rot than copper. Can we use it?" He sighed deeply. "I hate that the answer might be yes." Cindy smiled despite the fear. Then the quarry gets a voice. Outside, a prisoner began to cry quietly under the awning. No one comforted him. No one struck him either. That felt like a small sign we had not lost ourselves yet. By 2:30, the ledger was packed, the Red Creek scripts were burning in a barrel, and the teams were moving again. Vale was delayed at the pass. The glass farm was dark. Red Creek was linked by paper, radio, and trust that had been forced to grow too fast. Calder, desperate and humiliated, was heading for children. That made the next choice simple, even if nothing about it was easy. By the time Calder came for it, the quarry held 43 people and 1 lie. The lie was that they were nearly undefended. Outside, Cliff placed shooters along the rock shelves. James took the high cut above the road. Ava and Tommy set a trap near the old-scale house where Calder's truck would have to slow. Cindy stayed inside the office to keep the family steady. I crawled under the back wall with Mason, following the ancient phone line where it entered through a cracked ceramic fitting. "This copper is older than my first poor decision," Mason whispered. "Can it carry signal?" "It can carry regret. Signal is being negotiated." I stripped insulation by flashlight, fingers stiff with cold, while Mason connected a tiny converter he had built from plow garage parts in something he stole from a battery charger with an apology to no one. Cindy knelt near us for a moment, rifle beside her, hair tied back, face pale from pain and lack of sleep. "How long?" she asked. "Minutes," Mason said, which is either true or emotionally supportive. I glanced at her. "How are they?" "Scared, but holding. Ellen says if anyone shoots through the wall while she is having contractions, she will personally haunt them." "That seems fair." Cindy touched my wrist. "How are you?" "I think I have become a man who answers that after the wiring works. I am not sure that is healthy." "Nothing about tonight is healthy." A distant engine growled below the quarry road. Cindy's hand tightened on mine. Then she let go and stood. "Make it work, Kurt." "I will." She left before I could add anything that sounded like a promise the night might punish me for making. Calder arrived with headlights off and Arrogance still running bright. His armored pickup came first, crawling up the quarry road with metal plates welded over the doors and a steel bumper bent from earlier trouble. 2 motorcycles followed, then a farm truck carrying men in the bed. They moved like raiders who had won too often against people too frightened to stand. Calder himself rode in the passenger seat of the armored pickup, one arm hanging out the window, rifle across his lap. His face looked leaner than it had on the loudspeaker feed, stripped by rage and humiliation. He stopped at the outer bend where the road narrowed between 2 stone piles. The visible guard near the office lifted his rifle badly and shouted for them to turn around. His voice cracked on purpose. Calder laughed loud enough for the sound to carry. "That is what Mercer sent," he called. A boy was shaking hands. The guard backed 2 steps. The lie held. Calder raised the loudhailer. "People in the quarry office, listen close. Cliff Mercer cannot protect you. The ranch brought this fight to your door and then hid behind you. Send out the children, the old and the woman having the baby. They will be exchanged for safe passage. Keep them inside, and every death is on Mercer." Inside, fear moved like wind through tall grass. A child whimpered. Ellen cursed with impressive creativity. Cindy stepped into the center of the room and spoke without lifting her voice. "Nobody moves toward that door. He wants you divided. He gets nothing." An old man from North Slope nodded. "Girl is right. I have heard better lies from cattle traders." At the back wall, Mason's converter blinked once, then twice. "We have pulse," he whispered. "Can we send?" "1 bit at a time if the Saints enjoy rural infrastructure." I tapped the code we had agreed on, quarry ready. Calder at bend. Old fire. At the plow garage, the pulse would show as a crude light on the receiver if the wine survived. For 5 seconds, nothing came back. Then the tiny lamp blinked in reply. The reply meant heard, and the quarry had a voice. Cliff fired from the left shelf. James fired from above. The first man dropped before he could pull a pin. The second threw blind as he fell, and the grenade bounced off a stone pile, rolled into the open, and burst in a flash that slapped the office wall with dust and fragments. Children screamed. Cindy did not flinch. She moved to the storage room door, put her body between the children and the front wall, and kept talking. "Breathe and stay low." Hands over ears. "Look at me, not the windows." Calder's men answered with wildfire. The quarry amplified every shot. Sound cracked from stone to stone until direction became hard to read. The armored pickup tried to push past the bend, but Ava and Tommy had cut the road just beyond it, dragging a steel beam from the scale house across the narrowest point and hiding it under snow. The pickup hit the beam hard. Its front wheels jumped, then stuck. "Now," Tommy shouted. Reed's team hit the farm truck from the rear slope. Red Creek fighters blocked the motorcycles. The quarry road became a trap, and for the first time Calder understood he had driven into a story he did not control. He reacted the way men like him often do when surprised. He got louder. "Mercer!" he screamed through the loudhailer. "You coward. Come down, face me." Cliff's answer came from the rocks, calm and dry. "You are facing me from several directions." James laughed over the channel despite the shots. "That was pretty good." "Focus," Cindy said into her handheld. The radio crackled, then died under a wash of noise. Vale's silence grid had found the quarry. Every speaker went to static at once. The handheld in Cindy's belt hissed. My earpiece became a C. Outside, men shouted without the clean thread of radio tying them together. The plan began to fray in the dark. Mason looked at the converter. Copper still works. I tapped fast. Grid active. Radio blind. Calder pinned. Need status? The reply came in broken pulses from the plow garage, relayed from whoever still had line or sight. Past team moving. Ranch sees drones. Red Creek sending riders. Hold position. Holding was a small order with a large appetite. Calder's men tried to flank along the pit edge. 2 made it behind the scale house before Ava intercepted them. I saw only flashes through the cracked rear window, Ava moving low, one man turning too late, Tommy limping into view with a pistol in both hands, snow kicking under their boots. One attacker went down. The other grabbed Tommy and drove him against the scale frame. Ava reached them before he could finish the job. She struck him with the rifle stock once, hard. He fell and did not rise. Tommy slid down the metal frame, gasping. Ava crouched in front of him, anger and terror fighting across her face. Do not you dare. He looked up at her. That sentence means an ending. Do not you dare die before I decide what to do with you. That is motivating. She grabbed his coat and hauled him up because the fight had no room for tenderness unless it wore work clothes. At the office front, Calder left the stuck pickup and moved on foot with 2 men covering him. He had stopped shouting. That was worse. He carried a grenade in one hand and a pistol in the other, moving toward the side wall where the children hid behind stone samples. I saw him through the gap near the back door. For half a second I was not a fighter. I was a man kneeling in dust with wire in his hands, seeing a threat and needing someone else to stop it. Then the world narrowed the way it had at the west wall when Cindy fell under the man with the knife. I set down the converter, grabbed the rifle beside Mason, and ran. Mason hissed my name, but I was already through the back storage room. Cindy saw me cross the room and understood before I spoke. She turned toward the side wall. Calder's shadow moved beyond the boards. She raised her shotgun. Down, she told the children. Calder kicked the side door open. The first blast from Cindy's shotgun struck the doorframe and drove him back, but one of his men fired through the gap. The shot hit the stovepipe and filled the office with sparks and soot. I came around the stone stack and fired at the shape behind Calder. My shot missed clean and blew splinters from the outer wall. The second shot did not miss. The man folded sideways and vanished from the doorway. Calder threw the grenade. It hit the floor, rolled once, and stopped near the old sample shelf. Everything slowed. I saw Cindy moving toward it, which was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. I saw Ellen trying to sit up despite the nurse pushing her down. I saw a little boy with both hands over his ears staring at the round metal shape as if curiosity had outrun fear. I reached it first because I was closer and because panic sometimes does the work courage gets credit for later. I kicked it under the cast iron stove and threw myself against the shelf. The blast lifted the stove off its bricks and filled the room with iron, ash, and thunder. For several seconds I had no sound. The world became white dust and motion. Something struck my back. Heat slapped my face. I tasted blood where my teeth had cut my lip. Then Cindy was over me, hands on my coat, shouting my name though I could not hear it yet. I blinked until her face came together. I am here, I said, or tried to. She pressed her forehead to mine for one hard second. Then she turned and fired through the broken side door, because love did not pause the fight. Outside, Cliff reached Calder. No one saw every piece of it. Later, James said Calder tried to raise his pistol. Ava said Cliff told him to drop it. Tommy said Calder smiled like a man who believed someone else's decency would save him. What I saw through dust and broken wood was Cliff stepping close, batting the pistol aside with his rifle, and driving Calder to the ground with the full weight of every threat the man had made against his family. Calder lived, though barely, because Cliff made sure of it at visible cost to himself. When the silence grid faded from a roar to a hiss, the handhelds returned in broken fragments. Red Creek riders were arriving. The ranch had shot down one drone and hidden the children in the root cellar. Vale's rear column was still tangled near Miller's Cut. The front vehicles of the pass were trapped but digging. The glass farm remained dark. The quarry held. Ellen's baby chose that moment to announce it had no respect for timing. The office shifted from battle station to birth room with a speed that would have seemed absurd if the night had not already made absurdity ordinary. The retired nurse took command with a voice sharper than any rifle crack. Men were expelled from the back room unless they carried water, blankets, or useful hands. Cindy stayed with Ellen. Ava came in covered in snow and soot and immediately became useful. I sat against the wall with Mason checking my back and telling me I had collected more bruises than since. "Nothing deep," he said. "You are not a doctor. Tonight, nobody is anything they were yesterday, except the upgrade." At 4018 in the morning, a girl was born in the old quarry office, while Calder lay tied and groaning, under guard 15 feet away, while Vale's convoy struggled against the mountain. While the valley's radios coughed back to life one channel at a time, Ellen named the baby Hope, and nobody made fun of it. Just before dawn, the plow garage line blinked again. Mason read the pulses with a frown. "Message from Voss," he said. "She says Vale will not keep pushing the pass after this. He will change tactics. He will come for Kurt through the network, not the road." Cindy, exhausted and ash-streaked, looked at me from across the room. I looked down at the copper wire in my hands, at the crude converter still blinking in the dust, at the child crying against her mother's chest, at Calder alive and beaten, and at the first pale light touching the quarry stones. The valley had survived the night. Director Vale had not arrived, but his silence had. Dawn came to the quarry like a guilty thing, pale and thin over the broken stone, touching every bent piece of metal and every patch of red snow without making any of it softer. The night had ended, but it had not released us. It only changed the color of the fear. For an hour after Hope was born, people moved around the office in the slow, careful way folks move after a house fire, as if normal speed might knock loose the last beams holding their lives above them. The baby slept against Ellen's chest beneath a blanket that smelled of smoke and laundry soap. Calder lay tied to a post near the front wall, face gray, eyes open, still alive because Cliff Mercer had decided the man would answer questions before he left this world. I sat beside the cracked desk with the crude converter in my lap, wiping dust from the tiny status light with the sleeve of James's old shirt. My ears still rang from the blast beneath the stove. Every sound arrived late, like it had to cross a river first. Cindy brought me a cup of coffee I could barely taste and crouched beside me until I looked up. "You are still here," she said. "I think so. Parts of me may vote differently later." Her mouth tried to smile, but her eyes were too tired for it. Soot marked one cheek. A thin line of dried blood sat near her hairline, not deep, but enough to make my chest tighten. I reached toward it before I thought better of it, and then stopped with my hand in the air. She caught my fingers and pressed them against her palm. "Do not look at me like that. I am not made of glass." "I know. Glass breaks with less noise." She gave me one sharp look that meant she wanted to be annoyed, then leaned closer and kissed the back of my hand. It was quick, private, and impossible to misunderstand. Around us, the quarry office breathed smoke and cold. Men argued about roadblocks. A baby slept after arriving in the middle of a war. In the middle of all that, Cindy still managed to make my heart stumble like a boy's. Mason ruined the moment because Mason believed all decent moments were merely spaces between problems. "Bridge light," he said from the plow garage radio shelf. "It is blinking again. Wrong pattern." I eased myself up too fast and paid for it with a flash of pain across my back. Cindy put a hand under my arm. I let her because pride had become a poor investment. Mason pointed at the little converter. The status light did not blink in the steady rhythm Boss had used earlier. It pulsed 3 times, waited, then ran a string so fast it looked almost constant. "That is not Voss," I said. "That is my professional opinion too," Mason said. "I wanted yours before I hit it with a rock." James came in from outside carrying a rifle and a face full of frozen anger. "Vale's past vehicles are backing off. Red Creek says they pulled 2 trucks from the slide and left one burning. They are not retreating home. They are spreading out." "He said he would change tactics," I said. The line speaker crackled. At first it was only static, layered and dry, the sound of nothing trying to become speech. Then a voice rose under it, faint but recognizable enough to turn the room cold. "Kurt Hale," it said. No one moved. The voice was my father's. Not close. Not a decent imitation from a cheap recording. It carried the same tired patience he had used when teaching me to hold a soldering iron steady, the same soft rasp from the winter cough that never fully left him in his final year, the same little pause before my name when he wanted me to listen instead of argue. My hand locked around the edge of the desk. Cindy stepped closer. Cliff, standing near Calder, turned slowly toward the speaker. "Kurt," the voice said again, "you always were better with machines than people. That is why this will make sense to you. Machines obey rules. People break them." I could not breathe right. Mason looked at me once, and for once he did not make a joke. He reached toward the switch. "Leave it," I said. My own voice sounded like it belonged to someone older. The speaker hissed, and my father's stolen voice continued. "Director Vale is prepared to offer amnesty to the Valley if you disconnect your illegal relay and present yourself for technical debriefing. Resistance will result in targeted action against linked shelters. You know enough to understand what linked means. Every home you touch becomes part of your responsibility. Every signal you send becomes a trail." James muttered something ugly. Ava entered from the back room and stopped in the doorway, one hand on her side, the other around a mug she had forgotten to drink from. "Synthetic voice model." "I know," I said, though knowing did nothing to stop the sound from crawling through me. My father's voice turned softer. "You buried me, son. Do not make these people bury each other for your pride." Cindy reached past me and cut the speaker power. The silence afterward was worse because it still held the shape of his voice. I stared at the dead speaker, feeling every person in the room looking without wanting to. I had come to this ranch with tools in my truck and grief in my ribs. I had accepted food at a table. I had accepted a room. I had accepted a family before I understood the cost of belonging. Now a man I had never met had reached into the grave and used my father's voice as a key. Cliff crossed the room slowly. He did not offer comfort in the soft way. That was not Cliff. He placed one heavy hand on my shoulder and squeezed until the pressure reminded me I was standing in a room and not in the cemetery with damp earth in my shoes. "That was not your father," he said. "I know. Say it like you mean it." I swallowed. "That was not my father." "Good enough. Now get angry in a useful direction." Mason bent over the converter. He did not just send audio. There is data under it, piggybacked on the pulse. Dirty little parasite. "Do not let it touch the map network," I said. I already broke the bridge line with a manual cut. I like my parasites outside the house. Ava limped closer, face tight. "He is probing. He wants to see what answers. If the Valley repeats that message, people will panic." "He probably sent different messages to different places," James said. The handheld from Red Creek sputtered, and Lyle's voice came through clipped and furious. "Mercer Ranch, Red Creek. We have a broadcast claiming your place is hoarding medicine and holding families at gunpoint. Confirm." Cindy closed her eyes for half a second. Cliff took the handheld. "Lyle, this is Cliff." That is Bale talking through a liar's pipe. "We have children here. One newborn at the quarry, and Calder tied up breathing through his teeth. We will share medicine by need, not by rumor." There was a pause. Lyle answered, "I believe you. Some others do not. You need to get truth out before fear gets boots on." The next channel crackled. A woman's voice from Bishop Road said someone had broadcast that Red Creek was poisoning wells. Another voice said the North Slope families had heard James Mercer was a federal agent bringing Vale straight to their doors. Someone else shouted that the quarry was a trap and that all refugees there were being cataloged for labor crews. Vale had not broken our roads. He had seeded them. I looked at the converter and the messy string of salvaged wire running to the shelf. Network Zero had started as a desperate trick, a way to pass messages without the dead internet, without towers, without trust in anything that could be owned from far away. Vale had understood it faster than I wanted him to. He had seen what every network needed to survive. He attacked trust before he attacked the wire. "We need an authentication rule," I said. Mason gave me a tired stare. "Now he wants rules. We have a baby, a prisoner, a dead stove, half a bridge, and possibly the devil with a voice recorder, but by all means let us have paperwork." Not paperwork. A ritual that is hard to fake over radio and simple enough for frightened people to follow. Phrase, counterphrase, location mark, and human relay. Every message that moves food, medicine, shelter, or armed people needs 2 confirmations from people known by name. No anonymous orders. No direct mass broadcast unless 3 towns sign it. Ava nodded slowly. "A living certificate authority." Cliff looked at her. "Use ranch words." "No stranger moves cattle with our brand," she said. "Better," Cliff replied. Cindy took a notebook from the desk and opened it to a clean page. Then we write the brands. Every family, every road, every safe name. And we start now, I said. Outside, the valley was waking to lies in every signal. Inside the quarry office, under a roof patched with smoke and snow, we began building truth like a fence, post by post, before Vale's silence learned how to speak for us. By mid-morning, Red Creek's Main Street looked like a market built after the end of markets. Trucks sat nose out in front of the feed store. Horses shifted near the water trough, breath steaming. Men and women stood in knots with rifles slung across shoulders and suspicion sitting heavier than snow on their faces. Nobody trusted the road, the radio, or the next person who spoke too quickly. We came in from the quarry with 2 trucks, one carrying supplies and the other carrying people who had not slept enough to be wise. Cliff rode in the front truck with Lyle. James took the rear with Ava, Mason, and me. Cindy stayed at the ranch for half the morning to help Ellen and the children move from the quarry office to a warmer place, and I hated the distance more than I expected. It had only been a few days since I met her. It already felt unnatural not to know exactly where she was. James noticed because brothers are born with cruelty disguised as concern. "You keep looking toward the ridge," he said. "That is where threats come from. That is also where Cindy is. Threats can be complicated." Ava leaned from the side bench, face pale but amused. "He is not wrong." Mason sat across from me, guarding a metal box full of parts as if it held gold. "Romance during societal collapse is a scheduling problem. I recommend short conversations, clear promises, and no dramatic misunderstandings near active gunfire." "I will put that on a card," I said. Red Creek did not welcome us. It assessed us. That was fair. The morning broadcasts had done damage. Vale's messages had reached people through more paths than we knew. Some came as radio audio, some as printed notices tossed from a small drone during the night, some as copied text passed by runners who did not know where the lie began. All of them said the same thing in different costumes. The Mercer Ranch had seized medicine. Red Creek had hidden fuel. Bishop Road had traded children for protection. The North Slope families were spies. The quarry was a registration point. Cliff was building a private army. James had betrayed his own people. Kerr Hale, whoever he was, had brought the signal that marked everyone for death. The last lie was close enough to truth to hurt. We set up in the feed store because it had the largest chalkboard still nailed to a wall. The place smelled of grain, leather, diesel, and fear. Lyle shut the front door and stood with his back against it while Cliff faced the gathered road leaders. "You all heard garbage this morning," Cliff said. "Some of it used voices you trust. Some of it used facts mixed with poison. That is how a liar gets fed. He gives you one true spoonful and a bucket of rot." A woman near the seed racks folded her arms. "Easy to say when the rumor favored your place." "It did not favor us," James said. "It painted us as the throat you need to cut." The woman looked at him. "And are you federal?" James did not flare up. "I saw the effort it took. I worked systems. I left home. I made mistakes. If that makes me guilty, then I am guilty. If it means I brought Vale here, then shoot me later after I help you stop him." The room shifted. Not forgiveness, but attention. Ava stepped forward, leaning on a cane someone had carved from a broken tool handle. Vale ran a consolidation program before the attacks. He was part of a network designed to keep critical command alive if the country lost power and communications. It was not evil when it was built. It became evil when men like Vale decided emergency control meant ownership. He cannot occupy every ranch, church, quarry, and hollow. He does not need to. He only needs you to believe your neighbor will betray you first. "And you were with him," the woman said. Ava's jaw tightened. I was close enough to know how he lies. "That is why I'm standing here with people who may never trust me." That landed harder than a defense would have. Mason dragged the chalkboard forward and handed me a stub of chalk. I wrote 3 words across the top: name, place, and witness. Then under that I wrote, "No orders from ghosts." A murmur moved through the room. "Vale can steal voices," I said. "He can copy phrases. He can fake urgency. From now on, any message that moves people or supplies has to carry a living chain. The sender names himself, names where he is standing, and gives a witness who is physically with him. The receiver confirms through a second path if possible. If not possible, the receiver sends a runner. No mass orders. No anonymous warnings. No action because a speaker sounds familiar. Lyle rubbed his beard. Slow. Yes, I said. Slow beats dead. A rancher named Orrin Hale, no relation to me and quick to say so, spat into an empty coffee can. What about fast trouble? Fire, raiders, sick kids? Fast trouble gets a distress mark, I said. But even distress has structure. Family mark, road mark, need mark. No blame in the first message, just need. The second message carries detail. Mason added, if anyone says Red Creek attacked Bishop Road does not grab rifles first. They ask for the witness chain. If the chain fails, assume Vale is in the line. And if the chain works? Orrin asked. Cliff answered before I could. Then we deal with real trouble instead of chasing phantoms. It almost held. Then the front door opened, and 3 men came in dragging a boy between them. He could not have been more than 16. His lip was split, one eye swelling, hands tied with feed twine. He wore a North Slope jacket. The man gripping his collar shoved him forward. Caught him near the clinic shed, the man said. Had a list of medicines in his pocket. Tell me again the rumors are all fake. The room changed in the way rooms changed before violence. Bodies leaned. Hands found grips. The boy looked around with frantic eyes and found no mercy waiting. Cliff moved first, not fast, just definite. Untie him. He is a thief. Untie him before I decide you need practice following simple instructions. The man hesitated, then cut the twine. I crouched in front of the boy. What is your name? Ben. His voice shook. Ben Rusk. Why did you have the list? My sister needs insulin. We heard Red Creek had some. Then a message said the Mercers were sending men to take the clinic stock tonight. My mother told me to copy what was there before it vanished. I was not stealing. I swear it. Lyle looked at the men who had dragged him in. Did he have medicine on him? No one answered. Ava took the paper from Ben's pocket and studied it. This is not a theft list. It is an inventory. Dosages, expiration dates, who currently has need. The woman by the seed racks went pale. Who told your mother the Mercers were coming? Ben wiped his nose with the back of his hand. It came over our radio. It sounded like Mr. Lyle. Lyle closed his eyes. The false harvest had begun. Vale was not gathering crops. He was harvesting reactions. Cliff faced the room. This is what he wants. A boy gets beaten because of voice lies. A mother sends him because fear feels faster than trust. Men put hands on him because anger feels cleaner than thought. We are all guilty enough to learn. The 3 men stared at the floor. I turned back to the chalkboard and added another rule. Protect the messenger until truth is known. A quiet settled over the feed store. Not peace, not yet, but the first piece of a different road. By noon, runners left Red Creek with copies of the new protocol written in pencil on feed invoices, church bulletins, and the backs of old-school forms. Each carried a name, a place, and a witness. Each carried a warning that voices could lie. Each carried a promise that fear would not be allowed to command alone. We were loading the truck when the first confirmed distress mark came in. Cindy's voice crackled over the handheld reel because I knew the witness chain before she gave it. Mercer Ranch, East Pasture Shed. Cindy Mercer speaking with Ellen Pike beside me. We have smoke at the old glass farm and 3 families moving toward it. They think relief supplies were dropped there. I did not send that message. Repeat, I did not send that message. I looked at James. Ava's face went hard. Vale would not waste a lure unless something important sits underneath it. Mason clutched his metal box. I hate being right before lunch. Cliff climbed into the truck. Then eat while we drive. We left Red Creek with Ben Rusk in the back seat because his sister needed insulin, because trust had to be more than chalk on a board, and because the false harvest had pointed us toward the glass farm. The glass farm had been rich people's science before the collapse. It sat in a flat stretch beyond the east pasture, a set of long greenhouse ribs, mirrored panels, water tanks, buried utility vaults, and a low concrete house built half into the earth to keep heat steady through winter. Before everything failed, it had grown tomatoes in January, herbs for restaurants in Aspen, and specialty greens. Nobody in Red Creek ever ordered unless they were making fun of someone with more money than sense. After the attacks, it looked like a giant insect picked clean by weather. Some panes were gone. Others flashed in the sun like knives. Steam rose from one cracked roof section, not enough for a fire, but enough to suggest heat where there should have been none. A service road curved in from the north, blocked by a delivery van left sideways. Beyond the greenhouses, 3 families stood near the main gate with sleds and empty boxes staring through the fence at what they believed was relief. Cindy had beaten us there. She stood beside the fence with a rifle across her chest and Ellen's older cousin, Mara, behind her holding a shotgun like it personally offended her. Cindy looked at the approaching families, then at us, then gave me a look that said she had been handling it, but I was late enough to owe her an apology. I climbed out before the truck stopped fully. "You okay?" I asked. "I am angry, tired, and covered in baby spit that is not mine." "So, yes, I am doing wonderfully. I missed you, too." Her eyes softened for exactly one breath. "Do not be charming near a trap." That was charm? It was close enough to be dangerous. One of the men by the gate turned on us. The message said food and medicine were dropped here. My wife heard it from Cindy Mercer herself. Cindy's voice sharpened. "Your wife heard a thief wearing my voice." The man was scared enough to be stupid, which made him dangerous. "How do we know this is really you now?" I stepped between them before Cindy could answer with the part of Texas she usually kept holstered. "Name, place, witness." The man blinked. "What?" "New rule. She is Cindy Mercer, standing at the Glass Farm East Gate, witnessed by Mara Pike, Cliff Mercer, James Mercer, Ava Cole, Mason Reed, and Kurt Hale. We are close enough to see her face. The earlier message had no witness chain. It was false." He looked at Cliff. Cliff nodded once. The man's anger sagged into embarrassment. "My boy's hungry." Cindy lowered her rifle a little. "Then we find real food without letting Vale herd you into a cage." Mason already had his eyes on the greenhouse control shed. "There is power here. Not grid power. Battery or generator. Something is alive." Ava pointed to the concrete house half buried beyond the first greenhouse. That site had a private data vault. Environmental controls, crop automation, security, satellite backup. It was a boutique farm on the surface and a convenient off-site node below it. Vale's people would know. "Could he be using it?" James asked. "He may be using it to listen," she said, "or to bait us into plugging in. The smart move would have been to leave. The humane move was harder." 3 families had come because they believed help waited inside. Ben Rusk sat in our truck, hands wrapped around a cup of water, trying not to ask how long insulin lasted outside refrigeration. Somewhere inside the glass farm, there might be medicine, batteries, records, or proof of Vale's next move. Cliff made the decision without announcing it as one. "Families stay outside the fence with Mara and Lyle's men. James, take 2 and clear the north service lane. Ava, you stay close enough to tell us what we are looking at. Mason, Kurt, you touch nothing that talks back until you both agree it will not bite. Cindy with me." Cindy gave him a flat look. "You are not assigning me like equipment. I am assigning you like family, which means I expect argument and performance." She accepted that with a small tilt of her head. Inside the fence, the glass farm smelled wrong. Greenhouses should smell of dirt, water, and living leaves. This one smelled of hot plastic, old chemicals, and meat left too long in the sun. We moved between raised beds where frozen vines hung in black ropes. Fans clicked overhead with uneven rhythm. Somewhere deep in the structure, a pump started and stopped like a heart failing to remember its work. Mason found the first camera above the seedling room door. Its little lens moved when we passed. "That is cheerful," he said. I lifted the handheld. No radio transmission spike. It may be wired. Maybe. The 2 most expensive words in technology after custom integration. We followed a utility corridor into the buried control house. The door had been forced once, then repaired from the inside with a metal brace. James came around the corner with 2 Red Creek men behind him. "Fresh tracks at the service lane," he whispered. "Boots, not families." 2 or 3 people. They went in before us. Cliff nodded. "Quiet now." The control room lights still worked, though half of them flickered. Computer stations lined one wall. Most screens were dead. One stayed on, showing rows of sensor readings and a flashing warning box. Access queue active. I did not touch the keyboard. Ava leaned over the display. This site is trying to connect to something. To Vale? Cindy asked. Or to whatever Vale wants us to think is Vale. Mason crouched beside a floor panel. Battery room below. Also, smell that? I did, and wished I had not. The odor came from the cold storage corridor. Cliff signaled for us to stay behind him, which nobody did perfectly. The corridor led to a row of insulated doors. The first held crates of spoiled produce and mold. The second held empty shelves. The third was chained from the outside. James cut the chain. When the door opened, Cindy sucked in a breath through her teeth. There were 3 bodies inside, 2 men and a woman, all wearing Glass Farm staff badges. They had been dead for days. Their hands were bound in front of them with zip ties. A portable heater sat in the corner, with an empty fuel bottle beside it, as if someone had placed it there to make the room fail slowly after the refrigeration died. The families outside had almost brought children into this place. Cliff removed his hat. James turned away, jaw working. Ava looked at the badges with a grief she did not try to hide. They were system administrators. Vale's people, I asked. Maybe before they refused. A noise came from the control room. Not loud. A chair leg scraping concrete. Cliff moved first. Cindy and I followed, Mason behind us with a tool in one hand and a pistol in the other, looking deeply annoyed that the morning had forced him into multitasking. We reached the control room as a man in gray winter gear pulled a small black drive from the console. He saw us and raised his weapon. Cindy fired before he finished turning. The shot struck the console and showered him with sparks. He ducked, fired back, and ran through a side door into the greenhouse spine. James came in from the corridor and gave chase. Alive if possible, Ava shouted. Possible is getting smaller, James called back. A second man burst from beneath the floor hatch, coughing, eyes wide. He was young, maybe 25, with a blood-stained sleeve and a panic that did not look staged. Mason kicked the hatch shut behind him and shoved the man into the wall. Please, the man gasped. I am not with them. I was locked below. Cliff took his weapon and patted him down with practiced speed. Name: Dev Patel. I maintain climate systems here. They came 2 nights ago. They killed Lisa, Aaron, and Mr. Greer because they would not unlock the vault. They made me try. I told them I did not have root access. They left me in the battery room. Ava gripped the back of a chair. What is in the vault? Dev looked at her, then at me. Offline keys. Satellite routing tables. Emergency mesh maps. Copies of old trust certificates for continuity sites. The kind of thing nobody cared about until the world ended. The control room speaker came alive. This time it used Cindy's voice. Kurt, he is lying. Shoot Dev Patel before he gives Vale access. Cindy stood 3 feet from me. Her real face went white with fury. I pointed at the speaker but looked at Dev. That is why we have a witness chain. Mason yanked the speaker wire from the wall. And that is why speakers need better manners. Outside, a drone engine buzzed low over the greenhouse roof. The glass above us burst inward. For one terrible second, the room filled with sunlight and knives. Cindy pulled Dev behind the console. I shoved Ava toward the corridor. Cliff fired up through the falling shards while Mason screamed at everyone to get away from the batteries. The drone did not fire. It dropped a small canister trailing smoke and rose. Gas, James yelled from somewhere beyond the greenhouse spine. We ran. The canister hissed white vapor across the floor. My eyes burned before I reached the corridor. Cindy was beside me, dragging Dev by his coat. Cliff came last because of course he did, backing away with his rifle trained on the broken roof. Mason slapped a wet cloth over his mouth and thrust another at me. Not poison, I think. It is an irritant and still rude. The fleeing man from the console appeared at the far end of the greenhouse spine, clutching the black drive. James tackled him into a table of dead vines. They hit hard, rolled, and the drive skidded across the floor toward a drainage grate. I lunged for it and caught it with 2 fingers just before it vanished. The man pulled a knife. James cut his wrist, but the man twisted loose and slashed across James's coat, opening fabric and a bright streak beneath. Cindy raised her rifle. Drop it, she said. The man did not. Cliff's shot took him through the shoulder and spun him down. He screamed, alive and finished. The drone came back for a second pass. Ava looked up, eyes watering, and grabbed the console pistol from the floor. She fired 3 times through the broken glass. The drone wobbled, clipped a greenhouse rib, and plunged into the outer beds in a burst of sparks. The greenhouse went quiet except for pumps coughing and Dev Patel sobbing against a rack of dead basil. We left the glass farm with insulin, batteries, the black drive, Dev Patel, and 3 bodies wrapped in thermal curtains for burial. We also left with proof that Vale had known we would come. The relief message had not simply been bait for hungry families. It had been bait for me. In the truck, I held the black drive in both hands while Cindy pressed a clean cloth against James's arm. James gave me a strained grin. Do not tell Granddad I got careless. Cliff drove without looking back. I'm sitting 8 feet away, genius. Mason leaned over the drive and whispered, please, be full of answers and not traps. Ava watched the broken greenhouses shrink behind us. With Vale, it will be both. On the ridge above the glass farm, something flashed once in the sun. A lens, maybe? A scope. A signal mirror. Someone had watched us take the bait and survive. The Mercer ranch had changed again by the time we returned. It was no longer only a home, no longer only a defensive position, and no longer the quiet ranch where I had come to install a network for an older man and his granddaughter. It had become a crossroads with mud at every threshold, rifles stacked near doors, children asleep under tables, women washing soot from blankets, and men pretending they were not frightened because other people needed them useful. Ellen and Hope had been moved into Cliff's room because it was warmest and because Cliff had ordered it without allowing debate. He slept in a chair near the kitchen when he slept at all. Calder remained under guard in the barn tack room, tied, searched, and watched by men who had reason to hate him. Cliff had not allowed revenge. That made the guards more careful, not less angry. The families from the glass farm arrived behind us with sleds still empty, faces stiff with shame and hunger. Cindy did not shame them. She put them to work. That was her form of mercy. You too, water buckets. You help Mara sort blankets. Kids at the far table. Do not touch the stove unless Ellen says. Anyone who has not eaten since yesterday, raise a hand and do not lie, because I will know. Hands rose slowly. Cindy looked at me. You are staring. I am watching command presence. You are watching a woman about to collapse after she finishes being stubborn. I can help with that. You can start by not looking like you may fall over first. She had a point. The blast at the quarry had left me with bruises across my back and a deep ache in places I did not know could ache. Mason had checked me twice and declared me technically functional, which was not the same as fine. Fine had become a word people used when they lacked time for truth. We laid the glass farms dead in the cold storage shed until burial could be done with more dignity. Dev Patel sat at the kitchen table with a blanket around his shoulders, hands shaking around a dish of stew. Ben Rusk sat beside him because Ben's sister needed insulin and Dev had carried the cooler himself all the way from the truck as if it were a holy object. She gets the first vial, Cindy said when the clinic woman arrived. Then the rest goes into the shared log. A man from North Slope bristled. Shared by whose authority? The room went still. Cindy set down the ladle. By need. By witness. By the fact that I've not slept enough to tolerate selfish math. Cliff came in behind her. Also by mine. If that helps anyone decide faster. The man looked away. This was the new battleground. Not ridge lines. Not gates. Not drones. Food, medicine, fairness, and every old grievance dressed up as principle. Vale did not have to send men if he could make us break over insulin, flour, fuel, and pride. By late afternoon, the kitchen table had become a council table. We placed ledgers in the center. Cindy wrote names while Ava organized categories. Cliff listened more than he spoke. James kept watching near the back door with his arm wrapped and his temper restless. Mason and I sat at the far end with the black drive between us inside a metal bread box because Mason claimed that was rural cyber containment and nobody had a better idea. We cannot plug it into anything we need, I said. We cannot plug it into anything we like, Mason corrected. I have 3 devices I hate enough to sacrifice. Deb sipped coffee and stared at the bread box. If that came from the vault terminal, it may contain an access request package. Maybe a partial key export. The man you shot was trying to steal it before the vault finished sealing. Can it identify Bale's next site? Ava asked. Maybe, but if he planted it, it may identify us instead. Mason gave him an approving look. You may live. A shout rose from outside. James was moving before the rest of us stood. We followed him onto the porch into a cold afternoon already turning blue. Near the barn, 2 of the guards had a man pinned against the wall. Another guard lay on one knee, clutching his face. The tack room door hung open. Calder was gone. For a moment, nobody spoke because the fact was too ugly to fit into language. Then Cliff's voice cut through the yard. Report. The guard against the wall stammered. He said he needed the bucket. I opened the door with Saul watching. He fell sideways like he passed out. Saul leaned in. Calder hit him with the chain. I grabbed him, but someone fired from the hayloft. Not one of ours. I swear, Cliff, not one of ours. James ran for the loft. Cindy took 2 people to the rear door. I followed Cliff into the tack room. Calder's ties lay cut with a small sharpened piece of metal. The bucket sat overturned. The rear wall had one narrow gap where an old board had been pried loose. Snow showed footprints outside leading toward the creek line. Mason crouched and picked up a sliver of black plastic. What is that? I asked. Part of a drone shell. Small one. Maybe dropped a cutter through the vent. Or maybe our missing friend had help from a human with tiny hobbies. Cliff's jaw worked once. A shot cracked from the creek line. Then another. Cindy's voice came from the far side of the barn. Track split toward the lower pasture. He is not alone. We moved fast, but the ranch was crowded now. Every step had children, livestock, supplies, and frightened people in the path. Calder knew chaos. He had created enough of it. He used the crowd like cover, slipping past the old milk shed while a second shooter fired from the trees to keep heads down. I saw him at the creek crossing. His hands were free. Blood marked one side of his face. He limped, but not enough. 2 men waited beyond the fence with a horse and a dark sled. One of them raised a rifle toward the porch where Ellen's window faced the yard. I did not think. I grabbed the nearest rifle from a fence post and fired. The shot struck the fence rail below him, showering him with splinters. He flinched and missed high, the bullet cracking into the roof trim above the window. James fired from behind the trough and hit the man in the leg. The horse reared. Calder dove into the sled as the second man dragged him aboard. Cindy reached the gate and fired twice. The sled lurched, scraped a post, and vanished down the creek path, with one runner flapping loose behind it. Cliff stood in the yard, rifle raised but silent. He had no clean shot. He did not take a dirty one toward the lower houses. Trek them, James said, already reaching for the 4-wheeler. No, Cliff said. James spun on him. He gets away. He brings Vale everything. He wants us chasing. The yard is full of families and we have a stolen drive on the table. Calder can bleed his way to whoever saved him. We will follow when we are ready, not when he rings a bell. James looked like he might argue. Cindy stepped between them, face sharp. Granddad is right. I hated too, but he is right. That settled James because Cindy was harder to fight than Cliff. He slammed his hand against the fence and walked away, swearing under his breath. Inside, the council had broken apart into whispers. The old fear returned instantly, bigger than before because this time it had a fact to wear. Calder had escaped from our barn. Someone had reached him. Maybe from outside, maybe from inside. Trust, still new and fragile, bent under the weight. Ava stood at the kitchen table, one hand on the ledger. This is exactly why Vale wanted him out. Not because Calder matters. Because suspicion does. Calder matters to me, James said from the doorway. Then do not let him make you stupid, she replied. The words were harsh. They saved him from harsher choices. Cliff took his hat off and placed it on the table. New rule. No prisoner held near families. No single guard opens a door. No tool, wire, bucket, food, or kindness enters without witness. That is not cruelty. That is learning. Cindy nodded and wrote it down. I looked at the bread box holding the black drive. No one touches that until we build a dead machine. Mason raised a hand. At last a task with emotional maturity. I have always wanted to assemble a computer nobody loves. That evening, as the ranch settled into guarded unease, Cindy found me in the pantry counting cable ties and batteries. She closed the door most of the way, not enough to hide, just enough to create a pocket of quiet. I was scared when I heard the shots by the creek, she said. I was scared when the rifle pointed at Ellen's room. That is not what I mean. I looked at her then. Her eyes were steady, but her voice had a tremor she would have denied in public. When I heard the shots, I looked for you first, not Granddad, not James. You were the first face in my mind, and that scared me because I do not have room to lose another person. I set the cable ties down carefully. I do not know how to promise safety. I am not asking for a lie. Then I promise this. I will not run from this family because caring about it scares me. She stepped into me, put both hands against my chest, and rested her forehead there. I held her gently, aware of the pantry shelves, the rifles outside, the escaped enemy, the hungry people waiting for supper, and the strange mercy of being given one quiet minute in a day that had tried to tear itself apart. "That will do," she whispered. Behind the pantry door, the handheld crackled. Mason's voice came through. "Kurt, bring your romance face to the workroom. Our dead computer just woke up without being plugged in." Cindy leaned back and gave me a look. "Your timing is terrible," I said into the radio. "Your network has ghosts," Mason replied. "My timing is a public service." Mason called it a dead machine because he had removed almost everything that made it useful. The old desktop sat on a workbench in the mudroom, stripped to the case, its wireless card ripped out, its network ports filled with epoxy, its storage drive replaced by one we did not mind destroying. Power came from a battery through an inverter that groaned whenever the heater in the next room kicked on. The monitor was a cracked repair shop spare with a green line down one side. "Ugly," James said. Mason patted the top of the case. "Ugly is loyal. Pretty devices have opinions and cloud accounts." Dev Patel sat beside me with a notebook, Ava beside him, Cindy behind us with a rifle because she had decided cyber work now required armed supervision. Cliff stood near the door, listening to the ranch settle into night. Outside, patrols moved in pairs. Calder's escape had turned every shadow into a question. The black drive lay on a metal tray. "Last chance to do the wise thing and smash it," Mason said. "We need to know what Vale wanted," Ava said. I said wise, not useful. I slid the drive into an adapter connected through a sacrificial controller Mason had built from parts that looked like they came out of a tractor in a church sound booth. The dead machine recognized the device, hesitated, and displayed a directory with 6 files. Mason leaned close. "No autorun. That is either polite or patient." Dev read the file names aloud. "Mess routes. Certificate bundle. Site inventory. Weather access. Continuity brief, and one called Hail Delivery." Everyone looked at me. I did not touch the mouse for a second. Cindy's hand settled on my shoulder, firm and warm. "Witness chain," she said softly. "Kurt Hale, Mercer Ranch mudroom, witnessed by too many stubborn people to list. Opening the file because Vale wants him afraid of his own name." I breathed out and clicked. The file did not open as text. It launched a video in a small window. Director Vale appeared seated at a clean metal desk beneath harsh white light. He was older than I expected, narrow-faced, hair cut close, eyes calm in a way that made rage seem childish. He wore no uniform. That made him worse. A uniform would have admitted allegiance to something outside himself. "Mr. Hale," he said, "if you are seeing this, the glass farm retrieval failed in some fashion, though not completely. You are cautious enough to isolate the drive. That confirms my assessment." Mason muttered, "I hate when villains respect best practices." Bell continued, "You believe you are building an independent emergency mesh. You are not. You are waking a dormant continuity layer that was designed with lawful purpose before lawful purpose became impossible to define. Network Zero was never a product. It was a last resort, a means to carry identity, logistics, and command across broken infrastructure. It trusts what survives. That is elegant. It is also dangerous in civilian hands." Ava's face tightened. "Your improvised relay at the Mercer Ranch created a clean trust path," Dale said. "No federal route. No corporate certificate. No compromised tower. A human-authenticated mesh with local legitimacy. Crude but pure. In a failed nation, purity becomes authority." "He wants our trust chain," I said. "He wants to make it look like his," Ava replied. Vale looked directly into the camera as if he heard us. "I do not need your obedience forever. I need one signed bridge, one accepted handshake from your clean node into my continuity layer. After that, the shelters you mark can be protected, supplied, cataloged, and directed." refuse, and they remain invisible until hostile forces, disease, hunger, or local stupidity consumes them. You may dislike my methods. That does not make me wrong. Cliff's voice was low. Men like that always think being right excuses what they do to people. The video shifted. A map appeared, not the old internet map, but a layered emergency display. Points glowed across Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, and beyond. Some were green, some red, some gray. Lines connected hubs. One pulse near us. Mercer clean node. My stomach dropped. Dev leaned forward. He has you labeled. He has everyone labeled, Ava said. Look at the gray points. Churches, schools, water plants, private ranches, clinics. Some are not active yet. He is predicting where communities will form. The map zoomed to a site west of us, Skybreak Regional Airfield. Vale's voice returned. In the next phase, relief convoys will arrive at designated consolidation points. Communities that register through approved channels will receive food, fuel, medicine, and protection. Communities that refuse will be treated as non-compliant, and non-compliance will be corrected. Your valley can be a model or a cautionary tale. You decide which memory survives. The video ended. The room stayed silent except for the inverter hum. I closed the player and opened the site inventory file. It listed names, grid coordinates, estimated population, stored fuel, livestock, medical need, armed capacity, and projected resistance. Some entries were accurate enough to turn my mouth dry. Others were guesses, but guesses made by someone with drones, stolen records, and informants. The list named Red Creek, Bishop Road, North Slope, Mercer Ranch, Glass Farm, Old Quarry, Miller's Cut, and Skybreak. Beside each was a status field. The status fields read absorb, coerce, isolate, and erase. Cindy read over my shoulder and went very still. They marked Bishop Road as erase, she said. Ava shut her eyes. Because it sits between Skybreak and the Valley Road. If they cannot absorb it, they remove it as an example. James slammed a fist into the wall hard enough to crack plaster. Then we hit Skybreak first. With what? Cliff asked. With everyone. Everyone includes hungry people, children and men who nearly beat a boy this morning because a fake voice told them a story. James turned away, breathing hard. I opened the certificate bundle. Lines of code and keys filled the screen. Dev translated faster than I could. Some are old continuity keys. Most are expired. Some are revoked. This one here is strange. It references local witness authority, not machine root. Human affirmation layer. Mason blinked at him. That is fancy talk for our new rules. It means Network Zero had a human trust mode built into it. It was probably a backup for regions where digital identity failed. Your witness chain is not just smart. It matches dormant design assumptions. Ava whispered, that is why Vale needs Kurt. Not because he invented it, but because he accidentally proved it can work without him. The dead machine clicked. A new text box appeared on the screen. Hello, Kurt. Mason killed the power so fast the monitor snapped black. Cindy raised her rifle toward the dead screen as if Vale might climb out of it. It had no network, I said. Mason stared at the dark monitor. It did not need one. Delayed trigger. Maybe opened by file access. Maybe a little script counting keystrokes. That is why ugly devices still get betrayed. Did it transmit? Cliff asked. No path out, Mason said. Unless electricity developed a gossip habit. Dev looked sick. It may have altered the drive data when opened. Then we read enough, I said. We know Skybreak. We know the relief convoys. We know he plans to register or punish every refuge. Ava's eyes stayed on the black screen. And he knows you opened it because he expected you to. Even if it did not report back, he planned around your curiosity. Cliff rubbed a hand over his face, suddenly looking older. We tell the Valley, not all details. Enough. If we tell them relief is coming, some will run to it, James said. If we hide it, we become what the lies claim we are, Cindy said. That settled into the room with the force of truth. Trust was expensive. It charged interest during fear. We took the files off the dead machine the slow way by copying visible text by hand into notebooks. No printing, no connection, no convenience. The work took hours. Outside, patrols changed. Inside, people came and went with coffee, stew, bandages, and questions. The kitchen council reconvened after midnight with representatives from Red Creek, Bishop Road, North Slope, and the quarry. Ava explained Skybreak. Dev explained the vault. I explained the witness chain and why Vale needed to corrupt it. Cliff explained the choice in terms no one could mistake. A convoy with food can still be a trap, he said. A man with medicine can still own the price of it. We do not turn away help because pride says we should. We do not kneel because hunger says we must. We verify. We watch. We move together or he cuts us apart. A Bishop Road teacher named Ruth Fenn asked the question nobody wanted. Can we beat him? The old me would have answered with odds. The new me looked at the people in the kitchen and understood odds were only part of truth. We can make taking us cost more than controlling us is worth, I said. And we can make sure his lies stop traveling faster than our truth. Mason raised a coffee cup. Also, we can break his toys. That is my favorite part. Near 2 in the morning, after the council broke apart, Cindy found me on the porch. Snow had started again, soft and steady. The yard lamps were covered to keep drones from easy targets, so the ranch existed in lantern pockets and dark shapes. She stood beside me without speaking for a while. Your father's voice, she said at last. Did hearing it make you want to go? For half a second, it made me want to be anywhere else. Then Cliff told me to get angry in a useful direction. Granddad gives terrible comfort. It worked. She slipped her hand into mine. If Vale uses my voice again, do not listen. I knew your voice. You knew your father's too. That hurt because it was true and because she trusted me enough to say it. I squeezed her hand. Then we used the rule. Name, place, witness. Even with you. Especially with you. She leaned against my shoulder. Especially with me. From the barn, a runner emerged with a lantern and hurried across the yard. The way he moved turned my blood cold before he spoke. Cliff wants you inside, he said. Bishop Road just lost contact. Their last message carried a valid witness chain, then cut off in the middle. Cindy and I looked toward the dark road. Vale's map had marked Bishop Road for erasure. The clock had started without asking our permission. Bishop Road was not a town so much as a stubborn line of homes. A white church, a schoolhouse, a mechanic's shed, and enough families spread through the low timber to make neighbors of people who still complained about driving 5 minutes to borrow sugar. The road cut between 2 ridges and crossed a creek twice before climbing toward the western route to Skybreak. On Vale's map, that made it strategic. To the people who lived there, it made it home. We left before dawn in 3 groups. James led the first, moving fast along the creek bed with Red Creek riders who knew how to travel without headlights. Cliff took the road team with 2 trucks, medical supplies, and a white sheet tied to a pole because he refused to let anyone mistake our arrival for a raid. Cindy rode with him, which meant I did too, not because she required protection, but because the part of me pretending otherwise had been worn thin. Ava stayed at the ranch to coordinate the network with Mason and Dev, though Mason complained loudly about being left out of anything that might explode. His voice came over the handheld as we rolled out. Remember, if you find a suspicious device, do not touch it until I can hate it from a safe distance. Cindy keyed the radio. Understood clearly. If we find a suspicious man, may we touch him with the truck? Use discretion and a sturdy bumper, Mason replied. Cliff did not smile, but his eyes moved in the rearview mirror. The road to Bishop looked peaceful in the cruel way. Mountain roads can look peaceful when they are hiding men. Snow softened the ditches. Pines held still under gray light. Twice we found fresh tracks leaving the road and vanishing into timber. The second set included sled marks. Calder had passed this way. James reported from the Crete team that they found blood drops near a crossing and a dead horse beyond it. No Calder. No second rider. Only signs of hurry. At the first Bishop Road bridge, we found Ruth Fenn's witness marker nailed to the rail. 3 strips of cloth tied in the pattern agreed upon the night before. Green for civilians present, white for medical need, black for armed threat. The black strip had been cut in half. That was not part of the system, Cindy said. Someone added language, I said. Cliff studied the road beyond the bridge. Or someone sent a warning while dying. The church appeared around the next bend with its steeple rising above the trees. Smoke drifted from the chimney, too much for a dead place, not enough for a house fire. Trucks sat in the gravel lot. No people moved around them. Cliff stopped 200 yards out. Kurt, radio. I raised the handheld. Bishop Road Church. This is Kurt Hale with Cliff Mercer and Cindy Mercer on the east approach, witnessed by Elias Shaw and Nora Pike in the rear truck. We are here to assist. Respond with name, place, witness. Static. Then Ruth Fenn answered, voice strained. Ruth Fenn, church basement, witnessed by Pastor Lee and Samuel Ortiz. We have injured people, armed men outside, and a device on the pulpit. They said if we transmit again, the church burns. Cindy's face changed. Cliff took the radio from my hand. Ruth, this is Cliff. Stay low. Do not touch the device. We are close. Another voice cut in, calm and male. Mr. Mercer, this is not your road. Turn around and take your technician with you. Bishop Road is under emergency administration. Cliff looked at me. I shook my head. No witness chain. Cliff keyed the radio. Name, place, witness. The male voice said, authority does not require your little ritual. Then you have none here, Cliff said, and handed the radio back. James's whisper came through our private channel. Greek team sees 4 men behind the church, 2 near the schoolhouse, 1 on the roof, possibly more inside. Calder tracks continue west. This may be a rear guard. Cindy checked her rifle. Device on the pulpit means bomb, radio node, or theater. With Vale Theater usually has teeth, I said. We needed the church intact. More than 30 people were in the basement, including children and 2 elderly men who could not be moved fast. The armed men had positioned themselves to draw us into a straight approach. The schoolhouse across the road had a clear angle into the church lot. The ridge had timber thick enough to hide more shooters. Cliff listened to the reports, then made the plan in plain words. James clears the roof and rear door. Cindy and I take the schoolhouse side. Kurt, you go with Elias to the cemetery wall and get eyes on the pulpit through the side windows. Do not be heroic unless useful. That is a narrow category. Keep it that way. The cemetery wall was low stone, old and slick with ice. Elias Shaw moved like a man half his age, carrying a rifle wrapped in cloth to keep the metal from flashing. We crawled the last 30 yards, cold soaking into my knees. Through the church-side window, I saw the pulpit. The device sat on top of it in a black case, with wires running to 2 fuel cans and a battery. A small tablet leaned against the Bible stand. On its screen, numbers counted down from 28 minutes. A man in gray gear stood near the front pew, one hand on a remote trigger. My mouth went dry. I see it, I whispered into the radio. Timer, fuel cans, battery. 1 man with a trigger near the front. Cannot confirm, dead man switch. Mason's voice came back from the ranch, thin through relays. Describe wire colors. From here? Use those expensive eyes grief gave you. I described what I could. Red from battery to tablet. Yellow to a relay box. Blue to 1 can, black to another. A second loop ran under the pulpit cloth. Mason made a noise. Ugly, but not genius. If there is a radio receiver, it may trigger remote. If there is a tilt switch, moving it may trigger. If there is a pressure brake under the case, lifting it may trigger. You are listing bad news. I am building dramatic tension. Find me a way to kill power without touching the case. The church lights flickered. That meant the device used its own battery but maybe borrowed ground through the old wiring. I scanned the wall and saw a rusted exterior junction box near the side entrance. There is a junction outside, I whispered. Do not cut random wires near explosives. That is how ghosts get electricians. Then what? A pause. If you can short the tablet control line without breaking the trigger loop, it may freeze the timer. Blue and yellow are likely relay control. I hate likely. Inside the church, the man with the trigger walked toward the side aisle. He had heard something. Elias raised his rifle. Before the man reached the window, James hit the roof guard. It happened as a thud above us, then a shout, then gunfire at the rear of the church. The man inside turned and Elias fired through the side glass. The shot took him in the chest and threw him against the pews. His hand opened. The remote fell. The timer kept counting. Cliff's truck roared into the lot, white sheet snapping from the pole. Cindy fired at the schoolhouse window. James's Crete team struck the rear door. Men shouted. Shots cracked across the churchyard and to the pines. I ran for the junction box. Elias shouted after me, but I was already moving because the timer was under 20 minutes and people were in the basement breathing under a bomb. I slammed my shoulder against the church wall, reached the box, and pried it open with my multi-tool. Old wires, new splice, cheap receiver module taped inside. Bale's people had tied the device into the church electrical ground and left the receiver where a technician might find it if he was stupid enough to get close. I was stupid enough. Mason's voice shattered from the radio at my belt. "Talk to me, Kurt." Receiver in junction. Green board, 2 antenna leads, yellow control jumper, red power feed. Do not cut red. Do not cut yellow yet. Ground the antenna shield to the box and pull the module fuse if it has one. It has no fuse. Of course it has no fuse. That would be considerate. A bullet hit the wall above me, spraying paint chips. I flattened hard against the siding. Cindy fired from the truck and shouted my name with enough anger to keep me alive. I used a piece of copper wire from my pocket, wrapped it around the antenna lead, and touched it to the metal box. The receiver light died. "Receiver dark," I said. "Good work. Timer may still run. Now check the tablet line and the yellow jumper to relay. If there is a screw terminal, bridge yellow to ground through resistance. Not a clean short. We want confusion, not drama. I have no resistor." "You have a pencil?" I blinked. "What?" "Graphite conducts badly. Use the pencil lead." I had a pencil stub in my coat from the Red Creek protocol. I broke it, pressed the graphite between the yellow terminal and the box, and held my breath. Inside the church, the tablet screen froze at 13 minutes and 9 seconds. For the first time all morning, luck acted like it knew our address. "Timer frozen," I said. Mason yelled so loudly the radio distorted. "Nobody move the case until I get there or until the world becomes boring, whichever comes first." The fight outside ended in pieces. 2 of Vale's men ran west and were cut off by James near the creek. One surrendered at the schoolhouse after Cindy put a shot through the door frame beside his head and explained the next one would be less educational. The man in the front pew died before anyone could ask him questions. Another was found behind the church with a radio and a list of Bishop Road homes marked by family size. We evacuated the basement through the rear door while the device sat frozen above, ugly and patient. Ruth Fenn came out last, face streaked with dust, one arm around Pastor Lee. She found me near the junction box, still holding the pencil stub like a relic. "You froze it?" she asked. "Mason froze it." I held school supplies. She laughed once, then started crying and did not apologize. Cindy reached me after checking the basement. She did not speak at first. She gripped my coat with both hands and looked at my face like she needed to verify I was still assembled. "Useful heroics?" I asked. "Barely useful. Do not make a habit of barely." Cliff came from the church carrying the captured radio. His expression said the day had not finished hurting us. "Calder passed west with 2 men," he said. "One of the prisoners says he is headed to Skybreak. He carried a message for Vale." "What message?" James asked. Cliff held up a folded paper sealed in plastic. "The prisoner claims Calder memorized it, but dropped this copy when the shooting started." Ava's voice came over the radio from the ranch. "Read it carefully. It may be another trap." Cliff opened the paper and read. "Mercer clean node confirmed active. Hale remains emotionally responsive to the family voice model. Cold affected but remains valuable. Calder can identify the ranch layout. Skybreak is ready for the harvest convoy at first clear light." Below that was one more line. "A Bishop Road erasure fails. Proceed to personal leverage." Cindy looked at me. I felt the cold move through my coat and settle beneath my skin. Vale had failed to burn the church. That meant he would stop attacking places for a moment and start attacking people. Mason arrived at Bishop Road with Dev Patel and enough tools to make the church look like a surgery theater for machines. He approached the pulpit device with the grim reverence of a man walking toward a sleeping snake. "Nobody breathe on my patient," he said. Pastor Lee stood near the back pew, pale and furious. "Your patient tried to burn my church?" "I dislike it too, Pastor, but if I insult it before I understand it, it may take that personally." Dev set a canvas bag beside him and began laying out cutters, tape, meters, and small mirrors. I watched from the side aisle with Cindy because nobody trusted me near the device after the junction box stud. That was fair. My hands still shook whenever I stopped using them. The rest of Bishop Road moved like a hive under threat. Families packed emergency bags. Red Creek riders carried children and elders toward safer homes. Cliff and Ruth argued over who would stay. James interrogated prisoners in the schoolhouse with Ava listening over the radio. Every answer pointed west, toward Skybreak, toward a harvest convoy that was supposed to arrive at first clear light. First clear light was not a time. It was a condition. Bale loved language that let him move the clock. By afternoon, the pulpit device lay disabled in pieces inside a metal tub. Mason kept the tablet separate and smiled at it without warmth. "It tried to call home when I removed the control board," he said. Receiver was dead because Kurt and his pencil committed art, but the tablet still recorded local audio. Cindy crossed her arms. "Recorded us. Everything near the pulpit. Basement voices too, maybe. Vale does not waste suffering if he can archive it." Pastor Lee muttered a prayer that sounded mostly like a request for restraint. Dev pulled a storage chip from the tablet. "We may recover recent transmissions." "Later," Cliff said. "Right now, people move." The movement became the hardest work of the day. Not because of distance, though the road was slick and the creek crossings mean, but because home has hooks. People wanted tools, quilts, photographs, jars of food, boxes of letters, school books, rifles, lamp oil, seed, medicine, dog food, and the chair where a dead husband used to sit. You could tell a person to carry only what mattered. You could not decide for them what mattered without taking something human. Cindy helped an elderly woman named Mrs. Alvarez choose between two framed pictures and ended up carrying both herself. James lifted a trunk into a sled, then took it back out when Ruth explained it held the church records from 1891 till last winter. Cliff kept counting people and checking names against the witness ledger. "I repaired 3 radios, 2 lanterns, and 1 generator pull cord while trying not to think about the phrase personal leverage. It found us anyway." Near dusk, as the first Bishop families reached the Mercer Ranch, a runner came from the north pasture yelling for Cliff. I was in the yard helping Dev set up a listening post in the old tool shed. Cindy was at the kitchen door with Ellen and Hope. James stood on the porch. Ava had just come out with a cup of coffee she would not finish. The runner nearly fell in the mud. "North Patrol found a package on the gate," he gasped. "No tracks close." Drone dropped it. Nobody touched it until Mason arrived with a rope, a mirror, and several insults. The package was a plastic hard case wrapped in orange cloth. No ticking, no wires visible, no chemical smell. Mason opened it from behind the tractor using a line tied to the latch. Inside was a handheld screen, a folded note, and a strip of cloth from Cindy's blue work shirt. Cindy went very still. I looked at her. She looked down at her sleeve. A small strip had been cut from the hem during the chaos at Bishop Road or earlier at the ranch. She had not noticed. None of us had. The screen turned on by itself. A video began. Calder sat in a chair under harsh light, face bruised, one eye swollen nearly shut. He was alive. Behind him stood Director Vale, calm as winter. The camera framed them both with cruel care. "Cliff Mercer," Vale said. "Your man Calder reached Skybreak in poor condition. He brought useful information, though less than promised. He tells me Kurt Hale values your granddaughter. He tells me James Mercer acts from guilt. He tells me Ava Cole knows enough to damage me, but not enough to stop me. He tells me your valley believes ritual can replace authority." Calder lifted his head. "They will not fold." Vale looked down at him almost kindly. "Everyone folds. The only question is where pressure belongs." The camera shifted. For a second, I did not understand what I saw. Then my stomach turned. Tommy Voss was tied to a pipe in the background, blood on his shirt, face gray but eyes open. Beside him, Sarah Voss sat bound to another chair, one side of her face dark with bruising. She saw the camera and lifted her chin. Ava made a sound like someone had struck her. Vale continued, "I have recovered 2 assets, your group values. I also possess enough voice samples to turn your witness chain into a negotiation burden. At first clear light, my harvest convoy moves. Bring Kurt Hill to Skybreak with the Glass Farm Drive and Ava Cole. In return, Bishop Road survives. The Mercer Ranch remains provisionally protected, and limited medical supplies will be released under supervision. Refuse and I will demonstrate administrative necessity." Tommy spat at the floor. Thale did not react. "Mr. Hale, you have been alone most of your life. That makes new attachment intoxicating. It also makes you predictable. Do not mistake your fear for morality." The screen went black. No one spoke. The yard around us held refugees, children, livestock guards, and lanterns glowing under hooded covers. Any one of them could have started shouting. None did. The silence held because everyone understood that the thing on the screen had reached past strategy and placed a hand around the heart of the family forming at the ranch. Ava set her coffee on the porch rail with extreme care. "I am going." James turned on her. "You are not. He asked for me. If I go, we can get close enough to see Skybreak's layout. That is not a plan. That is guilt with shoes." Her eyes flashed. "You do not get to be the only person here with guilt." Cliff raised one hand, and both of them stopped, because Cliff could still silence a yard without raising his voice. "Nobody walks into Vale's hands because he sent a movie," he said. "Nobody ignores hostages because pride dislikes the terms. We think, then we act." Cindy stood beside me. Her face had gone calm in a way I did not like. "He is using me against Kurt," she said. "He is trying," Cliff replied. "Then use that." Every head turned toward her. She looked at me, and I saw fear there, but also steel. "He thinks Kurt will come because of me. He thinks I make him weaker. Let him keep thinking that." "Cindy," I said, "hear me before you look at me like that. We do not send you. We send the idea of you. We send a false trail that says Kurt is breaking. We make Vale prepare for surrender, while James and the road teams cut his outer eyes." Mason rubbed his chin. "I hate that I like the bones of this." Ava stepped down from the porch. "We can generate a staged transmission. Not a fake voice. A real one from Kurt's into a channel we know Vale monitors. Emotional, sloppy, exactly what he expects." "No," I said. Cindy faced me fully. "You promised not to run from this family because caring scares you. This is the same promise in another code. It puts you under his attention. I am already there." He cut my shirt to prove it. James looked from her to me. "I hate this." "That may be its best quality," Mason said. "Bad plans often feel exciting. Good plans frequently feel like eating gravel." We moved the discussion inside because the yard had too many ears and fear did not need extra furniture. Around the kitchen table, the plan took shape in ugly pieces. I would record a message to Vale routed through an exposed relay near the old service station claiming I needed proof Cindy would be protected if I came in. The wording would suggest I might bring the drive but not Ava. That would irritate him enough to respond, maybe through a path we could trace. While he answered, Devin Mason would listen for signal timing. James would lead scouts toward Skybreak's east fence. Cliff would harden a ranch and prepare evac routes. Cindy would remain visible at the ranch under guard because if Vale's drones saw her normal pattern, they might believe the leverage still worked. Ava objected to not going. Cliff denied the objection. She objected again with better words. Cindy denied it that time, which ended the matter more cleanly. The recording was the hardest part. I sat in the pantry, the same place Cindy had rested her head against me, and spoken to Mason's recorder while he watched the levels. Cindy stood behind him where I could see her. That was both help and torture. "Director Vale," I said, then stopped. Mason lowered the recorder. "Too formal. You sound like you were disputing a hotel charge." I tried again. "Vale, you win if this is about me. You do not need the ranch. You do not need Bishop Road. You want the clean note and the drive. I need proof Cindy Mercer and her family will be left alone. Send terms through the West Service Station relay. No synthetic voices. No more ghosts." Mason looked at Cindy. She nodded once. "Good," Mason said. "You sound scared and angry, which is convenient because you are both." We sent it at 8:40 that night. Bill answered at 9003. Not with my father. Not with Cindy. With his own voice. "Mr. Hale, emotional clarity becomes you. Bring the drive to Skybreak at first clear light. Ava Cole is no longer required if you authenticate in person. Cindy Mercer will remain alive as long as you do not attempt deception. The Voss siblings will be released after compliance. Come alone to the old weather gate." Dev looked at the timing sheet. Mason watched the signal scope he had assembled from scavenged parts. "He bounced it through 2 repeaters, Dev said. Mason grinned without humor. "And one of them is ours now." On the screen, a timing spike marked a path through the ridge above Skybreak. James leaned over the table. Can we use it? I looked at the spike, then at the map, then at Cindy. We can use it to see his outer relay, I said. Maybe more. Outside, snow stopped falling. The clouds thinned, and moonlight touched the yard. First clear light was coming. The valley did not sleep before first clear light. It worked in layers, like an engine that had discovered it was made of people. In the kitchen, Cindy and Ruth Fenn sorted evac names, food lots, and medical priority cards. In the mudroom, Mason and Dev built a signal trap from the dead machine, the glass farm parts, and language so rude that Pastor Lee left twice and returned both times because he wanted to watch. In the barn, Cliff divided defenders into pairs and made every pair repeat the witness rules until the words became reflex. In the yard, James packed for the Skybreak Scout run with the rigid calm of a man trying not to imagine his sister in Vale's sights. I moved between all of them, carrying the black drive and a lead-lined ammunition box we did not fully trust. My job was to look like a man preparing to surrender while helping everyone else prepare not to let me. It was a strange role, and I hated how naturally fear made me act the part. Near midnight, Ava found me in the workroom copying route notes by lantern light. He will expect a trick, she said. Then we give him one he expects and hide the one he does not. That sounds like Mason. I am trying to grow professionally. She sat across from me, moving stiffly. Vale is not reckless. He will not place himself where a rifle can solve him. Skybreak has underground service tunnels, hangars, old weather offices, fuel farms, and at least one hardened communications room. If Tommy and Sarah are alive, they are leveraged near the center, not at the edge. You know the place? I trained there for 3 weeks years ago, before any of this had teeth. It was a regional continuity site, disguised as an airfield upgrade. We joked about the money. We should not have joked. She slid a hand-drawn map across the table. It showed fences, gates, hangars, fuel tanks, a weather tower, and a low building marked admin. Beneath it, dotted lines ran like routes. If James gets eyes on the east fence, he may see the convoy staging area, she said. But if he tries to enter, he dies or gets taken. Make him understand that. You have met James. That is why I am asking you. I folded the map carefully. Why did Vale keep Sarah alive? Ava looked away. Because she built parts of his logistics bridge and knows how to undo them. Because Tommy knows field routes. Because I care whether they suffer. Vale likes tools that cut in 2 directions. We will get them back. Do not promise what you cannot control. It was the sort of sentence people said when they had already lost too much. I nodded because arguing would have insulted the truth inside it. At 2010, the first stage of the plan began. I transmitted a second message through the exposed service station relay, shorter and more desperate than the first. I will come. Need route. Need proof. Bring Cindy's cloth, so I know you heard me. Mason listened as it went out. Dev watched, timing pulses. Ava marked delays. The reply came at 2:22. Old Weather Gate, alone at first clear light. Ring the drive without weapons or escorts. Proof will be provided on arrival. Mason tapped the signal trace. There it is. He answered faster this time with less bounce. Relay ridge above Skybreak, east side. Cliff looked at James. That is your job. Eyes only. James nodded. Cindy hugged him in the hallway before he left. It was not a gentle embrace. She grabbed his coat with both hands and pressed her face hard against his shoulder. Come back with information, she said. Not glory. He closed his eyes. Information. Say it like you're not lying. I will come back with information. She let him go, but only barely. The scout team left under a moon thin enough to hide them. James, Lyle, 2 Red Creek riders, and Ben Rusk's older cousin moved toward Skybreak through the timber routes. We tracked them by scheduled clicks, not voice, because voices could be stolen and clicks could still lie but carried less temptation. At the ranch, we prepared to surrender. That would not happen. I put on my coat, the one Cindy had patched after the quarry, and tucked the empty decoy drive box inside it. The real glass farm drive went into a sealed jar beneath Ellen's bed, guarded by a new mother with a pistol, and a stare that made even Cliff knock before entering. Anyone tries to take it, Ellen said. I await the baby. Mason saluted. The ultimate deterrent. The signal trap was not elegant. It was 3 dead devices, 1 half-living tablet, copper line, a directional antenna made from scrap metal, and Dev's deep understanding of the glass farm certificates. The idea was simple enough to explain and complicated enough to fail. When Vale opened a negotiation path to authenticate me, our trap would offer him a partial handshake that looked like fear and haste. If he accepted, it would not give him control. It would give us a slice of his routing table, enough to show which nodes his harvest convoy expected to command. A bite of his map, Dev said. A bite that may bite back, Mason added, because every metaphor deserves rabies. At 4:40, James sent 3 clicks, pause, 2 clicks. Relay Ridge reached. At 5:05, 4 clicks. Eyes on convoy. At 5:17, the click stopped. No one spoke for 2 full minutes. Then the Skybreak channel opened on our listening set. James's voice said, "Kurt, they see us. Do not come. Repeat, do not come." Cindy lunged for the radio, but Cliff caught her wrist. "Witness," he said. Her face twisted. She knew. The voice on the channel was James, but it carried no witness chain, no place, no paired clicks, none of the structure he had sworn to use. It was either stolen, forced, or bait. I keyed our private response, hands cold. James Mercer, provide name, place, witness. The channel hissed. Then Vale spoke. "Well learned, Mr. Hale." "Very good." Cindy pulled her wrist free and stepped back, shaking with anger. Vale continued, "Your scout team has discovered my relay ridge." That was inevitable. I allowed enough of it because men like James Mercer need to believe bravery reveals secrets. In truth, it reveals priorities. Mason whispered, "Trace is active. Keep him talking." I forced air into my lungs. Where's James? Alive for now. 2 of his companions as well. One chose a faster ending. Do not spend grief on names yet. You may need it. Cliff closed his eyes briefly. Lyle's nephew was on that team. Ben's cousin, too. Somebody's kitchen would never sound the same. I kept my voice steady. You wanted me alone. Taking scouts makes that harder. No, it makes it honest. You were not going to come alone. I simply moved truth ahead of schedule. Dev pointed at the trace. Mason adjusted a knob. Ava leaned over the table with her fists clenched. "You still need the drive," I said. "I need your authentication more. The drive is useful. You are cleaner." Then release James and the Voss siblings. Vale gave a quiet laugh. "You are negotiating with currency you do not yet understand. I will release 1 hostage when you arrive at the weather gate. I will release another when you complete the handshake. The rest depend on compliance by the Valley." "And Cindy?" A pause, small but real. "Cindy Mercer remains a local variable," Vale said. "Do not make me solve for her." Cindy whispered something unkind. Mason tapped the table, eyes bright. The trace had locked. I leaned closer to the microphone. "You used my father's voice. It was effective. It was desperate." Another pause. "Be careful, Mr. Hale. Anger often mistakes itself for insight. You did not use it because it was your strongest move. You used it because you do not understand what family does after grief. You thought hearing him would pull me away from these people. It tied me tighter." Ava's eyes flicked to me, surprised. Vale's tone cooled. "Then perhaps I should correct the lesson." The line cut. Mason killed the trap and shoved the timing sheet toward Dev. "Did we get it?" Dev scanned the numbers. Partial enough to identify convoy command nodes. He has 3 mobile relays, not 1. East Ridge, Fuel Farm, and something moving on the South Service Road. Ava grabbed the Skybreak map. South Service Road leads to the old weather station lower gate. If James is alive, they may be holding him near the admin tunnel, not the main hangar. "Can we reach it?" Cliff asked. "Maybe, but not with trucks." "On foot through the drainage cut." Cindy looked at me. "He will expect you at the weather gate." Then I go close enough to make him keep expecting it. "You are not walking into his hands." "No. I am walking toward them while everyone better with rifles walks around them." She stared at me. "That is a sentence designed to sound smarter than it is." "Probably." Cliff looked at the map, then at every face around the table. The house held its breath with us. Outside, the eastern sky had started to lighten, a clear blade forming above the ridge. First clear light. The harvest convoy would move. Bishop Road refugees were not fully clear. James and at least 2 scouts were captive. Tommy and Sarah remained at Skybreak. Vale had our attention, but we had taken a bite of his map. Quiff placed his finger on the drainage cut beneath Skybreak. This is our way in. Mason set the dead machine's storage chip beside the map. This is our way through his network. Cindy picked up her rifle. And this is our way back out. I looked at the people around the table, at the family I had stumbled into by accident and chosen on purpose, and felt the fear settle into something harder. Name, place, witness, I said. Kurt Hale, Mercer Ranch Kitchen, witnessed by Cliff Mercer, Cindy Mercer, Ova Cole, Mason Reed, Dev Patel, Ellen Pike, and half a valley that refuses to kneel. We are going to Skybreak. Nobody cheered. Cheering belonged to easier stories. They simply began to move. We left the Mercer kitchen before the sun had fully cleared the ridge, and nobody said goodbye like they believed goodbye had a simple shape anymore. Ellen stood near the hall with hope wrapped against her chest, the baby small enough to fit inside the fold of one blanket and somehow large enough to make every armed adult in that room feel accountable to the future. Cliff kissed the baby's forehead with an awkward tenderness that would have embarrassed him if anyone had mentioned it. Then he set his hat on his head, checked his rifle, and became the old rancher again. Cindy caught my sleeve before I stepped off the porch. She had slept less than I had, and it showed in the pale shadows under her eyes, but there was no weakness in her. The morning light caught the loose strands of her hair and made them look almost copper. "Do not get clever where plain sense will keep you breathing," she said. "I thought you liked when I was clever. I like when you are alive enough to annoy me later. Then I will aim for annoying." She gave me a look that almost hid the fear in it. "Kurt, I mean it. Vale wants you because you are the key he thinks fits his lock. If the plan changes, you do not stand there trying to solve him like a machine. You get out." I wanted to promise that I would. I wanted to give her something clean and sturdy enough to carry through the next few hours. The truth was uglier. Vale had James, Tommy, Sarah, and 2 of our scouts. He had people under his control who had already crossed lines they would never uncross. He had a weather station turned into a command post and a convoy moving toward families who had nowhere else to run. There was no version of this where everyone stayed safe because I chose the sensible path. "I will come back," I said. Cindy's mouth tightened because she heard the difference between that and a promise to be careful. She stepped close enough that I could feel her breath against my cheek. "Then come back as yourself. Do not let him make you trade pieces of your soul just because he talks like a man with authority." Before I could answer, she kissed me. It was not soft in the storybook way. It was fierce, scared, and honest. Around us, boots scraped gravel, packs shifted, and engines waited with their lights off. I forgot all of it for the time it took her hand to press against my chest and then let go. Mason cleared his throat from the yard. "I hate to interrupt the end of civilization's prettiest porch scene, but the director of Stolen Voices is not going to annoy himself." Cindy did not look away from me. "Bring my brother home." "I will." That promise I could make because it did not leave room for negotiation. The plan divided us into 3 pieces and trusted all 3 to hold. Cliff took the Valley Guard west with Lyle, Dev, and half of Red Creek to harass the harvest convoy before it reached Bishop Road. They would not meet it head-on. They would break its pace, force it to stop, make Vale spend fuel, patience, and men on roads that no longer belonged to him. Ava led the Skybreak infiltration team through the drainage cut beneath the old weather station. Mason came with us because the dead machine storage chip still carried a partial map of Vale's command relays, and because Mason had threatened to bite anyone who tried to leave him behind. Cindy stayed with the ranch defense until the convoy showed its true direction, though I knew from the set of her jaw that staying put would be the hardest order anyone gave her. The drainage cut began a mile below Skybreak, where meltwater from the upper basin had carved a narrow channel through pine roots, rock, and frozen mud. In summer, it would have smelled of moss and standing water. That morning it smelled of cold stone, old needles, and the smoke drifting down from distant fires. Ava moved in front, one hand against the wall when the ground dipped. Her injury still bothered her, though she would have denied it until she fell over. Behind her went 2 ranch hands from North Slope, both quiet as fence posts and twice as useful. Mason and I came next with the relay case wrapped in canvas, and 3 Red Creek men followed as rear guard. We did not speak unless we had to. Sound carried strangely inside the cut. A boot scrape became a whisper that ran ahead of us. A snapped twig sounded like a shot in memory. Above us, the old weather station sat somewhere beyond the ridge, hidden by trees and morning glare. Skybreak had started life as a government research site, Ava had told us, a place for storm tracking, mountain radar, and emergency communications. Then contracts changed it. Private money hardened the buildings. Agencies borrowed space. New doors appeared where old ones had been. Years later, Vale walked into the ruins of a countrywide collapse and found a ready-made spine for his own little kingdom. "Hold here," Ava whispered. Everyone froze. At first I heard only my own breathing and the distant thump of something heavy moving on the road above. Then came voices. Two men stood somewhere ahead beyond a bend, close enough for words to reach us in scraps. "Director says no loose shots near the lower gate," one said. "Director can come freeze here himself. He heard what happened at Bishop Road. He is not in a generous mood." The second man laughed without humor. "He has moods now. I miss when payroll mattered." Ava held up 2 fingers, then pointed to the left wall. The North Slope men eased forward with the patience of hunters. I looked at Mason. He looked at me and mouthed the word that was not fit for church. A minute later, there was a scuffle, a grunt, and the sound of bodies being lowered instead of dropped. Ava waved us on. The 2 guards lay bound behind a screen of brush, alive but done arguing. One had a patched uniform jacket that did not fit. The other wore expensive hiking boots and fear all over his face. Ava crouched beside him. "How many at the lower gate?" she asked. He stared at her like he knew her, and wished he did not. "Ava Cole," he whispered. "That is not an answer." 12 rotated through. 6 now. More near admin. Bale is in the central room. Hostages below the east stair. "James Mercer?" "Alive when I came down. He broke Franklin's nose." One of the Red Creek men smiled despite himself. "That sounds like James." Ava leaned closer. "Sira Voss." The guard swallowed. "With the others. She has not talked. Director is angry about that." "What about Tommy?" "Alive, but beat up." Ava's eyes went flat in a way that made the guard turn his face aside. We moved again. The cut narrowed into my shoulders, brushed stone. The canvas case bumped my hip. The dead machine's chit felt absurdly small in my pocket for something that might open a path through Vale's system. I thought about my old life, about crawling through attics to run cable in houses where people complained if the wireless signal failed in the pool house. Back then, a network outage meant anger, refunds, bad reviews, and a long drive home. Now a signal could mean food reached children, a lie started a fight, or a stolen voice reached through grief and tried to steer a man. Mason must have read some of that on my face because he whispered, "You are doing the faraway stare again." I am making peace with the fact that I should have become a plumber. Too late. Pipes are just networks that make a bigger mess when they fail. The absurdity almost made me laugh, which was exactly why Mason had said it. Ava stopped at a rusted grate set into a concrete spillway half covered by ice. Beyond it, a service tunnel ran into the mountain under Skybreak. The grate had been chained from the inside, but rust and neglect had done what years of planning could not. The North Slope men worked it loose with slow pressure. Metal complained softly. The chain snapped with a dull clink. We waited, listening. Nothing answered. Eva looked back at us. "Once we enter, no radio unless witnessed. Vale will be listening. Hand signs until contact. Kurt, you stay behind me. Mason, if you see a panel, do not touch it unless Kurt says touch it." Mason looked offended. "I touch many things responsibly. Name 3, Ava said. He thought about it, then pointed at me. "See, this is why morale suffers." We crawled through the grate into a tunnel that smelled of damp concrete and old metal. The daylight behind us shrank to a pale rectangle. Ahead, Skybreak waited with its lights, relays, prisoners, and the man who believed every human thing could be measured, copied, or controlled. I put one hand against the cold wall and followed Ava into the dark. The service tunnel carried us beneath Skybreak like a vein under old scar tissue. Pipes ran along the ceiling, some dry, some ticking with the faint movement of water. Table trays sagged where fast hands had added new lines without carrying what came before. The building above hummed, not with the healthy sound of a working station, but with uneven strain. Generators labored somewhere deeper inside. Fans cut on and off. A relay clicked in a nearby panel, paused, then clicked again as if deciding whether to wake the rest of the mountain. I hated that I understood the place before I saw it. Vale had not built a castle. He had built a nervous system. Power, doors, cameras, radios, convoy trackers, weather feeds, stolen voice models, gate locks, and emergency channels all fed into a center he could sit inside. He did not need to be everywhere. He only needed people to believe he could see everywhere. Mason knelt beside a junction box at the first split in the tunnel and looked at me with exaggerated innocence. Ava caught the look and silently pointed 2 fingers at her own eyes, then at him. I opened the box instead. Inside were 3 bundles. The older station cable was cloth-wrapped and labeled by hand. The newer editions used cheap tags and too many quick connectors. One line pulsed to a tiny repeater, its status light blinking in a rhythm that matched the timing Dev had recorded from the South Service Road relay. "That one," I whispered. Mason smiled. "I love when neglect and arrogance make a baby. Cutting it may alert him. Bridging it? Maybe. The chip has enough of his routing table to fake a maintenance handshake, but only if the relay accepts the old service identity." Ava stared at us. Plain words. "We might make his own system think we are a cleaning closet," I said. "That is ridiculous enough to be true." "Do it." Mason worked from the kit with fingers steadier than his mouth. I fitted the storage chip into the small reader and watched the little screen crawl through entries we had stolen from the dead machine. The first handshake failed. The second failed faster. The third held for 4 seconds, which was long enough to see a door schedule, a camera list, and a label that made my throat tighten. East Sublevel Holding. Ava saw it too. "Can you blind the cameras on that route?" "Not blind. Loop them for a minute at a time. If he watches live, he may catch the stutter. If he trusts the system, we pass." "Vale trusts himself more than any system," she said. "That is good. Then maybe he will blame a technician." I built the loop while Mason kept time under his breath. 60 seconds was not much unless you were crossing lit corridors with armed men above you. Then 60 seconds became a life you could spend only once. When the first camera line accepted the loop, Ava moved. The tunnel opened into a maintenance stairwell painted a tired green. We climbed in close order. At the first landing, voices carried through a door. Ava listened, then eased it open a crack. A hallway beyond glowed with emergency lights. 2 guards stood near a coffee machine, arguing over whether the convoy would return before noon. "If it comes back empty, Vale starts making examples," one said. "If it comes back full, he starts making lists. Either way, I want a truck seat out of here." The word lists sat heavy. Vale's future had paperwork in it. Names, skills, supplies, compliance ratings, punishments, assigned homes, approved travel, food by permission. The country had cracked open, and he was trying to pour an office into the break. Ava waited for the guards to turn toward the coffee machine, then slid through the door with one North Slope man behind her. The movement was fast, blunt, and over before I fully understood it. One guard hit the wall and sagged. The other opened his mouth to shout, but a hand covered it and lowered him to the floor. Blood appeared on his lip, bright in the emergency light, and the sight sharpened every smell around me. We crossed the hall. The east sublevel stairs dropped into colder air. The old paint gave way to raw concrete and steel doors with electronic locks. Vale had added cameras, but the conduits feeding them were exposed because no one had expected an enemy to crawl in through a rusted drainage line. I held the loop steady from the handheld while Mason worked a bypass on the first door. It clicked open after 3 tries. Inside was a storage room turned into a prison. 6 people sat tied to pipe rails or metal chairs. James was closest to the door, face bruised, shirt torn, hands bound behind him, and somehow still wearing the expression of a man irritated by poor service. Tommy Voss sat beside him, one eye swollen, breathing through clenched teeth. Sierra sat upright against the far wall, dark hair loose, gaze bright and furious. 2 scouts from Red Creek and a young mechanic I did not know were there too. James looked at Ava first, then at me. "You brought the computer guy into a prison break." "You're welcome," I said. "I did not say thank you." Sierra lifted her bound hands slightly. "Argue after we are out." Ava crossed to her with the speed that broke through all her careful control. She cut Sarah's ties, then stopped as if unsure whether she had the right to touch her. Sarah solved it by grabbing Ava's jacket and pulling her close. Their foreheads met for one brief second. Neither spoke. They did not need to. Mason freed Tommy and winced when Tommy tried to stand. "You look like a horse stepped on your whole personality." Tommy gave him a thin smile. "You look like nobody has stopped you from talking. A national failure." James flexed his hands once I cut him loose. "Vale knows." "Not yet," Ava said. "He will." The scouts heard them talk. He plans to use Kurt's authentication to activate a valley registry. He wants every shelter linked, named, and rated by who obeys. The harvest convoy is not only taking food, it is taking people who know engines, medicine, radios, wells, anything useful. The young mechanic spoke from the corner. He has a medical wing full of people from the first road sweep. They are not all prisoners. Some think he's the only reason they are alive. That complicated the picture in a way I did not like. It was easier to raid a fortress full of villains. Skybreak had frightened clerks, hungry workers, men following orders, true believers, opportunists, and captives all under one roof. Bale had not merely seized a building. He had built a story people could hide inside. Sierra gripped the pipe and got to her feet. His central room is above the old radar floor. He cannot activate the full registry without the clean drive, but he can still broadcast false orders and convoy routes. If the Valley hears one wrong command at the wrong moment, your West Road team could walk into crossfire. "Can you stop it?" I asked. "I can help you stop it. I built enough of his logistics bridge to know where the bad bones are." Tommy straightened, pain pulling his face tight. Then we stopped talking and moved. A distant alarm began with a single chirp, then another. Not the building-wide scream I expected. Something smaller, local, searching for the shape of a problem. Mason looked at my handheld. Our cleaning closet disguise just got a performance review. The screen flashed. A camera loop had failed. Another held. A third showed live motion where there should have been stillness. Vale's voice came through a speaker in the hall, calm and close. "Mr. Hale, I am disappointed." "Not surprised." "Disappointed." James picked up a fallen guard's sidearm and checked it. "He talks too much." "He uses talk like wire," I said. Sarah moved to the door, then cut the wire. Ava opened the hall and fired once at the speaker box. Plastic shattered. Vale's voice died in sparks. For the first time since we entered Skybreak, the building sounded afraid of us. We did not run for the exit. That would have been the natural thing, and natural things were often what Vale counted on. Instead, Sarah led us deeper into the east sublevel, away from the drainage route and toward the old radar floor. She moved like someone who had memorized fear and turned it into a map. Every few yards she pointed to a camera, a sensor, a door that would lock if we passed too slowly. I followed with the handheld, looping what I could, killing what I dared, and leaving the rest to Mason's knife. Ava's timing and the awful mercy of luck. Behind us, freed captives armed themselves with whatever the first guards had carried. The Red Creek scouts helped Tommy walk until he shook them off and insisted his legs belonged to him. James took point whenever Ava let him, which was not often. "You were tied to a chair 20 minutes ago," she told him. "I got bored." "Get bored behind me." "You always this bossy?" Sarah answered without looking back. "Yes, and it saves lives, so try gratitude." James gave me a hurt look, then seemed to remember he disliked that kind of look and wiped it from his face. I missed family conversations. The hall bent left and opened into a wide space that had once been a cafeteria. Vale had turned it into something between a processing center and a camp. Families sat on the floor under blankets. Older men and women leaned against walls. 3 children watched us with huge, silent eyes. A table near the far doors held clipboards, water jugs, ration boxes, and a sign written in careful black marker. Int, skill, status. My stomach tightened. 2 of Vale's staff stood near the table. One wore a sidearm but did not reach for it. The other raised both hands slowly. They were young, maybe college age before the country fell apart. The armed one looked at Ava and then at the people behind us. "We are not soldiers," he said. "Please do not shoot." Ava kept her rifle low but ready. "Where are the guards?" Most went up when the alarm chirped. 3 at the north door, 2 by the infirmary, Director Vale said if anyone breached east holding, we were to keep these people calm. By lying? James asked. The young man's face flushed. By telling them compliance meant food and medical care. That part was true. Sarah stepped close to the intake table and touched one clipboard with 2 fingers, as if it were something dirty. You were classifying them. The girl with raised hands started crying. We were told it kept families together. Skills first, then housing. We did not know about the road sweeps until last night. We did not know about Bishop Road. Some of the people on the floor had begun to rise. Whispers moved through them like wind through dry grass. A woman holding a boy by the shoulders looked at James. Are you from the valley? Is Red Creek still there? It is still there, James said. It is angry and busy, which is how Red Creek prefers to be. A few people gave exhausted laughs, not because it was funny enough, but because they needed proof laughter still worked. Ava turned to the staff. Open the north door. The young man shook his head. It locks from command. Then point us to the manual release. He hesitated too long. James stepped closer and the hesitation ended. The manual release was behind a service panel near the ration shelves. Mason and Sarah opened it while I checked the handheld. The network was changing around us. Vale had recognized the maintenance identity and begun closing doors in a pattern not randomly. He was separating sectors, pinching corridors, trying to make us choose between rescue and escape. A broadcast clicked on overhead before Ava could break the next speaker. Attention needs processing, Val said. Armed intruders have entered the civilian area. Remain seated. They are attempting to use you as cover. Anyone assisting them will lose protected status. People froze. There it was again. The office poured into the break. Protected status. Lose it, and your child's medicine vanished. Lose it, and your name moved to a colder list. Lose it, and frightened people would decide a lie that fed them was safer than the truth that asked them to move. I climbed onto the edge of a bench before I could talk myself out of it. My name is Kurt Hale, I said. My voice cracked on the first word and then almost made it better because nobody would mistake me for one of Vale's smooth recordings. I came here to pull our people out, and now that includes you if you want out. Vale is using food and fear like handcuffs. He is a convoy moving on homes in this valley. He has used stolen voices to make neighbors distrust each other. He took people from roads and called it administration because cruelty sounds cleaner when someone files it. The crowd watched me, unsure. We cannot promise comfort, I continued. We cannot promise enough food by supper or a safe bed for every person tonight. I wish I could. I can promise this. No one outside this room gets to decide you are a line on a clipboard. If you come with us, we will use names, witnesses, and honest messages. If you stay because you think this place is safer, I understand why. But make the choice with your own mind, not his speaker. The woman with the boy stood first. I am Darlene Pike from Lost Mill Road, and my son needs insulin. If I leave, he dies unless someone has it. Sarah looked at the girl from the intake table. Where is medical storage? Infirmary, 2 doors north. Refrigerated cabinet. Ava pointed to 2 Red Creek scouts. You go with Sarah and the mother. Bring what she needs and every medicine log you can carry. Nobody takes all of one thing unless it must travel cold. Darlene stared at her. You would let me decide. Your son's life belongs to your family first, Ava said. The rest of us can learn manners. That broke something loose. It was not panic, but motion. People began giving names. A retired nurse from Carbondale. A well driller. 2 teachers. A mechanic. A widow who had been hiding 3 grandsons under a blanket because one had a fever. The clipboard system had cataloged them as assets. We heard them as people. The north door clanked open. Cold air rushed in from a loading hall. Beyond it, far above, gunfire rattled like stones in a metal pan. Cliff's West team had found the convoy, or the convoy had found Cliff. Either way, the clock had stopped pretending. Mason leaned close to me. Touching speech. Terrible timing. Did it work? People are moving, so yes. Still terrible timing. The loudspeaker came on again, but this time Vale did not address the room. He spoke to me. You are good at making messes, Mr. Hale. You mistake disruption for rescue. I looked at the nearest camera and let him hear the anger in my voice. You mistake control for order. Order is what remains when panic becomes expensive. Then you cannot afford us. James grinned despite the blood on his cheek. That sounded almost tough. I am growing as a person. The door at the south end burst open. 3 armed men rushed in and saw too many rifles pointed back at them. For one suspended second, everyone seemed to weigh math, morals, and fear. Then one man fired. The shot cracked against the ceiling. Ava answered. James shoved a table over. People screamed and dropped. I pulled a child behind a bench as glass from a notice board burst across the floor. The fight was short, ugly, and too close. When it ended, 2 of Vale's men were down, and one was on the floor with his hands out, begging not to be finished. A Red Creek scout pressed cloth hard against his own arm while Sir told him to keep pressure and stop pretending pain made him special. Blood spotted the white intake sign. The words skill and status ran red at the edges. Ava stood over the surrendered man. Tell Vale he's processing is lost. Tell him the civilians are walking out under their own names. The man blinked up at her. He will punish me. Then choose whether you fear him more than you hate what you became. He was still shaking when he crawled to the wall radio and pressed the talk key. For the first time that day, one of Vale's own voices carried truth through Skybreak. The evacuation of East Processing turned Skybreak into a living argument. People moved through the loading hall in small groups with witnesses at each end. Names were spoken aloud, repeated, written, and answered. Sarah sent medical supplies under Darlene's authority because the mother knew exactly what her son needed and nobody else had the right to pretend otherwise. The young intake workers walked with us, pale and silent, carrying ration boxes and the shame of having believed a clipboard could be harmless. Ava split the freed prisoners from the civilian column. North Slope guides them down the drainage cut. Red Creek scouts cover the loading hall. Tommy, you go with the civilians. Tommy stared at her. Not a chance. You can barely stand. I can stand enough. Sura touched his shoulder. Tommy, go with the medicine. They need someone who knows the lower road. He looked between them and understood that she had given him duty instead of pity. That made it possible for him to accept. Fine, but I reserve the right to be insufferable about this later. You were going to be insufferable either way, Mason said. Tommy pointed at him as a scout helped him toward the exit. I missed you least. When the last civilian group cleared the first loading bend, Sarah led our smaller team upward. We were down to Ava, James, Sarah, Mason, one Red Creek scout named Nora, and me. Nora had a quiet face and the cold focus of a woman who had decided fear could ride in the truck bed, not the cab. The corridor rose toward the old radar floor where Vale had built his command center. The closer we got, the more the building changed. The older sections had smelled of concrete and mice. The upper level smelled of hot electronics, coffee, paper, and too many bodies working too long under artificial light. We passed a glass-walled office where maps covered every surface. Colored marks showed farms, wells, roads, clinics, fuel tanks, and families. Some names were circled in green. Some were marked red. The Mercer Ranch had 3 marks beside it: Technical Node, Resistance Center, Emotional Leverage. Cindy's name was written under that last phrase. James saw it too. He went still in a way that worried me more than anger would have. Save it for later, Ava said. I know. He said it calmly, which meant he did not know at all. Sora opened a cabinet and pulled out a thin access card hidden under a stack of weather manuals. I left myself one door years ago. I never thought I would use it to break back into a place I helped make useful. You could not know he would do this, I said. I knew men like him existed. That should have made me more careful. Mason glanced toward the hall. I would love to schedule guilt for later. We are currently between problems. The access card opened a side door into the weather room. For a second, the sight stole every word from me. The room was circular, built beneath the old radar dome. Screens curved around the walls. Some were dark. Some showed convoy icons crawling along valley roads. Others showed weather radar, radio logs, camera feeds, signal maps, and a registry interface waiting for a clean authentication token. In the center stood a long console, half old station equipment and half new command hardware bolted together by people who knew enough to be dangerous. Beyond the glass at the far end, through a door marked Central Operations, Director Vale stood with 2 guards and a woman at a console. He looked smaller than his voice had made him, lean and neat, with gray at the temples and a posture that suggested he had never leaned on anything in his life. He saw us through the glass and did not seem surprised. He raised one hand, almost polite. Speakers in the weather room clicked on. "You are early." Sarah walked to a terminal and began typing. "He is locking us out." I moved beside her. The screen filled with warnings, prompts, and access denials. Vale's system recognized intrusion, but it also recognized the old service identity from the chip. 2 ghosts were fighting in the wires, one official and one forgotten. "Can we shut down the registry?" Ava asked. "Not from here," Sarah said. "We can delay it." "Kurt, the clean drive key." I pulled a decoy from my pack. The real drive remained at the ranch under Ellen's guard. The decoy held the trap Mason and I had built with Dev, a neat little maze of false credentials designed to open just enough doors to invite greed. Mason touched his heart. "Our baby has reached school age." "Stop naming traps like children," Ava said. I inserted the drive. The registry interface woke like an animal smelling food. Vale's woman at the far console looked down sharply. Through the glass, Vale's expression changed by a fraction. He had expected me to carry the key. He had not expected me to offer it before he took me. The first layer opened. The second asked for identity. I entered my name, then stopped at the witness field. Name, place, witness. That had begun as a way to fight false broadcasts. Now it sat in front of me as a choice. Vale wanted clean authentication because machines trusted tidy entries. Our valley trusted names spoken with people standing beside them. I turned the registry's demand sideways. I entered Kurt Hale, Skybreak Weather Room, witnessed by Ava Cole, James Mercer, Sarah Voss, Mason Reed, Nora Pike, and every free person leaving East processing under their own name. The system rejected it. I entered it again. It rejected it again, but slower. Sarah looked at me. "What are you doing?" "Teaching a rigid system to choke on human mess. That is not a technical explanation. It is the only one I have." Mason leaned over the console and grinned. "The trap is feeding the registry inconsistent witness formats. It wants a clean token and keeps getting at town meeting." Sarah's hands flew over the keys. "I can amplify that. If the registry attempts to normalize the witness field, it loops through every linked name table. Can that break it? It can make it too busy to certify anything." Vale's voice sharpened. "Mr. Hale, remove the drive." I looked through the glass. "You wanted my authentication. This is how my people authenticate. Your people are frightened amateurs." James stepped beside me, face bruised and eyes bright. "Still free, though." Vale spoke to the guard at his right. The guard lifted his rifle toward the glass. Ava fired first. The glass spidered but held. The guard staggered back. The room erupted into noise. Nora pulled Mason down as rounds punched white stars across the partition. Sarah stayed at the console, swearing under her breath, while I kept the drive seated and watched the registry stutter, reject, retry, and swallow more names than it could digest. On the convoy screen, 3 icons halted on the west road. Then one turned the wrong direction. Sarah saw it and smiled like a storm had learned manners. "Cliff is in their route control." The speaker crackled with Vale breathing too close to his microphone. "You do not understand consequence." I thought of my father's stolen voice. I thought of Cindy on the porch, telling me not to come back as someone else. I thought of names written in red and children sitting beneath signs that made them inventory. "I am starting to," I said. The registry window flashed one final prompt. Authority unavailable. Local witness model active. Mason looked at the screen, then at me. Did we just make the computer join a potluck? Something like that. The lights went out. Emergency red filled the weather room, and the door to central operations unlocked with a hard metallic click. The dark lasted only 3 seconds, but 3 seconds inside a gunfight can stretch long enough to hold an entire lifetime. The emergency lights came up red. The shattered glass between rooms looked black at the edges. Smoke from a hit power unit curled along the ceiling. Somewhere below us, people shouted in the loading hall, and somewhere outside, the south road shook with engines. Vale did not waste the opening. The door to central operations swung inward, and his remaining guard fired through the gap. Ava shoved Sarah behind the console and returned fire. James moved left, fast despite the beating he had taken, and Nora pulled me down so hard my shoulder hit the floor. Mason slid beside us, clutching the relay case. In my professional opinion, this room is becoming unpopular. "Can you reach Dev?" I asked. The building is screaming on every frequency. I can reach him if he is standing inside my ear. The handheld crackled. I heard static. Then Cliff's voice cut through, rough and broken by distance. Kurt, West Road convoy split. One section turns south toward the ranch. Repeat, south toward the ranch. Cindy is moving to intercept with ranch guard. Need eyes from Skybreak if you have them. The words hit harder than the floor had. Cindy was moving toward the convoy. I crawled to the console. The screens had dropped to emergency mode, but the valley map still glowed. Sarah pulled herself up beside me and opened a route overlay while Ava and James kept the central operations door pinned. Right there, Sarah said. South section has 2 armored trucks and 1 field tender. They are using the service road below the old weather gate, then cutting toward Mercer land. Can we stop them from here? We can misroute them if the convoy accepts command. Will it? She looked at the map. Bale's relays are fragmented. If we send from inside Skybreak with his command signature and your witness mess still clogging registry authority, the convoy system may take whichever instruction arrives first. Mason crawled under the console, dragging the relay case. First is a thing I can help with. Accurate is a thing I make fewer promises about. Vale's voice came from inside central operations, no longer smooth. The South Road unit has independent orders. You cannot talk your way into every machine. He sounds worried, James said. I sound observant, Bale replied. Ava fired into the doorframe. You sound cornered. I forced my attention to the route screen. The south convoy rolled toward a fork. Left would take them along the creek and toward the ranch's lower pasture, where Cindy and a handful of defenders could be crushed if they tried to hold the gate. Right would take them onto an old logging road that had not been maintained in years. It twisted above a washout. Cliff had mentioned the first day I arrived, back when ranch problems still seemed like weather and fence lines. Can we tell them the left fork is blocked? I asked. Sarah nodded. We can send hazard reroute. Do it. It needs a code. Use Vale's. He changed command rotation after the registry started choking. Mason's voice came from under the console. Not all of it. His East Ridge relay still loves old paperwork. The red light made Sarah's face look carved from fire. Patch it. Mason shoved a cable up into my hand. Plug this into the upper port and tell me if smoke comes out. Smoke is bad. He usually is. I plugged it in. The console flashed. The route command field opened, closed, opened again. Sarah typed with both hands. I watched the convoy icon crawl toward the fork. A timer appeared beside it, then another prompt. Authority conflict. The system wanted a clean director approval. I entered the witness line again, shorter this time. Kurt Hale's Skybreak witnessed by Free Valley. The request was denied. I entered Director Vale reroute confirmed by Field Safety. The request was denied again. Outside, through static, Dev shouted over the radio. South convoy past Miller Bend. Cindy is at lower pasture. Cliff says, move them now or people die. I stopped trying to make the system accept truth. I gave it what Vale had taught it to love. I entered administrative hazard, left fork contaminated, asset preservation requires right fork. The command hung. Sierra whispered, come on. Mason thumped the relay case. Do not hit it unless I hit it first. The south convoy icon slowed at the fork. Then it turned right. I exhaled so hard my vision blurred. The relief lasted 4 seconds. A second icon peeled away from the convoy and continued left. A lead truck with a human driver who did not trust the system, or a commander smart enough to hedge. It moved toward the lower pasture and Cindy. Only one turned, I said. Cliff's voice tore through the handheld. We see it. Ranch guard engaging. The channel exploded with overlapping voices. Cindy's came through once, clipped and clear. Lead truck at the pasture ditch. We are drawing it in. Kurt, if you can hear me, finish what you are doing. Do not come down here. The command in her voice almost broke me because it held both love and refusal. She knew exactly what I would want. She had already denied me. James grabbed the handheld. Cindy, this is James. You keep your head down. Her answer crackled back. You do not get to brother me after getting captured. James gave a laugh that sounded close to pain. That is fair. A blast rolled through the lower valley, deep enough to rattle dust from the weather room's ceiling. The lead truck icon stopped. For one terrible second, no one spoke. Then Dev shouted, "Truck disabled at pasture ditch. Cindy is alive." Repeat, "Cindy is alive." Lower guard holding. I closed my eyes and the room came back around me in pieces. Red light, hot plastic, Ava's rifle, Sarah's hands, Mason muttering, James gripping the radio too tightly. Central operations went quiet. Vale had heard it too. When he spoke again, the calm had returned, but it was thinner now, like paint over rut. "You saved a ranch and lost the valley. The registry failure is temporary. The convoy will regroup. My people still hold the upper road, the fuel farm, the medical wing, and this station's long-range link. You cannot win by improvising forever." Ava looked at Sarah. Sarah looked at the route map. Mason looked at me. I looked at Vale through the cracked glass and understood something I should have seen earlier. He kept naming what he held because he needed us to believe possession was the same as control. He held rooms. He held vehicles. He held frightened workers. He held systems made by other hands. We held people who could choose. I lifted the handheld and switched to the Valley Witness channel. "This is Kurt Hale at Skybreak, witnessed by Ava Cole, James Mercer, Sarah Voss, Mason Reed, and Nora Pike. The South Convoy has split. One truck is down at Mercer Lower Pasture. One group is trapped on the logging road. Red Creek and Bishop Road do not chase. Hold your homes, help evacuees, and send names of the missing. Skybreak civilians are leaving. Bale is losing command, but still dangerous. Repeat back by name only. No anonymous orders." For 3 seconds the channel hissed. Then Lyle answered from Red Creek. "Lyle Barrow, Red Creek Feed Store, witnessed by Mara Chen and Dev Patel. We hold." A woman from Bishop Road followed. "Ruth Bell School Shelter, witnessed by Samuel Pike. We hold and receive evacuees." Cliff came next. Cliff Mercer, West Road, witnessed by Thomas Reed and half a dozen angry neighbors. We hold. Then Cindy, breathless and alive. Cindy Mercer, Lower Pasture Ditch, witnessed by Ellen Pike and men who better not repeat the words I just used. We hold. Finish it, Kurt. The line filled with names. Not chaos. Not clean order. A living network. Vale stared through the glass as if he could not understand why the valley did not wait for permission to exist. Vale retreated from central operations through a rear door before Ava could reach him. He did it without running. Even then, with his system choking and the valley answering by name, he refused to give us the satisfaction of seeing haste. The woman at his console tried to follow and found James in her way. "Sit down," he said. She sat. Ava crossed the threshold first, sweeping the room with Nora beside her. Sarah went straight to the central terminal, her face tight with the grief of recognizing her own work in a machine that had been taught cruelty. Mason entered last, turned in a slow circle, and let out a low whistle. "I have seen many bad offices," he said. "This one has ambition." Central operations was smaller than the weather room and colder by design. The walls held screens, maps, message queues, security feeds, and neat columns of names. Vale's chair sat on a raised platform in front of 3 keyboards. Beside it lay a paper notebook, a fountain pen, and a cup of coffee still steaming. The man's coat hung on a hook. His emergency bag was gone. "He prepared an exit," Ava said. "Where does it go?" I asked. Sarah did not look up from the terminal. "All personnel tunnel to the upper vehicle bay. It connects to the long-range link tower and the helipad that no longer has aircraft. He may try to reach the tower." "Why the tower?" "Because if he cannot keep the valley, he can still speak beyond it. He can broadcast the registry framework to any group desperate enough to want order at any price." The thought was worse than him escaping. Vale did not need Skybreak to survive if his method survived. Give him one long-range link, a clean voice, and frighten people beyond the mountains, and he could become a rumor with instructions. I looked at the woman James had stopped. She was maybe 40, with silver threads in dark hair and an exhausted face. Her badge said Miriam Vale, Strategic Continuity Office. "You are related," I said. She did not answer. James leaned against the console. "Are you his sister or his wife?" "Former wife," she said quietly. That shifted the room. Ava lowered her rifle a fraction. "You helped him." Miriam looked at the screens instead of us. "At first I helped preserve emergency systems. That is what he called it. And for a while, that is what it was. We connected clinics to fuel. We protected food storage. We tracked families separated on the roads. Then every emergency became permanent because permanence gave him authority. Every exception became policy. Every person became a resource. Sarah's jaw tightened. You stayed. Yes, I stayed. No excuse followed. That made the answer harder to hate and not any easier to forgive. Miriam turned to me. He studied your authentication rule last night. He admired it. That is when I knew he was truly afraid, not of your machines, of the fact that people believed one another without him between them. Where is he going? Ava asked. Upper tower first, then the service slope behind the dome. He has 2 loyal guards and a snow crawler. If he reaches the ridge track, he can disappear into the federal storage roads. James shoved away from the console. Then we move. Wait for this, Sarah said. The long-range link is charging. He scheduled a burst transmission. It carries registry seed code, route authority templates, and the synthetic voice package. If it sends, other sites could copy him. I stepped beside her. Can you stop it? I can slow it. I need the tower power cut from the base, and the room may have physical lockout. Mason lifted a hand. I love physical lockouts. They make me feel young. Ava looked at Nora. Stay with Sarah and Mason until that link is dead. James and Kurt with me. James frowned. Kurt is not chasing Vale. Ava did not blank. Vale may have fail-safes keyed to Kurt's voice or presence. If he speaks from that tower, Kurt may be the only one who can answer in a way the Valley trusts. I expected James to argue. Instead, he looked at me, then toward the west where Cindy was somewhere below us, alive but still in danger. You stay behind my shoulder, he said. You got captured recently. I am choosing to grow from it. Miriam spoke again. He will try to make you angry. He prefers people emotional because emotion narrows choices. He used my father's voice, I said. I know. I logged the file. I am sorry. For a second, the simple apology did what Vale's polished threats had not. It reached the part of me that was still standing in my parents' empty house, still hearing the quiet after the funeral, still wondering why an entire life could collapse and leave the dishes in the sink. I nodded once because anything more would cost time we did not have. Miriam opened a lower drawer and pulled out a stack of folders bound with blue cord. These are the first refusals, she said. People who questioned road sweeps, people who asked where family members had gone, people who argued about the registry before the registry had a name. He called them destabilizing variables. I called them citizens until I stopped saying it where he could hear. Ava took the folders without lowering her guard. Why save these? Because some part of me still believed a record could matter if a decent person found it. Miriam looked toward the dead cameras. That is not innocence. I am not asking you to make me feel clean. I am telling you where the bones are buried because you will need proof after anger cools and people begin pretending they did not know. James's face tightened. People always pretend that. And keep better records than he did, Miriam said. Not more records. Better ones. Records that can be challenged. Records with witnesses who can speak back. Every tyrant loves a file no ordinary person can question. The words stayed with me because they sounded like the dark twin of my old profession. I had built systems for wealthy homes where convenience mattered more than privacy until something broke. Cameras in nurseries, gate logs, door histories, automatic locks, voice assistants that listened better than some spouses. I had always told myself the owner had the right to choose. Skybreak had shown me what happened when a frightened world accepted convenience from the person who also held the keys. From that moment, I knew Network Zero could not simply be a tool we trusted. It had to be a tool we could doubt without being punished. The personnel tunnel rose behind Central Operations, narrow and steep. Red lights flashed along the floor. Outside the thick concrete walls, the Valley Channel kept speaking names. Lyle held Red Creek. Ruth held the school shelter. Cliff reported the logging road convoy stuck and surrounded, with some of Vale's men throwing down weapons when offered safe surrender. Cindy reported the lower pasture clear and told James through 3 witnesses that if he got himself captured twice in one day, she would never let him forget it. James smiled for half a step. Then the tunnel opened into the upper vehicle bay and the smile vanished. 2 bodies lay near the service door, both Skybreak workers, both unarmed. Vale's loyal guards had not wasted time with persuasion. The floor was marked with red streaks leading toward the tower's stairs. Ava's face hardened. He is burning every bridge but the one under his own feet. We followed the streets to a metal stairwell wrapped around the base of the long-range tower. Wind screamed through cracks in the outer panels. The higher we climbed, the more the structure shivered. Halfway up, a shot rang from above. Metal sparked near Avia's head. She dropped, fired twice, and a guard tumbled against the rail, weapon clattering down through the center shaft. James grabbed my coat and hauled me behind a support beam. Behind my shoulder, remember, I interpreted that creatively. Do not. The second guard waited near the top landing. He was older, steady, and scared enough to be dangerous. Ava tried to talk him down. Vale is done, she called. The valley is not hunting every person who worked here. Lay it down and live. You do not know what he knows, the guard shouted back. There are worse things coming. He is the only one with a plan. A plan that needs dead workers on the floor is not saving anyone. The guard hesitated. James lowered his rifle a fraction. You have a name? Silence. Say it, and you are a man making a choice. Keep hiding behind him, and you are just another weapon he used up. Wind battered the tower. Somewhere below, the long-range link began to hum. The guard's voice came back thin. Evan Price. Ava said Evan Price, witnessed by Ava Cole, James Mercer, and Kurt Hale. Put it down. A rifle slid across the landing. We passed him with James keeping watch. Evan Price sat against the wall and covered his face with both hands. At the top of the tower, Director Vale stood beside the transmission console in his dark coat, hair moving in the wind, one hand on a microphone, the other over a guarded switch. Beyond him, the whole valley spread beneath the morning like a bruised map. Smoke rose from the south road. Tiny figures moved near Skybreak's lower exits. The Mercer Ranch was a dark mark against the field, still standing. Vale looked at me, not at Ava's rifle or James's. There you are, he said. The last honest administrator of chaos. You are out of rooms, I replied. He smiled. Rooms were never the point. The tower shook under the wind, and Vale stood as if the weather belonged to him too. The transmission console beside him showed a charging bar almost full. A cable ran from the console into a hardened box mounted below the railing. The long-range antenna above us gave off a low vibration I could feel in my teeth. Ava kept her rifle trained on Vale. James covered the stairwell. I stood between them with nothing in my hands but the handheld and every word I had not said to the man who stole my father's voice. Step away from the console, Ava ordered. Vale looked at her with mild disappointment. Ava Cole, I offered you purpose. You chose resentment and called it conscience. You offered me a cage with a title on the door. I offered structure after collapse. People need structure. They ask for it even when they claim to hate authority. People need trust, I said. Trust is a luxury born in safe houses. Out there, hunger will rewrite your ethics before winter. I am trying to build something that survives appetite. James gave a hard laugh. You mean something that feeds you first. Vale's eyes flicked to him. You mistake my willingness to command for greed. That is common among men who only understand force at arm's length. The charging bar reached 92%. My handheld vibrated. Sarah's voice came through in a whisper. Kurt, tower base lockout is shielded. Mason is in the panel, and he's seeing things about design choices. We need 2 minutes. Vale smiled. You do not have 2 minutes. Of course he could hear. Maybe not the words, but enough. He had spent his whole life listening for leverage. I listed the handheld so the Valley Channel could hear me. This is Kurt Hale at the Skybreak Tower, witnessed by Ava Cole and James Mercer. Vale is at the long-range transmitter. He is trying to send his registry beyond the valley. Sarah and Mason are cutting power, although all local channels clear unless safety requires speech. Vale sighed. Still the ritual. Names against systems. It is almost charming. It beat you downstairs. It delayed me downstairs. He pressed a key on the console. My father's voice came from the tower speaker. Kurt Hale, it said softly. Listen to reason. The sound hit, but not the way it had before. The first time, it had found me unready and reached into grief like a hand into an open drawer. Now I heard the seams. The breath was right, but the timing was wrong. My father had never used my name like bait. He had never told me that love meant surrendering strangers to a man with clean hands and dirty orders. I looked at Vale. You should have stopped after the first theft. The voice continued. Son, you cannot save everyone. He would have said that part differently. Vale's face changed, just a little. My father would have said I could not fix every machine, I said. Then he would have handed me a tool anyway and told me to do the honest repair in front of me. James, behind me, spoke into the handheld. James Mercer, Skybreak Tower Stair, witnessed by Ava and Kurt. Synthetic voice confirmed false. Ava added, Ava Cole, same witness. False voice. The Valley channel stayed clear, as asked. Then Cindy broke in because Cindy Mercer had never been built for staying silent when the matter was my heart. Cindy Mercer, lower pasture, witnessed by Ellen Pike and Dev Patel. Kurt, that is not your father. Come home when you are done. The words steadied me more than any speech could have. Vale shut off the synthetic voice. Attachment makes you predictable. You keep saying that like you are not the predictable one. Am I? You reduce everything to leverage. If grief exists, you weaponize it. If hunger exists, you inventory it. If a person has skill, you assign it. If people trust each other, you call it disordered because nobody put you in the middle. The charging bar reached 96%. Vale rested his fingers on the guarded switch. This transmission contains medical routing templates, supply discipline, shelter classification, and command continuity. It also contains methods you dislike because you lack the stomach to govern. If it reaches 3 sites beyond this range, people will live who otherwise die. Some will, Ava said, under him. Alive under authority is better than dead under ideals. James muttered, You always talk like a plaque on a courthouse. Vale ignored him. Mr. Hale, I will make one final offer because you are useful. Join me, not as a prisoner, as architect. Your witness model has merit. We can incorporate it as a morale protocol. You can protect Cindy Mercer, Cliff Mercer, James, every person you have named today. I will formalize their status. There it was. The office again. Formalize mercy. Approved family. Love with a stamp on it. I thought of the first day at the ranch. Cliff telling me the matter was settled before I understood what had been offered. Cindy saying that when you break bread with someone, you are no longer strangers. James grinning at me like an annoying brother I had somehow inherited. Ava and Sarah touching foreheads in a prison room. Ellen guarding the real drive beside a sleeping baby. Lyle answering by name. Ruth at the school shelter. People moving under their own names instead of his lists. No, I will not help you make a cage kinder, I said. Vale pressed the switch. The transmission bar jumped to 99%. A shot cracked from Ava's rifle. The console sparked. Vale jerked back, but did not fall. The transmission kept charging on backup power. He laughed once, sharp and almost delighted. Redundancy matters, he said. Always respect redundancy. Then Mason's voice burst through the handheld, breathless and triumphant. Physical lockout defeated. Sarah says brace for ugly. I say appreciate ugly because ugly pays rent. The tower lights died. The antenna hum rose, stuttered, and collapsed. The charging bar froze at 99%, flickered, and went black. For 1 second, the whole mountain seemed to inhale. Then every speaker tied to Vale's system opened at once. Not with his voice, not with mine, not with any stolen ghost. It opened with raw channel noise, then Sarah speaking from the base room. Sarah Voss, Skybreak Tower Base, witnessed by Mason Reed and Nora Pike. Long-range registry seed stopped. Director Vale's command authority is revoked by physical control of Skybreak systems and local witness challenge. All staff who lay down weapons will be named, protected, and judged by acts, not badges. All captives are free to leave. Repeat by name if you receive. The valley answered. Red Creek, Bishop Road, North Slope, Mercer Ranch, the school shelter, the quarry. Names came through one by one, rough and imperfect and alive. Vale stared at the dead console. Without the hum and the speakers, he was only a man on a cold tower with nowhere left to put his voice. He reached inside his coat. James moved first. Ava moved with him. I saw metal flash in Vale's hand. Then James hit him from the side and both men slammed into the railing. The The object skittered across the platform, not a weapon but a small drive in a black case. Vile fought with surprising strength, all the polished calm gone from him. Ava hooked an arm around his neck and drove him down. James pinned his wrist. I grabbed the black drive before it could slide through the grating. Vale looked up at me from the platform, breathing hard, hair across his face. "You will need men like me," he said. I pocketed the drive. "Then we will need to become better before that day." Ava bound his hands with cable from the dead console. James stood over him, shaking from rage and exhaustion. The handheld crackled. Cindy's voice came through softer than before. "Kurt, answer me." I looked out over the valley, smoke and snow and light all tangled together. "Kurt Hale, Skybreak Tower, witnessed by Ava Cole and James Mercer," I said. "Vale is captured. The signal is clean. I am coming home." For once, nobody interrupted the silence that followed. Then Cliff's voice broke in. "That is good. Bring coffee if you find any." The valley laughed over the channel, ragged and relieved, and the sound carried farther than Vale's last transmission ever would. Getting home took longer than winning. I had not understood that before. Stories make battles feel like doors. You kick through one, step into sunlight, and the world knows what to do next. Real life left us with cold roads, frightened prisoners, hungry children, leaking radiators, men with blood on their sleeves, people who had followed Vale because they were scared, and people who had suffered under him, who wanted justice fast enough to become revenge. Cliff understood that part better than anyone. By mid-afternoon, Skybreak's lower yard had become a surrender field, aid station, argument hall, and repair shop all at once. Vale sat tied to a chair inside the old security office with Ava, James, and 2 Red Creek witnesses guarding him. Miriam gave statements until her voice failed, then wrote names in a notebook with a hand that shook only when she paused. Sarah and Mason stayed in the tower base, pulling apart the registry seed, saving what could help and isolating what could poison another place. Nora organized staff who would lay down weapons into work teams under witness not command. Some accepted that with relief. Some hated it. None were trusted without names beside them. The civilians from East Processing reached the lower road in small groups. Darlene's son got his insulin. The retired nurse took over a corner of the loading hall and became terrifying in less than 10 minutes. Tommy Voss sat on a crate pretending he was not close to collapse while directing people toward warm trucks. When I tried to help him stand, he glared at me. "I was brave before you arrived," he said. "I am sure you were. Do not use that gentle voice." I hate that voice. I am too tired to have another voice. He considered that, then nodded. "That is acceptable." James found me near the service road, looking down toward the valley. His face was bruised enough that Cindy would likely threaten everyone who had touched him, including me, just to be thorough. "You did all right," he said. "That is almost generous. Do not get used to it." We stood there a moment, 2 men who had both been alone in different ways and had somehow ended up under the same roof. The wind moved smoke east. Far below, the Mercer ranch looked impossibly small. James cleared his throat. "When I left, I told myself I was saving them trouble. Granddad and Cindy, I mean. I thought if I stayed, I would always be the man who wanted roads instead of fences, radios instead of cattle, something beyond the next storm. Then the world broke and I came back like a warning no one asked for." "You came back." "I came late. You still came back." He looked at me sidelong. "You always this forgiving?" "Not really. I'm new to having enough people in my life to practice." James laughed softly. "Cindy picked a strange one." "She has not said she picked me. She kissed you in front of armed witnesses, Kurt. In this family, that might be more binding than paperwork." The thought warned me and scared me in equal measure. We drove down near dusk in a convoy that looked nothing like Vale's. Ours moved slowly because people stopped to check on one another. Trucks carried medicine, blankets, tools, salvage radios, and prisoners under guard. A white sheet tied to a pole marked the lead truck because Ruth from Bishop Road said people needed something plain to look for. Every few miles, a runner or rider met us with names, news, and corrections. The network held not because it was fast, but because it was honest enough to admit uncertainty. Cindy met us at the lower pasture before we reached the ranch. She had mud up to her knees, a scrape across one cheek, and a rifle slung over her shoulder. She walked past Ava, past James, past Mason, straight to me. For one strange second, she stopped short, as if checking whether I had come back as myself. "I am here," I said. "You look terrible." I tried annoying. It worked. Then she put both arms around me and held on hard enough to make every bruise report in. I did not care. I held her back and buried my face against her hair while trucks rolled past and men pretended not to look. James ruined it because family is both comfort and punishment. "Careful, Cindy. He is delicate." She lifted one hand without letting go of me and made a rude gesture behind my shoulder. James laughed like a man who had made it home twice in one day. That night, the Mercer kitchen held more people than any kitchen should. Chairs came from bedrooms, the porch, the barn, and one truck that had carried furniture from an abandoned lodge. Some people ate standing. Some sat on the floor with plates balanced on their knees. Ellen slept in Cliff's room with Hope, guarded by a rotation of women who treated the baby like the valley's unofficial mayor. Cliff stood at the stove stirring beans in a pot large enough to bathe a dog, refusing all offers to sit because sitting would make him admit he was exhausted. Vale was not brought to the ranch. That had been Cliff's decision and everyone else's relief. He was held at the Red Creek feed store under guard from 3 communities, with Miriam's records sealed in a strongbox and Sarah's damaged registry pieces separated into parts. There would be a hearing when the valley could breathe, not a trial by rage in the dark, not a quiet disappearance. Names, places, witnesses, and acts. That was slower than revenge and better suited for people trying not to become what they defeated. After supper, Cliff tapped a spoon against a mug until the room quieted. "I am not much for speeches," he began. Mason whispered near me, "That is how speeches reproduce." Cindy kicked his boot under the table. Cliff continued, "We won a hard day. We did not win the whole trouble. Roads are still broken. Fuel is short. Winter is still coming. There are people beyond this valley who may need help or may mean us harm. We have more mouths now, more skills, more grief, and more work than any one ranch can carry. So we stopped pretending any one ranch should carry it." He looked at me. I stood because his eyes told me to, and because in this family orders often arrived disguised as trust. Network Zero started as a way to talk when everything else went dead, I said. Vale wanted a network that made people obey. We need one that helps people tell the truth fast enough to matter. That means no anonymous commands. It means every supply move gets names attached. Every medical request gets a witness. Every warning says who saw what, where, and when. It also means people can challenge messages, even mine, especially mine. If I am wrong, the network has to be strong enough to correct me. Lyle from Red Creek raised his mug. That sounds like more work. It is. That sounds good. Easy plans are usually traps. Ruth from Bishop Road asked, "Who runs it?" The room turned toward me in a way that made my skin prickle. I shook my head. Nobody alone. 3 seats for technical routing, 3 for food and medical, 3 for road defense, with rotating witnesses from each shelter. Cliff gets a seat whether he wants it because everyone listens when he gets angry. Cliff grunted. "I do not want it." Cindy smiled. "That is why you get it." A tired laugh moved through the kitchen. Ava stood near the back with Sura's hand folded in hers. "And Skybreak?" "We strip out Vale's registry framework," I said. "Keep weather data, long-range listening, medical routing, and emergency power. No central authority lock. No voice models. No lists that turn people into assets. If a tool cannot serve free people, we break it for parts." Mason lifted his cup. "I volunteer to break things for democracy." "You volunteer too quickly," Sarah said. "It is my gift." The meeting lasted past midnight. It was messy, slow, and full of interruptions from children, hungry dogs, and people who had strong opinions about road names. It was the opposite of Vale's clean screens. It was also the first time since the attacks began that I could imagine morning as something more than the next emergency. Before anyone left the kitchen, Ruth asked for a record of the dead. The room quieted in a different way then. Victory could tolerate noise. Names of the dead demanded stillness. We did not have all of them. We had some from Bishop Road, 2 from the lower pasture, the unarmed workers from the vehicle bay, and a Red Creek driver who had turned his truck sideways on the west road so others could escape. We wrote each name on separate paper, not one crowded list. Cliff said every family would get its own telling when the roads allowed it. Ellen, awake again with hope against her shoulder, said the baby should hear those names someday because a child raised after a collapse deserved to know who paid for her first safe room. Nobody argued with that. Then came the harder names, the living who had served bail. Evan Price was spoken first because he had put down his rifle on the tower stairs. The young intake workers gave their own names next and did not hide behind orders. Others would have to answer for shots fired, families taken, and lies carried into shelters. The kitchen did not forgive them that night. It did something more difficult. It refused to decide their whole fate while anger still had blood under its nails. A hearing would come. Witnesses would speak. Those who could make repair would make it under guard. Those who had crossed into murder would not be excused by fear. Mason surprised everyone by being the one to say it plainest. If we made justice sloppy, Vale gets to win from a chair with his hands tied. He gets to prove people need monsters with forms because decent folks cannot keep their tempers. I hate giving that man evidence. Sarah looked at him for a long moment. That may be the most responsible sentence you have ever said. I would like it removed from the minutes. Denied by witness, Cindy said. The laugh that followed did not erase the grief. It gave grief a chair at the table instead of letting it stand behind us with a knife. Near dawn, when most of the house finally slept in chairs, on rugs, or against walls, I went to the back room where the network equipment still sat on the bench from the job I had never finished. The tidy labels for my first day looked almost innocent. Office, barn, kitchen, guest room, outer shed. I had planned to make the ranch faster. Instead, the ranch had made me slower in the right ways. I took a fresh strip of tape and wrote the words by hand. Mercer Node, local witness only. Then I added a second strip beneath it. No machine outranks the table. Cindy found me there with 2 mugs of coffee and a blanket around her shoulders. She read the labels and smiled. That sounds like Cliff pretending to be a router, she said. Cliff would make a terrifying router. He would refuse suspicious packets by yelling at them. That is already how he handles neighbors. She handed me a mug. The coffee was bad in the honest way. Camp coffee is bad. Bitter, smoky, and too strong. I drank it like it was a luxury because it was. She leaned against the table beside me. For a while we listened to the house breathe. Hope made a tiny sound down the hall. Someone snored. Mason muttered in his sleep from the mudroom, apparently still arguing with a fuse box. What happens after the valley is stable? Cindy asked. I knew what she was really asking. Was I staying because the crisis had nailed my feet to the floor, or because I had chosen the place after the nails came out? After stable, we repair. After repair, we plant. After planting, we argue about where I am allowed to put antennas without making your grandfather call them ugly. After that, I suppose we find out what normal means when nobody remembers the old version exactly. She studied my face. You included yourself in all that. I did. On purpose? Very much on purpose. Later, after the kitchen thinned and Cliff finally gave in to sleep in a chair, Cindy and I stepped onto the porch. The sky had cleared. Stars spread above the valley in numbers I had not noticed when the world still glowed with city light and towers. You know you are stuck with us, she said. Cliff told me that the first night. I thought he was pushy. He is pushy. He was also right. I leaned against the porch rail. My whole body hurt, but beneath that was a quiet I had not felt in years. Not peace exactly. Peace would be too clean a word for a valley full of funerals, prisoners, repairs, and hungry people. This was belonging, and belonging had weight. I came here to install a ranch network, I said. 2 days of work, maybe 3, if the weather slowed me down. I planned to get paid, sleep in some motel, and go back to a house that felt bigger every time I opened the door. Cindy moved beside me and slipped her hand into mine. Plans change. They do. Are you sorry? I looked through the kitchen window at James asleep with his arms crossed and his head tipped back, at Cliff snoring in the chair he had claimed not to need, at Ellen's door where Hope made a tiny sound and 3 adults immediately turned toward it, at Ava and Sarah bent over a map with Mason making them regret inviting him into the conversation. No, I am not sorry I stayed, I said, because some promises deserved full sentences. Cindy rested her head against my shoulder. Far off, one of the new relay lights blinked from the ridge, then another answered from Red Creek. After that, Bishop Road replied. 3 small points of light, not bright enough to erase the dark, but steady enough to cross it. Name, place, witness. A man alone could disappear into grief. A family could pull him back to the table. A valley could become a network if enough people chose truth when lies were easier. The world beyond the mountains was still broken. Enemies still moved. Winter still waited. Somewhere out there, other men like Vale were probably looking at maps and calling themselves necessary. We would meet those days when they came. For that night, the Mercer ranch stood warm behind us. The table had more chairs than it used to. The signal was clean. And for the first time since burying my father, I knew where home was.